Chapter 1. What have you done to me? Giggle, giggle, it tickles so much. I can hardly take it anymore. In the bathroom of a budget hotel, through the silhouette outside, one could discern a graceful figure pressed against the wall, with a man standing behind her. The incessant sound of running water echoed. Accompanying it were the woman's pleas. Please, dear brother, could you be gentler? Yet, the man remained utterly indifferent. It hurt so much. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Tang Yun furrowed her brow and murmured. She felt utterly drained, as if her body were falling apart, especially her legs, which felt incredibly heavy. In her hazy state, she lifted the blanket only to discover a leg beside her. More alarmingly, it was a man's leg. What sent her into a panic was the realization that she was completely unclothed, and the man next to her was clad in nothing but a pair of shorts. Instantly, a piercing scream shattered the morning tranquility. What are you screaming about? Xiao Tian, who had been sleeping soundly, was jolted awake, clearly displeased. Who are you? What have you done to me? Tang Yun yanked the blanket over her, wrapping herself tightly, her face a mask of shame and anger. How could she find herself sharing a bed with a stranger? What do you mean, what have I done to you? Xiao Tian retorted, exasperated. You should be asking what you did to me. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun was immediately left bewildered. What had she done to him? Could it be that she had taken the initiative? Tang Yun could hardly believe she would engage in such bold and outrageous behavior, especially while sober. She had been drunk last night, if something did happen. She was completely unaware. If that were the case, it would be utterly humiliating. This was even worse than being wrongfully accused. Are you really saying you don't remember what happened last night? Xiao Tian inquired, attempting to clarify. Tang Yun's panic heightened. Could it be that she had indeed taken the initiative? All right then, let me recount what transpired last night in detail. Like the current Tang Yun, as she recalled those scenes, a flush crept across her face. She wished she could sink into the ground. Miss, you see, I found you drunk on the roadside and kindly brought you here, only to have you vomit all over me. Tell me, whom did I offend? Xiao Tian lamented, feeling wronged. He had been thoroughly exhausted from the night's ordeal and hadn't properly taken in the beauty before him. Now, upon closer inspection, she was indeed stunning, with exquisitely delicate features, a true goddess. As for her figure, he had already experienced it yesterday, curvaceous and alluring. When he had helped wash her, he had nearly lost his composure. What about my clothes? And why are you here? The thought of being unclothed still terrified Tang Yun. I took them off. Our clothes were soaked through, and I was merely trying to prevent you from catching a cold. Xiao Tian explained. Rest assured, I kept my eyes closed the entire time. As for why I'm here, it's simply because I was too tired. Do you have any idea how difficult it was to get you into bed and clean up your mess? It's a long story. Upon hearing this, an expression of guilt flickered across Tang Yun's face, as if she realized it was indeed her fault. Fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred otherwise. She would have no place to weep. It seemed there had been no sign of the infamous red, which indicated something. Then again, she had heard that sometimes there was no evidence, even on a first encounter. Thinking of this, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Oh, so you didn't see the mole on my back? She probed cautiously. Isn't your mole on your chest? Xiao Tian blurted out. The moment the words left his mouth, he sensed something was amiss. You scoundrel! Tang Yun exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation, seizing a pillow and hurling it at him. If you're fine, you'll just take my leave. Xiao Tian raised his hand to shield himself and made a hasty retreat. Bastard! Tang Yun's face turned pale with rage, and at that moment, she felt a faint pain in her chest. Could it be? Women these days are incredibly cunning. A small oversight, and one can easily fall into their trap. Having escaped the budget hotel, Xiao Tian lit a cigarette, exhaling a long breath of resignation. Forget it. It's best not to provoke women at this time. Shaking his head, he mounted a small electric scooter, leaning against the wall, preparing to continue his delivery. Just then, his phone rang, prompting him to pull it out. The phone resembled an ancient relic, starkly contrasting with the sleek, modern devices that had become increasingly exquisite. Even his fellow delivery workers often teased him about his phone, suggesting it could serve as a family heirloom. To this, Xiao Tian typically chuckled it off. However, upon seeing the caller ID now, his mood soured. Old man, what do you want? He answered the call, clearly irritated. Brat, Is this how you speak to your master? TCH, I inherited your bad behavior. You little rascal. All right, do you have something to say? If not, I'm busy. You, a delivery worker, busy with what? Came the retort from the other end. I won't waste time in calling to discuss an important matter. Do you even have serious matters, old man? Xiao Tian scoffed. Protecting someone's safety, this person, is very important. Very important? Xiao Tian's lips curled into a teasing smile. It wouldn't happen to be your illegitimate daughter, would it? Shut up. Talking to you is enough to age me by decades. Rest assured, as the saying goes, good people don't die, troublemakers live on for 1,000 years. You want me going anywhere? Sensing that the old man was about to explode with anger, Xiao Tian quickly added, All right, tell me, who is this important person? The person is Lu Ruoxi, the president of Jialua Group. Lu Ruoxi? The so-called first beauty president of Jiangcheng? Xiao Tian had been in Jiangcheng for a while and had heard some tales about the city. Well, are you intrigued? Came a mocking laugh from the other end. TCH, it's just a rumor she might look like a celebrity, for all we know. Suddenly, Xiao Tian had an epiphany. A fit of awkward laughter erupted from the other end of the line. Can I refuse this request? Go ahead and try. Recalling the old man's character and some past experiences, Xiao Tian shuddered involuntarily. He was certain that if he refused, the old man would find a way to make him regret it within 10 minutes. Fine, you win. Xiao Tian gritted his teeth. Chapter 2. A Hidden Master. Jialua Group is one of the fastest-growing enterprises in Jiangcheng in recent years. Its headquarters, the Jialua building, is situated on a bustling street in the city center. However, what truly sets Jialua Group apart is its president, Lu Ruoxi, hailed as the first beauty president. It is said that anyone who has seen her marvels at her beauty, far surpassing that of many celebrities. In fact, when she took over the group from her father a few years ago, most people were skeptical. After all, in the business world, good looks are of little value without capability and experience. Could a freshly graduated girl possibly manage such a large corporation? Yet, over the past few years, Jialua Group not only survived but achieved astonishing rapid growth, expanding into numerous new ventures. It is easy to imagine that in the near future, it will unleash even greater potential. These accomplishments left many who had eagerly awaited her downfall utterly astonished, leading them to exclaim that women are not inferior to men. Though Xiao Tian had never met this so-called first beauty president of Jiangcheng, he had heard many refer to her. However, he remained somewhat dismissive. Such exaggerations were likely self-promoted by her or crafted by Jialua Group. After all, it was a rather clever marketing tactic. Yet at this moment, sitting on the sofa in the president's office of Jialua Group and gazing at the enchanting woman before him, he felt utterly dazed. Beautiful. So beautiful. What does it mean to be breathtakingly beautiful? This is it. What does it mean to be as beautiful as a fish falling or a wild goose landing? This is it. A standard oval face framed by flowing brows and eyes, with a delicate nose that stands slightly proud. Her features appear as though they have been meticulously sculpted by a divine artisan, flawless and exquisite. At this moment, she dons a crisp white shirt on her upper body, while her lower half is clad in black stockings paired with a form-fitting skirt. Her figure, epitomizing the golden ratio, is displayed to its fullest advantage. Remarkable. That old man has finally made a wise choice for once, Xiao Tian mused inwardly. He felt quite satisfied with the individual he was tasked to protect. However, his contentment did not extend to Lu Ruoxi. Her father had informed her yesterday that an extraordinary guardian would arrive at the corporation today, tasked with ensuring her safety. Both her work and personal life would be significantly inconvenienced, particularly given her somewhat fastidious nature towards men. Moreover, she felt no imminent threat and had no need for a protector. Yet, her father remained resolute, leaving her no room for refusal. With no other recourse, she reluctantly acquiesced. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what this so-called extraordinary guardian would be like. Upon meeting him, her first impression was one of disbelief. Could her father have been deceived? Firstly, regarding age, her conception of an extraordinary guardian involved someone ethereal and venerable, with flowing white hair. The man before her seemed to be of a similar age to herself. Where could one find such a youthful guardian? Moreover, observing his demeanor, he lounged on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, nonchalantly exhaling clouds of smoke. What she found most intolerable were his eyes, brimming with an invasive intensity, as if he were attempting to see right through her. How could he possibly embody the essence of an extraordinary guardian? Mr. Xiao, I feel that I do not require any special protection, she asserted firmly, struggling to envision how she would coexist with such a presence. Not a problem as long as your father consents. I will take my leave immediately, Xiao Tian replied, exhaling a ring of smoke with indifference. All right, please hold on for a moment, Lu Ruoxi said, promptly retreating into the adjacent suite with her phone in hand. Her office was spacious, featuring both a working area and a resting room. Father, you've been duped. This so-called extraordinary guardian is merely in his 20s and exudes a rather rogue demeanor, she lamented as soon as the call connected. A rogue? How can that be? Her father's voice conveyed confusion from the other end. Really, father? Do you think I would deceive you? Lu Ruoxi retorted swiftly. Is his name Xiao Tian? Came the question from the other side. Indeed, that's the name. Before she could finish, she was interrupted. Then there's no issue. An extraordinary guardian need not always possess a celestial presence. Life is rich with variety. Not all guardians bear the same visage. Wouldn't you agree? But Lu Ruoxi still found it hard to believe he was an extraordinary guardian. The crux of the matter was that she simply did not wish for such a man to be in her vicinity. Enough with the buts. Her father's voice rang with undeniable authority. This matter is non-negotiable. Furthermore, Mr. Xiao will need to feign employment. He may select his position as he sees fit. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxi was instantly unsettled. What did it mean that he could choose his position? Would she be expected to yield her role to him if he desired it? Yet, just as she was about to protest further, the call was abruptly terminated. Lu Ruoxi felt helpless, unable to fathom why her father was so unwavering. What should she do now? Ms. Lu, may I take my leave? Seeing Lu Ruoxi emerge from the suite, Xiao Tian extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and rose with a smile. Hold it right there. Lu Ruoxi, noticing the mirth in his eyes, felt an irritable surge of anger. Does Ms. Lu have any further instructions? Xiao Tian inquired nonchalantly. In truth, he was hardly perturbed by her demeanor. It was only due to her father's insistence that he was there as a full-time bodyguard. Though she was a stunning beauty, he had encountered numerous captivating women from various cultures. Nothing much. I consent to your presence. What position do you believe would suit you best? Lu Ruoxi stated coldly. Though she was the one seeking assistance, her stance remained decidedly lofty. Xiao Tian, amused by her attitude, chose not to expose her pretensions, finding her rather intriguing. Let's see, how about a security guard position within the group? He proposed after a moment's thought. Yes, that would allow for greater freedom to assess situations without drawing attention, he concluded. A security guard? Are you certain? Truthfully, Lu Ruoxi was apprehensive that he might demand something unreasonable, which would complicate matters significantly. After all, arbitrarily placing individuals in crucial roles would severely disrupt the personnel system she had painstakingly established. To her surprise, his request was merely for a security position. This made the situation considerably simpler. Of course, Xiao Tian replied matter-of-factly, revealing that sitting in an office all day would be intolerable for him. Upon hearing his confirmation, Lu Ruoxi let out a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, she noticed his large hand suddenly reaching towards her formidable presence. Chapter 3. Delivered to your doorstep. What are you doing? Lu Ruoxi exclaimed in shock. It's just a mere pen holder. No need to make a fuss, she added. I could see that moment. The pen holder had already found its way into Xiao Tian's hands, who proceeded to empty its contents and flipped it over, revealing a tiny electronic component shimmering with light. What is this? Lu Ruoxi asked, perplexed. A micro bug, Xiao Tian replied casually. However, upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxi's expression changed drastically. How could there be a bug in my office? Who knows whom you may have offended? Xiao Tian shrugged. Lu Ruoxi frowned at this remark. What did he mean by her offending someone? Admittedly, she had crossed paths with a few adversaries in the ruthless world of business. But surely no one would go so far as to install a bug in her office, would they? Yet, she recognized the possibility that there might be more at play. Perhaps someone aimed to steal corporate secrets. Xiao Tian then began to search the office, and before long, he uncovered 3 or 4 more bugs of similar design. Some were hidden within the lampshades, others beneath the sofa, and a few concealed within the wall art. However, They were all located in the outer office area. The inner lounge was untouched, perhaps deemed unnecessary by the installer. Staring at the several bugs in Xiao Tian's hands, Lu Ruoxi felt her head spinning. All this time, she had been under surveillance. Thankfully, this man had discovered them. Otherwise, who knew how long she would have remained oblivious, given how cleverly they were hidden. Model NH503, quite advanced, Xiao Tian remarked with a smile as he examined the bugs. He then tossed them to the ground, crushing them underfoot. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit basement not far from Jialua building, a man hastily discarded his headphones, clutching his ears in agony. Damn it, they've all been discovered. I need to report this immediately. How did you notice the bugs hidden in these places? Lu Ruoxi inquired, curiosity piqued. She mused that this seemingly rogue individual might not be an ordinary person after all. Nothing much. I worked in a security company abroad for a few years, so I'm quite familiar with such devices. Xiao Tian casually fabricated an explanation. I see, Lu Ruoxi nodded, thinking it sounded reasonable. Overall, she found it hard to believe that this man was anything extraordinary. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in, Lu Ruoxi instructed. A woman entered, her long hair lightly pinned up, revealing her fair and elongated neck. Her features were exquisitely delicate, truly goddess-like. However, the moment Xiao Tian laid eyes on her, he felt the world was too small, for this woman was none other than the inebriated one from the previous night. Yet she was now a stark contrast, exuding a sharp and capable aura. Simultaneously, Tang Yun was taken aback. In the next moment, a fire of fury ignited in her beautiful eyes. Director Tang, what's wrong? Lu Ruoxi noticed the change and asked. It was only then that Tang Yun realized she was in Lu Ruoxi's office, quickly suppressing her anger. Nothing, General Manager Lu. Did you need something from me? Yes, this is Xiao Tian, our group's newly hired security guard. Please take him to the security department, Lu Ruoxi stated without further thought. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Why would Lu Ruoxi personally arrange for a mere security guard and summon her, the human resources director? Did this man share some connection with Lu Ruoxi? Yet to her, those details were inconsequential. What mattered was that she had finally found this man. No, it seemed he had come right to her doorstep. Once he was in my grasp, there would be consequences. Xiao Tian, you should accompany Director Tang, Lu Ruoxi instructed. The two then exited her office in succession. Director Tang, it appears we are quite fated, Xiao Tian remarked cheerfully as they made their way to the security department. Indeed, quite fated, Tang Yun replied through gritted teeth, her smile sending chills down Xiao Tian's spine. He understood all too well that if a woman harbored hatred for you, it could spell trouble before long. They arrived at the security department on the first floor. The moment the men there spotted Tang Yun, their eyes lit up. One of the three leading beauties of the group, her beauty was undeniable. And her figure sparked endless imagination. Of course, they merely admired her from afar, daring not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Director Tang, what brings you here? The head of security, Wang Chong, approached with a beaming smile. I brought you a new colleague, Tang Yun replied with a slight smile. This is Xiao Tian. He will be joining your security department from now on. Wang Chong was about to assure Tang Yun that he would take good care of the new colleague when Tang Yun continued. Captain Wang, you bear the crucial responsibility of ensuring the group's safety, so every newcomer must undergo rigorous training and strict evaluation. Complacency is not an option. Her smile held a deeper meaning. Wang Chong was momentarily stunned, sensing that something was amiss. The subtext of Director Tang's words clearly indicated he should take good care of Xiao Tian, but the way she phrased it seemed to imply something entirely different. Xiao Tian couldn't help but grumble internally. Why was this woman holding a grudge? It was just a few playful remarks earlier. After all, they shared a bed, however briefly. Director Tang, rest assured, I will adhere to your instructions. Wang Chong replied, a clever man who quickly grasped Tang Yun's true intent. Then I shall take my leave with peace of mind, Tang Yun acknowledged with a nod, her waist swaying as she exited, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Kid, we have no enmity, but since Director Tang insists on taking care of you, I have no choice, Wang Chong said, spreading his hands. We one team make things difficult for you. I'll arrange a little game. If you can hold your ground after 3 minutes with 5 of my men, we'll accept you as one of our own. Sound good? I wonder what sort of game it will be. Xiao Tian responded, feeling a measure of goodwill as he noted Wang Chang's straightforwardness. Wang Chang observed Xiao Tian's calm demeanor and found it somewhat peculiar. This game is quite simple. It will test your resistance to blows. Wang Chang explained, looking at him that, in a moment, I'll have 5 of my brothers join you. If you can still stand after 3 minutes, you pass that. As soon as Wang Chang finished speaking, the other security guards rolled up their sleeves, eager for action. After all, working at a large corporation like Jialao, opportunities to engage in physical confrontations were rare. While practicing with this newcomer might seem trivial, it would at least relieve their pent-up energy. Xiao Tian shrugged and smiled. All right, but since you all seem so eager, let us have you all come at me at once. Chapter 4. Is this still human? As soon as the words left his mouth, the security guard were left dumbfounded. What did this kid just say? He wanted them to come at him all at once. They had nearly 20 men. Was he out of his mind? Just moments ago, they had worried that even 5 of them might be too much for him to handle. Feeling insulted, one of the guards exclaimed, Boss, since this kid is so ungrateful, let us teach him a lesson. Exactly. Let him see what our security department is made of. The atmosphere in the security department grew charged with excitement. Wang Chang's face also darkened. He had initially intended to keep things light, merely to appease Director Tang. After all, they bore no ill will towards this young man. But now, since this young brother has such a request, let us oblige him, Wang Chang ordered. With that, the guards rushed forward eagerly. Little did they know, it wasn't just them feeling restless. Xiao Tian himself had been itching for a fight after months of restraint. Come on then, he shouted, charging right into the fray. Wang Chang's pupils constricted in shock. This kid was actually advancing toward nearly 20 attackers. Did he have a death wish? His subordinates were all veterans. Their strength was not to be underestimated. The first assailant reached Xiao Tian, swinging a fist the size of a pot. Xiao Tian deftly reached out, seized the man's wrist, and with a swift twist, a bone-cracking sound echoed. He pivoted on his heel, maneuvering between 2 more attackers, delivering an elbow strike that sent one crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, he unleashed a kick that struck the chest of another assailant, sending him hurtling backward and toppling over those who followed, creating a chaotic tumble of bodies. Without a moment's pause, Xiao Tian's palm struck the next oncoming guard. Wang Chang was utterly stunned. Was this even human? It seemed that with every strike he delivered, an opponent fell. Such combat prowess was terrifying. Especially when he strikes, it resembles the flow of clouds and water, even evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure. A minute, perhaps even less. In that brief moment, all the security guards lay on the ground, groaning and moaning. Wang Chang stammered, for these individuals were all recruited by him, naturally placing a portion of responsibility upon his shoulders. Rest assured, they only have minor injuries. A few days of recuperation will suffice. Xiao Tian kicked one of the nearby fellows and remarked, Enough with the charades. I am well aware of my own strength. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the security guards felt embarrassed to remain on the ground, awkwardly rising to their feet. In truth, as Xiao Tian had said, they were merely pretending, primarily out of shame that it was rather humiliating for a group of several to be taken down by a single young man. Wang Chang couldn't help but laugh in frustration, cupping his hands in salute to Xiao Tian, declaring, from now on, we shall be brothers. Henceforth, you shall all address him as Brother Xiao. He then instructed the others, Brother Xiao. Instantly, a chorus of voices rang out in unison. After the earlier confrontation, they had come to genuinely respect this young man. Even the so-called king of soldiers seemed rather trivial in comparison. They, of course, were unaware that even the so-called king of soldiers appeared as mere ants in Xiao Tian's presence. Oh, come on, you're all older than I am. Calling me, that just makes me sound ancient. Xiao Tian waved his hands dismissively. As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted among the crowd. By the way, Brother Xiao, what did you do to provoke Director Tang? At this moment, Wang Chang inquired quietly. Who knows? Women have those days every month, don't they? Xiao Tian said with a smirk. Brother, your words, Wang Chang sighed, patting his shoulder, as if he had begun to comprehend how Xiao Tian had managed to irritate Director Tang. She was well aware that most of the personnel in the security department were veterans, each possessing some level of skill. Naturally, One needed a degree of capability to gain entry into the security department of Jialua Group. Xiao Tian was indeed infuriating, yet she couldn't bear to see him harmed, especially since he was someone specifically assigned by Director Liu. Any issues would be difficult to explain. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to investigate the situation. Of course, she would never admit to caring about that fellow's well-being. She merely wished to witness his unfortunate state. Yes, that was it. Upon reaching the first floor, she quietly concealed herself behind a column outside the security department, peeking inside. There she saw Xiao Tian with his feet perched on the table, engaged in animated conversation with the security personnel, laughter ringing out intermittently. Once their tea was finished, someone promptly refilled their cups, while others continued to offer him cigarettes. Tang Yun's pretty face darkened at once. This fellow was far from the pitiful figure she had imagined. Rather, he appeared to be enjoying himself immensely. Humph! These individuals dared to feign compliance while secretly defying her. With that thought, she could no longer restrain herself and strode over. Director Tang. Upon seeing Tang Yun, Wang Chong was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here again? What? Is it inappropriate for me to visit the security department? Tang Yun replied curtly. Not at all, Director Tang. Your presence here is indeed an honor for our security department. Wang Chong quickly fawned. Noticing that Tang Yun's gaze was fixed on Xiao Tian, clearly agitated, he began to understand the situation. He inwardly chuckled, realizing that it wasn't that they had failed to heed her instructions. Rather, this fellow was simply too formidable. Sometimes, men need not spend ages in each other's company. As long as they resonate with one another, that suffices. Look at you all. What a chaotic scene. Is this how you typically conduct yourselves? Tang Yun scolded that I believe the security department requires some serious reorganization. To her words, the security personnel were immediately alarmed. After all, the title of Iron-Fisted Lady was not one to be taken lightly. However, they were aware that the security department was generally a relaxed unit, primarily tasked with patrolling the premises. Thus, aside from sipping tea, reading newspapers, and playing on computers, there was little else to occupy their time. Yet whenever there was a situation, they had never shied away. All right, don't go looking for trouble. If there's an issue, come at me directly. Xiao Tian stood up, speaking dismissively. Yet the moment he uttered those words, the security personnel shuddered. This fellow had some nerve, daring to speak to the Iron-Fisted Lady in such a manner. You! Tang Yun was incensed, her chest heaving. Today, she wore a V-neck chiffon blouse, and the movement was quite striking. Xiao Tian's gaze nearly became transfixed. Of course, the others did not share his boldness and swiftly diverted their eyes, lest they succumb to temptation and catch the ire of the Iron-Fisted Lady. What are you looking at? Tang Yun, sensing his fiery gaze, immediately covered her chest. Watching a game, Xiao Tian blurted out. Chapter 5. Indeed, worth something. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun's expression darkened, her eyes ablaze, feeling the intensity of her murderous glare. Xiao Tian hastily clarified, I didn't mean that. I meant watching a sports game. How could there be such an unabashed individual in this world? Why hasn't heaven taken him away? Director Tang, what seems to be the issue? Just then, a voice rang out, and everyone looked up to see a well-dressed man approaching. Guopeng, what brings you here? Upon seeing this man, Tang Yun's brows furrowed. Immediately, I happened to pass by. It seems you're in a bit of a predicament. Guopeng smiled slightly. The next moment, his gaze landed on Xiao Tian. A mere security guard dares to provoke Director Tang's anger. Apologize at once. Guopeng had been pursuing Tang Yun, and naturally he wouldn't miss any opportunity to showcase himself in her presence. Who do you think you are, jumping in here? Xiao Tian shot him a sidelong glance, equally irritated. Using his position to impress women, what a disgrace. Guopeng was taken aback. A mere security guard dared to speak to him in such a manner. He coldly replied, Let me make this clear. I'm a marketing department manager, and my father is the deputy general manager of the group. Are you aware now? Marketing department manager, Xiao Tian smirked. That indeed qualifies as something. Truly something. This phrasing struck a novel chord. Even Tang Yun couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This fellow is simply too wicked. You're courting death. Guopeng, not used to being mocked, turned pale with rage and swung a fist toward Xiao Tian. Slap. However, before his punch could land, Xiao Tian's palm had already met his face. Guopeng spun around twice before landing squarely on the ground, half of his face turning from ashen to crimson, adorned with 5 distinct fingerprints. Wang Chong and the others were rendered speechless, not due to the display of strength from Xiao Tian, but because Guopeng's feeble appearance was something any member of their security department could easily replicate. Yet, how dare he? Guopeng was the marketing department manager, a mid-level executive within the entire group. This was not even the crux of the matter. The most crucial aspect was that his father was the deputy general manager of the group. Someone even Director Liu occasionally regarded with caution that if he had been oblivious to this fact, it would have been one thing. However, Guopeng had just boasted about it. Tang Yun was also stunned. She hadn't anticipated Xiao Tian would act so decisively and efficiently. "You dare to lay a hand on me, I will have you fired," Guopeng yelled, rising while clutching his face in fury. At this proclamation, the security personnel shuddered, casting worried glances at Xiao Tian. If Guopeng were truly intent on having him dismissed, it was hardly an insurmountable task. Xiao Tian was indeed quite unfortunate. He had only been on the job for a few hours, and now it seemed he might be forced to leave. This sentiment was shared by all, including Tang Yun. After all, if Guopeng and his father conspired to exert pressure, it wouldn't matter if it were Director Liu or even the old chairman. They would find it difficult to intervene. After all, the Guo father and son wielded significant influence within the group, and it was improbable they would jeopardize their standing for an inconsequential security guard. "Manager Guo, Xiao Tian was merely acting impulsively. I will have him apologize to you, and we can consider the matter settled." Tang Yun quickly intervened, as this incident had arisen due to her, and she did not wish to embroil others, even if that person was someone who greatly irritated her. Xiao Tian cast her a surprised glance, thinking to himself, "This woman is surprisingly kind-hearted. Absolutely not. Today he must be removed." Guopeng bellowed in fury. In his view, if the person who had slapped him remained in the group, where would he find a face to continue? "Manager Guo, you were the one who initiated the confrontation earlier. So many witnesses are present, and the surveillance footage can be reviewed," Tang Yun said leisurely. "According to the group's regulations, your responsibility supersedes Xiao Tian's. If he were to be dismissed, what about you? Indeed, I can testify that I can testify as well. It was definitely you, Manager Guo, who struck first." As soon as Tang Yun finished speaking, Wang Chong and the others promptly stood in solidarity. This left Tang Yun momentarily bewildered. How had it only taken such a short time for the security personnel to appear as though they were his staunch allies, especially when facing Guopeng? What had this fellow done to earn their loyalty? Guopeng was not foolish. Upon observing the situation, he realized that allowing today's events to escalate would yield no benefit for either himself or his father. Thus, he pointed to Xiao Tian and the others, declaring, "Very well, each of you shall await your turn." With that, he swiftly departed, tail between his legs. "You, truly impulsive," Tang Yun remarked with irritation, "though today's matter has been temporarily resolved. Guopeng and his father will not let you off easily." "Director Tang, are you expressing concern for my well-being?" Xiao Tian replied with a playful smirk. "Concern for you? You overestimate yourself," Tang Yun snorted dismissively. Meanwhile, in the office of Vice President Guo Shuhai, Guopeng, in a fit of tears, exclaimed, "Father, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. If we do, who in the corporation will regard us with any respect?" He immediately rushed to his father to lament. However, Guo Shuhai, upon hearing Guopeng's account, did not react with the anticipated fury. Instead, he shot him a cold glance, uttering, "You are a disappointment. Father, enough, we have significant matters to address." "Put everything else aside," Guo Shuhai coldly ordered. "You ought to understand the importance of that significant matter." At this, Guopeng felt a jolt, his eyes igniting with fervor, as if a path of starlight lay before him. "Rest assured, Father, all that you have entrusted to me is progressing smoothly. The shareholders' meeting in half a month will undoubtedly proceed without any mishaps. Indeed, that is the focus you should maintain," Guo Shuhai nodded approvingly. "If you cannot swallow your anger regarding that little security guard, then simply find someone to teach him a lesson that in Guo Shuhai's eyes, Xiao Tian was merely an inconsequential figure, utterly negligible." "Understood," Guopeng replied. "You are right, Father. It is not worth our time to quarrel with such a small fry. A good beating would suffice, and erasing him entirely would pose no issue to be. By the way, Father, who exactly are the individuals you have been in contact with? And what are their intentions? Guo Peng suddenly recalled something and could not help but ask out of curiosity. Their backgrounds and intentions are irrelevant to us. Our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit. Guo Shuhai shot a piercing glance at Guo Peng. This matter must not be discussed within the corporation. Yes, Guo Peng immediately trembled, comprehending the gravity of the situation, for if anything were to go awry, both he and his father would be doomed. Chapter 6. Listening to the Rain Pavilion at 6 o'clock in the evening, as soon as work hours concluded, Xiao Tian made a hasty exit. Just as he stepped out of the Jelua building, ready to retrieve his beloved little electric scooter, a Porsche came to a halt beside him. The window rolled down, revealing an exquisite face, none other than Lu Ruoxi. "Get in," her voice remained icy, yet upon hearing this, Xiao Tian eagerly opened the passenger door and climbed inside. Moments later, the Porsche roared to life and sped away. "Did you see that? Indeed, a man just got into President Lu's car. Who is this man? I don't recognize him. He must be an employee of our company. Could it be a tale of a female CEO falling for an employee?" Once Lu Ruoxi's vehicle departed, it triggered a wave of astonished murmurs. For them, and indeed for the entire Jiang City, this constituted a significant scoop. After all, their president was widely regarded as the most beautiful female CEO in Jiang City, pursued by countless suitors, including scions from prominent families. Yet now, an ordinary employee had taken a seat in her car. How enviable that was! However, within the vehicle, Xiao Tian seemed oblivious to this significance, feeling the air grow colder beside the Ice Queen. "President Lu, where are we headed?" he inquired curiously. Listening to the Rain Pavilion, this surprise flickered across Xiao Tian's features. Having delivered takeout in Jiang City for some time, he had certainly heard of this establishment. It was an upscale restaurant, frequented by the affluent, where even a simple meal could cost as much as a month's salary for an ordinary person. "President Lu, if you wish to treat me, there's no need to choose such a lavish place," Xiao Tian said, feeling somewhat bashful. "You think too highly of yourself. This isn't my treat." Lu Ruoxi shot him a glance, her expression suggesting he should not get carried away. Before long, Lu Ruoxi's vehicle halted in front of a restaurant characterized by gray walls and red tiles. Its roof featured flying eaves and bracketed rafters, exuding an air of antiquity. The restaurant boasted a spacious parking lot filled with luxury cars. As Xiao Tian and Lu Ruoxi disembarked, a middle-aged man was already waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting them, he instantly greeted them with a broad smile. "Mr. Xiao, you've arrived." The man grasped Xiao Tian's hand, urging, "Please come inside." "And you are?" Xiao Tian noted the man's slight resemblance to Lu Ruoxi, forming a tentative conclusion, though not entirely certain. "My apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lu Jin, Ruoxi's father." As expected, the middle-aged man beamed. "So it is Chairman Lu in the flesh. I am honored," Xiao Tian replied with a slight smile. "You are too courteous, Mr. Xiao." Subsequently, Lu Jinyin enthusiastically ushered Xiao Tian inside, momentarily neglecting his daughter. Lu Ruoxi rolled her eyes, following behind, puzzled by her father's unusually warm demeanor towards this stranger he had never met. Although she had crossed paths with Xiao Tian before and recognized his capabilities, such overt friendliness seemed unwarranted. As Xiao Tian casually engaged Lu Jinyuan in conversation, he couldn't help but admire the unique decor of listening to the Rain Pavilion. The interior featured rockeries, flowing water, and winding paths, reminiscent of a garden. Even more captivating were the female servers, all strikingly attractive, donned in high-slit cheongsams that showcased their long, slender legs. Xiao Tian, thoroughly entertained, remarked, "The proprietor of Listening to the Rain Pavilion truly understands the male psyche. Just the sight of these servers makes this trip worthwhile." "You lecher." Lu Ruoxi, trailing behind, had certainly noticed Xiao Tian's wandering gaze and could not help but scoff at his words. "Mr. Xiao is quite the connoisseur." Lu Jinyin chuckled, unperturbed. "Isn't it natural for individuals to have desires, especially for a vigorous young man? Mr. Xiao, the mastermind behind Listening to the Rain Pavilion, is shrouded in mystery. I cannot provide specifics, yet their influence is rather remarkable. Perhaps you may have the opportunity to meet them." Xiao Tian, upon hearing this, remained noncommittal, He had no interest in meeting the enigmatic owner of the establishment. Lu Jinyuan had reserved the most prestigious diamond private room, of which there were only 4 in the entire Listening to the Rain pavilion, all located on the top floor with panoramic views. As Xiaotian entered, he was greeted by the sight of the mighty river flowing in the distance. "Mr. Xiao, please take a seat," Lu Jinyuan invited with a smile. "Chairman Lu, please refrain from calling me Mr. Xiao. It sounds rather awkward. Simply call me Xiao Tian. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony," Lu Jinyuan readily agreed. "Also, Xiao Tian, do not refer to me as Chairman Lu. That is what outsiders call me. You and Ruashi are of similar age, so you may call me Uncle Lu." "Uncle Lu, you certainly put thought into selecting this place. Dining here is truly a refreshing experience." Xiao Tian promptly responded that "it is only fitting. You are now responsible for ensuring Ruashi's safety, and this meal is merely a token of appreciation. Speaking of which, Uncle Lu, I have some questions I wish to discuss." Xiao Tian glanced at Lu Jinyuan and asked, "What has President Lu done that necessitates protection, to the extent that even listening devices have been installed in her office?" "Today, he discovered several covertly installed listening devices in my office," Lu Ruashi finally interjected. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyuan once again grasped Xiao Tian's hand excitedly, exclaiming, "Xiao Tian, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for your timely discovery, Ruashi's every move would have been under constant surveillance." He then turned to Lu Ruashi, saying, "You still claim that Xiao Tian is unnecessary for your protection? Look, he has only been here a day, yet he has already mitigated a significant security risk. Shouldn't you raise a glass to Mr. Xiao in gratitude?" Lu Ruashi found herself in a dilemma. While she felt grateful for the situation, the idea of toasting this lecher was somewhat distasteful. "Enough, Uncle Lu. Since I have committed to ensuring President Lu's safety, this is all part of my duty." Xiao Tian chuckled and remarked, "However, I am uncertain whether there are any listening devices or cameras in General Lu's residence or elsewhere. Apart from the office, indeed, Xiao Tian, your reminder is of utmost importance," Lu Jinyuan promptly replied. Chapter 7. The Sister of Bai Sujin. Absolutely not. As soon as Lu Jinyuan's words left his lips, Lu Ruashi immediately opposed. "How could he possibly go to my residence?" In Lu Ruashi's eyes, apart from her father visiting occasionally, no other males had ever set foot in her home. The thought of allowing a strange man to enter made her feel uncomfortable. "What is wrong with that?" Lu Jinyuan frowned. "Moreover, Xiao Tian will have to live there in the future. That I will not agree," Lu Ruashi exclaimed in astonishment. If allowing this man a brief visit made her uneasy, the prospect of him residing there was a complete breach of her boundaries. Coexisting under one roof with an unfamiliar man was something she could scarcely accept, particularly when he appeared to be of dubious character. "If he does not live there, how can Xiao Tian ensure your safety?" Lu Jinyuan stated sternly. "Dad, can't you see I'm doing just fine?" Lu Ruashi mumbled. "Your office has been bugged, and you still think you don't need protection?" Lu Jinyuan replied tersely. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruashi fell silent. Indeed, this incident had unveiled the precariousness of her current situation. However, the idea of allowing a strange man to reside in her home was still quite difficult for her to accept. Lu Jinyuan, with a serious expression, declared, "You have 2 options. Either resign from your position as president of Jialua Group, or accept that Xiao Tian will live in your home." In truth, Lu Jinyuan was resolute. He understood that his daughter was a career-driven woman who had grand ambitions for the Jialua Group. Since taking over, it was absolutely impossible for her to relinquish control, as expected. Upon hearing Lu Jinyuan's words, Lu Ruashi fell silent. Lu Jinyuan smiled with satisfaction. "Xiao Tian, from now on, I entrust Ruashi to you." Hearing this, Xiao Tian felt somewhat strange, yet he nodded in agreement. The thought of sharing a space with such a stunning beauty as Lu Ruashi filled him with joy. "By the way, Uncle Lu, you haven't mentioned what trouble General Lu has gotten himself into. That's a long story. I'm not entirely clear on specifics, but I suspect it may relate to some research Ruashi has been overseeing in recent years. To be fair, some of it has yielded quite promising progress in recent months. Among the bodyguards I dispatched to ensure Ruashi's safety, 3 have mysteriously disappeared. No traces of them remain, and I suspect they may have inadvertently discovered something and were silenced." Lu Jinyuan continued. Xiao Tian nodded in understanding. It seemed Lu Ruoxi's surroundings were indeed fraught with danger. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the private room. "Come I in?" As Lu Jinyuan's words fell. The door swung open, revealing a woman who entered with grace. She was tall, approximately 1.75 meters, and strikingly beautiful, her skin as delicate as fine jade, and her eyes seemed to possess an enchanting allure. The qipao she wore exuded an extraordinary charm, tailored as if it were made just for her. Xiao Tian had encountered many beautiful women in qipaos, but none had ever embodied such an essence. Upon her arrival, Lu Jinyan immediately stood to greet her. "Why has Boss Bai come personally?" "I heard Chairman Lu and General Lu were here, so I can't offer a toast," the woman replied. Gently raising her wine glass, "Boss Bai, you honor me greatly." Lu Jinyuan responded with a beaming smile. "Xiao Tian, let me introduce you. This is Bai Susu, the proprietor of Ting Yushuan." "Bai Susu, are you the sister of Bai Sujin?" Xiao Tian blurted out. "Ha ha." Bai Susu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Mr. Xiao is quite amusing to tea that moment. She was also taken aback. Lu Jinyuan was one of the prominent figures in Jiangchen, and for him to refer to this young man as a distinguished guest was indeed intriguing. She had initially assumed he was some wealthy young master, but now realized she did not recognize him. Moreover, Lu Jinyuan appeared to show a degree of deference towards this young man, which piqued her curiosity. "Well, I shall not interrupt your meal any longer," Bai Susu said with a polite smile. "Mr. Xiao, do come by Ting Yushuan whenever you have a chance." "Of course," Xiao Tian replied casually, his gaze lingering on her exquisite qipao. He silently marveled at how this woman truly captured the essence of the garment. "All right, I shall await your visit," Bai Susu said with a smile before turning to leave. After a while, the three finished their meal. Naturally, Lu Jinyuan had his own car and driver, but Xiao Tian chose to ride in Lu Ruoxi's vehicle. However, Lu Ruoxi felt increasingly uneasy at the thought of this man living in her home. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, felt no such discomfort as he hummed a tune, enjoying the cool breeze, accompanied by such a breathtakingly beautiful driver. Lanting Buyuan, one of the most upscale villa districts in Jiangchen. About half an hour later, the two cars halted in front of a standalone villa. "Xiao Tian, this is the place," Lu Jinyuan said warmly. "Uncle Lu, I noticed quite a few people around the villa earlier. They are all your bodyguards, right?" Xiao Tian inquired. "Dismiss them," Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. This, Lu Jinyuan was momentarily taken aback and politely responded, "Xiao Tian, I understand they may not compare to you, but at least they can assist you." "Their capabilities are inadequate," Xiao Tian shook his head. "They would not only fail to assist me here, but could potentially complicate matters that you're just boasting." Lu Ruoxi couldn't help but scoff, fully aware that these individuals had been hired by her father for their expertise. To hear them dismissed as worthless was quite irksome. Xiao Tian, however, ignored her and turned to Lu Jinyuan, playfully remarking, "With me here, Uncle Lu, shouldn't you feel at ease?" Lu Jinyuan was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "You're right, I must have been muddled earlier." "All right, since you say so, I will have them withdrawn shortly." Lu Ruoxi was left speechless. She never expected her father to genuinely trust this man. Did he truly believe he was more capable than the 20 experts combined? This seemed impossible. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, as she herself preferred fewer people around, feeling her father had been overly cautious. "Well, it's getting late, so I won't intrude any further," Lu Jinyuan said with a knowing smile. "You two are young. Take your time to connect." Chapter 8. "Do you not trust my character?" "General Lu, I shall begin my inspection now." As soon as they entered the villa's living room, Xiao Tian said with a smile. "Inspect as you wish." Lu Ruoxi rolled her eyes. To be honest, she felt somewhat apprehensive. If someone could install a bug in her office, they could certainly do so in her home as well. If it were merely a listening device, that would be manageable. But if hidden cameras were placed in her bedroom or bathroom, her reputation would be compromised. This was the primary reason Lu Ruoxi tacitly allowed him to conduct his search. Xiao Tian commenced his inspection on the first floor, recognizing that the likelihood of monitoring devices being present was low, yet he meticulously scrutinized every corner. Observing his earnestness, Lu Ruoxi found him less insufferable. Still, the thought of him living there made her uncomfortable, prompting her to contemplate establishing some rules. While she pondered, Xiao Tian had already finished inspecting the first floor and ascended to the second. After checking 2 rooms, he opened the third, and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted out. The room was quite simple, featuring a large bed that was neatly made. Xiao Tian immediately realized this was Lu Ruoxi's bedroom. His heart raced with curiosity about what treasures this ice-cold CEO's sanctuary might hold. After examining the walls, he proceeded to inspect the wardrobe. The first items to catch his eye were some outer garments, followed by neatly hung skirts that it was evident that Lu Ruoxi favored a minimalist style, with her clothing predominantly in solid colors or simple patterns, mirroring her overall demeanor. Next, he opened the drawers beneath the wardrobe. The first contained some everyday skincare products. Nothing particularly noteworthy. He took a quick glance and then opened the second drawer. As he opened the drawer, his eyes instantly brightened, for within lay an array of intimate garments belonging to Lu Ruoxi. It must be said, the variety found in women's belongings far surpasses that of men, even in such personal articles. Xiao Tian merely cast a fleeting glance before reaching in to explore the corners and bottom of the drawer. Seeking any hidden listening devices, suddenly his hand brushed against something unusual, prompting him to withdraw. In an instant, his breath quickened, for in his grasp was a lace intimate garment, and tantalizingly, it featured a hint of sheer detailing. How provocative! Xiao Tian could scarcely believe that the icy goddess, Lu Ruoxi, the president, possessed such alluring lingerie. The very thought of this frosty beauty donning such a sensual piece sent his excitement soaring. Pervert! Just then, a sharp voice rang out. There stood Lu Ruoxi at the doorway, her expression a tempest of anger, her slender finger pointed accusatorily at Xiao Tian. Let me explain, it's not what you think. He hastily stammered, placing the garment back into the drawer. I've already seen it. What is there left to explain? Lu Ruoxi retorted. Earlier, she had suddenly realized that Xiao Tian had ascended the stairs while she was in the living room downstairs, and her room was just above. What girl's room lacks personal items that shouldn't be exposed to others, especially to this rogue? Thus, she rushed upstairs only to be greeted by this shocking tableau. Who knew what mischief this fellow was up to? Xiao Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. What did you see? I haven't done anything, right? You don't expect me to believe that you didn't engage in some lewd antics with my intimate wear. He glanced up at her disdainful gaze and realized that she indeed harbored such thoughts. I swear I just pulled it out by accident. I did nothing. Do you believe me? Xiao Tian ventured. What do you think? Lu Ruoxi replied coolly. Fine, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Finish your inspection and come down. With that, she turned and strode away. That moment, Xiao Tian felt utterly despondent. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't clear his name. Alas, it mattered little. This girl had never held a favorable impression of him anyway, so let the misunderstanding be. Securing the bedroom door, he proceeded to inspect the other 2 rooms and the bathroom. After a thorough examination, he found no hidden microphones or cameras. All done. You can rest easy now, Xiao Tian announced as he returned to the living room. Lu Ruoxi felt a wave of relief wash over her, though her exquisite features remained as frosty as ever, sending a chill through the air. Now, sign this, she instructed, sliding a piece of paper and a pen toward him. Xiao Tian glanced at it, noting the words cohabitation agreement prominently displayed. The document was filled with stipulations. His activities confined to the first floor, prohibited from ascending to the second without her permission, barred from bringing other females into the residence, and not allowed to tamper with her personal belongings. Among dozens of other rules, these terms are exceedingly one-sided. Lu, Xiao Tian protested, visibly displeased. When she drafted these clauses, she had indeed pondered whether she was being overly stringent. However, following the earlier incident, she felt these regulations were entirely warranted. You don't trust my character, do you, President Lu? Xiao Tian objected firmly. Do you think I should? Lu Ruoxi shot back. Or, do you even possess character? Xiao Tian felt affronted. Clearly, all this stemmed from the earlier misunderstanding. While he perceived it as merely a miscommunication, Lu Ruoxi viewed it in an entirely different light. Will you sign or not? She asked impatiently. Fine, I will. Although he felt somewhat guilty given the previous incident. He signed his name with swift strokes. Lu Ruoxi immediately snatched the paper away. There are plenty of empty rooms on the first floor. Choose one for yourself, she said before heading upstairs. Xiao Tian opted for a room near the entrance, choosing it for its proximity, allowing for a swift response should any situation arise. The following day, Xiao Tian awoke early and busied himself in the kitchen, as he brought out a nearly prepared breakfast. He heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, he beheld Lu Ruashi descending the stairs in a silk nightgown, exuding an aura of languor that was quite captivating. "What are you staring at?" she snapped, recalling last night's events. Xiao Tian smirked. "Come and have breakfast." He laid the meal out on the table. "You can cook?" Lu Ruashi remarked, surprised, as she took in a spread of millet porridge, pancakes, sandwiches, and bacon. "Well, President Lu, you're in for a treat," he boasted. "Where else could you find a bodyguard who doubles as a chef? Sounds like you're just full of yourself." Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes, initially reluctant to partake in his breakfast. Yet the aroma and presentation tempted her appetite. "I'll just have a little, then I'll criticize his culinary skills," she thought to herself. However, after savoring a spoonful of the porridge, she found herself unable to stop. Before long, she realized she devoured 2 bowls of millet porridge, 3 pancakes, and a sandwich. Feeling slightly embarrassed, especially under Xiao Tian's peculiar gaze, her cheeks flushed. "Well, what is your verdict, President Lu?" he asked with a smile. "It's passable," she replied curtly, though her earlier intentions to criticize had evaporated. This passable was a gross understatement. She hadn't anticipated his cooking to be so delightful. After breakfast, the two set off for work, with Lu Ruashi driving and Xiao Tian in the passenger seat. However, as they neared a traffic light close to the Jialua group, Lu Ruashi instructed, "You can walk from here." She realized that picking him up directly at the company entrance the previous day had been rather abrupt. As the president, her comings and goings alongside him could easily stir rumors. Reluctantly, Xiao Tian proceeded on foot to the security department of the group. As he entered, a group of colleagues immediately surrounded him. "Xiao, what exactly is your relationship with the president?" "Yeah, we all saw you get in a Lu's car yesterday." "Come on, spill the beans." The chorus of inquiries was relentless. Even Wang Chong wore a curious expression. "You guys are so nosy," Xiao Tian exclaimed, exasperated. Just then, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the security department. "Xiao Tian, come with me," Tang Yun commanded. As a member of the security department, he had no choice but to follow her outside. Watching the pair disappear, the onlookers were filled with envy. "Look at them. It's either the president or the director calling, and they're all stunning beauties. Meanwhile, we're stuck with a bunch of rugged old men." On a street outside the Jialua group, numerous cars were parked, the bustling area reflecting the large workforce of the company and nearby businesses. Once inside a taxi, Tang Yun instructed to Han Yuan Group, "Sure thing." The driver replied, speeding off. "Why are we heading to Han Yuan Group, Director Tang?" Xiao Tian inquired, curiosity piqued. "To discuss a partnership. But aren't you the Human Resources Director? Why would you need to go for that?" "Perhaps you weren't aware, but I also serve as the Marketing Director temporarily." Xiao Tian shook his head, genuinely surprised. Even if it was temporary, holding 2 significant director positions indicated Lu Ruashi's trust in her. Yet, something about Tang Yun's demeanor struck him as uneasy, perhaps even anxious. Meanwhile, in the office of Vice President Guo Shuhai, "Dad, did you hear? It seems that Tang Yun has gone over to Han Yuan." Guo Peng spoke with a hint of worry. "Han Yuan?" Guo Shuhai's lips curled into a cold smile. "It appears that Lu Ruashi is intent on sidelining us, doesn't it?" "Do you think she suspects something?" Guo Peng asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "We were extremely discreet." "There's no way she could know," Guo Shuhai, exuding a sense of calm confidence, remarked. "However, this woman indeed possesses remarkable audacity. Previously, she was willing to risk losing major clients just to forcibly remove our personnel from the position of marketing director. At that time, I was curious about her backup plan. It turns out she has set her sights on the colossal entity of Han Yuan. Father, if she secures a deal with Han Yuan, it would be more than sufficient to compensate for the loss of those clients." Guo Peng expressed his deep concern. "Rest assured, Han Yuan is not easily swayed," Guo Shuhai replied with a self-assured smile. "Moreover, as far as I know, the young master of Han Yuan is quite the playboy. Unless Tang Yun willingly offers herself, this collaboration will not come to fruition so easily." You think Tang Yun is that kind of person?" Guo Peng shook his head, fully aware of the woman's character, having pursued her for quite some time. Punger, keep your vision long dash term. As long as our plan succeeds, the entire Joa group will be ours. Therefore, we need not overly concern ourselves with these matters at present. Not only is it improbable to secure Hong Yuan, but even if we did, it would not happen overnight. By then, the larger picture would have already been determined, of course. We should still make a show of things. It could serve as a smokescreen to bewilder Lu Ruoxi. Guo Peng nodded solemnly, determined that when the day arrived, he would make that woman, Tang Yun, kneel before him and sing his praises. He looked forward to the day when she would no longer hold her head high in his presence. Approximately 20 minutes later, Xiao Tian and Tang Yun arrived at the Hanyuan building. Indeed, the building was impressively grand, even more so than the Jialua building. "Let us go in," Tang Yun said, taking a deep breath as she glanced at the structure. Chapter 10. Unique advantages upon entering the reception area of the Hanyuan building. Tang Yun stated her purpose, and the receptionist promptly replied, "Director Tang, young Master Luo is already waiting for you in his office." Tang Yun nodded and led Xiao Tian to the elevator, where they ascended. That moment, she felt a wave of anxiety, as she had heard much about the young master with whom she was to meet today, who was said to be a quintessential playboy. Many companies, in a bid to secure orders from Hanyuan or establish collaborations, would specifically send their most attractive employees for networking. Tang Yun, acutely aware of her own allure, felt even more unsettled. However, the partnership with Hanyuan was crucial for the development of the group, and she could not afford to abstain from this opportunity. It was imperative that this collaboration be secured. She had brought Xiao Tian along for reassurance, as having a man by her side felt far more secure. Unbeknownst to them, the elevator reached the 16th floor, and they quickly located young Master Luo's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Please come in," a voice called out, and upon entering, Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Luxury. This was her first impression. This was no mere office. It resembled a palace. Behind a elongated desk sat a young man who stood up the moment she entered. His gaze seemingly fixated on her. This appearance, this figure. Luo Su's eyes widened, for it was said that the Jialua group was home to many beauties, and this assertion was evidently true. The woman before him was undoubtedly a goddess. With merely a light touch of makeup, she rivaled even the biggest celebrities. His gaze resembled that of a hunter fixated on its prey, which unsettled Tang Yun and intensified her anxiety. Nevertheless, maintaining her professional demeanor, she smiled and said, "Young Master Luo, I am Tang Yun, the director of Jialua Group, and I have an appointment. So you are Director Tang? Please have a seat," Luo Su replied warmly as he moved from behind the desk. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was completely overlooked. Tang Yun settled onto a nearby sofa, and Luo Su took a seat opposite her. "Young Master Luo, this is the collaboration proposal we have meticulously prepared. Please take a look." She produced a thick stack of documents from her briefcase those familiar with me know that documents tend to overwhelm me, Luo Su said, placing the files aside. "That's all right. I can summarize it for you," Tang Yun replied, maintaining her polite smile, unfazed. "Very well. I am all ears," Luo Su said, reclining casually on the sofa, yet his gaze remained glued to Tang Yun, incessantly appraising her from head to toe. Although Tang Yun found his gaze distasteful, she suppressed her feelings upon hearing his willingness to listen to her presentation. "This document thoroughly considers the strengths of both our groups." "Hold on," Luo Su interrupted her. His attention finally shifted from Tang Yun to Xiao Tian, who was standing nearby. "Director Tang, who is this?" "Oh, my apologies for neglecting to introduce him. This is an employee of our group," Tang Yun promptly replied. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Luo Su's face. "Director Tang, this document is confidential, is it not? Can an ordinary employee also listen in?" He scrutinized Xiao Tian's attire, deeming him unworthy of being part of such a high-level discussion. Tang Yun recognized that she had indeed been somewhat remiss. Xiao Tian should not have been present in this setting. Yet, she had brought him along out of concern. Since Luo Su had now raised the issue, she could no longer feign ignorance. "I apologize. Young Master Luo, that was indeed my oversight." She then turned to Xiao Tian. "You can step outside and wait for me to that moment." Another man entered, his eyes darting around. "Please take this gentleman to the adjacent lounge. And remember to treat him well," Luo Su instructed with a meaningful tone. "Rest assured, Young master, I will ensure he is well taken care of. The man, a sycophant of Luo Su, replied with a servile grin. Xiao Tian nodded, casting a knowing glance at Luo Su before following the man out. The sycophant led Xiao Tian to a lounge situated several dozen meters away, though the sycophant was overly attentive. Xiao Tian paid him no mind as he lit a cigarette. The sycophant thought to himself, if it weren't for young master's orders, you wouldn't be worthy of my attention. Meanwhile, after Xiao Tian's departure, only Luo Su and Tang Yun remained in the expansive office. Tang Yun felt her nerves heighten, but endeavored to maintain her composure. Young Master Luo, may I now continue to present the collaboration plan? Luo Su extended a hand, halting her. Director Tang, you must understand that many companies and groups wish to collaborate with Hong Yuan. Give me one compelling reason why I should choose you. Young Master, I believe the terms we are offering are exceedingly generous. And once we collaborate, it will undoubtedly maximize the interests of both our groups. Tang Yun asserted confidently, do you think I care about that? Luo Su shrugged dismissively. I could see his words. Tang Yun found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Luo Su might not prioritize such benefits. For someone from Jiangcheng, his stature and that of Han Yuan were not necessarily paramount. However, the figure behind Luo Su was not to be underestimated. His father, Luo Yongho, was the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng. With such influence, a mere stamp of his foot could send tremors throughout the city. Under normal circumstances, how many could claim the privilege of conversing directly with someone of such prominence? Consequently, many resorted to indirect methods, first establishing a relationship with Luo Su, despite his being a typical second-generation heir. While Lu Ruoxi and Tang Yun were drawn to the compatibility of Hong Yuan's current business with that of Jialuo, they were not devoid of similar motives. This was, after all, a commonplace strategy in the business world. However, compared to other companies, Jialuo Group possesses unique advantages. Luo Su remarked casually. What advantages? Tang Yun inquired eagerly, curiosity piqued. Simply put, other companies do not have a stunning director like you. Luo Su remarked with a playful smile. His gaze roamed Tang Yun's figure with unabashed intensity, as though he wished to consume her whole. Chapter 11. Unbelievable Youth Master Luo. I represent Jialuo Group, and I hope you can exhibit more respect, Tang Yun exclaimed in panic, as her greatest fear had begun to materialize. Respect, respect. I have always been respectful towards beautiful women. Luo Su said, spreading his arms. Let me be clear, to gain an opportunity for collaboration, one must be willing to offer something in return. As for what that might be, Director Tang, you are clever enough not to require elaboration. Dream on. Tang Yun stood, prepared to leave. While she yearned for this opportunity, she would never compromise her integrity. However, as she opened the door, she was taken aback to find two burly men, resembling bodyguards, waiting at the threshold. Their muscular frames indicated that they were not to be trifled with. Certainly, even an ordinary man remains an insurmountable mountain for Tang Yun. Mr. Luo, what do you mean? Tang Yun turned and inquired. It's quite simple. The women I, Luo Su, have set my sights on have never escaped my grasp. At that moment, Luo Su revealed his true nature, regarding the frightened Tang Yun as if she were a mere timid rabbit. Director Tang, I advise you to recognize the situation. If you obediently comply, I will sign this cooperation agreement. Luo Su rose, stating, We both have our needs, do we not? Mr. Luo, I fear you have misjudged the situation. If this is the basis for cooperation, our Jialuo Group would rather forego it. Tang Yun declared resolutely. She had now realized the precariousness of her situation. Initially, she thought that despite Luo Su's playboy demeanor, he would not dare to act recklessly in broad daylight. However, she had forgotten that she was on his territory. Suddenly, she recalled that in the elevator, Xiao Tian had advised her to set him as her emergency contact. Did he foresee such a scenario? Yet, she had no time for contemplation now. She stealthily reached into her pocket and pressed a button. You truly are insufferable. Luo Su snapped coldly, signaling to the two burly men at the door, who immediately entered to seize Tang Yun. Let me go. Tang Yun struggled violently, but it was futile. She was forcibly taken inside by the two bodyguards that I warn you, don't come any closer, with a sinister grin. Luo Su stepped forward and ripped apart Tang Yun's blouse, An expanse of fair skin was exposed to the air, a sight that left Luo Su breathless with excitement as he forcefully pushed her onto the sofa. Just as he prepared to pounce, the office door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. The noise startled Luo Su, and upon turning, he saw it was the ordinary employee who had accompanied Tang Yun. He cursed his useless lackey internally for failing to restrain even one person. "Xiao Tian, save me." Upon seeing Xiao Tian arrive, Tang Yun cried out for help. Despite her lingering resentment towards him from earlier events, his presence felt like that of a savior in this moment. "Save you? With this kid?" Luo Su laughed dismissively. His two bodyguards, ever perceptive, understood that their master was engaged in something significant and could not allow this intruder to ruin the mood. Thus, they advanced to deal with the clueless interloper. However, before they could approach, Xiao Tian had already taken the initiative. Seeing this young man daring to confront them head-on, disdain flickered across the faces of the two burly men. They were fully confident in their abilities. Otherwise, they would not serve as bodyguards for a wealthy heir like Luo Su. They believed they could easily overpower this scrawny youth. Yet the next moment, their perceptions changed. Unexpectedly, the young man slipped past their coordinated assault. Then, with swift precision, he struck both of their backs simultaneously. What appeared to be a gentle touch shattered their internal organs, as if they had been crushed. The two burly men collapsed to the ground, groaning like defeated dogs. Luo Su was left dumbfounded. He was all too aware of his bodyguard's prowess. How could they be so easily subdued? "What are you doing?" Luo Su felt an inexplicable fear as he watched Xiao Tian approach step by step. With a resounding thud, Xiao Tian ignored him and delivered a powerful kick. Luo Su's body was propelled against the wall. Producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the expansive office, he slowly slid down, feeling as if his bones were disintegrating, utterly unable to rise. "Xiao Tian, let us hurry and leave," Tang Yun urged, pulling at him. "Leave? Is it that simple?" Just then, a sinister voice echoed. The previous lackey reappeared, his face marked with clear fingerprints, unmistakably left by Xiao Tian. Following him were 6 or 7 others, all of whom were also bodyguard for Luo Su. As the son of the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, Luo Su naturally had more than just a couple of bodyguards. "Quick, take this kid down." Upon seeing the reinforcements, Luo Su's eyes ignited with fervor. If he could handle 2, what about 6 or 7? His rage now surpassed his desire for Tang Yun. After all, he had never felt so humiliated before. He was determined to make this young man suffer to relieve his pent-up anger. The bodyguards, responding to Luo Su's command, charged forward with ferocity, akin to tigers descending a mountain. Tang Yun had never witnessed such a display and turned pale with fear. However, a glimmer of disdain flickered in Xiao Tian's eyes. It must be said that Luo Su's bodyguards were indeed formidable, even surpassing some elite special forces. Yet to Xiao Tian, they remained insufficient. He deftly maneuvered through the bodyguards, who were taken aback by this young man's audacity. To them, it was akin to courting death. The baton swung high, aimed at Xiao Tian. But then, something bizarre occurred. All those batons struck nothing but air, not a single one landing on a young man. It was astonishing, considering he was surrounded. This seemed almost supernatural to them. In their moment of confusion, 2 dull thuds sounded as 2 companions collapsed. The others, alarmed, attempted to strike back, but before they could, a leg swept through, sending them flying. They had never anticipated that a single leg could unleash such immense force. At that moment, Luo Su was utterly stunned. How could this ordinary employee possess such strength? "I warn you, do not act recklessly." As Xiao Tian advanced towards him, Luo Su was engulfed in sheer terror. Although there was an alarm device within arm's reach, which could summon dozens of security guards, he hesitated. He understood that those guards could not match the skill of his bodyguards, who had already failed to gain the upper hand against this intruder. "Xiao Tian, enough." At this juncture, Tang Yun stepped forward, saying, "This Mr. Luo is not to be trifled with. His father is the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, Luo Yongho, a figure of immense influence." Tang Yun was concerned that Xiao Tian might act impulsively and truly harm Luo Su, which would lead to catastrophic consequences. "The wealthiest man in Jiangcheng," Xiao Tian replied, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luo Su had such a background, which explained his previous arrogance. Kid, if you kneel down and kowtow a few times, I might just forgive you, Luo Su boasted, believing that his father's influence would intimidate others in Jiangqing. However, he never expected to be humiliated by a penniless youth today. Xiao Tian cast a casual glance at him, saying, "You think being the son of a tycoon makes you untouchable?" Hearing this, not only was Luo Su bewildered, but his bodyguards were equally stunned. What did this young man mean? He knew about their master's background, yet dared to act. Yet the next words from Xiao Tian truly left them flabbergasted. In that case, I'll grant your wish. Call your father that a failure to educate is the father's fault, since he has not raised you well. I shall teach you a lesson in front of him. The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell silent. This young man, upon learning of Luo Su's identity, not only showed no fear, but actually demanded that he summon his father. Luo Yongho, to witness the chastisement of his own son. Was he insane? Not even Jiangqing's 3 major families would dare to make such a statement. Are you certain? Luo Su could hardly believe his ears. You have 20 minutes. Beyond that, you will bear the consequences, Xiao Tian stated calmly. Although Luo Su thought this individual must be out of his mind, he did not hesitate to pull out his phone and dial. After a brief conversation, he hung up, thinking, just wait. You will regret this. Tang Yun regarded Xiao Tian with confusion, unable to fathom his intentions. Under normal circumstances, no sane person would behave as he was now, unless he were mad. Yet, he did not strike her as a madman. At that moment, she was filled with anxiety and dread. Renowned names carry weight. Who in Jiangqing was unaware of Luo Yongho's reputation? Not only had he harmed the son of a powerful figure, but he also intended to summon the man himself for further reprimand. This was something no one could tolerate, especially not someone of Luo Yongho's stature. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian remained unfazed, leisurely sitting on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, exuding an air of nonchalance. As he observed the situation, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Luo Su's eyes. Let you be reckless. I shall see how long you can maintain this bravado. Once my father arrives, it will be the end for this brat. Before long, approximately a little over 10 minutes had passed, when the sound of footsteps echoed. At the center of the group was a middle-aged man, his square face accentuated by a short beard, exuding an air of authority. He was none other than Luo Yongho, the wealthiest man in Jiangqing. At that moment, his countenance was grim, and all the high-ranking executives of Honyuan Group trailing behind him trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. Upon hearing that Luo Yongho had arrived, they hastily followed, but he paid them no heed, making a beeline for his son's office. Upon entering the lavishly decorated office and witnessing the bodyguards sprawled on the floor in disarray, everyone was taken aback. Their shock intensified when they spotted Luo Su among them, causing their breaths to halt in terror. They finally comprehended the reason behind Luo Yongho's dark expression. His son had been assaulted. How could he possibly look pleased? But in Jiangqing, who possesses such audacity? Who dares to show themselves? Luo Yongho barked coldly. Dad, it's this scoundrel. Upon seeing his father arrive, Luo Su felt a surge of strength. Struggling to rise and pointing at Xiao Tian, who lounged on the sofa, Luo Yongho followed the direction of his son's finger, and upon seeing the young man, he trembled violently. You are, however, at that moment, a piercing gaze shot toward him, prompting Luo Yongho to clamp his mouth shut. Director Tang, I need to have a private discussion with Director Luo. Please wait for me downstairs. Xiao Tian spoke softly. But Tang Yun was naturally concerned about leaving, especially given that the wrath of Luo Yongho was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. Moreover, today's incident stemmed from her actions. It would be unreasonable to depart now, both morally and ethically. At that point, Luo Yongho spoke up, and his words astonished everyone present. A mere minor altercation. It can be resolved with a discussion, while anyone else might have uttered such a statement without raising an eyebrow. It was utterly inconceivable coming from Luo Yongho. After all, this was his own son. Even Luo Su was left dumbfounded. What nonsensical words was his father uttering? This was entirely different from the scenario he had envisioned. Logically, shouldn't he be giving this fellow a thorough beating, compelling him to bow and apologize? Yet Luo Yongho disregarded his son's protests and regarded Tang Yun with a warm expression. Since a figure of Luo Yongho's stature had spoken, Tang Yun had no choice but to exit downstairs. After her departure, the office door was closed once more to tea that instant. A scene unfolded that left everyone's eyes wide in disbelief. Luo Yongho suddenly knelt with a thud. Benefactor, the sight rendered everyone in the room as motionless as statues. This was Luo Yongho, a true titan in Jiangqing. How could he kneel before this young man? Especially under the circumstance of his own son being assaulted. Dad, have you lost your mind? It was this scoundrel who assaulted me. Luo Su roared in indignation, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. Unfilial son, silence, Luo Yongho bellowed, seizing a nearby ashtray and hurling it forward. The impact was genuine. The ashtray struck Luo Su's forehead, causing blood to spurt forth. This action left everyone in a daze. Chapter 13. So, it was you. Do you recognize me? Xiao Tian inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. 3 years ago, in Country X, Luo Yongho exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. 3 years prior, he had traveled abroad to negotiate a collaboration project, only to find himself kidnapped. This organization's primary source of income was the abduction of wealthy individuals. For these affluent individuals, paying a ransom to secure their release was preferable. Their fear lay in the possibility of being killed even after payment. This was not mere paranoia. It was a very real likelihood that in that moment, several individuals descended from above. Faced with hundreds of armed thugs, these few individuals swept through them as if they were nothing, leaving the gangsters powerless, like ants before giants. That moment, they seemed like deities of death descending from the underworld. For those like Luo Yongho, the kidnapped victims, they appeared as saviors. It was then that Luo Yongho first learned of the existence of the dark underworld and heard the name of the Shura Temple. Upon returning, he diligently gathered information from various sources, particularly regarding the Shura Temple, a name that struck terror in the hearts of those in the Western Dark World. Since its founding 5 years prior, it had skyrocketed to legendary status, annihilating countless renowned factions, and this young man before him was the architect of it all. Had it not been for the reverence with which those individuals referred to him as the Temple Master, he would have found it hard to believe. Oh, it was you, Xiao Tian remarked, recalling Luo Yongho's words with a smile, that I had intended to educate your son in your presence, but now I find myself somewhat reluctant to take action. With a sigh, Luo Yongho admitted, it is indeed my fault for being too engrossed in my affairs, neglecting to discipline him, allowing this unfilial son to become unruly. You should understand, had it not been for our connection 3 years ago, today you would have been mourning your son, Xiao Tian remarked meaningfully. Yes, yes. Luo Yongho nodded vigorously, fully aware that the other man spoke the truth, despite being the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng in this person's eyes. He was no different from an insignificant insect. However, his words sent ripples of shock through the others present. They couldn't help but wonder who this young man was to instill such fear in Luo Yongho, compelling him to utter the words that he would be mourning his son. It was utterly astonishing. Rest assured, I guarantee that this unfilial son will receive the punishment he deserves, Luo Yongho proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Rise, Xiao Tan gestured slightly. Only then did Luo Yongho push himself up, realizing that his back was already drenched in sweat. Well, since matters here have concluded, I shall take my leave. The benefactor, not call me benefactor. It sounds rather awkward. Just address me as Xiao Tian. Then I shall call you Mr. Xiao, Luo Yongho replied, handing over a business card. Since you have arrived in Jiangcheng, please do not hesitate to summon me should you require anything. Xiao Tian glanced at him, nodded slightly, and accepted the card. Seeing this, Luo Yongho finally breathed a sigh of relief. Allow me to escort you. There's no need. Xiao Tian waved his hand and departed directly. Luo Su had never before witnessed such a gaze from his father, and unease began to creep in. Break this unfilial son's legs, Luo Yongho commanded coldly, as soon as the words left his lips. Everyone was left in shock. This was his own flesh and blood. Dad. Luo Su hastily pleaded for mercy, recognizing that his father was not jesting. However, Luo Yongho merely turned to his two subordinates. Why are you still hesitating? Do you wish for me to intervene personally? Upon hearing this, what choice did the two men have? Show no mercy. Otherwise, get out. At this command, the two subordinates felt a shiver run down their spines, no longer daring to hesitate. A moment later, the office was filled with the heart-wrenching sounds of anguish. The onlookers were struck by the sheer brutality, unable to bear witness. Yet Luo Yongho remained expressionless. For to him, this was a means of saving his son. Xiao Tian, you finally emerged. Upon seeing Xiao Tian exit, Tang Yun rushed over, her anxiety palpable. She examined him closely, checking for any signs of injury. And only when she confirmed he was unharmed did she exhale in relief. Didn't he harm you? Tang Yun inquired curiously. Didn't they say? It was merely a minor altercation. Easily resolved, Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Such good fortune. Tang Yun regarded him with skepticism. Luo Yongho was a man whose every footstep sent tremors through Jiangqing. How could he easily let go of someone who had assaulted his son? What good fortune! Today this incident was instigated by that scoundrel son of his. He was not someone who would overlook such matters. Xiao Tian, not wishing to prolong this discussion, shifted the topic. You didn't leave? Rest assured, someone from Hanyuan will come to discuss collaboration with you, Xiao Tian said with a slight smile. Noting her disbelief, Xiao Tian chose not to press further. Soon enough, the truth would reveal itself. Although he had not explicitly mentioned the details of their collaboration, it was undoubted that Luo Yongho would understand what needed to be done upon learning the situation. The two of them hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed towards Jiao Group. On the ride, as she gazed at Xiao Tian's chiseled features, Tang Yun felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Had it not been for this man today, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. The events at Hanyuan Tower were merely a minor episode in his life. His foremost concern at present remains the protection of Lu Ruoxi's safety. However, he finds himself perplexed by the enigma of what this young lady has concocted that has drawn such persistent attention from those with ulterior motives. It seems imperative to seek clarity from her, ensuring he possesses a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Chapter 14. A setback in the CEO's office, Tang Yun reported the morning's events to Lu Ruoxi. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Lu. I failed to manage this matter appropriately, Tang Yun expressed with a hint of remorse, fully aware of the critical importance this incident held for the future strategies of Jiao Group. Lu Ruoxi shook her head in response, saying, I am the one who should apologize. Thank goodness you are unharmed, or I would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. She had heard of Luo Su's questionable character, but had not anticipated his audacity to act so brazenly in broad daylight. Miss Lu, here are 2 or 3 alternative options I have compiled for your review, Tang Yun said, handing over a document detailing the profiles of the potential companies. Lu Ruoxi glanced at it and nodded. We can consider making contact. Excellent. I shall reach out today and arrange discussions, Tang Yun replied. Just then, her phone rang. Noticing the unfamiliar number, she was about to decline the call when Lu Ruoxi interjected. You should answer it. After a brief conversation, Tang Yun hung up, her face a mixture of confusion and astonishment as she looked at Lu Ruoxi. What happened, Director Tang? Lu Ruoxi inquired, noticing her colleague's bewilderment. It was a call from Luo Yongho that he mentioned that a representative would be coming this afternoon to discuss a potential partnership with Jiao Group, Tang Yun stammered. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxi was equally taken aback. Her immediate instinct was that this development defied all logic. Under normal circumstances after the events of today, how could there still be an opportunity for collaboration? Moreover, why would Luo Yongho himself make the call? Truth be told, while this matter was of utmost significance to Jiao Group, it likely held little weight in Luo Yongho's eyes. Even Jiao was merely one of many ventures in his expansive portfolio. This perplexity mirrored Tang Yun's own confusion, and she recalled several odd occurrences from earlier. For instance, Luo Yongho's sudden shift from fury to amiability, or the warm words he had shared with her. Not to mention, Xiao Tian had emerged unscathed. Everything seemed illogical. If there were one premise that could explain these events, it would be that Xiao Tian and Luo Yongho shared some prior acquaintance or connection. Yet, the moment that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed at point one was the wealthiest man in Jiangqing, while the other was merely an ordinary security guard at Jiao Group. Such a disparity in status was insurmountable. Director Tang, since the other party has expressed a willingness to collaborate, you should prepare diligently and strive to facilitate a partnership this afternoon, Lu Ruashi suggested, despite her own reservations. After all, it was ultimately a favorable development. Was it not? Rest assured, Miss Lu, Tang Yun replied before departing Lu Ruashi's office. Before long, lunchtime arrived. Xiao Tian was on his way to the company cafeteria when an unfamiliar individual appeared before him. Someone wishes to see you. Who wants to see me? Xiao Tian asked. Intrigued, you'll find out when you get there, the stranger replied, turning away. Xiao Tian smirked at the man's back, recognizing the deliberate attempt to lure him. Undeterred, he followed. Moments later, he found himself in a nearby alley. I didn't expect you to actually come, the stranger said, turning around with a knowing smile. What do you mean? Xiao Tian feigned ignorance that you'll understand soon enough. As the words left his lips, several figures appeared at both ends of the alley, each wielding a sharp machete. Their menacing demeanor indicated they were not to be trifled with. Gentlemen, I believe we are unfamiliar with one another, Xiao Tian said, spreading his arms in a gesture of nonchalance. Unfamiliar indeed, and we hold no grievances with you. One of the thugs replied. At that moment, a shaven-headed man stepped forward, declaring, we are merely here to collect on a debt. Understanding dawned on Xiao Tian. It was Guopeng.ic. So it's you, he remarked coolly. In Jiangsheng, he had only crossed paths with two individuals, Guopeng and Luo Su. He was confident that Luo Su was likely incapacitated at this moment, making retaliation impossible. Therefore, Guopeng was the only plausible culprit behind this ambush. Who it is matters little. Just know that today you will pay for your words and actions, the shaven-headed man declared coldly. With a wave of his hand, the thugs surged forward, brandishing their machetes. In response, Xiao Tian sprang into action, using the wall to propel himself upwards, his feet landing deftly on the shoulders of those nearest him. Each thug he stepped on crumpled to the ground, clutching their shoulders in agony. It was evident that their shoulders were severely dislocated. Fortunately, Xiao Tian had refrained from stepping on their heads, or the consequences would have been dire. In the blink of an eye, those in the front lay defeated, while the ones in the back were advancing. They were all left in shock. What kind of sorcery was this? He leaped over his comrades, and they all fell. A wave of fear washed over them. Quick, attack him, the leader shouted. However, before they could react, Xiao Tian had already initiated his assault. Him. They were akin to playthings. They couldn't even hope to evade him. Within mere moments, all of them lay sprawled on the ground. Who are you? The leader's voice trembled, his legs threatening to give way beneath him. You do not have the privilege to know who I am. Should there be a next time, it will not be so easy, Xiao Tian replied with indifference. What? A failure? Guopeng exclaimed upon receiving the call, utterly bemused. Lei Yi, did you only send a few small fry? I paid $1 million for this. Don't spout nonsense. I dispatched one of my 4 strongest subordinates, along with over 10 capable hands. A gruff voice responded from the other end. Guopeng was left even more bewildered. He was well aware of Lei Ye's 4 top subordinates, each of whom was ruthless and merciless. With over 10 capable men at their disposal, how could they possibly fail to subdue that young man? Right now, all 10 of my men are in the hospital. I swear if you don't add another 200,000 for medical expenses, this matter will not conclude. Lei Yi, adding 200,000 is acceptable. But you must fulfill the promise you made. After a moment of silence, the voice replied, this young man is too troublesome. If you want this done, you'll need to add another 10 million. 10 million? That's outrageous. Guopeng grimaced at the thought. Consider it carefully. If it weren't for your father's influence, I wouldn't even consider taking on this task for 10 million. Fine. 10 million it is. Guopeng thought about the impending success of his plan. Realizing that 10 million was not an insurmountable expense for him, he gritted his teeth in agreement. The most pressing matter was that the young man had to be dealt with. His anger could not be extinguished otherwise. Splendid. Within 3 days, you shall have a satisfactory answer. The call ended abruptly after those words were spoken. Chapter 15. Too young that afternoon, Luo Yongho's private representative arrived at Jialhua Group to discuss the collaboration project. Tang Yun had prepared thoroughly. She spoke for a full hour without interruption or skepticism from the other party. Once she concluded, the representative expressed complete agreement with her proposal. This left Tang Yun in a state of disbelief. as some of her conditions had been designed with flexibility in mind, anticipating negotiations. Yet, she had not expected such an unhesitating agreement. Had it not been for Luo Yongho's prior call and the representative's possession of an authorization letter, she might have suspected a scam. The entire process had transpired in a manner that exceeded Tang Yun's expectations, rendering her meticulous planning and rehearsals utterly obsolete. It felt as though the representative hadn't come to negotiate, but merely to sign. In truth, this was precisely the case, for Luo Yongho had instructed him to agree without question. Even after the representative departed, Tang Yun remained in a daze for half an hour, grappling with a strong sense of unreality. Once she regained her composure, she hastily went to share the joyous news with Lu Ruashi. Suddenly, his antiquated phone rang, and upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number. Mr. Xiao, I wanted to inform you that I have sent someone to discuss cooperation with Jialua Group, and both parties have reached a preliminary agreement. The voice on the other end belonged to Luo Yongho. As for the specifics, you both can manage accordingly. Xiao Tian casually remarked that, in truth, Luo Yongho's actions were well within his expectations. Mr. Xiao, may I be so bold as to inquire if you share any special relationship with the Jialua Group? Luo Yongho asked, somewhat apprehensive, aware that the matters concerning the other party were not his to probe lightly. There are indeed some connections. What prompts your inquiry? Xiao Tian responded. The thing is, I've heard some significant news regarding the Jialua Group. Luo Yongho replied. Would you be available this evening? Perhaps I could treat you to a modest meal. Let's forego dinner. Xiao Tian contemplated for a moment before saying, I happen to have some free time now. Let us meet. Very well. I shall find a tea house and send you the address shortly. Luo Yongho said, having extended the invitation with the intention of fostering a connection, for there are many matters that cannot be discussed over the phone. Although the dinner invitation was declined, Xiao Tian's agreement to meet was already a source of satisfaction for him. Xiao Tian understood this as well, yet he was curious about the news that Luo Yongho had mentioned at tea that moment. An address pinged onto his phone. Glancing at it, Xiao Tian noted that it was a tea house not too far from the Jialua Group. Thus he hopped onto his little electric scooter and made his way there. The Yunding Tea House, with a name so refined, promised an elegant atmosphere. Xiao Tian parked his scooter and approached the entrance. He was immediately halted by two guards stationed there. What do you want? One guard barked coldly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, having observed the young man arriving on a dilapidated electric vehicle. Do you even have the qualifications to enter this establishment? I am here to see someone, Xiao Tian stated plainly. See someone? And who might that be? The guard who had spoken earlier shot him a skeptical glance. Do you know who frequents this place? Would they even recognize you? Young man, do enlighten us. Who are you looking for? Asked the older guard beside him. Luo Yongho. The rich Luo? Upon hearing the name, the first guard erupted into laughter. Kid, you must be joking. Do you honestly believe that the rich Luo would know you? What do you think you are? At this remark, Xiao Tian's expression darkened immediately, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The temperature dropping several degrees in an instant. The two guards felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies stiffening at once. There's no point in arguing with mere guards. Xiao Tian mused inwardly, retracting the aura he had exuded. Only then did the guards find their breath returning. Just as Xiao Tian was about to call Luo Yongho, the older guard spoke up. You must be Mr. Xiao, correct? Xiao Tian nodded, and the older guard promptly gestured, Please, do come in. Director Luo is already awaiting your arrival. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian stepped inside, while the younger guard was about to voice something but was restrained by the older one. This guy has to be a fraud. How could he possibly know the rich Luo? The younger guard grumbled indignantly. You really lack insight, the older guard sighed, shaking his head. What do you mean? Could he really be a guest of the rich Luo? If not, how would he know that the rich Luo is here? The rich Luo doesn't come here often, the older guard replied. Moreover, did you hear how he addressed the rich Luo? He called it by name. How many people in Jiangcheng would dare do that? That's not certain. He might have just seen the rich Luo's car outside. After all, there are plenty in Jiangcheng who recognize the rich Luo's vehicle. And he could be trying to bluff us. The younger guard continued to doubt. You are still too young. Don't judge a person solely on outward appearances. That young man exuded an overwhelming presence. He is undoubtedly remarkable. the older guard asserted sagely as they stood at the entrance of a Yunding tea house. Within an upscale private room, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman was elegantly brewing tea. Every gesture she made exuded grace and beauty. Opposite her sat a man in his 30s, appearing quite mature, yet his expression bore hints of irritation. "By Susu, what exactly do you mean by this?" he inquired. "Is my meaning not clear enough?" By Susu replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Do you think that by coming to Jiangcheng, this matter can simply be brushed aside?" The man across from her scoffed. "Surely you aren't that naive. You think that just because you made a special trip from the capital, I would change my mind?" By Susu remained unflustered. "This is not just your affair. It concerns two families." The man lowered his voice, almost in a growl. "Enough of this talk. I've heard enough," By Susu interjected, her brow furrowing slightly, her patience waning. Just then, a figure passed by the entrance. The private room was fitted with special glass, rendering it opaque from the outside, yet allowing visibility from within. How could he be here? By Susu thought to herself in surprise. "I see a familiar face." "Excuse me for a moment," she said, rising without giving the man a chance to respond, and swiftly made her way out. Chapter 16. Business maneuvers. As By Susu stepped outside, she spotted Xiao Tian standing at the entrance of a nearby private room, where a middle-aged man had just emerged. The moment the middle-aged man caught sight of Xiao Tian, he immediately bowed respectfully and gestured for him to enter. As the man turned to step inside, By Susu caught a glimpse of his face and was struck with a jolt, for she recognized him as Jiangqing's wealthiest individual, Luo Yongho, while the earlier encounter with Lu Zhenhai had been a mere shock. This revelation was monumental. Here was Luo Yongho, a true titan, demonstrating more humility in front of Xiao Tian than Lu Zhenhai had. Who exactly was Xiao Tian? By Susu had initially intended to greet him, but after a moment's contemplation, decided against it. "Did you encounter a familiar face?" The man who had been seated with her emerged, eyeing her curiously. "No, I must have been mistaken," By Susu replied, shaking her head. The man paid little mind to her response, turning coldly to leave. By Susu watched his retreating figure, a quiet sigh escaping her lips, her expression tinged with solitude, before she too departed. Meanwhile, in the private room occupied by Xiao Tian and Luo Yongho, the latter was warmly pouring tea for Xiao Tian. "Mr. Xiao, the tea here is quite special. Do give it a taste." Xiao Tian took a gentle sip and smiled slightly. "It is refreshingly sweet, leaving a lingering fragrance." "Indeed, it is delightful." Mr. Xiao, I have learned of the events from this morning. My wayward son has truly embarrassed me. I have instructed someone to break both of his legs, so he can reflect on his actions. Luo Yongho expressed, filled with remorse. "If he weren't my only son, I might have been tempted to end his life. That matter is behind us now." Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Luo Yongho felt a heavy burden lift from his heart. By the way, you mentioned something about the Jialua group?" Xiao Tian inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," Luo Yongho replied gravely. For him, this matter had initially seemed unrelated. But now, due to Xiao Tian's involvement, it resurfaced in his mind. "Yes, that's so," Xiao Tian responded, slightly surprised. He was well aware of the nature of the Jialua group, a publicly traded entity, though Lu Zhenhai and his daughter Lu Ruoxi held the largest shares. Their combined holdings did not amount to a controlling interest. This was a common scenario in publicly traded companies, with larger stakes often held by investment institutions and the secondary market. The current distribution of shares for the Jialua group was as follows. Lu Ruoxi and her father held just over 30%. Investment institutions held around 30%, several major board members held over 10%, and the secondary market accounted for nearly 20%. Mr. Xiao, based on my experience, it is highly likely that someone is attempting to target the Jialua group. If things go awry, ownership could very well change hands, Luo Yongho observed, looking intently at Xiao Tian. Moreover, the shareholders' meeting for the Jialua group is fast approaching. I suspect that this unscrupulous individual aims to make a move against Lu Zhenyuan and his daughter during the meeting. Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. Finding this consistent with his own thoughts, the individual behind the scenes had done an admirable job of keeping things under wraps. As of now, the father and daughter likely remained oblivious to the brewing storm. Were it not for his chance encounter with Luo Su today, and the fact that Luo Yongho recognized his identity, and that he had dined with a friend from the investment banking sector a few days prior, it was likely that the father and daughter would remain unaware of their impending betrayal. Fate indeed had a hand in this. By the way, do you know which investment institutions hold shares in the Jialua Group? It seems that Luo Yongho had anticipated Xiao Tian's inquiry long before he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "Mr. Xiao, I have conducted a thorough investigation, and these 5 institutions are the main ones." Xiao Tian accepted it and tucked it into his pocket, smiling slightly as he remarked, "I have duly noted this matter." "You flatter me, Mr. Xiao. It was merely a small effort on my part," Luo Yongho quickly replied. The two engaged in a brief conversation before exiting. Upon witnessing Luo Yongho dutifully following closely beside Xiao Tian, the 2 guards at the entrance widened their eyes in astonishment. The younger guard, in particular, looked as if he might burst into tears, pondering to himself, with such an impressive status, why is he dressed so shabbily and riding an electric scooter? Is he jesting? At that moment, he feared that any slight remark from Xiao Tian could result in his immediate dismissal. However, Xiao Tian had long since forgotten about the previous events. That "Mr. Xiao, may I have the driver take you?" Luo Yongho offered upon their exit. "No need. I have my own vehicle," Xiao Tian replied with a smile, gesturing toward a dilapidated electric scooter in the corner. "All right, I shall take my leave now." He proceeded to mount the scooter and swiftly rode away. Luo Yongho could only shake his head in exasperation, contemplating how truly inscrutable the thoughts of such influential figures could be. Meanwhile, Lu Ruashi's message arrived, instructing him to wait at the intersection from that morning. In truth, Lu Ruashi felt it was an unnecessary endeavor. She acknowledged that there were individuals attempting to steal the commercial secrets of Jialua Group, but she was skeptical about any threats to her personal safety. She believed that, in today's rule of law society, the nature of the 2 situations was fundamentally different. Nevertheless, her father had insisted that she must be accompanied by him on her journey. Otherwise, she would be prohibited from returning to the group. Consequently, she had no choice but to reluctantly commute to and from work with that insufferable individual. Xiao Tian arrived shortly, plopping down beside her. Throughout the ride, he made no effort to engage in conversation, while Lu Ruashi completely ignored him. Yet his thick skin rendered him unfazed, as he continued to converse cheerfully. "By the way, Lu, with your considerable wealth, why don't you hire a couple of housekeepers to assist with cleaning and cooking?" Xiao Tian inquired curiously. Lu Ruashi replied coolly, "I typically eat at the company or out, rarely at home, but yes, for cleaning. I have a part-time cleaner, so I don't require housekeepers." "Very well," Xiao Tian thought to himself, perceiving her as quite frugal. In reality, Lu Ruashi was not miserly. Rather, she simply disliked having others sharing her living space, disturbing her lifestyle. This was one of the reasons she had vehemently opposed her father's suggestion for Xiao Tian to move in. Of course, a more significant reason was her belief that he was not a good person. "However, since you have moved in now, all cleaning and cooking responsibilities will fall to you as part of your rent," Lu Ruashi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Although he was uncertain about her capabilities in household chores, he knew she could cook reasonably well. Without waiting for his reaction, Lu Ruashi ascended the stairs, her demeanor light and untroubled, as if she had never descended at all. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, wore a troubled expression, feeling less like a bodyguard and more like a house servant. As night fell, his antiquated phone suddenly rang. It was an encrypted number. "Xiao Ge, I've gathered the information you requested about those individuals and sent it to your email, along with their current locations." A melodious voice chimed on the other end. "Xiao Ge, can I come visit you in Huaxia?" The girl inquired playfully. "No," Xiao Tian exclaimed, startled. Although the girl was young, her identity was extremely sensitive. If her whereabouts were ever disclosed, it could spell danger for her. For she was a shadow, a near mythical figure in the realm of intelligence. With just a computer, she could provide any information one desired. "Xiao Ge, I'm so bored here," she pouted. In the Shura temple. Perhaps only she had the audacity to speak to Xiao Tian in such a manner. "You could play with the older brothers and sisters," he suggested. "They're no fun at all. The demon only plays with his knife. The greedy wolf trains newcomers all day and never smiles. And the butcher's laugh is scarier than his cry." Ever since you left, Sister Rose has gone berserk, recently leading a group to wipe out a mercenary organization. I don't dare provoke her. The only slightly entertaining one is Qianxing, but he is never around. Always chasing girls and off-gallivanting who knows where. She rambled on. Xiao Tian, listening to her, felt a headache coming on. Are you serious? He asked, and the girl perked up. When have I ever lied to you? Xiao Ge. All right, let us make a promise, he replied. By the way, don't disclose my exact address for now. Got it, she affirmed before hanging up. Xiao Tian shook his head, stowing his phone away as he exited the villa. The old man had entrusted him with the task of protecting this girl. He wondered what connection they might share. Nevertheless, having learned certain details, he would handle the situation himself in a high-end apartment in Jiangcheng. A middle-aged man with a considerable belly lay sprawled on a couch, while a naked woman sat atop him. This woman was a third-tier celebrity and also his mistress, Mr. Zhu. It's been ages since you last visited me. Is the old tiger at home, keeping a tight rein on you? She teased, swaying her body playfully. Little enchantress, I'm here now. The middle-aged man chuckled. Just then, a mocking voice cut through the air. Startled, the couple turned to see a man leaning against the doorframe, casually smoking a cigarette as he observed them. The woman screamed, quickly grabbing a sheet to cover herself, while the middle-aged man panicked. How did you get in here? I simply walked in, Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Now, please get dressed and join me for a serious discussion. Get out. I don't know you, and I have nothing to discuss. The middle-aged man retorted defiantly. Oh, really? Xiao Tian said, a playful smile spreading across his face. It seems Mr. Zhu would prefer if your wife were to come and have a chat with you. No, sir. Let us talk things over properly, Mr. Zhu stammered, alarmed that he was acutely aware that his current position was built upon the support of his wife. If she discovered his affair, it would be the end of him. Take a look at this, Xiao Tian said, tossing an envelope toward him. The rotund middle-aged man opened it curiously, only to feel faint as he recognized the contents. Compromising photos of himself with several women, evidence he had personally recorded. How could these be in this young man's possession when they were securely stored on his private computer? What do you want? He asked, now thoroughly panicked. It's quite simple. Sell me your shares in Jialua Group. Xiao Tian stated flatly. The middle-aged man was taken aback, not expecting the young man's interest in the company's shares. However, I've already signed a preliminary agreement with someone else regarding the shares. Is it with Guo Shuhai, the vice president of Jialua Group? How do you know? The middle-aged man blurted out. This matter had been conducted in secrecy. How could this young man possibly be aware of it? The sudden appearance of this young man was utterly perplexing. Chapter 18. You may give it a try. How I know is of little importance. What matters is that you can only sell the shares of Jialua Group to me. Xiao Tian was merely probing. Rest assured, I will not let you suffer losses and will purchase them at market value. The middle-aged man silently scoffed at this. Shuhai had indeed bought at a price significantly above market value. Yet at this moment he possessed no bargaining power, for his Achilles heel lay firmly in the other party's grasp. He could not help but doubt, even at market value, those stocks were worth billions. Did this young man truly possess such wealth? You may check your company's account. I believe the funds have already arrived, Xiao Tian stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the portly middle-aged man was struck dumb. He had not even agreed yet the money had already been transferred. Very well. Even if he had acquiesced, the efficiency was astonishing, almost akin to child's play. Just then his phone rang. It was a call from the company's finance department. A shiver ran down his spine as he hurried to answer. When he hung up, disbelief filled his eyes. The money had indeed been transferred. Billions, no less. Even the three prominent families would find it impossible to be this extravagant. Moreover, they hadn't even signed any contracts. Sir, are you not afraid that I might take the money and withhold the shares? He asked curiously. Xiao Tian could not help but chuckle. You may give it a try. This smile sent a chill down the spine of Mr. Zhu. I dare not. He hastily shook his head. Though a man of indulgences, he was not foolish. He had a strong intuition that this young man was someone he could not provoke. Very well. You shall heed my instructions regarding the contract. With that, Xiao Tian turned and left, leaving the middle-aged man and the third-rate celebrity in a state of bewilderment. Dingsheng Investment Group, a renowned investment institution. Over the years, Dingxing had become a preeminent force in the investment world of Jiangxing and the greater Jiangnan province. This was undoubtedly connected to its helmsman, Zhang Qianfan. For the development of Dingxing, Zhang Qianfan had poured his heart and soul into it. For instance, even now, the lights in his office remained aglow. Zhang Qianfan regarded the uninvited guest sitting opposite him with a serious expression. Mr. Xiao, most groups prioritize profit, and our investment bank is no exception. Provide me with a reason to choose you over a higher bid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian smiled slightly. If you merely seek greater profit, I can certainly offer you that, even surpassing Guo Shuhai's offer. However, I wish to provide you with something far more significant than profit. For this middle-aged man, who had built his success through sheer hard work, Xiao Tian felt a profound respect, such as Zhang Qianfan's eyes held a hint of disdain. He did not believe this young man could offer him anything of value. I have heard that you greatly admire Mr. Daomong. Xiao Tian showed no concern for the other's scorn. And what of it? Zhang Qianfan is one of them. Yet unbeknownst to all, a mysterious figure stood behind Daomong. Daomong was merely working for him, and that person was known as the God of Wealth. However, only a select few in the world were privy to this information, all of whom stood atop the highest echelons of society. Xiao Tian was precisely one of them, and moreover, the God of Wealth was one of his few friends in the Western world. In fact, the entire wealth of the Shura Temple and his private assets were entrusted to the God of Wealth for management. That I can introduce you to him, Xiao Tian stated coolly. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Qianfan immediately lost his composure, his breath seemingly disordered. Are you serious? Zhang Qianfan asked, his eyes sparkling as if he were a fan encountering his idol. Although reason told him that the young man's words were utterly outrageous and unworthy of belief, his profound admiration for Daomong could not help but stir excitement within him. What if it were true? Of course, if you desire, I can arrange for you to video call him right now. Xiao Tian nodded. Now, Zhang Qianfan was utterly flustered. Xiao Tian glanced at him and opened an uncommonly used messaging application, revealing a bearded foreigner on the screen. After exchanging a few brief words in English, he handed the phone to Zhang Qianfan. As Zhang Qianfan beheld the unfamiliar yet familiar face, his hands trembled with excitement, nearly dropping the device. Respected Mr. Daomong, I am. Xiao Tian paid no heed to Zhang Qianfan, instead moving to the window and gazing into the distance, toward the direction of the capital. And one knew the turmoil within his heart, nor could anyone fathom his thoughts. Moments later, Zhang Qianfan approached him, holding the phone. Mr. Xiao, thank you immensely for introducing me to Mr. Daomong. How was your conversation? Xiao Tian casually inquired. Very pleasant. We have arranged that I will visit him the next time I am on a business trip to Europe. Zhang Qianfan replied. Unable to contain his inner joy, he understood how rare such an opportunity was, and this opportunity was bestowed upon him by the young man before him. What astonished him further was that during their video call, even Daomong spoke with deference and awe toward this young man. Who exactly is this young man? Zhang Qianfan could hardly comprehend. Yet one thing was certain. He was a figure to whom Zhang Qianfan could only look up. Or rather, someone he was not even qualified to admire. Mr. Xiao, I will transfer the shares of Jialua Group to you free of charge as a token of my gratitude. For Zhang Qianfan, meeting Daomong was far more valuable and significant than a mere share in Jialua Group. No need. Let us adhere to the agreement we previously discussed, Xiao Tian replied with a gentle smile. With that, he departed, for he had other matters to attend to. However, for him, staying awake for days and nights was of little consequence. As breakfast neared completion, Lu Ruoxi awoke, freshened up, and made her way downstairs to eat. By the way, I happen to be unavailable this afternoon. Could you please help me pick someone up? Lu Ruoxi suddenly remarked while having breakfast. Chapter 19 Incomprehensible? Who is it? Xiao Tian asked, slightly taken aback. Our group SPR director, Lu Ruoxi casually replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes brightened. He had long learned from the security department that Jialua Group had three notable figures, with the foremost being Lu Ruoxi, the president. As for the other two, they were the director of human resources and the director of public relations. The beauty of the human resources director, Tang Yun, was undoubtedly worthy of the title of a notable figure. What about the other PR director? He felt a sense of anticipation. Is it inconvenient? Lu Ruashi, noticing his momentary daze, asked. If it's not convenient for you, I can arrange for someone else to pick me up. It's quite convenient, Xiao Tian quickly replied. How could there be any inconvenience in fulfilling President Lu's request? Lu Ruashi nodded in agreement, and after finishing their meal, the two once again took a vehicle to the group. Upon arriving at the security department, Xiao Tian remained idle. He was quite satisfied with this security job, as it was merely a trivial role. At noon, Xiao Tian set out for the airport in one of the Group S vehicles that, of course, Jialua Group had internal transport. The previous time Tang Yin did not use the Group S vehicle was because she was unaccustomed to driving anything else. And hailing a cab was also quite convenient. Upon reaching the parking area outside the airport, Xiao Tian settled in the car and dozed off. Perhaps the midday sun was too warm, or perhaps he had not rested sufficiently the night before. Soon enough, he fell into a light slumber. Knock, knock, knock. After an unknown duration, the window suddenly rattled. As Xiao Tian sat up and rolled down the window, he was greeted by a breathtakingly beautiful face. Such a visage would evoke the word enchantress in the minds of all men. Alluring and charming. Such terms seemed tailor-made for this woman. You must be Director Luo, Xiao Tian said as he stepped out of the car. Noticing she was holding a large suitcase, he opened the trunk and placed the suitcase inside. That I was told by President Lu to come pick you up, and yet you are here sleeping? Luo Qing chuckled, and with that smile, she possessed a captivating charm that could ensnare anyone's heart. As Xiao Tian assessed Luo Qing, she was equally scrutinizing him. Though she was abroad, she was well aware of the happenings within the group. In fact, she knew even some details that Lu Ruashi was not privy to. For instance, this man had punched Guo Peng on his very first day of work, and Tang Yin had surprisingly defended him. Today, Lu Ruashi had actually sent him to pick her up, which hinted at certain implications. More crucially, she sensed that the gaze he cast upon her held no hint of disrespect, albeit he had indeed been momentarily taken aback. Luo Qing was exceedingly confident in her looks and figure. It was rare for someone to remain so calm upon first encountering her. Moreover, she could discern that his demeanor was genuine and not feigned indifference. Her curiosity about him, already piqued, intensified further. After all, isn't it still early? Xiao Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Director Luo, please get in the car. Ordinarily, Luo Qing should have occupied the back seat, both due to the distinctions between genders and her esteemed position within the corporation. However, she defiantly opened the door to the front passenger seat and settled in. Xiao Tian was indifferent to this choice. Once inside, he started the engine and swiftly departed the airport. Director Luo, which countries did you visit during your trip abroad? He casually inquired during the drive. Just a few in Europe. Y country, F country, and D country. Luo Qing replied, nonchalantly, I had initially hoped to travel leisurely and see some famous landmarks, but the schedule was too tight to truly enjoy them. In truth, those renowned sites were rather unremarkable. The real gem of Y country was Isiton town, renowned for its proximity to the port and its exquisite seafood. As for F country, the library in the northern city of Umo was the true treasure, housing numerous relics of war. Regarding D country, beyond that infamous wall, the cities bordering our country were far more compelling, as they were the epicenter of ideological clashes. Fascinating indeed. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to explore them next time. As Xiao Tian drove, he spoke with confidence that, oh, so you've been to all these countries. Luo Qing tilted her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Xiao Tian momentarily hesitated before responding. I worked abroad before and visited some places. What did you do back then? Luo Qing continued her inquiry. Naturally, she was skeptical of Xiao Tian's claims. Could a mere laborer articulate such insights? It was likely that even Europeans were less familiar with these matters. Who was Luo Qing, after all? She was the public relations director of Jialua Group, adept at reading people. Her choice to sit in the front passenger seat was a calculated decision to scrutinize this man. Yet, she found herself perplexed, unable to fully grasp his character. An inexplicable sensation washed over her. This man beside her was no ordinary individual. He bore the weight of untold stories. Yet one wondered why such a man would willingly serve as a security guard at Jialua Group. Director Luo, please hold on, Xiao Tian suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Luo Qing turned to see a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. There is something distinctly exhilarating about this. Grip the overhead handle tightly. he instructed, his tone leaving no room for debate. Instinctively, Luo Qing complied, just as the car surged forward with the swiftness of an arrowed IT weave through the dense traffic, narrowly avoiding other vehicles at breakneck speed. "Are you insane? Slow down." Luo Qing's face paled with terror as she glanced at the speedometer, which had already reached 200, driving at such a pace through the congested city streets. Was he trying to court disaster? Yet Xiao Tian remained unfazed, continuing to accelerate. After a considerable duration, he finally eased the speed. "What was that about?" Luo Qing queried, sensing that his reckless driving could not have been a mere whim. "Nothing much. Just testing the car as performance," Xiao Tian replied with a grin. Luo Qing rolled her eyes at his response. "Is this really how one conducts a test?" Arriving at a road adjacent to the corporation, Xiao Tian parked the car and alighted, retrieving her suitcase. Despite the harrowing experience, she expressed her gratitude. "I truly appreciate you picking me up today." Quite the enchantress, Xiao Tian mused as he observed Luo Qing's departing figure. Chapter 20. The Emergence of Souls, the manifestation of gods and demons finally. The moment had arrived. Through the rearview mirror, Xiao Tian spotted a vehicle speeding towards him. He gradually accelerated and continued onward. Moments later, a car abruptly spun around and halted directly in front of him. Subsequently, 2 more vehicles followed suit, effectively boxing in Xiao Tian's car. From these vehicles emerged a throng of individuals, each exuding a formidable aura. Notably, 4 men stood at the forefront, their presence radiating explosive power. Among them was the leader Xiao Tian had encountered in the alley previously. "It seems you didn't heed my words last time," Xiao Tian remarked with a faint smile. The leader felt the sting of humiliation at this comment, yet he was emboldened by the support of his formidable companions. This time, the infamous Lei Yi had dispatched not only the 4 great kings, but also a significant portion of his core team. To be frank, the individuals he had brought previously were no match for this formidable assembly. "Old 4, stop wasting time with this kid," barked one man with a scar across his face. With a nod, he signaled his comrades, who surged forward like a tidal wave, their momentum akin to a pack of wild beasts descending from the mountains. "What are they planning?" Onlookers gasped. "Don't interfere. These are all Lei Yi's men," someone warned. Upon hearing Lei Yi's name, the crowd hurriedly dispersed. Lei Yi was the undisputed overlord of the underground forces in Jiangcheng. Such matters were not for them to meddle in. A few spectators cast sympathetic glances at the young man. His fate seemed sealed. Interesting, Xiao Tian mused as he observed the approaching figures. Undoubtedly, their strength surpassed that of the previous gangsters. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, and with a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared in his hand. This dagger bore an emblem of swirling black smoke, glimmering ominously in the sunlight, as if it could consume all that lay before it. Were those from the dark underworld to behold this dagger, they would tremble in terror, for this dagger was the symbol of the lord of the Shura temple, known as Soul Devourer. When Soul Devourer emerges, gods and demons materialize. This was a phrase well known within the dark realms. The wielder of Soul Devourer was akin to a deity or demon incarnate. Regrettably, the individuals before him remained oblivious to the significance of the dagger, having never heard of its name. With Soul Devourer in hand, Xiao Tian's demeanor transformed entirely. Among the crowd, he moved with ease, flashes of cold light accompanying the spurting blood, an alarming spectacle. In mere moments, those men lay strewn across the ground, some clutching their wrists, others their ankles, wailing in agony. The 4 great kings stood frozen, utterly aghast. What manner of monster was this? The leader felt the chill of fear once more, his soul quaking in terror. They had witnessed the scene unfold. This was no mere skirmish. It was a performance. The men had been mere props in his hands. Their very souls trembled. Similarly, the onlooker Guopeng, seated in a nearby car, felt a chill run down his spine. He had anticipated witnessing the young man's downfall, yet what unfolded before him was nothing short of surreal. He peered outside, disoriented by the spectacle. Who was this young man? Was he even human? "Now, it's your turn," Xiao Tian's voice resonated. "Listen up, brothers. This kid is alone. I refuse to believe he is invincible." The scarred face exclaimed, attempting to rally his companions, though fear gnawed at him. "Brother is right. I can't let fear dictate my actions." Another echoed 80 times. Courage could be easily ignited, as it was now. Yet, they recognized that they had no alternative but to fight. Moreover, they were the four great kings under Lei Yi. If word spread that a mere youth had intimidated them into submission, their reputations in Jiancheng would be irrevocably tarnished. With solemn expressions and taut muscles, they prepared for a fierce confrontation, acutely aware of the young man's formidable prowess. However, Guopeng remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Observing the four great kings poised to strike, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had long heard of their notoriety. Two of them were renowned martial artists, one a master of Taekwondo, the other a grandmaster of Bajik. It was said that as long as either of them intervened, no adversary could withstand their might. The prospect of four of them attacking simultaneously was unprecedented. Surely, this young man couldn't possibly escape unscathed. Such thoughts filled his mind as he contemplated how best to humiliate his opponent later. In an instant, the four great kings encircled Xiao Tian. Upon observing their formation, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Tian's face. Their positioning mirrored the principles of the Bagua, suggesting a meticulously crafted strategy designed to maximize their collective strength. Quite impressive, Xiao Tian mused, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He certainly possessed the means to counter this arrangement, yet he deemed it beneath him when the disparity in strength was so vast. There was no need for elaborate tactics. Raw power would suffice. It was akin to a grown adult battling an infant. What strategy was necessary? A gentle push would suffice, as four individuals launched their attacks from four distinct directions. Xiao Tian sprang into action. In a fleeting moment, a shadow darted past, and he found himself standing before one of them. Their formation had been meticulously arranged. Not only did they aim to strike collectively, but they also intended to rescue one another at the first sign of danger. However, they overlooked one crucial factor: speed. The swiftness of this young man was astonishing, so rapid that they could not even muster a response, let alone provide aid. Bang! With a swift kick, Xiao Tian sent one of the figures hurtling away. Though he had only incapacitated one opponent, the entire strategy had already unraveled. It was akin to a battle formation on the ancient battlefield. If any segment were breached, the formation would lose its inherent potency. Chapter 21. I await you after dispatching that one adversary. Xiao Tian did not pause, swiftly moving to confront another. Simultaneously, his dagger rose slightly. In an instant, a fountain of blood erupted forth. The arm of the previous leader fell to the ground. It was evident that this served as a lesson. The remaining two were utterly paralyzed with fear. They had believed that their combined strength would suffice at least to mount some resistance. Little did they anticipate. Xiao Tian, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He simply darted forward, executing a spinning kick followed by a powerful punch, sending the two assailants flying. The four great Vajras, to him, they were no different from the previous adversaries. At that moment, Guopeng, seated in a nearby vehicle, was utterly flabbergasted. This young man was nothing short of a demon. How could the formidable four great Vajras, along with dozens of others, fail to inflict even a scratch on him? When he witnessed Xiao Tian approaching step by step, he was jolted into action, hastily shifting gears and pressing the accelerator. At that moment, his only desire was to escape this location, to distance himself from this devil. However, just as he engaged the gear, a loud bang shattered the tranquility as the car window exploded. Glass shards flew everywhere, and he felt sharp cuts across his face, stinging painfully. In an instant, the car door swung open, and he was dragged out like a wild dog. Xiao Tian, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. At this point, panic consumed him, and he incessantly begged for mercy. That wasn't a mistake supposed to come with a price. Xiao Tian seized his hair and forcefully slammed his head against the car's hood. Once, twice, thrice. It was impossible to tell how long he continued. Guopeng was now a bloody mess, his original visage obscured. He was on the brink of losing consciousness. Yet Xiao Tian would not allow him such mercy. With a casual toss, he flung him onto the ground, then pressed his foot down hard on one of his legs. Crack! A distinctly audible sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Accompanying the sound was Guopeng's blood-curdling scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Xiao, I will definitely kill you, Guopeng howled, his face contorted in agony, appearing exceedingly grotesque. "Very well. I await your attempt," Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly, removing his foot with indifference. Before long, Lei Yi and Ge of Shuhai arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the tableau before them, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Gu Shuhai's gaze immediately fell upon his son's car, and he rushed over, only to find it completely empty. Just then, a hand grasped his calf, and as he prepared to shake it off, a faint sobbing sound reached his ears. "Dad, you finally came. You are Gu Shuhai," seeing the pitiful figure at his feet, could hardly believe it was his son. In an instant, an inferno of rage ignited within his eyes. "My subordinate has suffered such heavy losses for that brat. How do you intend to settle this?" At that moment, Lei Yi approached with a grim expression. Gu Shuhai, consumed by anger, thought, "How dare you question me about the consequences when you failed to resolve the situation, leading to my son's current plight?" However, after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Rest assured, Lei Yi, that I shall cover all medical and nutritional expenses for my brothers, as well as any other losses." He recognized that it was best not to antagonize someone like Lei Yi. "Gua, you need not worry that I have firmly decided to settle the score with that brat. In Jiangxing, Lei Yi have never suffered such a significant setback, and I will not let this matter rest." Gu Shuhai remained noncommittal, harboring his own plans, sipping tea and perusing newspapers. Yet his mind was consumed with a question he had pondered previously. Who was targeting Lu Ruoxi or the Jialuo group? To be honest, in the days he had been here, aside from the few listening devices, he had not uncovered any other clues. Clearly, he needed to investigate the new research materials from the Jialuo group. With this thought, he rose and exited. Soon, he took the elevator to Lu Ruoxi's office door, gently pushing it open to tea. That moment, Lu Ruoxi was slightly bent over at the water dispenser, awaiting water. From behind, her silhouette appeared utterly flawless. Especially today, she wore a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves. As she turned around after filling her cup, she caught sight of a pair of eyes that seemed to be captivated by her. Realizing what had just transpired, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This fellow was indeed a lecher. "Why are you here instead of at the security department?" Lu Ruoxi retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Of course, I have matters to discuss," he replied, his expression as nonchalant as if nothing had occurred, prompting Lu Ruoxi to admire his audacity. "What matters could you possibly have?" she inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing her tone. "Regarding your affairs, I wish to understand the intentions behind the installation of those listening devices," Xiao Tian stated as he took a seat opposite her. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxi's expression grew solemn. "I've contemplated this matter, but I am uncertain of the reasons behind it. Did not your father mention that you had been tinkering with something?" Xiao Tian inquired. Lu Ruoxi pondered for a moment. After all, those matters were confidential to the company and represented her envisioned future direction. Thus, she could not easily share them with others. However, recalling her father's assurance that Xiao Tian was entirely trustworthy, she ultimately nodded. She opened her computer, entered the password, and accessed one of the disks, revealing a series of folders. At that moment, Xiao Tian approached, leaning beside her to observe. Lu Ruoxi could even hear his breathing, as their bodies occasionally brushed against one another. When had she ever been so close to a stranger? Her heart raced inexplicably, and her cheeks flushed. "You may take a look," she said hastily, stepping away. She poured herself a cup of warm water and took a few sips to calm her nerves. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian remained unfazed, plopping into Lu Ruoxi's chair, his fingers deftly navigating the mouse as he scrutinized the documents. Chapter 22. I am Xiao Tian's browsing speed was remarkable as he opened and closed one document after another. Indeed, under Lu Ruoxi's stewardship, the Jialuo Group had invested a staggering amount in research and development over the years. Hard work bore fruit, and significant progress had been made in various areas. However, to assert that the mastermind was targeting these developments seemed implausible. The primary basis for his judgment lay in the listening devices. He had immediately recognized their models as not being those typically employed by commercial spies. Thus, he deduced that the motivations of the unseen puppet master were far grander than merely the research achievements he had witnessed. At that moment, Xiao Tian opened another document and began to read rapidly. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Energy conversion, Lu Ruashi had actually allocated substantial resources toward researching energy conversion as he continued to delve into the details. Even more unexpected revelations unfolded. According to this document, a scientist hired by the Jalawa Group had achieved a breakthrough in this field 3 months prior, potentially doubling the efficiency of energy conversion. Although Xiao Tian was not well-versed in this area, he could envision the vast prospects ahead. While the Jalawa Group was still relatively inconspicuous, should this endeavor succeed, they would undoubtedly soar to new heights. "I found it! This is it!" Xiao Tian exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruashi hurried over to take a glance, her disbelief evident as she said, "But this research has not yet succeeded. In fact, the chances of failure are currently quite high. True, it has not succeeded yet, but once it does, the profits will be astronomical, so immense that everyone will go mad for it," Xiao Tian asserted confidently. "Yet, this information has not been made public. How can anyone know?" Lu Ruashi asked, puzzled. "No, it must be that you or someone related to you leaked it at a specific time and place. Think carefully," Xiao Tian insisted with conviction. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruashi immediately furrowed her brows. Deep in thought, last, a spark of realization ignited in her eyes as she recounted, "At the beginning of last month, an overseas delegation visited for an inspection that I believe I may have briefly introduced some of our research at that time. That must be it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian nodded as it aligned perfectly. He must have been noted by someone with ulterior motives. So, what shall we do now? Lu Ruashi expressed a hint of panic upon realizing that all these issues stemmed from her inadvertent comment. "Where is the research on energy conversion being conducted?" Xiao Tian inquired thoughtfully. "IT South taking place in the newly constructed building west of the Jalawa Tower. All new research is being carried out there." "That's good. Let us refrain from any actions for now and simply wait for the fish to bite," Xiao Tian remarked, a profound smile creeping into his eyes. This time, he intended to be the hunter. He couldn't help but recall the news he had heard yesterday from Luo Yonghu, pondering whether the two matters were connected. If they were, this situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Just then, the phone on Lu Ruashi's desk rang, and she promptly answered it. "Police? What brings them here?" She was taken aback by the voice on the other end. After a brief exchange, she nodded and said, "All right, let them come up." "Why would the police be here?" After hanging up, Lu Ruashi murmured, seemingly to herself, but also seeking Xiao Tian's input. Xiao Tian had clearly heard her prior words, and his mind immediately turned to the recent incident, but he anticipated that they would actually report it. "It's fine, we'll see when they arrive," Xiao Tian reassured with a smile. That moment, footsteps echoed in the hallway, and a group of uniformed police officers entered. Leading them was a striking woman, whose beauty was eclipsed only by her remarkable figure. If Lu Ruashi's physique could be described as perfect, embodying the golden ratio, this woman's figure could only be described in 2 words: explosive. Even in uniform, her form was undeniable. Xiao Tian mused, how much milk has she consumed to achieve such a physique? "Captain Su, what business do you have with our Jalawa Group?" Lu Ruashi stepped forward, her demeanor serious. "President Lu, we just received a report from your group as vice president, Guoshu Hai, stating that your security guard, Xiao Tian, severely injured his son," Su Mingwe stated. "Xiao Tian injured Guopeng." Lu Ruashi was momentarily stunned. "How could that be possible?" "President Lu, we've just visited the hospital, and the doctor confirmed that Guopeng is indeed in a grave condition. Multiple fractures, a cracked right leg, and almost disfigured facial features." Su Mingwe recalled, still shaken by the scene she had witnessed at the hospital. It was beyond serious. It was as if he had lost half his life. Lu Ruashi's shock deepened, and she turned to Xiao Tian, questioning if he truly was responsible for such harm. However, she managed to say, "Captain Su, this is merely one side of the story. Isn't it?" Su Mingwe was taken aback by her response. Guoshu Hai was the vice president of Jalawa Group, and President Lu, rather than supporting him, was defending the position of the security guard. This was indeed perplexing. Given that both parties were employees of the well-known Jalawa Group in Jiangcheng, it was customary for the police to inform Lu Ruashi of their visit. However, she was urged to inform them where Xiao Tian was currently located, as they had just inquired in the security department, and he was not there. "I don't know," Lu Ruashi hesitated. instinctively wanting to deflect. Yet before she could finish, Xiao Tian interjected. "I am he." "Xiao Tian, you rest assured I am fully aware of the situation," he replied with a slight smile, which seemed to quell Lu Ruoxi's anxiety significantly. "You are Xiao Tian." Su Mingyue was momentarily dumbfounded. She hadn't expected the suspect she was seeking to be in Lu Ruoxi's office. What was their relationship? She recalled that when she entered. This man had been seated in Lu Ruoxi's chair. Could it be that the esteemed president of Jiangsheng was involved with one of her employees? If that were the case, Lu Ruoxi's earlier peculiar attitude would make perfect sense. "Indeed, I am Xiao Tian, and I will accompany you," he stated calmly. His composed demeanor perplexed the officers, as most individuals would exhibit fear or at least some degree of panic in the presence of law enforcement. "Cuff him," one officer commanded. Likely a deputy captain, as another officer reached for his handcuffs, Xiao Tian cast a discerning gaze at them. "I dare anyone to try." The moment the officers met his gaze, they shivered involuntarily. What kind of gaze was that? It felt as though it came from the depths of hell, akin to that of the Grim Reaper. "My willingness to accompany you does not imply you can act as you please," Xiao Tian asserted. "All right, take him away," Su Mingyue said, eager to avoid escalating matters further, waving her hand. The officers moved in to apprehend Xiao Tian, considering him a suspect. However, he had already started walking towards the office door. Leaving the officers exchanging bewildered glances, did he not understand his current predicament? "Captain Su, this matter concerns the reputation of our Jelloa group, and I will be monitoring it closely," Lu Ruoxi stated. Her words served as a warning not to act recklessly. "President Lu, rest assured, we will handle him impartially," Su Mingyue replied with a nod before exiting. But a moment later, the wail of police sirens echoed through the streets of Jiangsheng. "Captain Su, may I offer you a suggestion?" Xiao Tian asked, glancing at Su Mingyue, who sat beside him in the police vehicle. "What suggestion?" she inquired, slightly taken aback. "Your undergarments seem a bit small. They could hinder your development," he whispered playfully, leaning closer to her ear. "You scoundrel!" Su Mingyue blushed with indignation, delivering an elbow strike toward Xiao Tian's chest. However, he effortlessly seized her arm, rendering her strike ineffective. "Captain Su, I merely had your well-being in mind with my suggestion." "Why such agitation?" He feigned innocence. The other officers in the vehicle were perplexed, wondering what Xiao Tian had said to provoke such an uncharacteristic display from their captain. "What are you staring at?" Su Mingyue snapped, her temper flaring as the others curiously eyed her. They immediately turned their gazes forward, knowing well the wrath of this notorious officer was not to be trifled with. When she was angry, even they could be on the receiving end of her wrath, which she often justified as a means of toughening them up. Yet, deep down, she was astonished. She was a bona fide martial arts expert, and this man had effortlessly thwarted her anger-fueled strike. She quickly deduced that he was a skilled fighter. Could it be that Guopeng truly had been harmed by him? "Kid, I advise you to behave. Don't seek trouble," the deputy captain warned coldly from beside Xiao Tian. "May I make a phone call?" Xiao Tian inquired, ignoring the warning. "That of course, that is your right. Additionally, I apologize for my earlier rash behavior," Su Mingyue replied. Regardless of what had transpired, her actions had indeed been unwarranted. And no worries. Even a beautiful woman makes mistakes, and God will surely forgive, Xiao Tian responded nonchalantly, retrieving his outdated phone. The officers couldn't help but stifle laughter at the sight of his antiquated device. What era was he living in? While there were police officers earning modest salaries, they all owned smartphones, as they were quite affordable these days. Just then, Xiao Tian's call connected. "It's me. I'm being taken to the Jiangsheng police station. You have half an hour to comply, or the consequences will be yours to bear." After hanging up, the officers erupted in laughter. His tone had been as if he were some important figure. They scoffed at the absurdity of his bravado in such a setting. "Let me tell you, no matter who you called, it won't matter," the deputy captain smirked, feeling increasingly irked by the young man's arrogant demeanor. "You seem to have a lot to say," Xiao Tian retorted, glancing sideways at him. Just as the deputy captain was about to speak, the vehicle came to a halt. "All right, let him out and take him to the interrogation room," Su Mingyue commanded. Inside the interrogation room, Xiao Tian lounged casually in his seat, one leg crossed over the other. This demeanor irked both Su Mingwei and the deputy captain. Xiao Tian, put your leg down. The deputy captain barked. However, Xiao Tian remained oblivious to the command, further infuriating the deputy captain. Xiao Tian, this is a police station. I expect you to show some respect, Su Mingwei added, her expression stern. Fine. I usually listen to beautiful women, Xiao Tian replied, promptly lowering his leg. The deputy captain's face flushed with anger at this blatant disrespect, having lost count of how many times Xiao Tian had disregarded him. All right, you have 15 minutes. Ask your questions quickly, Xiao Tian said nonchalantly. This statement left Su Mingwei and the deputy captain momentarily bewildered. 15 minutes. What does that mean? Su Mingwei pondered, recalling a phone call he had made earlier, where he mentioned 30 minutes. With 15 minutes already passed, it left her questioning the implications of that call. Stop pretending. Let me ask you directly. Did you injure Guopeng? The deputy captain slammed the table as he spoke. Indeed, Xiao Tian replied, to the astonishment of both interrogators. They exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. Is it really that simple? Why did you attack Guopeng so violently, resulting in multiple fractures? Su Mingwei continued. Sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, he brought it upon himself. Xiao Tian replied casually, You're too arrogant, the deputy captain exclaimed, his face turning a deep shade of anger. It was unprecedented for someone to acknowledge an assault and then claim the victim was to blame. Just then, Su Mingwei intervened, directing her attention back to Xiao Tian. You say he brought it upon himself. What do you mean by that? It's quite simple. He sought to kill me, and I merely taught him a lesson. I was being merciful. Xiao Tian spread his hands in a gesture of indifference. The revelation that Guopeng had intended to kill him momentarily stunned Su Mingwei and the deputy captain. If that were the case, the circumstances had drastically changed. Meanwhile, a jeep sped into the police station, executing a sharp drift before coming to a stop. In the next moment, a man clad in military uniform stepped out. With a square face and an imposing presence, he commanded respect that made others reluctant to meet his gaze. The commotion quickly drew the attention of several officers, who rushed out to investigate. Just as they were about to admonish the intruder, the sight of his military attire and license plate silenced them. Where is Qiu Guanwan? The square-faced man demanded coldly. The crowd froze in alarm. Qiu Guanwan was their chief. I'm coming. A flustered middle-aged man rushed over. Chief Qiu, I assume you've received the call. The square-faced man inquired. Qiu Guanwan nodded vigorously. Yes, the order has just come down for me to fully cooperate with you. To be honest, Qiu Guanwan found it peculiar that such an order had suddenly arrived. What was even more astonishing was that the vehicle belonged to the Tianheim Military District, responsible for all military affairs in the coastal provinces. Looking at the man before him, he realized he was a general, a remarkably young general, undoubtedly a rising star in the military and a key figure in national development. But why had such a person come to their Jiangqing police station? I must ask if you brought in a Mr. Xiao with the surname Xiao. The square-faced man questioned, his tone icy. Qiu Guanwan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this individual was searching for someone. Those brought into their station were either criminals, suspects, or individuals cooperating with an investigation. What has he done? Qiu Guanwan asked, momentarily bewildered. It is only natural for the police to handle a report, he reasoned. What puzzled him further was that the individual in question was merely a lowly security guard. How had he caught the attention of such a high-ranking official, prompting even a call from above? Where is he? The square-faced man pressed. He should be in the interrogation room, a trembling officer replied. Chief Qiu, you are quite bold. Lead the way, the square-faced man said, a flicker of anger in his eyes. After you, Qiu Guanwan quickly responded, fully aware of the man's fury. In the interrogation room. Xiao Tian suddenly wore a knowing smile. Well, that was quick. What do you mean by that? Su Mingwei asked, perplexed. Just then, the interrogation room door was kicked open, and the square-faced man strode in. Su Mingwei and the deputy captain instinctively drew their weapons, aiming at the intruder. What are you doing? Lower your weapons, Qiu Guanwan shouted as he entered, startled by the scene. Chief, upon recognizing the military uniform, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, the square-faced man paid no heed to them, walking straight to Xiao Tian and kneeling before him. I apologize for my tardiness. Please punish me. The man was visibly shaken, trembling as he knelt before the legendary figure known as the Dragon Commander of Beijing. He had once led 1,000,000 troops to subjugate the nations of Beijing, instilling fear and earning their submission to China. The mere name of the Dragon Commander inspired awe and admiration among countless soldiers. Once, the emperor had considered bestowing him the title of king, but he had declined. Such a legend had vanished from Beijing a few years prior, leaving only tales of his exploits. The soldiers of China revered him as an idol, a god of war. In ancient times, only generals who conquered the highest honors were worthy of such accolades. Yet in contemporary China, only the Dragon Commander was deserving of such recognition. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was taken aback. The square-faced man was a general, yet he was kneeling before a seemingly insignificant security guard. Was it their eyes deceiving them, or was the world truly mad? Qiu Guanwan was drenched in cold sweat. What kind of being could command such reverence? He could not fathom it, nor dare to imagine it. Yet they had brought him into the interrogation room. Qiu Guanwan felt dizzy, realizing the trouble his disciple had caused him. He glanced at Su Mingyue, his once promising pupil, who had now become a source of chaos. Although she had previously caused minor disturbances, he had believed he could manage her. However, this situation was beyond his control. Su Mingyue's mouth dropped open in astonishment as she witnessed the unfolding scene that moment. She finally grasped the meaning behind Xiao Tian's earlier statement regarding their limited time. Under these circumstances, how could they continue the interrogation? More troubling for the deputy captain, who had always looked down upon Xiao Tian, believing him to be arrogant and pretentious, was the shocking realization of the man's true identity. Rise. I am no longer in that position, and there is no need for such formalities, Xiao Tian said, standing up and speaking lightly. No, in our hearts, you will always be a god. The square-faced man replied earnestly. Turning to Su Mingyue and the deputy captain, Oh, you know what crime it is to treat Mr. Xiao in such a manner. We are merely fulfilling our duty as police officers, Su Mingyue retorted with righteous indignation. Her words struck terror into both Qiu Guanwan and the deputy captain. They thought, we know you are fierce, but must you be so brazen? The situation was overwhelming. Even the general felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow at her boldness. My apologies, Mr. Xiao. Mingyue is simply reckless with her words. Please do not take offense. Qiu Guanwan quickly interjected, pleading for Su Mingyue's sake. Very well. Let us settle this matter, Xiao Tian replied, surprisingly devoid of anger, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his eyes. Qiu Guanwan exhaled in relief. Mr. Xiao, allow me to escort you out, he said with utmost respect. Just focus on doing your job well, and avoid being too clever, Xiao Tian advised, causing the deputy captain to shudder. Yes, Mr. Xiao. I shall heed your words. As they exited the interrogation room, the general personally opened the car door for Xiao Tian, who nodded appreciatively before taking his seat. Suddenly, the jeep departed from the location under the watchful eyes of Qiu Guanwan's and others, leaving several individuals pondering. Who exactly is this young man? Just then, the vice-captain's phone rang. Upon glancing at the number, he stepped aside to answer. What's the situation? Has that kid confessed? The voice on the other end belonged to Guishuhai. He confessed, but he claims it was your son who hired someone to kill him, and he was forced to retaliate. That's utter nonsense. Guishuhai erupted in anger on the line. What evidence does he have to prove that my son hired someone to kill him? Your words are futile. Moreover, the suspect has already been released due to insufficient evidence, the vice-captain replied impatiently. Although he had little rapport with Guishuhai, he was aware of the latter's status and felt compelled to tread carefully. This was, after all, human nature. It was also the implication of what Xiao Tian had advised him previously, to refrain from being overly clever, which he understood that moment. He had no desire to entangle himself with them further. What? Didn't he already admit to committing the crime? How can you just let him go? Guishuhai shouted, We don't require your guidance on our operations. With that, he abruptly hung up the call, placing his phone in his pocket with a sneer. He firmly believed in what had been said earlier, that it was the Guo family who had orchestrated the assassination attempt first. Such individuals had no need to lie. He initially thought Lu Ruoxi had left, as this woman seemed to trust that no one would dare to act against her. However, upon making a phone call, he discovered she was still in the office, prompting him to head over immediately. Yes, soon as he pushed the door open, Lu Ruashi hurried towards him. President Lu, were you worried about me? Observing her worried expression, Xiao Tian couldn't help but smirk with amusement. You wish. Who has worried about you? Lu Ruashi retorted. I'm merely concerned that if something happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to my father. At that moment, she felt a wave of confusion. Indeed, this scoundrel was hardly a good person. Why was she so concerned about him? Had she truly been swayed merely by cooking him 2 meals? Since it was already past working hours and few people remained, Lu Ruashi drove directly to the entrance of the group. As soon as Xiao Tian got into the car, Lu Ruashi curiously inquired, by the way, how did you get out so quickly? To be honest, Lu Ruashi had been contemplating ways to resolve the situation, yet unexpectedly, before she could devise a plan, he was already free. What else? That father and son were merely barking madly. Xiao Tian shrugged. As for why I was released, there was no evidence, so of course the police let me go. Lu Ruashi, however, cast a skeptical glance. Is it really that simple? Moreover, the police captain already stated that Guopeng was seriously injured. Under such circumstances, it seems highly improbable. It must be said that Lu Ruashi's gaze seemed capable of penetrating one's heart, making Xiao Tian feel as if his lies had been laid bare. Guo Shuhai is a man of profound thoughts. In the future, you must avoid provoking that father and son duo. Rest assured, Xiao Tian replied dismissively. Internally, he mused, foolish girl, they've already laid a grand trap for you. Upon arriving at the villa, Lu Ruashi went straight to her study to work, while Xiao Tian took on the role of a cook. Meanwhile, in a room at Tinjiuxuan, a woman stared blankly at her phone. Her exquisite features etched with confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of shock. She was, of course, Bai Susu, the enigmatic owner behind Tinjiuxuan. Ever since she had seen Lu Zhenhai hosting that young man a few days ago, and then witnessed Luo Yonghu's profound respect towards him at the Yunding tea house, her curiosity about the young man had deepened. Therefore, she utilized her connections to investigate his background. Just moments ago, the person she had tasked with the inquiry called, saying only one thing. That young man is of 6-star caliber. With just that single statement, she was utterly shaken. She understood what that entailed. It was the highest level of classified information in the country. Even provincial governors lacked the authority to access it. The image of that young man, barely in his 20s, flashed in her mind. How could this be? What on earth had he experienced? Just then, a series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Come in, she said absent-mindedly, and a woman clad in a qipao entered. What is it? She frowned slightly, disliking interruptions to her contemplation. Miss, didn't you ask me to monitor Mr. Xiao's information? Oh, is there news regarding him? Bai Susu instinctively inquired. The qipao-clad woman was taken aback, wondering why the young lady was so excited to hear about that man. Could it be that they were? Unbeknownst to her, Bai Susu had been pondering over that man. So naturally, hearing news about him stirred her excitement. This afternoon, that young man went to the police station. The qipao-wearing woman continued. The police station? What for? Bai Susu's curiosity was piqued, I inquired, and it seems he severely injured Guo Shuhai's son, Guopeng, who is currently hospitalized. The woman elaborated. It said that Han Yunfei holds him in the highest regard. Upon hearing this, Bai Susu's mouth fell agape in shock. Han Yunfei, at just 32, he already held the rank of Major General. He was a star within the military of Huaxia. Furthermore, he possessed another hidden identity. He was the legitimate heir of the Han family in the capital. For someone of such stature to personally greet this young man at the police station with utmost respect was simply unfathomable. Who on earth was this young man to command such deference from Han Yunfei? Xiao Tian, of course, remained unaware that Bai Susu had grown curious about him and even investigated him. Even if he were aware, it wouldn't concern him much, for much of his past would remain hidden even under scrutiny. Time passed swiftly, and several days went by. During this period, all senior executives of Jialuo were on edge. For the annual shareholders' meeting was imminent. This meeting, performance metrics would be rigorously presented for scrutiny. Lu Ruashi sensed an underlying tension in the atmosphere, though she couldn't quite articulate what felt amiss. Finally, the day of a shareholders' meeting arrived at 9 o'clock that morning. A large conference room in the Jialuo group was filled with attendees. In addition to the top executives, there were also representatives from the shareholders, primarily the representatives from 5 investment firms, led by Zhang Qianfan from Dingxing Investment Group. This was due to Dingxing being the largest among the investment firms and holding the most shares in Jialua Group. Lu Ruoxi noted that it was nearly time and prepared to head to the conference room. As the president of the group, she was to make a grand entrance. However, just as she stepped out of her office, she encountered a familiar face bearing a mischievous grin, none other than Xiao Tian. "President Lu, are you heading to the shareholders' meeting?" Xiao Tian approached with a question. "Yes," Lu Ruoxi nodded, puzzled as to why he was asking. "Why aren't you at the security department? What brings you here?" "President Lu, I've never attended a shareholders' meeting. Could you take me along for a glimpse? What is there to see?" Lu Ruoxi scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Just curiosity." Xiao Tian tilted his head with a smile. "How about I call Uncle Lu and ask him to grant me permission?" As he spoke, he pretended to dial on his phone. All right, I'll take you." Lu Ruoxi relented, her head throbbing at the thought of her father's likely response. She could imagine him agreeing and then reprimanding her, for he was far too indulgent towards this fellow. Though she couldn't fathom why. "But I warn you, once we're in there, behave yourself. No random comments or actions. Best to act like a wooden puppet." As they approached the grand conference room, Lu Ruoxi cautioned him that, "No problem." Xiao Tian casually replied. As they reached the door, the presence of Xiao Tian beside Lu Ruoxi caught the attention of everyone in the conference room, who exchanged glances with one another. After all, it was the shareholders' meeting, and why was the president bringing a security guard? Although most did not recognize Xiao Tian, the security uniform he wore was unmistakable. It was worth noting that this uniform had only recently been issued, as the group had a policy whereby uniforms were provided a week after joining. However, the most astonished were Tang Yun and Luo Qing, who immediately questioned the nature of the relationship between Xiao Tian and Lu Ruoxi. While Luo Qing was less affected, Tang Yun couldn't shake off an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. "All right, let us begin," Lu Ruoxi said, surveying the room before taking her seat. "President Lu, are we in a hurry?" At that moment, a voice rang out, emanating from a man of approximately 50, notably distinguished by his receding hairline. "Vice President Yuan, what do you mean by that?" Lu Ruoxi asked with a slight frown. "It's quite simple, since not everyone has arrived yet. Why the haste to commence?" The Mediterranean-haired man replied, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. "Aside from Vice President Gua, are we all present?" "Lu, it's a rare occasion indeed. Do you still remember someone named Gua?" Just as Lu Ruoxi's words faded, another voice resounded from outside the door. Entering was none other than Group Vice President Gua Shuhai, accompanied by a figure swathed entirely in white bandages. Limping noticeably, if Xiao Tian's earlier appearance had merely puzzled the attendees, the sight of this bandage-clad individual sent a shockwave through the assembly. "What on earth is this? Vice President Gua, you should be at the hospital caring for your son. Why burden yourself with such exertion? You even brought Manager Gua along." Lu Ruoxi quickly recognized that the bandaged figure was Gua Peng. She anticipated that Gua Peng would be so severely injured. It appeared that not a single part of him was unscathed. The revelation startled everyone present as they gasped in disbelief. This mummy-like man is Gua Peng. What could have happened to him? Naturally, they were completely unaware of the events from a few days prior. A few individuals, however, cast furtive glances at Xiao Tian, their hearts inexplicably trembling. "Thank you for your concern, President Lu, but the shareholders' meeting is of utmost importance to the group. As Vice President, how could I possibly absent myself?" Gua Shuhai shot a glance at Xiao Tian, his eyes ablaze with fury. "However, there are indeed some individuals who ought not to be here." "That would be you," Xiao Tian replied coolly to a mere security guard. "Appearing in this venue, where is your sense of decorum?" Gua Shuhai retorted angrily. "I apologize, but I was invited by President Lu to maintain order," Xiao Tian replied, a hint of disdain in his tone. "This is to prevent the presence of those lacking in propriety." Gua Shuhai realized that this individual was not only skilled but also possessed a sharp tongue. "Very well, since Manager Gua is here, let us proceed to take our seats," Lu Ruoxi interjected, seeking to smooth over the tension. After all, this was a shareholders' meeting, and she certainly wished to avoid chaos. With that, she shot a pointed glance at Xiao Tian. signaling him to refrain from further remarks. Xiao Tian merely shrugged, his gaze drifting to the ceiling. Guo Shuhai let out a cold snort, but chose not to pursue the matter further, for there were more pressing concerns at hand. Today marked a pivotal turning point in his life. Why was Guo Peng, wrapped in bandages and limping, present at this moment? It was to witness this very instant. His one visible eye blazed with fury as it fixated on Xiao Tian, silently vowing that once he and his father seized power, this scoundrel would meet his demise. And as for Tang Yun, that wretched woman, he would delight in her torment. Lost in these thoughts, his excitement surged. Lu Ruashi spoke up, as I was saying, and before she could finish, a senior executive stood to address the assembly. Allow me to begin. Under President Lu's leadership last year, we achieved remarkable success. Following his remarks, other executives, including Tang Yun and Luo Qing, also voiced their opinions. Most expressed optimism regarding the group's accomplishments under Lu Ruashi's stewardship. However, a minority raised objections, criticizing Lu Ruashi for the upheaval caused by her restructuring efforts, particularly her personnel decisions, which had led to the dismissal of numerous employees. They argued that even those without notable achievements deserved recognition for their hard work. This perspective garnered a faction of support, igniting a vigorous debate. While such discourse was not unusual, it soon veered into uncomfortable territory, with one faction inadvertently directing their ire towards Lu Ruashi, even questioning her suitability to continue as president. For many, this was an inconceivable notion, given the group's evident growth during her tenure. Yet, how had the topic shifted so unexpectedly? Xiao Tian also noticed the occasional exchanges of glances between Guo Shuhai and Lu Ruashi. He chose to remain silent, observing quietly, in light of Lu Ruashi's past missteps, I propose a motion. Guo Shuhai suddenly rose to his feet, to vote on whether Lu Ruashi should continue as the group's president, including her role as chairperson. After all, merely targeting Lu Ruashi without addressing Lu Zhanhai's position as chairperson would hold little significance for them. Vice President Guo, my father and I hold 30% of the group's shares, making us the largest shareholders, but it seems you're still a bit premature in your aspirations to become president. Lu Ruashi pointedly remarked, already aware of Guo Shuhai's ambitious nature and his attempts to form alliances within the group. However, she hadn't anticipated his audacity in using the shareholders' meeting to mount an attack. Though she acknowledged her and her father's status as major shareholders, a sense of unease crept in, for she knew Guo Shuhai was cunning and would not engage in battle without preparation. Yet, what leverage did he possess? President Lu, such absolutes are unwarranted. At the very least, you and your father do not hold majority of the shares, while Vice President Yuan and I possess over 10%. Guo Shuhai replied calmly. Additionally, we have acquired more shares from the secondary market, bringing our total close to 20%. Lu Ruashi's heart raced at this revelation. She was completely unaware of their maneuvers, which must have involved a strategy of dispersed acquisitions. Vice President Guo, are you suggesting we proceed to a vote? Lu Ruashi felt the gravity of the situation intensifying out of course. We are a shareholding group. Naturally, decisions are made based on shares. Guo Shuhai stated, at this point, he couldn't help but mentally berate himself. Originally, he had aimed to acquire the stocks held by several major investment firms before the shareholders' meeting. Had he succeeded, there would have been no need for such convolutions. He could have directly ousted Lu and her father. He had believed everything was proceeding smoothly, with prices negotiated and even preliminary agreements signed with two firms. Yet, unexpectedly, these firms seemed to have conspired, insisting there was no rush and that matters could wait until after the shareholders' meeting. Guo Shuhai concluded that they had likely coordinated to negotiate better terms. These greedy individuals were already receiving a generous offer, yet remained dissatisfied. Thankfully, they had assured him of their unwavering support during the meeting, which alleviated his concerns. This matter is of great significance and falls outside today's agenda. I suggest we reconvene for a discussion at the next board meeting. Lu Ruashi was determined not to allow Guo Shuhai to dictate the proceedings, with several representatives from investment institutions present. There is no need for such complications. Guo Shuhai, exuding confidence, countered President Lu. Since he has initiated this discussion, why should you not do the same? Just then, Zhang Qianfan from Dingsheng Investment interjected. Why not settle this today? He led the charge, with several other institutions echoing his sentiments. Lu Ruoxi's heart sank further. If she had held doubts before, she now felt nearly certain that these institutions had already been bought off by Guo Shuhai. It was evident to everyone in the room, including Lu Ruoxi. Upon hearing Zhang Qianfan and the others, Guo Shuhai felt a great weight lifted from his chest. He had feared that failing to complete the acquisitions before the meeting would lead to complications. It appeared he'd been overly concerned. President Lu, if he can initiate a motion against you, why can't you do the same to him? Xiao Tian whispered in Lu Ruoxi's ear. What do you mean? Lu Ruoxi gazed at him in bewilderment. It's quite simple. If he can impeach you, why can't you impeach him? Lu Ruoxi sighed softly at his words. She understood the logic, yet Guo Shuhai had already secured the backing of those investment firms. What would be the value of her impeachment? However, given the current circumstances, she had little choice but to present a defiant front. Otherwise, she would appear weak. At the very least, she had to convey this stance. Lu Ruoxi declared with unwavering conviction. Although both parties had been vying for power in the shadows for several years, they had managed to maintain a semblance of civility. However, the facade had now been completely torn asunder, leaving no room for pretense. Very well, let us all cast our votes to decide. Guo Shuhai calmly stated, let us commence with the vote of no confidence against President Lu. I concur with the motion to dismiss President Lu. Was the immediate response from Vice President Yuan, who eagerly raised his hand. I too agree. Guo Shuhai cast a provocative glance at Lu Ruoxi before slowly lifting his own hand. I dissent. Lu Ruoxi promptly declared her stance, which also represented her father's views. Several years prior, when she first took the helm of the conglomerate, Lu Jinyuan had entrusted her with his voting rights, effectively stepping aside. Presently, the Lu family held a 30% stake in Jialua Group, while approximately 20% was held by Guo Shuhai and Vice President Yuan, with an additional 10% circulating in the secondary market. The remaining 30% was in the hands of the 5 prominent investment firms present. Thus, the outcome of the confrontation between Lu Ruoxi and Guo Shuhai rested entirely upon them. This was a truth that everyone understood. Consequently, all eyes turned to the few individuals in question. Gentlemen, it is your turn to express your opinions. Guo Shuhai said with a broad smile, the significance of which was unmistakable. The next steps rested with them. At that moment, one individual slightly raised his hand, though it was a mere casual gesture. It captivated the attention of everyone present. Guo Shuhai felt a surge of confidence, while Lu Ruoxi's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, the dire scenario she had anticipated had materialized. What did this mean? The crowd was left bewildered. I believe President Lu has led the group admirably over the past few years, and there is no necessity for this. The individual spoke in a calm manner. As his words echoed, shockwaves rippled through the assembly. The expressions of those present shifted rapidly. They had previously assumed that Guo Shuhai had secured the support of the investment firms. Even Lu Ruoxi found herself momentarily dazed, struggling to comprehend what she had just heard. Guo Shuhai and his son were equally struck, as if struck by lightning. Weren't they all supposed to support him wholeheartedly? Was this truly how support manifested? Were it not for the inappropriateness of the setting, Guo Shuhai would have hurled his teacup in frustration. He managed to restrain himself, but Guo Peng, lacking such composure, unleashed a torrent of curses at the dissenting party he had endured excruciating pain to attend, braving the mockery of others, all to witness the triumphant moment of the Guo family's control over the situation. Yet this individual had suddenly switched sides. Regrettably, his face, already disfigured from prior altercations, made his words barely intelligible. I ask you, Vice President Guo, what has happened to your manager? Xiao Tian inquired with a puzzled tilt of his head. Is he having a seizure? Upon uttering this, laughter erupted among the crowd. However, the mirth was quickly stifled, as it was inappropriate to jest in front of Guo Shuhai. Yet the security guard's quips were simply too cutting. Xiao Tian, this is a shareholders' meeting. Let us maintain decorum, Lu Ruoxi chided, casting a sidelong glance at him. Yet her tone lacked any semblance of reproach, carrying an unexpected nuance. Indeed, Xiao Tian promptly acquiesced. This minor incident soon passed, and the focus returned to the remaining institution stances, it was likely that only the 2 or 3 with the largest shareholdings would need to be swayed, as securing their support would suffice. This was significantly simpler than attempting to win over all the institutions, especially since the individual who had just spoken held only 3% of the shares. Far too little to sway the outcome. Just then, another representative from a different institution rose. Our firm continues to have faith in President Liu's capabilities. Although his words were gentle and veiled, the meaning was unmistakable. He, too, stood with Liu Ruoxi. With 2 individuals now voicing their support for her, the assembly was left in a state of confusion. After all, it was Guo Shuhai who had initiated the challenge, and logically, he should have been well prepared. Yet the current circumstances seemed to favor Liu Ruoxi. Guo Shuhai felt his face flush with heat, as the situation he had believed to be secure had spiraled into chaos. He was now far more concerned about the final outcome. Guo Shuhai, did you not claim that everything was arranged? Vice President Yuan, seated beside him, whispered in a tone laden with dissatisfaction. This was a high-stakes gamble for him. Should he fail, there would be no refuge for him within Jialua Group. A lifetime of toil would be reduced to ashes. Chapter 29. What is the reason behind this? How could everything have seemed so certain, only to suddenly change? He froze for a moment. Had Liu Ruoxi discerned his plans and outbid him for the support of these institutions? That was inconceivable. This operation had been executed with utmost secrecy. He had even feigned a power struggle with Liu Ruoxi within the group to mislead her. But if it were not this, what could explain the current turn of events? Rest assured, Brother Yuan, everything is under my control. Guo Shuhai intentionally adopted a relaxed demeanor, as he needed to keep Yuan steady. If he wavered, the situation would become irreparable. Very well, I shall trust you once more. Vice President Yuan replied coldly. He was now in a precarious position, hoping fervently that Guo Shuhai's assurances held true. The next moment, his gaze shifted to the 3 remaining individuals. The outcome hinged upon this critical juncture. Ahem, Zhu Kuei cleared his throat, stealing a glance at Xiao Tian nearby. Xiao Tian, however, was watching him with a smile that held an air of mockery. Zhu Kuei instantly lost his nerve. After all, he had a weakness in the hands of the other party. Should his secret be revealed, he would find himself in a precarious position. While some matters might be overlooked, exposure would spell disaster. Fortunately, the other party had compensated him at market value, so he had not suffered too greatly. Did I, too, agree that President Liu should continue leading Jialua Group? Zhu Kuei stated somewhat disgruntled. Yet at that moment, no one cared about his tone. All attention was on his choice. His declaration detonated like a bombshell. 3 supporters for Liu Ruoxi. This was simply. Everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward Guo Shuhai, who had initially believed he held all the cards. But now, in this scenario, had he not just sealed his own fate? More critically, the shares supporting Liu Ruoxi had now reached 45%, aside from the roughly 10% circulating in the secondary market. Even if the remaining 2 individuals sided with Guo Shuhai, the outcome would merely result in a stalemate. In other words, Liu Ruoxi had secured an invulnerable position. At worst, it would result in a draw. And her presidency remained intact. Guo Shuhai was utterly unmoored. This result had completely deviated from his anticipated trajectory. Guo Peng was now in a state of utter disarray, his mind echoing with a single thought. This cannot be real. In that moment, it felt as though he heard the sound of his dream shattering. However, the affair was not yet concluded. 2 individuals remained who had yet to express their stance, and they held the largest shares in Jialua Group, totaling 25%. Should they support Guo Shuhai, the situation would not be disastrous, amounting to a draw. Thus, the status quo would prevail, and thereafter, each party could continue to vie for supremacy. Among them, Zhang Qianfan's stance was of utmost importance, as his firm, Dingxing Investment, held a staggering 20% of Jialua's stock. The combined holdings of the other firms barely equaled that. Just then, an elderly gentleman chuckled, exuding an aura of amiability, since everyone believes in President Liu. I shall cast my vote for her, as well. As soon as he spoke, the crowd was nearly petrified. 4 firms had now declared their support for Liu Ruoxi. Those unaware of the situation might assume that Liu Ruoxi had instigated today's events. You lot have entirely forsaken the principles of camaraderie. Did you not previously profess your support for me? Where is it now? Guo Shuhai's patience finally snapped, and he pointed an accusatory finger at the investment firms. His words effectively confirmed the premeditated nature of his challenge and the prior collusion with these firms. This had been anticipated by everyone. After all, Guo Shuhai was no fool. He would not attack Lu Ruoxi without sufficient assurance, especially after her outstanding performance. What remained puzzling was why these individuals had suddenly turned against him. Scoundrels, traitors, unfaithful. Guo Peng, disregarding the pain in his face, bellowed in outrage. Yet the four individuals appeared deaf to his words. Alas, as people, they were not without vulnerabilities, and Lu Ruoxi's young ally had deftly seized upon theirs. They could not afford to back down. Vice President Guo, one may indulge in a hearty meal, but one must speak with integrity. When did we ever claim to support you? Mr. Zhu retorted coldly. Indeed, President Liu has elevated the group to its current stature. Is it not foolish for us to withhold our support from him? Others echoed this sentiment in agreement. Guo Shuhai and his son nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. These individuals have deceived them so grievously. He suppressed his surging fury and turned his gaze towards Zhang Qianfan. He was their only glimmer of hope. Firstly, Ding Sheng holds the largest share of stocks, surpassing the combined total of several other entities. If he could rally his support, their total shares would account for nearly 40%. Although slightly inferior to Lu Ruoxi's side, this minor discrepancy was not enough to alter the situation. Secondly, Zhang Qianfan's standing in the Jiangxing investment community is unparalleled. His endorsement would carry significant weight. Both Guo Shuhai and his son looked at him with eager anticipation. They felt a semblance of assurance, as they had invested considerable effort in courting the representatives of these firms, particularly Zhang Qianfan. Zhang Qianfan scanned the faces of the crowd with a detached demeanor before rising to his feet, causing the hearts of all present to tighten in unison. On behalf of Ding Sheng, I wholeheartedly support President Lu Ruoxi. I firmly believe that under her leadership, Jialua Group will achieve even greater heights. Each word he uttered was resolute and unequivocal. His declaration was undoubtedly the most unambiguous stance among the investment institutions present. In that instant, everyone was rendered speechless. All five institutions, without exception, rallied behind Lu Ruoxi. This was utterly astonishing. Even if Guo Shuhai had prepped them, it should not have culminated in such a one-sided scenario. Guo Shuhai and his son were now consumed by an all-encompassing rage. These five investment firms had completely turned against them. It was often said that investors are solely driven by profit and devoid of ethics. And today they had witnessed this firsthand. Yet, the price they offered was already double the market value. Lu Ruoxi, even if she were unaware of this matter, what benefits could she possibly provide them? What could possibly explain this? Lu Ruoxi, you wretched harlot, did you sleep with them to gain their support? Guo Peng suddenly shouted, pointing accusatorily at Lu Ruoxi, as this was the only explanation that crossed his mind. Before his words could settle, a figure had already approached him. Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed through the room, albeit slightly muted due to the cloth that cushioned the blow. Guo Peng's slightly recovered visage was instantly marred again, blood seeping through the bandages, creating a ghastly sight. You bastard! What are you doing? Guo Shuhai roared in fury, lunging toward Xiao Tian. However, before he could leave his seat, another figure charged at him. Did you not say it was foolproof? You've led me to ruin. The assistant vice president Yuan was thoroughly unhinged, unleashing all his wrath upon Guo Shuhai. The two once mighty figures soon found themselves grappling within the confines of the conference room. Their garments in tatters, this spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. What a sight! They were, after all, vice presidents of the group. Did they not feel any shame in behaving so? Lu Ruoxi slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Enough!" Her head was still spinning. She had initially suspected that the five institutions had been bought off. Her suspicion was validated by the reactions of Guo Shuhai and his son. But why had all these institutions suddenly turned against them? What had transpired? She glanced at Xiao Tian, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. Could this all have been orchestrated by him? His behavior today had been rather peculiar. He should not have attended this shareholders' meeting. Yet he had even brought his father along to do so. Furthermore, when Guo Shuhai and the others launched their sudden attack, he remained unfazed, encouraging himself to play the long game. Moreover, she had sensed that the representatives of the 5 institutions had occasionally glanced in her direction. Yet, despite all this, Lu Ruoxi found it hard to believe. This man possessed formidable skills, but the mere thought that he could sway the direction of several institutions was simply implausible. The benefits and costs that Guo Shuhai's side had invested to win their favor were almost unimaginable. However, the astonishing events were far from over. Zhang Qianfan suddenly stood up, solemnly declaring, "I announce a decision. Effective immediately, all shares of Jelua Group held by Ding Sheng will be transferred to President Liu for the nominal price of 1 yuan." At these words, a tempest of chaos erupted. 1 yuan. What an absurd jest! Was there truly no difference between this and a gift? I too shall transfer all Jelua stocks held by our investment institution to President Liu at the price of 1 yuan. Another individual proclaimed as he rose to his feet. Before his declaration could fade, 3 others swiftly followed suit, echoing the same sentiment of transferring their Jelua stocks for 1 yuan. The entire assembly was left in disbelief, questioning their own ears. Had these individuals lost their sanity? How else could one explain the situation? While they could rationalize that everyone had previously aligned with Lu Ruoxi due to their confidence in her capabilities and belief that she could elevate Jelua Group to new heights. How could they comprehend this current scenario? Those shares were worth billions, if not tens of billions, and they were simply giving them away. Everyone was left scratching their heads, utterly confounded by this inexplicable turn of events. Lu Ruoxi herself felt as though she were trapped within a surreal dream. Was this truly happening? Why? Guo Shuhai demanded furiously. Everything that transpired today had far exceeded his imagination and plans. These investment firms were typically ruthless and indifferent. Yet now they were offering their stocks as a gift. Was this some kind of witchcraft? At that moment, he was beyond reasoning. He simply sought an answer. Otherwise, he would feel utterly unfulfilled. Does it matter? Zhang Qianfan replied coolly. Who instructed you to provoke those you ought not to have? Can you truly contend with someone who can effortlessly connect with Dao Mang, someone who commands such reverence? The representatives from the other investment firms cast sympathetic glances at Guo Shuhai. They thought to themselves that if they were in his position, they too would likely be choking on their own blood from sheer frustration. It could only be said that this man was exceptionally cunning. He had orchestrated this entire charade, compelling them to dramatically perform today, only to later present the shares to Lu Ruoxi without any compensation. Upon hearing this, Guo Shuhai's body went limp, collapsing into his chair. Indeed, the outcome was already determined. Was there any point in questioning the reasons behind it? Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful for your support. But I absolutely cannot accept these shares that have been given without cause, Lu Ruoxi stated firmly. Zhang Qianfan and the others were momentarily taken aback. How could she refuse their grand gesture? Lu, if you do not accept this, I will kneel here, declared the corpulent Mr. Zhu, plummeting to the ground with a thud. I shall only rise once you accept. Seeing this, the others felt compelled to follow suit, kneeling and echoing Mr. Zhu's words. Lu, these gentlemen are esteemed individuals. Perhaps you should acquiesce, Xiao Tian whispered in her ear. Well, that very well. Given the current situation, she found herself with little choice but to comply. Little did she know that the investment representatives seemed fearful of her changing her mind, hastily producing contracts for her signature. Guo Shuhai, witnessing this scene, felt as if he had been struck blind. Just days prior, he had beseeched them for their signatures, yet they had refused, and now they were eagerly urging Lu Ruoxi to sign. There is no harm in comparison. Even more outrageous was the 1 yuan price. As Lu Ruoxi completed her signature and gazed at the documents, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloped her. The others appeared to be witnessing a fantastical spectacle. Truly, they were witnessing something unprecedented. President Liu, there is no need for you to dismiss me. I resign at this moment, Guo Shuhai uttered. As if all his strength had been drained, he understood that remaining there served no purpose. And it was not within his power to stay to AS for Guo Peng. He had initially anticipated witnessing the pinnacle of the Guo family's triumph, only to find himself bearing witness to their most abject humiliation. Lu, I was wrong. I was blinded by ambition. That I beseech you for another chance. At that moment, the assistant vice president Yuan scrambled towards Lu Ruoxi, only to be sent flying by Xiao Tian's kick. "You spineless wretch!" Guo Shuhai and his son, witnessing this spectacle, found themselves in agreement with Xiao Tian for the first time, thinking that his kick was rather well executed. Had it not been for their profound animosity, they would have even praised him. Thus, the shareholders' meeting concluded, leaving everyone stunned. Lu Ruoxi had now secured over 70% of the shares, establishing herself as the unequivocal controlling authority. Any future attempts to usurp her position through shareholding were, in theory, rendered utterly impossible. Chapter 31. No time the shareholders' meeting had concluded, yet its events would linger in the minds of all present. And indeed, within the annals of Jialua Group's history, IT was so extraordinary that it surpassed even the most thrilling of commercial dramas. Lu Ruoxi remained in a daze as she returned to her office. As for Xiao Tan, this was merely a minor interlude, something he did not dwell upon at all. However, it was not long after taking her seat that Luo Qing made her entrance. Upon witnessing her swaying figure and her exquisitely charming visage, the rough men present were left utterly entranced. Within the gala group, Tang Yun had earned the moniker Extinction Master, while Luo Qing was similarly bestowed with the title Fox Spirit. Affectionately referred to as Luo, of course, this designation of Fox Spirit was not akin to the derogatory term for a mistress. It was simply a testament to the captivating allure of this woman. Every subtle gesture and smile seemed to convey a message of its own. Luo Qing had long grown accustomed to such gazes, swaying her slender waist as she gracefully approached Xiao Tian. "Are you free tonight?" she inquired, half sitting on the edge of Xiao Tian's table, one leg bent elegantly and the other stretched out straight before her. Simultaneously, her hands rested casually behind her. This seemingly casual movement held an undeniable allure. After all, she was clad in a form-fitting skirt and stockings that elongated her legs to an extraordinary degree, perfectly proportioned, with her high-heeled shoes slightly pointed, as if beckoning something as for her upper attire. She wore a crisp white shirt, and her ample bosom, when slightly arched backward, appeared nearly explosive. Enchantress, Xiao Tian mentally assessed her once more. The other security personnel, on the other hand, were utterly dumbfounded. When a woman poses the question, "Are you free tonight?" what thoughts might arise? Surely, any speculation would not be excessive. They were once again struck by disbelief, from President Liu to Director Tang, and now to the captivating Luo Hu. It seemed that each had some connection, however tenuous, to Xiao Tian, provoking a sense of envy and resentment. These were the three prized flowers of the group. Were they expected to be plucked all at once? Could he not share the burden a little to prevent drought or flood? They scrutinized Xiao Tian closely, acknowledging that he was indeed slightly more handsome than their rugged group. And yes, his skills were commendable. Yet, was he truly the kind of man who would be adored by all? Xiao Tan, however, remained blissfully unaware of the envious glances directed at him, as his attention was wholly captured by Luo Qing's long, alluring legs. "Director Luo, is there something you need?" he asked, his gaze gradually lifting from her legs. "Of course, I would like to invite you to dinner," Luo Qing replied with a smile, "that I haven't had the chance to thank you for picking me up from the airport last time." "I'm afraid I'm unavailable tomorrow night," Xiao Tian replied, his words inciting a wave of indignation among the security staff. Here was a stunning beauty extending an invitation for dinner, and he dared to decline? Such a golden opportunity slipping through his fingers was nothing short of a travesty. No, it was more accurate to say he lacked romantic sensibility. Luo Qing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Xiao Tian's refusal, for she was well aware of her magnetic pull on men. Was he attempting to engage in a game of cat and mouse? With a hint of reluctance, she pressed on, "What about the night after tomorrow?" "I'm not free then either." Xiao Tian shook his head. At this moment, the security personnel could hardly contain their frustration, wishing they could confront him if only they stood a chance. Was he truly so dismissive of such a stunning beauty? "When, then, will you be free?" Luo Qing asked, a wave of frustration washing over her. She had never before faced such outright rejection. Naturally, apart from matters concerning the group, she had never extended invitations to others. Xiao Tian felt helpless. He did wish to accept, for sharing a meal with such a beauty would surely uplift one's spirits. Yet he had obligations to protect Lu Ruashi, especially following the shareholders' meeting that day. He sensed that the forces behind the scenes would soon make their move. He intended to suggest, "I can't make it tonight, but you could treat me to lunch." Just then, his phone rang, startling him. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he answered immediately. A minute later, he hung up, his expression dark as thunder. "Xiao Tian, what happened?" Luo Qing inquired hastily, as the other security personnel turned their attention towards him. "It's nothing. I need to step out for a moment." Xiao Tian departed like the wind. By the time they rushed out, he had vanished from sight. Moments later, he found himself on a spacious street, flanked by police barricades. Mr. Xiao, Qiu Guanwen approached him immediately. Is it confirmed that they are indeed father and son? How did they die? Xiao Tian questioned as he moved forward. It's confirmed. Both were clearly killed by a professional sniper. Soon, they arrived beside a luxurious Mercedes-Benz S-Class. In the driver's seat and the passenger seat lay two men, each with a bullet wound to their foreheads. None other than Guo Hai and Guo Peng. "You didn't kill them, did you?" Su Mingyue, who was examining various traces, shot him a sidelong glance. Her. The recent conflict between the two parties and the sudden demise of the father and son seemed rather too coincidental. "Silence. Do not speak foolishly," Qiu Guanwen exclaimed, startled, though he was unaware of the man's identity. There was no question that he was a figure of considerable importance to them. The reason he had sought out the man's number and called was twofold. Firstly, his instinct told him this man did not seem the type to commit such an act. And secondly, he believed the man would be interested in the matter. Of course, it was also a way to earn a favor. Well, let's assume that person is indeed involved. Who are we to question it? He thought to himself, acknowledging his apprentice's strengths, but lamenting his lack of tact, which often led to offending others. But at the very least, you should consider who this person is. I understand why you say that. Xiao Tian replied coolly, "Indeed, I have significant suspicions surrounding me. Yet I have been at the Gala Group all day. You can verify my alibi with 30 witnesses, no problem." Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue's face flushed crimson. Could it be that he was truly innocent? Had she wronged him? "Mingyue, you should promptly apologize to Mr. Xiao." Qiu Guanwen chided her sharply. Su Mingyue, hearing this, hesitated to speak, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "All right, no need for apologies. I'm not that petty." Xiao Tian said, dismissively, "To be honest, I wish to know who is truly behind this." He had intended to seek information from the father and son duo regarding the source of funds for their intended stock purchases, which amounted to hundreds of billions. How could they possibly afford such a sum? He suspected it might be related to the forces operating behind the scenes, aiming to control the Gala Group. The entire Gala Group under their thumb would also mean controlling their research outcomes. Their strike was merciless and swift, without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 32. A familiar scent following this, Xiao Tian opened the car door, inspected the interior, and examined the bullet wounds on Guo Hai and his son. After a moment, he exited the vehicle and began scrutinizing the tire tracks. He surveyed the nearby guardrail, furrowing his brow in contemplation, then glanced at the towering buildings surrounding them. "Mr. Xiao, have you discerned something?" Qiu Guanwen asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Yet, Xiao Tian did not respond, lost in thought. After a brief moment, when he raised his head, his eyes gleamed with intensity. "Where are the bullets?" Xiao Tian inquired. "Here," Qiu Guanwen replied, swiftly retrieving an evidence bag containing 2 bullets from a nearby officer. "Just as I suspected." Xiao Tian's tone was icy. "Mr. Xiao, what have you discovered?" Qiu Guanwen asked, bewildered. "Collect the evidence. What do you mean by that?" Qiu Guanwen questioned, perplexed. Su Mingyue interjected, "Mr. Xiao, what are you implying?" "No need to investigate further. I can tell you where the sniper is hiding. He is concealed in the 11th floor of that hotel, within 3 rooms in the middle." Xiao Tian pointed to a building on his left. "Moreover, I can confidently state that the sniper is most likely a foreigner." Su Mingyue and the other officers were momentarily stunned by his assertion. "Are you speaking nonsense? Even experts in trace evidence require hours to pinpoint a location, and you claim to have deduced it in mere minutes? Do you think you are a god?" Qiu Guanwen, while skeptical, refrained from arguing and instead asked, "If you know the hiding place, why not follow the clues and apprehend him?" "It's too late," Xiao Tian shook his head. Half an hour has elapsed since the incident. Besides, you're not equipped to catch that sniper. What do you mean by that? Su Mingyue, proud as she was, felt her expression darken at his words. The others glared at him, their irritation palpable. While his status was impressive, it did not grant him the right to look down on them. Mr. Xiao, are you suggesting there is only one sniper? Xiao Guanwen seized on the critical point. That seems implausible. To simultaneously eliminate two targets from a speeding vehicle is beyond the capabilities of any sniper. Hitting just one is already an extraordinary feat that merely indicates your limited experience. Xiao Tian retorted. Even if you gave him a chance, he could accomplish it with ease. If it were a sniper from the temple, even greater challenges would be a walk in the park. Had it not been for the presence of the director, they would have long since given this fellow a thorough training. Well, I shall take my leave now. Xiao Tian waved his hand and remarked that remaining here held little significance. As for the police's decision to continue their investigation, they were free to do as they pleased. If they were inclined to investigate, so be it. There was no need for me to ride in your vehicle. Lest others think I have committed some offense, spotting a taxi passing by, Xiao Tian promptly hailed it. Xiao Guanwen, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile. After Xiao Tian departed, Su Mingyue approached and said, Master, do not heed this fellow's words. We shall pursue our investigation. Xiao Guanwen pondered for a moment and then nodded. You should check a few rooms in that hotel over there. Master, do you truly believe that fellow's nonsense? Su Mingyue retorted. Somewhat displeased. Just do as you're told. There is no need for so much chatter. Xiao Guanwen replied irritably. All right, I shall investigate. Su Mingyue acquiesced, feeling a bit intimidated by Xiao Guanwen's outburst. I shall see whether what he said holds any truth. In the office of the public relations director, Luo Qing remained indignant over the earlier incident. Never had a man caused her such embarrassment. She had taken the initiative to invite him to dinner, only to be met with repeated refusals. Had he discerned her intentions and was deliberately avoiding her, or was it that she had grown older and lost her charm? For a moment, Luo Qing fell into self-doubt. Subsequently, she approached a mirror, gazing at her perfectly sculpted face and figure. She huffed, I'm still quite beautiful. Xiao Tian, just you wait. Meanwhile, Su Mingyue had arrived at the hotel, presenting her credentials. I need to check the occupancy information for several rooms. Certainly, which rooms would you like to inquire about? The front desk attendant promptly asked point 1120, 1121, and 1123. Just those 3 rooms. The attendant quickly searched the computer and reported, Officer, today only room 1123 has an occupancy record, and the guest registered is from Country Y, named Andrew. Su Mingyue's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. It was indeed a single individual, and a foreigner at that. Was this fellow truly so formidable? No, it couldn't be. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, and the Real sniper was not hiding in this hotel at all. Everything would hinge on the results of the forensic investigation, that I refuse to believe that this fellow possesses such extraordinary abilities. Nonetheless, her professional instincts compelled her to check that room, which turned out to be spotless, as the cleaning staff had already tidied it up. The sudden appearance of a sniper awakened a familiar sensation within him, one that emanated from the shadows of the underworld. Although no evidence currently substantiated this feeling, it was nonetheless compelling. The security team had been preparing to jest about his and Director Luo's situation. Yet Wang Chong, noticing the furrowed brow of his companion, gestured for them to return to their duties. Xiao Tian, are you facing any troubles? Wang Chong inquired as he took a seat beside him. Though we may not possess great skills, if you require anything, we will certainly oblige. Xiao Tian smiled faintly at this. It's nothing. I am merely contemplating a few matters. Although these individuals might not be able to offer much assistance, their camaraderie warmed his heart. That is good, Wang Chong replied, choosing not to probe further. The bond among men sometimes required only the slightest acknowledgement. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Tian concluded that it was prudent to remain passive, awaiting the inevitable moves of those seeking power. Their plans had evidently faltered, and he anticipated that they would soon make their next move. Chapter 33. He speaks the truth. As for the act of cooking, he found considerable enjoyment in it. It was certainly preferable to the violence of conflict. As for Lu Ruoxi, she had not ascended to her office today, instead reclining on the sofa while perusing a magazine. Observing the slender figure diligently occupied in the kitchen, an inexplicable warmth blossomed within her. Indeed, having such a man at home was rather pleasant. However, as soon as this thought emerged, she startled herself. How could I entertain such notions? I had resolved to find a way to rid myself of him. After a brief interlude, dinner was prepared, yet Xiao Tian found the meal perplexing. He felt that their relationship had improved over the past few days. At the very least, their shared meals had been casual and enjoyable. However, today, this young woman was unusually aloof. Even when she occasionally spoke, her words were sharp and curt, as though she had consumed gunpowder. Could it be that she had an unexpected visitor, rendering her so irritable? Meanwhile, at the Jiangcheng Police Department, Su Mingwei anxiously awaited something. Suddenly, a middle-aged man entered, holding a report. "Professor Li, have the results come in?" Upon seeing him, Su Mingwei hurried forward. "Mingwei, why the rush? I worked overtime to expedite this for you." The man chuckled, handing her the report. Su Mingwei swiftly flipped to the conclusion section, her heart racing as she read, from the 10th to 13th floors of the Four Seasons Hotel. Between 5 to 7 rooms. Upon seeing this conclusion, Su Mingwei felt as though her heart had been struck forcefully. How could this be possible? After all, Professor Li was a leading expert in this field, and his team was exceptionally capable. Even it had taken nearly half a day to ascertain the basic location, yet this fellow managed to determine it in mere minutes, with even greater precision. Though she had her reservations about him, she could not deny his accuracy. To refuse acknowledgement would be foolish. She found herself pondering just who this man was, capable of inspiring such respect from a military district's major general and instantly identifying the sniper's hiding place. Every aspect of him seemed shrouded in mystery. In that moment, Su Mingwei was filled with curiosity about this man, eager to uncover the truth. Days passed swiftly, and tranquility reigned, with no significant events unfolding. The only noteworthy development was that Lu Ruoshi's demeanor toward him seemed to have cooled once again, reminiscent of their initial encounters. Xiao Tian remained indifferent, continuing his leisurely routine in the security department. One day, as he was smoking and reading the newspaper, a figure caught his eye. Suddenly, his gaze brightened, and he inquired, "Who was that woman who just walked by? I don't believe I've seen her before." The others turned to look, shaking their heads in unison. "That I know." One security guard chimed in. "She is President Lu's assistant. I happened to hear someone mention her a couple of days ago, that I've seen President Lu's assistant before. But she doesn't resemble this one." Another frowned. "You are unaware. President Lu's previous assistant was involved in a car accident and is currently hospitalized, requiring at least 6 months of recovery," the first guard explained. "Having heard the news through the grapevine, that I say, Xiao Ge, you cannot possibly be interested in this new assistant." A nearby guard feigned a tragic expression and lamented, "Xiao Ge, at least leave us some hope." This remark elicited agreement from the others, who nodded in unison. "Get lost," Xiao Tian chuckled, cursing lightly before he stood up and exited. Could it be that Xiao Ge is genuinely interested in that new assistant? Surely not. That female assistant is incomparable to Director Tang, Director Luo, and certainly not to President Lu. How could Xiao Ge lack such discernment? A spirited debate ensued among the guards regarding Xiao Tian's taste. While they engaged in their discussion, Xiao Tian had already taken the elevator to the floor where Lu Ruoshi's office was located. By the way, assistant he. How have you been adapting these past few days? Lu Ruoshi asked after hearing the new assistant's work report. "Thank you for your concern, President. That I found it a bit challenging at first, but I have improved significantly over the past few days." "Assistant," he replied with a smile. Just then, the office door swung open unexpectedly. Lu Ruoshi felt a headache coming on. She didn't need to look up to know who had entered. Only one person in the entire Jiloa group had such disregard for decorum as to barge in unannounced. "What brings you here?" Lu Ruoshi asked, supporting her head with one hand. "What a question! It is, of course, my duty to carry out the noble responsibilities of our security team. Today I am assigned to patrol this floor." Xiao Tian replied with a grin. However, since his arrival, he had never been assigned such a task, spending his days leisurely enjoying tea and reading the newspaper in the security department. Lu Ruoshi, engrossed in her work, paid little mind to this, and upon hearing his explanation, did not question him further. "Everything here is in order. You may continue your patrol." Lu Ruashi was perplexed, feeling a nagging sense of unease whenever she laid eyes on this individual. Yes, yes, Xiao Tian replied repeatedly. Suddenly his gaze brightened as he turned towards assistant He. Ah, may I inquire who this is? Allow me to introduce, this is my new assistant, Hiru. Lu Ruashi's heart raced even more at the mention of her name, stealing a furtive glance at the other party. This was because Xiao Tian had specifically instructed her to inform him of any new arrivals in her vicinity. So you are assistant He. What a pleasure it is to meet you. Xiao Tian promptly advanced, warmly shaking her hand, his smile radiating sincerity. Simultaneously, he was keenly observing her. This assistant He appeared to be in her 30s, possessing an attractive demeanor and maintaining a commendable physique. With a pair of glasses perched on her nose, at least on the surface, she seemed no different from the typical white-collar elite. Chapter 34. Self-detonation assistant. He was taken aback. Was there something amiss with this fellow? She was merely a secretary. Did such enthusiasm truly befit her role? However, out of politeness, she stepped forward and lightly grasped Xiao Tian's hand. Lu Ruashi found Xiao Tian's behavior somewhat peculiar, yet she dismissed it, saying, "All right, we have some matters to attend to. You may return to your duties. Of course. Lu General, do carry on," Xiao Tian said with a flattering smile, retreating towards the door. The moment he stepped outside and closed the office door, his expression turned icy, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. He sensed a distinct aura emanating from this woman, one that felt all too familiar, an aura characteristic of a killer. Although she concealed it well, he was not easily fooled. When she had taken those 2 steps forward, her legs had maintained a particular angle, indicative of a stance that allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Perhaps she was unaware. But this had become an instinctive behavior of a seasoned assassin, nearly impossible to alter. Moreover, during their handshake, Xiao Tian had astutely detected that while her hands were long and fair, there was a callus on a specific part. Likely a result of prolonged knife usage, he also caught a faint scent of snake venom in her hair, subtle enough that even police dogs might miss it. Yet he discerned it, if he were to hazard a guess. It might be the venom from a deep-sea snake, cleverly concealed within her hairpin. Upon comprehensive evaluation, it was clear that this woman was an experienced assassin, her skills formidable. It was not difficult to conclude that she had infiltrated Lu Ruashi's side under the guise of an assistant for ulterior motives. Furthermore, Lu Ruashi's previous assistant was likely not an ordinary casualty, but rather a deliberate act orchestrated by someone. This was precisely why he had refrained from taking immediate action earlier, to avoid alarming the snake or provoking a desperate response. Either outcome would have been far from ideal. For the time being, he was not overly concerned for Lu Ruashi's safety. If her adversary truly wished her harm, she would not have remained unharmed thus far. After all, she had been employed for 2 to 3 days. It seemed her objectives had yet to be fulfilled. Once they were, Lu Ruashi would undoubtedly find herself in grave danger. Xiao Tian felt a surge of frustration, partly directed at Lu Ruashi for failing to mention such a significant individual in her midst, and more so at himself for not having detected this sooner. Perhaps the current ease of life had dulled his vigilance. He turned and approached Tang Yun's office, finding the door ajar with a gentle push. He entered that moment. Tang Yun was engrossed in her work and looked up upon hearing footsteps. When her gaze fell upon Xiao Tian, her eyes sparkled with surprise. "What brings you here?" if memory served. This was indeed Xiao Tian's first visit to her office. "I simply missed Director Tang and thought I would drop by," he quipped. "Don't speak nonsense." Though she knew he was jesting, a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Really, Director Tang, you seem a bit weary lately. Don't overexert yourself," Xiao Tian remarked, scrutinizing her face. "All right, what is it that you want?" Tang Yun, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, retorted, "I was wondering if I could take a look at the employment records of Lu General's new assistant." Xiao Tian replied, a sheepish grin on his face. "Why do you want to see assistant He's information? I thought it would be prudent to familiarize myself with someone who is destined to be a prominent figure beside the president. Perhaps even foster a friendly rapport. It can't hurt, right?" Xiao Tian winked playfully. "Really?" Tang Yun regarded him with suspicion, sensing something was amiss. "Of course. What else would I be doing?" "Fine," she relented, walking over to a nearby filing cabinet and retrieving a document. "You can only view it here." She figured there was nothing particularly sensitive in the employment records. A casual inquiry would suffice, of course, Xiao Tian replied, taking the document and perusing its contents. It contained nothing of note, just basic information such as name, age, education, work experience, residential address, and hobbies. That he knew without asking that all this information was fabricated, albeit convincingly so. After a brief glance, he returned it to Tang Yun. Please do not disclose this matter to anyone else. With a smile, he turned to leave. Tang Yun couldn't help but scoff. So secretive. As Xiao Tian exited, he promptly dialed a number for Shadow. The call was swiftly answered, followed by an exuberant voice on the other end. Not so fast. Xiao Tian chuckled awkwardly. I need you to monitor a number around the clock. He relayed his phone number. While her other details might be fictitious, her phone number would undoubtedly be genuine. Understood, came Shadow's confident reply. He then heard a flurry of keyboard clacking. Oh, this number is triple encrypted. This method seems somewhat familiar, Shadow said, slightly taken aback. Give me 5 minutes. Xiao Tian had never doubted Shadow's prowess in this area and waited patiently. In less than 5 minutes, Shadow announced, done. No matter how this number is masked, encrypted, or transformed, it will never escape my grasp. Good, Xiao Tian nodded. Xiaoge, I need to tell you something, but you mustn't scold me. Just as Xiao Tian was about to hang up, Shadow's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of trepidation, as if she had committed a misdeed. All right, I promise. Okay, I promise, Xiao Tian replied, bemused. Well, Tianqing has already learned about your whereabouts in Jiangqing. Shadow stammered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was instantly struck with a wave of dizziness. He knew it was only a matter of time before Shadow could no longer keep this secret, while Shadow was undoubtedly a master in the realm of hacking and intelligence. She lacked the subtlety required in human interactions. How did she find out? Xiao Tian inquired curiously. Hearing this, he felt utterly defeated. If she had been deceived by someone, it would have been somewhat bearable, given Shadow's youth and innocence. But come on, this was a blatant self-sabotage. Chapter 35. Humbling oneself to seek forgiveness in recent days. Lei had been consumed by fear, haunted by the assassination of Guo Shuhai and his son in broad daylight, leaving him in a constant state of dread. Although he was indeed an underground overlord in Jiangqing, he was not impervious to the fear of death. He was acutely aware that at any moment, whether on the street or in the comfort of his own bed, a bullet could extinguish his life. There's a saying that as one ages in the underworld, their courage diminishes. This is because they have witnessed too much and too many. Realizing that the world is far more intricate than it appears in these past few days, Lei Yu's greatest concern was undoubtedly that young man. His thoughts mirrored those of Su Mingwei, mere moments after their conflict. The father and son met their demise. What are the odds of such a coincidence? He was more certain than anyone that this incident was orchestrated by that young M.N.A.T. the very least. He was the mastermind behind it. Thus, upon learning of the situation, he began to closely monitor developments. However, as the days passed, that young man remained unharmed, without a single incident or communication. This left him utterly rattled. What did this signify? It was clear without needing to think too hard. The young man's background was formidable. Could a mere underground overlord like him contend with an entity possessing both profound strength and influence? He understood that if a true bigwig wished to deal with him, it would take nothing more than a word. In his previous life, he would have simply walked away, unburdened. However, after years of struggle, having built a substantial empire, escaping was no longer an option. Thus, he made a resolute decision to humble himself and seek forgiveness. He was genuinely prepared to atone. He instructed his subordinates to procure a large bundle of brambles from an unknown source, then drove to the entrance of a bustling eatery. Upon disembarking, he shed his shirt, exposing a muscular physique, and slung the bundle of brambles over his back, ultimately dropping to his knees with a thud. His peculiar actions immediately stirred a commotion, causing patrons of the roadside stall to flock outside to witness the spectacle. Who is this fellow? What could he possibly be doing? Is he engaging in performance art? One could not help but notice that his muscular physique was indeed enviable. As the crowd began to murmur among themselves at that moment, Lei Yu was consumed by a mix of shame and anger, wishing fervently to vanish into a crack in the ground. After all, he was the underground overlord of Jiangqing, a figure who was revered as Master Lei wherever he went. Yet now, he found himself kneeling in public, subjected to the scrutiny of onlookers as if he were a mere monkey on display. "Isn't that Master Lay?" Someone exclaimed at that moment. "It truly seems to be him." Another responded. "Which Master Lay are you referring to?" "There are several in Jiangsheng." The crowd was struck with astonishment. The name of Master Lay resonated profoundly, for he was a formidable figure indeed. Yet how could he be kneeling here, engaging in this act of submission? Surely, only a handful of individuals in Jiangsheng could compel him to do so. Listening to the chatter around him, Lei Yu felt as though he were on the brink of death. He sincerely wished that no one would recognize him. Unfortunately, in Jiangsheng, there were far too many who knew him at that moment. His eyes brightened as he spotted a figure in the crowd. "Mr. Xiao, I must sincerely apologize for my previous ignorance." He bowed deeply before Xiao Tian. The crowd turned their gaze in response to his words, eager to discern the identity of this Mr. Xiao who could bring the renowned Master Lei to such a state of humility. Soon, their attention focused on Xiao Tian, who appeared to be clad in nothing more than a standard security uniform. Why would Master Lei prostrate himself before this individual, displaying such trepidation? Xiao Tian, bemused, thought to himself that he had merely come to the nearby roadside stall for a bite to eat, only to stumble upon this unexpected scene involving Lei Yu. "What on earth are you doing, Master Lei?" "Mr. Xiao, you may simply call me Lei Yu. I would never dare to be called Master Lei again. I deeply regret my previous ignorance and errors, and I am here today to rectify them," Lei Yu stated earnestly. "After much consideration, I have decided to emulate the ancients and present my apologies in this manner, as it is the only way to convey my sincerity." Hearing this, Xiao Tian was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected Lei Yu to possess such eloquence. Little did he know that Lei Yu's literary flair was not his own. These few lines had been penned by another, which he had struggled for hours to memorize. However, he was astute enough to realize that Xiao Tian intended to meet with him personally, once matters with Lu Ruoxi had settled down. After all, the other party had sent emissaries to him twice, and, as the saying goes, to not reciprocate is impolite. He had not anticipated that Lei Yu would come to him so suddenly today. Xiao Tian contemplated the kneeling Lei Yu, pondering that such a person, undoubtedly a local tyrant, might prove useful in the current situation. As for the previous 2 attempts on his life, he had emerged unscathed, while many of Lei Yu's subordinates now languished in the hospital. With these thoughts in mind, he addressed Lei Yu. "I may consider forgiving you, but there are 2 conditions that must be met." "Mr. Xiao, please state your conditions. I would comply with 10 if necessary," Lei Yu hastily replied. Before coming, his greatest fear had been that the other party would offer him no opportunity at all. Now that he had one, he was determined to seize it. "First, you must ensure that your men are properly managed. Incidents like those of the past cannot occur again. Should there be a repeat, I shall personally take your head." Yes, I assure you this will be accomplished," Lei Yu quickly affirmed, as he had already been contemplating a transition, fully aware that such antics could not last indefinitely. However, transitioning was no simple task, especially with so many to support. At times, he found himself with no other options. Xiao Tian's words now compelled him to make a resolute decision. "Secondly, you must follow my orders in the future, should you dare to defy me. I possess the power to both grant you life and take it away." Xiao Tian shot him a sidelong glance, speaking in a detached tone. Yes, from now on, I shall heed Mr. Zhao's every command without hesitation." Lei Yu immediately acquiesced. Neither of these demands seemed unreasonable to him, so he had no objections. "Very well, put your clothes back on. This is quite unbecoming." Yes. Lei Yu hastily donned the shirt handed to him by a nearby subordinate. And noticing the crowd's gaze upon him, he barked, "What are you staring at? Get lost." A name carries weight, and this young man was indeed a significant figure, compelling Master Lei to behave like a docile kitten in his presence. Chapter 36. Astonishment. Lei Yu, you are quite clever, more so than many presume. Xiao Tian regarded him with a meaningful gaze. "No, I merely know how to read the situation. Moreover, I harbor no irreconcilable hatred towards Mr. Xiao." Upon hearing this, a flicker of appreciation shone in Xiao Tian's eyes that he relished dealing with individuals like him, straightforward and uncomplicated. Such people, capable of bending and yielding, tend to endure. Indeed, Liu bowed in acknowledgement before promptly leaving in his vehicle. For Liu, this was a gamble of a lifetime. He had previously taken risks and won, which had led to his current status as Master Lei. Although this time lacked substantial backing, he trusted his instincts. After meeting the young man, his feelings of certainty only intensified. Realizing that the motivations behind the actions were indeed linked to those research endeavors, it was clear that the laboratory was of utmost importance. Under Liu Ruashi's arrangement, his employee card granted him the highest level of access, allowing him entry to any part of the organization. Xiao Tian ventured within, exploring the premises with particular focus on the floor dedicated to energy conversion research. However, after a thorough examination, he found no significant discoveries that a frown creased his brow. Had his assumptions been incorrect? Initially, he believed that following the power takeover, the opposing party would surely take subsequent action. The appearance of assistant, he confirmed that his suspicions were not unfounded. They were indeed mobilizing. Nevertheless, how could the laboratory's core be unguarded? This seemed illogical, for to steal information solely from Liu Ruashi would be far from sufficient. The crucial data should reside within the laboratory. No, his expression shifted suddenly. Recklessly assigning personnel to the laboratory was not the optimal choice, given the distinct nature of the assistant's position. The laboratory demanded only the most elite professionals, and even those in lesser roles faced extensive vetting due to the sensitive environment. What then was the best course of action? Undoubtedly, it was coercion, especially targeting those engineers who were of paramount significance. Unbeknownst to him, the end of the workday had arrived. Xiao Tian instinctively walked to a nearby intersection to await Liu Ruashi. As anticipated, she arrived shortly thereafter, peeking her head out and declaring, "No way. Wherever you go, I must follow." To Liu Ruashi's astonishment, Xiao Tian simply opened the car door and sat inside. Previously, he might have allowed her to go out alone. But now he sensed an impending storm and would not permit her to venture out on her own. In the workplace or nearby, the opposing party would likely hesitate to act, but once they were outside, anything could happen. Liu Ruashi was momentarily speechless. This fellow was utterly unreasonable. When she saw Xiao Tian close his eyes in apparent relaxation, she felt an overwhelming urge to eject him from the vehicle with a mere button press. If only it were possible. "Are you getting out or not?" Liu Ruashi asked tersely. It was not that she was unwilling, but today's event was genuinely not suitable for him to accompany her. Just then, Xiao Tian opened his eyes and waved his old-fashioned phone. "Shall I consult Uncle Liu's opinion once more?" Upon hearing this, Liu Ruashi's face turned pale with anger. This guy only knew how to leverage her father against her. He had done so a few days prior, and now again. Did he have no shame? Yet, with her father's name invoked, she truly felt powerless to her. Her father was like a sword of authority. Liu Ruashi let out a cold huff and pressed the accelerator, the Porsche demonstrating its impressive acceleration. "By the way, Liu, what event are we attending?" Xiao Tian asked with curiosity. "A charity gala." Liu Ruashi replied tersely. "Today, we'll be mingling with prominent figures, so please do not cause any trouble. Rest assured, am I the kind of person to stir up chaos?" Xiao Tian replied with a confident air. He had attended numerous charity events, most of which were mere FAAs, lacking genuine interest. After a brief pause, Xiao Tian inquired, "By the way, do you have a formal suit?" "I actually don't." Xiao Tian chuckled awkwardly. As they spoke, they had already arrived home. Liu Ruashi stepped into one of the rooms, and when she emerged, she was holding a suit. "This was left behind by my father in the past. Please make do with it for now," Liu Ruashi said. "Although it is not a formal gown, it is certainly far superior to the security uniform he was wearing, as well as the casual attire he had donned earlier. After all, there is no time to buy something new now." Xiao Tian changed his clothes swiftly, emerging in under a minute. For him, the suit was not nearly as comfortable as his own clothes, or even the security uniform. After waiting for just over 10 minutes, Liu Ruashi finally descended. Upon seeing her, Xiao Tian's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Liu Ruashi was adorned in a purple, backless evening gown that clung to her figure like a mermaid. The cinched waist accentuated her already exquisite proportions to perfection. A pair of delicate silver high heels elongated her legs, making them appear both slender and straight. Her flawless visage beneath a subtle makeup radiated an almost celestial purity. It was breathtaking, In that moment, Xiao Tian thought to himself that Lu Ruoxi must be a favored child of the heavens. Otherwise, how could such a perfect woman exist? Noticing how captivated Xiao Tian was, Lu Ruoxi felt her cheeks flush with a hint of shyness, accompanied by an undercurrent of pride. At the same time, she too was pleasantly surprised. She had not anticipated that this fellow would look rather handsome in a suit. The unique structure of the suit showcased him splendidly, and more importantly, he exuded a charm that was entirely different from his usual demeanor. That, of course, Lu Ruoxi would never voice this sentiment aloud. Well then, let us proceed, Lu Ruoxi remarked casually. Chapter 37. The Charity Gala Tian Yuan Grand Hotel, one of the few five-star establishments in Jiangxing. After Xiao Tian and Lu Ruoxi parked their car at the entrance, they were greeted by a dazzling array of luxury vehicles. Bentleys, Maybachs, Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, and Lamborghinis were all present at that moment. Lu Ruoxi's Porsche seemed rather ordinary in comparison as for the BBA models, which are considered luxury cars by the average person. Their presence here would be deemed quite out of place. The two of them walked directly towards the hotel entrance. This time, the lobby on the first floor was already bustling with people, gathered in small clusters, clinking their wine glasses and engaging in conversation. Do not underestimate such casual exchanges. Many groundbreaking collaborations or projects often ignite from these seemingly trivial discussions. After all, these individuals are the true decision-makers, who do not require lengthy approval processes. Their conviction alone is sufficient to propel matters forward. As soon as Lu Ruoxi stepped inside, she immediately captured the attention of the entire room. There was no way to ignore her radiance tonight. She shone like the sun. In truth, there were several celebrities and socialites present at the event, as a charity gala would be lacking in allure without its fair share of beauty. However, with Lu Ruoxi's arrival, all the starlets and socialites were utterly overshadowed. Lu Zong, it has been quite a while. Lu Zong, your Jia Luo group is currently thriving. Lu Zong, you truly are a testament to the saying like father, like daughter. I see that Lu Dong may now indulge in leisure. Indeed, I envy Lu Dong. Unlike my son, who only knows how to squander his days in revelry, I wonder how long I shall toil. Upon seeing Lu Ruoxi arrive, many people rushed forward to greet her. They could not afford to regard Lu Ruoxi merely as a pretty face. After all, this woman had transformed and upgraded the Jia Luo group within just a few years of taking the helm. Such an accomplishment is something even these seasoned veterans of the business world would hesitate to claim. Even more astonishing was a recent incident at the shareholder meeting, where Lu Ruoxi not only expelled the old guard represented by Guoshu Hai, but also firmly secured the company's stock in her grasp. Although this was initially mere rumor, it was later confirmed by an announcement from the Jia Luo group. Everyone is just joking. Ruoxi is still young and has merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. She has much to learn from all of you esteemed predecessors, Lu Ruoxi replied with a smile, accepting a glass of red wine from a waiter and taking a modest sip in acknowledgement. Lu Zong, I happen to have a plan regarding e-commerce. Shall we discuss it? A middle-aged man suggested with a smile. Certainly, I am indeed quite interested in e-commerce. Lu Ruoxi nodded. The others, upon hearing this, began to disperse, as they had merely come to extend their greetings. By the way, did you see the man who entered with Lu Ruoxi? I did. Lu Ruoxi has always been solitary. Why did she bring a man this time? Could he be her boyfriend? Surely not. I have never heard of Lu Ruoxi having a boyfriend. Indeed, while this young man appears quite decent and matches Lu Zong, we have never seen him before. He must not have any notable background. Shoo. We mustn't speak carelessly. If he hears us, we may be in trouble. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. After a moment, someone inquired, will that person be attending tonight? I heard he might come, but whether it is true remains uncertain. Xiao Tian paid no mind to such matters. He was merely there to ensure Lu Ruoxi's safety at that moment, seeing Lu Ruoxi engage in conversation. He stepped aside to partake in the buffet provided. He had not eaten dinner yet and was quite famished. To his surprise, the buffet at this charity gala was quite impressive, featuring steak, lamb chops, appetizers, fruit salads, and more. His actions drew attention from several onlookers, followed by disdainful glances. What an unsophisticated bumpkin. However, their opinions held no sway over Xiao Tian. For him, Dining was of utmost importance, Mr. Xiao. I believe you are the only one here who takes a buffet so seriously. A voice called out nearby. Turning to see a tall woman striding over in high heels, Xiao Tian's eyes lit up. Bai Su Zhen. Upon seeing her, he felt a rush of excitement. If Lu Ruoxi's beauty shone like the sun, then this lady before him radiated a gentle moonlight. They were two entirely different styles. In terms of beauty, they were nearly equal. May I be called Bai Su Su? Bai Su Su rolled her eyes. Apologies, I mixed it up, Xiao Tian chuckled. Mr. Xiao, you truly are. Bai Su Su glanced at the remnants in Xiao Tian's trash bin and shook her head. Isn't this a charity gala? Xiao Tian replied, nonchalantly. They handle the charity, while I shall simply enjoy the banquet. Giggling, Bai Su Su found his response amusing. Mr. Xiao, you are quite the wit. By the way, this steak is average, but the lamb chops are quite good. Would you like to try? Xiao Tian offered a lamb chop eagerly. Perhaps not. Bai Su Su quickly declined, bemused by his offer. How could he expect her to gnaw on a lamb chop while dressed in evening attire? The mere thought was almost absurd. Then you shall miss out, Xiao Tian replied, indulging in the lamb chop himself. His carefree demeanor sparked a hint of admiration in Bai Su Su that moment. Many others began to take notice. Oh, who is this man that just entered with Lu Ruoxi, and now he's chatting with Bai Su Su? Indeed, it seems he is quite the way with women. The crowd began to murmur in surprise, but soon someone remarked, what does it matter? He is merely a pretty bee, a wide eye. In truth, when it came to beauty, Bai Su Su was not significantly inferior to Lu Ruoxi. The reason no one approached Bai Su Su with enthusiasm was due to apprehension. In Jiangcheng, the elite were well aware of Bai Su Su's mysterious and formidable background. Chapter 38. Feeling unwell, though Lu Ruoxi was engaged in business discussions. Her gaze occasionally drifted towards Xiao Tian. Having shared a roof with him for so long, she understood that he was not the most composed individual. Any trouble he stirred would be unfortunate. However, she did not expect that within such a short span, he would be enjoying a lively conversation with Bai Su Su. Observing Bai Su Su's laughter, Lu Ruoxi felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. She longed to approach and eavesdrop on their cheerful exchange, yet she was currently occupied with business matters and could not excuse herself. Her beautiful eyes shot a sharp glance. Indeed, he was quite the flirt. Unable to resist the allure of a beautiful woman, yet, with Xiao Tian's back turned towards her, he remained oblivious to her expression. However, Bai Su Su was astute enough to sense the tension. Unlike others, she did not believe their relationship to be insignificant. If it were truly inconsequential, why would they have invited him to their Tingyu pavilion that day? All right, I must take my leave. Otherwise, someone might be in for a surprise. Bai Su Su remarked with a smile, then sashayed away. Her words left Xiao Tian perplexed. As he turned, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Luo Yongho, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng. In truth, when Xiao Tian first entered, Luo Yongho had already noticed him. However, at that moment, he was surrounded by numerous people, which prevented Xiao Tian from recognizing him. Luo Yongho was aware that Xiao Tian wished to keep their relationship concealed, so he refrained from approaching. Now, seeing Xiao Tian glance in his direction, he offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. Upon looking, excitement surged among the crowd. How could this young master be here? With his arrival, tomorrow's charity gala would undoubtedly make headlines. Naturally, that was not the reason for his presence. This remark elicited knowing smiles among the attendees at the entrance. A group of people surrounded a young man who approached. He was clad in a bespoke European suit, adorned with $1 million Patek Philippe watch, exuding an air of refinement. The subtle smile playing on his lips captivated countless women. Yet, what made him truly irresistible was not merely his appearance, but his aura. One may possess striking good looks and be elegantly attired, yet true charisma cannot be feigned. It is revealed in every gesture, reflecting one's social standing. The man before them exemplified this, and a single glance was enough to discern that he hailed from a distinguished family. Young Master Ji, young Master Ji, as he passed by. The onlookers called out with reverence. However, he made no response and continued his composed stride. Soon, he arrived before Lu Ruoxi. Ruoxi, it has been too long. His sincere smile was like a breath of fresh spring air. Indeed, it has been a while, Lu Ruashi replied, her smile tinged with a hint of reluctance. Mr. Xiao, it seems you have encountered a formidable rival, Bai Susu remarked, a hint of mischief in her tone. What do you mean? Miss Bai, Xiao Tan turned to her. This gentleman is Jija, the eldest son of the Ji family, one of the three prominent families. Bai Susu elaborated. The significance of the three families in Jiangsheng is well known. They are the very elite of the city. In every respect, they wield immense influence. It is an open secret that Jija has taken a liking to Lu Ruashi. Not only does he boast an illustrious lineage, but he is also exceptionally accomplished, having returned from an Ivy League university. With a teasing glance at him, Bai Susu added, So, Mr. Xiao, you must act swiftly. Xiao Tian chuckled, neither confirming nor denying her assertion, if awaiting the arrival of the Ji family's young master. A host soon took to the stage. This host was a familiar figure in Jiangsheng, a prominent personality from the local radio station. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this charity gala, which speaks to the benevolence of your hearts. His voice resonated, and as he spoke, the lights dimmed, replaced by a cascade of vibrant neon lights pouring down from above. Melodious dance music filled the hall, and nearly everyone found their preferred dance partner, swaying to the rhythm. Of course, most partners were those they had brought along at this moment. Jija stepped back, performed a slight bow, and gallantly extended his hand. Ruashi, may I have the honor of a dance with you? This simple gesture showcased Jija's elegance and charm. Dancers nearby turned their attention to this exchange, speculating whether Lu Ruashi would accept. In their minds, a young master of Jija's caliber, possessing everything one could desire, seemed the epitome of a perfect partner. However, it was also a fact that Jija had pursued Lu Ruashi for 2 years without success. Many believed Lu Ruashi might be testing this esteemed young master, for she herself was no less exceptional. Yet, in such a setting, it seemed unlikely she would decline. After all, how could she refuse without causing Jija to lose face? At that moment, Lu Ruashi found herself in a quandary. Yet, contrary to the expectations of others, she felt no attraction to this so-called perfect suitor. The dilemma lay in how to refuse. Would declining lead to misunderstandings? Particularly for Jija. After a moment of silence, Lu Ruashi spoke. Young Master Ji, I apologize, but I have not been feeling well these past few days. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Jija's face. This woman was truly testing his patience. He knew full well she was merely offering an excuse. What a coincidence that she should feel unwell now. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, or at least appeared to do so in front of others, and smiled gently. Your health is of utmost importance. I hope it is nothing serious. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, young Master Ji, Lu Ruashi replied, shaking her head. What do you mean you are fine? Lu, you are in perfect health? Just then, a voice rang out. Lu Ruashi felt her temper flare. This man had just managed to defuse a rather awkward situation, and now he dared to speak up. Chapter 39. Unpleasantness. Xiao Tian's remark left not only Lu Ruashi stunned, but also the rest of the attendees. While everyone understood that Lu Ruashi's claim of feeling unwell was merely a pretext, the unspoken agreement to let it slide had been shattered by his bluntness, altering the nature of the situation entirely. This was a blatant affront. At that moment, Bai Susu, standing not far away, was equally astonished. Her mouth agape. She recalled Xiao Tian's parting words. Aren't you curious about my performance? Just watch. She had anticipated some mischief from him, but never expected such a provocative statement that stirred the emotions of everyone present. She gazed at him, compelled to admit, what a bold move. What do you mean by that? Jija's composure shattered, unable to maintain his facade any longer. However, Xiao Tian paid him no mind and knelt before Lu Ruashi, extending his hand with an ardent gaze. Beautiful Lu, ever since I laid eyes on you, I have lost my appetite, my thoughts consumed by your image. You are a thief, a heart stealer, having captured my very soul. Lu Ruashi was left speechless. She had never anticipated that Xiao Tian would kneel before her. His face bore no trace of his usual roguish demeanor, only deep affection. In that moment, he resembled a noble prince confessing his love to the lady of his dreams. Radiating romance. Lu Ruashi felt her heart racing wildly. How significant was her place in his heart? I do not expect to be your knight. I have but one wish, to dance with you. Even if I were to perish afterward, I would have no regrets. Wow, he is truly devoted. Indeed, if a man were to treat me this way, I would marry him on the spot. Such a man is rare in the world. No woman could resist the allure of romance, nor withstand the gentle assault of tenderness that in that instant. Nearly all the women present shifted their allegiances. Beautiful Lu, I hope you will grant me this small request. If you refuse, I shall remain on my knees. Xiao Tian continued, his tone imbued with warmth that I agree. Lu Ruashi, having lost her ability to think clearly, nodded and placed her delicate hand in his, seizing the opportunity. Xiao Tian grasped Lu Ruashi's hand and cast a smug glance at Jizha. Did you see that? It's not that she's unwell, but rather that she simply did not wish to dance with you. If I were in your shoes, I would not want to either, given your lack of sincerity and your haughty demeanor as a young master. If you were to pursue your beloved with the same relentless determination as I, would she not acquiesce? Young Master Ji, you truly have much to learn. Have you not heard that beautiful women fear the tenacity of suitors? As his words fell, Xiao Tian led Lu Ruashi to the dance floor. Swaying in harmony with the crowd and the music, that moment, the audience was left in shock, feeling as though thunder had struck. What had this man just done? Had he deliberately humiliated young Master Ji? And in such a public manner, no less. This was reckless behavior. The crowd cautiously glanced at Jizha, who, unsurprisingly, wore an expression more dreadful than that of someone who had just consumed something foul. They could not help but murmur, "This young man is in for a rough ride." Bai Susu observed the pair on the dance floor, her expression thoughtful. Who exactly was Xiao Tian? She had deliberately informed him of Jizha's identity to gauge the extent of his actions. And the reality exceeded her expectations. It was an utterly unabashed public humiliation. What gave him the audacity? Did he truly fear no retribution from Jizha or the Ji family? Not to mention, Lu Ruashi's waist was simply stunning. Not only visually striking, but also delightfully smooth to the touch. Behave yourself, Lu Ruashi admonished, feeling a large hand wandering at her waist. At this moment, she had gradually emerged from the previous state of blankness. "Sorry, it's instinct," Xiao Tian said with an apologetic smile. "You were quite impulsive today. Do you realize the consequences of your actions?" Lu Ruashi remarked, her expression slightly heavy. "Isn't it just about the so-called 3 prominent families?" Xiao Tian retorted, curling his lip, not underestimate the 3 prominent families. Their enduring presence in Jiangcheng for a century is rooted in a depth you cannot fathom. Lu Ruashi replied, "I just don't understand why you did what you did today. Isn't it simple? I can't stand anyone who is more handsome or more popular than I am." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes in disbelief. What kind of reason is that? Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Tian's first half of the statement was mere nonsense, while the latter half held a kernel of truth. He simply found that individual displeasing. By the way, what were you discussing with Bai Susu earlier? Lu Ruashi suddenly inquired. "Oh, nothing much. Just casual conversation that I warn you. Keep your distance from her." "Why? Don't you, like me, dislike those who are more beautiful?" At this remark, Xiao Tian felt a chill emanating from her. "She is more beautiful than I am?" No. She's decent looking, but compared to you, Miss Lu, she's merely a heap of mud." Xiao Tian was acutely aware that one must never praise another woman's beauty in the presence of a stunning woman. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruashi burst into laughter. "You truly are talking nonsense. While she might think herself to be on par with me, to claim that she is merely a heap of mud in comparison is sheer folly. Even she had to concede that the other woman was indeed beautiful, the kind that left a lasting impression. The reason I advise you to keep your distance from her is that I find her inscrutable. Or rather, no one in Jiangcheng seems capable of seeing through her. Understood? Rest assured, I'm not some prized delicacy. Not that many people are interested in me," Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. Finally, as the music concluded, the two made their way to nearby chairs to rest. "I never expected you to dance the waltz so well," Lu Ruashi remarked, somewhat astonished. She had initially thought Xiao Tian wouldn't know how to dance and would require her guidance. "There's much you don't know." Xiao Tian replied, half-jokingly. After a brief respite, the lights brightened again, illuminating the hall as brightly as day. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit took the stage. The appearance of this elder instantly invigorated the crowd. The highlight of the evening had arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, the proceeds from this event are primarily dedicated to educational initiatives in the mountainous regions that I hope everyone will actively participate in the bidding. Showcasing the benevolence of Jiangxing citizens, the elder said with a cheerful demeanor, "I didn't expect that this charity gala would draw him out," Lu Ruoxi remarked, somewhat astonished. "Who is he?" Xiao Tian, unfamiliar with the elder, could tell he was no ordinary person. This esteemed gentleman is Yu Lao, a renowned appraiser in Jiangxing, known as the Eye of Insight. He can authenticate any collectible with just a glance, Lu Ruoxi explained. In fact, his reputation extends beyond Jiangxing. He is celebrated throughout China. However, his temperament is rather peculiar. Many have offered him exorbitant sums to serve as a consultant, yet he has always turned them down. It is surprising to see him here tonight. Now, let us examine our first auction item. As he spoke, a staff member approached, cradling a brush washer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Yixing brush washer from the Yongzheng period of the Qing dynasty. Measuring 36 centimeters in length, one of the cherished possessions of Grand Secretary Zhang Tingyu. The starting price is 800,000, with increments of 100,000, 900,000. As soon as Yu Lao's words fell, a voice called out 1 million. Soon after, another bid followed 110,000, 120,000, 130,000. The bidding escalated rapidly, reaching 130,000 in less than a minute. 150,000, a calm voice announced. The crowd turned to see a portly middle-aged man. The first bidder couldn't contain himself. Zheng Pongzi, you're just a nouveau riche. Your family has been illiterate for 3 generations. What are you blathering about? Exactly, having that brush washer in your home would be an affront. This individual, named Zheng Hong, had risen from humble beginnings as a construction contractor. With the nation's south booming real estate market, he had risked his entire fortune and, through sheer audacity and ambition, amassed considerable wealth. However, despite his riches, he remained looked down upon by many in Jiangxing's business circles due to his lack of sophistication. Thus, when he made a bid on a brush washer, one of the 4 treasures of the study, resentment brewed among the others. "You can't dictate my actions. This is an auction that if you have the guts, bid against me," Zheng Hong retorted. Though he feigned indifference, deep down he was quite sensitive to their scorn. He recognized that his deficiency lay not in finances, but in cultural literacy, which is why securing this brush washer was essential. It was a rarity that could be passed down through generations. 160,000, 170,000, 180,000. Once Zheng Hong called out that price, no one dared to continue. Truth be told, the brush washer was already worth 150,000, and most bidders were merely reluctant to see Zheng Hong acquire it. Observing Zheng Hong's demeanor, it seemed he was unfazed by their reluctance. 180,000. First call, 180,000. Second call. Is there anyone else? Yu Lao scanned the room, and upon seeing no further bidders, he decisively brought down the gavel. 180,000. Third call, sold, Yu Lao declared with a smile. The first item had sparked fierce competition, its value more than doubled, indicating that the evening's results would be promising. He was not motivated by greed. His primary concern was that the proceeds would aid in improving the lives and education of children in the mountainous regions that a year prior he had visited a remote area with an archaeological team and witnessed children struggling for sustenance while studying in classrooms plagued by leaks. This was his first encounter with such stark realities, leaving him heartbroken and moved, prompting him to take action for these children that, of course, he did not publicly take credit, but he had been actively involved behind the scenes. At this juncture, the staff presented the second auction item. This is a Ru kiln lotus bowl from the Song dynasty. The rarity of Song dynasty Ru, where hardly needs further introduction, Yu Lao remarked, addressing the audience with a smile. The starting price for this lotus bowl is 3 million, with increments of 100,000, 350,000. A voice rang out immediately, although this bidder had raised his offer by 500,000 in one go. No one protested, for as Yu Lao had stated, the value of Song dynasty Ru was well known to all. If one could acquire it for 350,000, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous bargain. As for authenticity, with Yu Lao's endorsement, what was there to doubt? 4,420,000, 450,000, 5,550,000, 6 million, despite Yu Lao stating that the increments were 100,000. Everyone instinctively raised their bids by 500,000. Ultimately, the Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Lotus Bowl was won by a lady for 650,000, although only 2 items have been auctioned. The atmosphere in the hall had reached a minor crescendo. The auction continued, and the attendees eagerly participated, with each item being sold. To date, over 10 items have been auctioned, none of which had failed to sell, with the least expensive selling for 1.5 times its starting price. Xiao Tian held little interest in these items, instead engaging in conversation with Lu Ruoxi while observing the proceedings. In this time, Lu Ruoxi purchased a Tang Sankai vase for 15 million. In truth, her motivation was not genuine fondness for the piece, but rather to contribute to the cause and show solidarity for the children in the mountainous regions. At this point, yet another item was brought forth, a scroll. Ladies and gentlemen, for this piece, we must first extend our gratitude to young Master Jizi H. In support of our charity gala. He has generously contributed a painting he has treasured for many years. Hearing this, the crowd's curiosity piqued, eager to learn what painting Jizha had offered Yu Lao. Not making them wait long, smiled mysteriously and declared, "This scroll is the Xing Shan Tubai Master Wa." The moment the words left his mouth, the audience was taken aback. It was indeed the Xing Shan Tubai Master Wa. Hua was a painter from the late Ming dynasty, and though only a few of his works remain, each is considered a treasure, especially this Xing Shan Tu, which is most renowned. They had not anticipated that young Master Jizha would offer such a remarkable piece. Truly, a grand gesture befitting one from one of the 3 prominent families. Faced with the astonished and respectful gazes of the crowd, Jizha felt an overwhelming sense of pride, and the previous discontent he harbored dissipated significantly. His gaze involuntarily shifted toward Xiao Tian, filled with a mocking glint, as if to say, "Young man, do you see? Compared to me, you are but a speck of dust in the corner, which, though it may occasionally soil my garments, can be brushed away with the slightest flick and returned to the ground." Chapter 41. The fake painting. The starting bid for Mr. Wu Ya's landscape painting was set at 80 million, with increments of 5 million. Please begin the bidding, Elder Yu announced, observing the eager crowd. 8,500,000. As soon as Elder Yu's words fell, a passionate collector of Mr. Wu Ya's works raised his paddle. 90 million, 100 million. Immediately, 2 others joined in. 101 million, 102 million, 103 million, 150 million. At the mention of 150 million, the crowd fell silent, for it was none other than Jizha who had bid. What did this mean? Others were contributing money. At least they had something to gain, and most of those items would inevitably appreciate in value. After all, in times of turmoil, gold thrives, and antiques flourish. To put it bluntly, it was merely a different way of donating to charity. One had to admit, this maneuver was truly exquisite. 160 million. However, soon after, another voice called out ABID. IT was inevitable. Mr. Wu Ya's paintings were simply too alluring, since Ji Xiao had put it up for bid. It was only natural for others to compete. 170 million, 180 million. With someone leading, others quickly followed suit. 200 million. Jizha felt a twinge of annoyance. How dare anyone contend for something that was rightfully his? Finally, the crowd discerned Jizha's attitude and chose not to compete further. Although Mr. Wu Ya's work was enticing, offending Jizha, the scion of the Ji family, was not worth the risk. Ultimately, Jizha secured the landscape painting at the price of 200 million, which was, after all, his rightful possession. That moment, Jizha turned to Lu Ruoxi and said, "Ruoxi, I know you also have a fondness for Mr. Wu Ya's paintings, so I have decided to gift you this landscape painting as a token of my affection." With Jizha's declaration, the crowd was once again taken aback. To gift it to the woman he was pursuing right after acquiring it. Such a display was truly awe-inspiring. To woo a lady to this extent was something one could not help but admire. Of course, to achieve this, one must first possess such an extraordinary painting and be willing to part with 200 million. At this moment, Lu Ruoshi felt a surge of frustration. Was this Ji family's young master never going to stop? Yet, she had to refuse once more. After 2 rejections in one evening, she was bound to offend him. Though it was not her intention, she felt she had no choice. Ji Xiao, while your intention to gift a painting is commendable, what does it mean to present a fake painting? Just then, Xiao Tian spoke up leisurely. To his words, the entire venue erupted in uproar. What was this guy saying? A fake painting. Would the distinguished Ji Xiao truly possess a counterfeit? Moreover, this painting had been authenticated by Elder Yu. Who was Elder Yu? He was a titan in the field of authentication. Indeed, both Ji Zhe and Elder Yu's expressions darkened instantly. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Ji Zhe coldly retorted. Have you ever seen a painting by Mr. Wu Ya to speak so carelessly? Lu Ruoshi was taken aback and quickly tugged at him, signaling him to cease speaking. Yet Xiao Tian appeared unfazed, smiling as he replied, whether I have seen Mr. Wu Ya's paintings is irrelevant. What I know is that this painting is a counterfeit. At that moment, Elder Yu descended with a stern expression and remarked, Young man, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one cannot speak indiscriminately. Observe the brushwork. It is distinctly characteristic of Mr. Wu Ya. The crowd nodded in agreement. The uniqueness of Mr. Wu Ya's style was a significant reason for the value of his paintings. His work emphasized exquisite line handling, a quality that is nearly impossible for other artists to replicate. Ultimately, a fake is still a fake. Xiao Tian scoffed at this point. Lu Ruoshi was on the verge of tears. Hadn't she advised this guy to behave and avoid causing trouble? Yet, one incident after another had emerged, all directed at Ji Zhe. She vaguely understood that Xiao Tian intended to dissuade Ji Zhe, for which she felt grateful. However, one should not act recklessly. By publicly asserting that Ji Zhe's painting was a counterfeit, he not only offended Ji Zhe, but also disrespected Elder Yu. After all, this was a piece authenticated by Elder Yu. Though he lived a carefree life, his influence was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, this also insulted those who had participated in the bidding. If the painting was indeed fake, what was the point of their intense bidding? Were they fools? Naturally, like the others, she did not believe Xiao Tian's words. He was merely a young man in his 20s, just like her. How could he possibly understand such matters? Meanwhile, sitting in the back, Bai Susu wore a knowing smile, eagerly anticipating what surprises this enigmatic young man would unveil next. As for Luo Yongho, he leaned back in his chair, feigning sleep. He was the only one aware of Xiao Tian's true identity. Observing the others as if they were a troop of clowns, he had no concerns for Xiao Tian. After all, the master of the Shura Palace could easily handle these trivialities. Very well, young man. Since you claim this is a counterfeit, you must present evidence. You cannot simply declare it to be so, Elder Yu said, suppressing his anger. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his statement. I am eager to see what you have to say, Ji Zhe coldly added. Fine, I shall provide you with irrefutable proof, Xiao Tian replied with a dismissive smirk. Bring the painting over. Elder Yu slightly gestured, and a worker carefully brought the painting forward. Be cautious. Should it be damaged even slightly, you will owe a fortune. Ji Zhe sneered, as he had been hoping to find an opportunity to embarrass Xiao Tian, only to have him beat him to it. Indeed, it is a fine piece. Xiao Tian stood up and unfurled the painting. Naturally, Ji Zhe replied with pride, but before he could finish a sentence, Xiao Tian abruptly tore the highly sought-after painting in half. The room fell into a deathly silence, akin to a stormy night. What had this young man just done? This was a painting worth 200 million or more, and he had torn it without a moment's hesitation. Right after Ji Zhe warned him to be careful, Lu Ruoshi's heart plummeted. This was a disaster. She deeply regretted bringing him along that evening. Chapter 42. There really is a signature even by Susu and Luo Yongho, who had the most faith in Xiao Tian, were utterly stunned. What kind of audacity was this? You scoundrel! What have you done? Ji Zhe roared in fury, feeling that this fellow was deliberately provoking him. Calm down, Ji Xiao. Xiao Tian replied with a playful smile, his finger deftly pointing to the torn edge of the painting. When he lifted it, a thread dangled in the air. Look here, Xiao Tian pulled the thread out and held it aloft. This is the crowd leaned in, and Elder Yu inquired with curiosity. artificially synthesized nylon. Pray tell, did nylon exist in the Ming Dynasty? Xiao Tian said with a smirk. The crowd exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Clearly, centuries ago, China had no access to synthetic materials. In fact, the entire world did not possess such resources. Suddenly, they were struck with realization. This young man had indeed spoken the truth. The painting was, in fact, a counterfeit. Even Elder Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, you have a magnifying glass? Xiao Tian inquired. Yes, yes. Elder Yu hastily retrieved one from his pocket. Come, take a look here. Xiao Tian extracted a thin piece of paper from the center of the torn painting and held it in his palm. The paper was so small it was scarcely larger than a child's pinky nail. Xiao Tian held the magnifying glass up to it, and several people gathered around to see. Several individuals erupted in laughter. What is going on? Others hurriedly asked, You'll have to see for yourselves. One person stifled laughter as he stepped back. The others crowded around, and they too could hardly contain themselves, for the paper clearly bore the inscription. What are you looking at? I'm your daddy, 1998. It was evident that the individual who wrote I'm your daddy was the very author of the painting. What a peculiar character. If one were to copy, one might as well leave a note to annoy others. At that moment, everyone gazed at Xiao Tian in astonishment, for the 2 points he had raised were sufficient to prove that the painting was a forgery. Together, they rendered it unequivocally a counterfeit. While others were slightly better off, Jizha's expression was the most distressed. What had initially been a meticulously orchestrated performance had devolved into the biggest joke of all. It would have been better had it never happened. And the root of it all was that young man named Xiao Tian. In his lifetime, he memorized a name with unparalleled profundity for the very first time. Lu Ruashi herself had not anticipated that Xiao Tian would indeed produce evidence proving the painting to be a forgery. Naturally, Jizha would no longer offer assistance. Even if Ji, the young master, were to abandon all sense of shame, he would not stoop to such an act. Amidst her surprise, she was also deeply concerned for him. Offending Jizha was far from a wise course of action. Why did she harbor such disdain for Jizha? Beyond her lack of affection, she was acutely aware that this young master of the Ji family was a narrow-minded individual, meticulously calculating to the last detail. By the way, Mr. Xiao, how did you discern that this painting is a counterfeit? Inquired the curious Elder Yu. With decades of expertise, he had failed to perceive it from various angles. So how could this young man ascertain it with a mere glance? Well, given your advanced years and your eagerness to learn, I shall impart some knowledge, Xiao Tian replied. Yes, soon as the words left his mouth. Lu Ruashi pinched the flab at his waist with great force, casting him an exasperated glance. Elder Yu, despite his venerable age, had the humility to seek answers. Could he not show a modicum of modesty? Of course, she did not wish for Xiao Tian to offend both Jizha and Elder Yu simultaneously. However, Elder Yu seemed unperturbed, promptly urging, Please, do enlighten us. It's quite simple, really. Just look at the signature, Xiao Tian stated. Yet upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly bewildered. For anyone familiar with ancient Chinese paintings, it was common knowledge that Master Wu Yi's works bore a singular characteristic. They were unsigned. Thus, to identify them, one must rely on other methods. How absurd! Who doesn't know that Master Wu Yi never signs his paintings? Jizha seized the opportunity to mock. Xiao Tian retorted with a cold smirk. Mr. Xiao, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that Master Wu Yi actually signed his works? Elder Yu asked, astonished. Indeed, each piece by Master Wu Yi is signed. He simply conceals the signature exceptionally well. Xiao Tian declared with confidence, if you hold a genuine piece of Master Wu Yi's work under light at a 45-degree angle and follow the lines, you will uncover the signature. This revelation. The crowd was left in shock. They had not anticipated such a significant secret within Master Wu Yi's paintings. That is merely your opinion. Who can verify it? Unless we have an authentic piece to validate your claim, Jizha scoffed to him. Without proof, it was merely nonsense. Yet, unexpectedly, Elder Yu interjected, I have one. With a beaming smile, Elder Yu continued, years ago, I acquired a piece titled Empty Valley by Master Wu Yi. I had intended to present it for auction, but when Jizha revealed the formation piece, I thought it prudent to refrain from embarrassing myself. Soon, Elder Yu's assistant retrieved the Empty Valley painting from an adjacent room. As the artwork was unveiled, an ethereal ambience filled the air. Amidst the empty valley, trees and flowers appeared vividly lifelike. While empty valley may not possess the fame of formation, it remained a treasured piece. Elder Yu personally directed his assistant to adjust the angle of the painting. Peering intently, lower it a bit, raise the right side, he instructed, as he sensed something hidden among the foliage. Don't move. Suddenly, he exclaimed, startling the assistant into stillness. I see it. I truly see it. In an instant, he was so elated that he felt like a child discovering the most exquisite shell on the beach. Come quickly and see. He beckoned to the crowd, eager to share this monumental discovery. Unnecessary though his summons was, the crowd surged forward, bending down to witness what Elder Yu had observed. Indeed, they beheld the two characters Ge. While Master Wui's true name remained obscure, it was certain that he was known as Wui, with the courtesy name Ge. This confirmed that Elder Yu's painting was authentic and substantiated the young man's assertion. It turned out that Master Wui had indeed signed each of his works. It was merely that the world had yet to notice. Chapter 43. Disrupting the auction, although Jizha did not personally examine the painting, he could discern the truth from the crowd's reaction. This was genuine. Damn it. How did he acquire information that even Elder Yu was unaware of? Yet for Jizha, this was of little consequence. What mattered was his loss of face. This was the dignity of the Ji family's young master, not a mere woman's painted visage. At that moment, Elder Yu bowed, and the crowd was left astounded. The illustrious Elder Yu had granted such deference to this young man. However, this did not diminish Elder Yu's esteemed position in the eyes of the audience. Rather, it garnered him even greater respect. Individuals like Elder Yu, perched at the pinnacle of their field, displaying such humility was indeed a rarity. Very well, everyone, please take your seats. We have one final item to auction. Elder Yu announced with a smile. Bai Susu gazed at Xiao Tian's retreating figure, pondering the enigma that was this young man. Just then, the final auction piece was brought to the platform. It appeared square and resembled a seal, albeit somewhat weathered and lacking aesthetic appeal. Ladies and gentlemen, this square seal is the last item for auction, and I confess I am uncertain of its nature. I consulted several friends for authentication, yet none could ascertain its origin or even its material. Elder Yu explained. The crowd was taken aback. What could be so enigmatic that even Elder Yu could not identify it? Moreover, given that it sought the opinions of several esteemed colleagues, it was clear that they were all experts in the field. Mr. Xiao, is something the matter? At this moment, Lu Ruashi noticed that Xiao Tian seemed somewhat off and inquired. Nothing, Xiao Tian replied, shaking his head. However, his gaze remained fixed on the square seal. In truth, he was as puzzled as anyone else regarding its identity. Yet he felt an inexplicable surge within his veins. It was as if some unseen force was beckoning him. Since we are unsure of its value, we will proceed with an auction starting at a zero base price. Interested parties may bid freely. Elder Yu announced 500,000, though uncertain of its significance. The fact that it was presented by Elder Yu prompted immediate bids. 1 million. Soon, another bid followed. 120,000, 150,000. Finally, Xiao Tian made his first bid of the evening. 2 million. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's bid, Jizha immediately followed suit. Without a moment's hesitation, 5 million, Xiao Tian casually stated. The crowd was left stunned. 5 million was hardly a significant amount in an auction. Yet the astonishment stemmed not from the sum itself, but from the manner in which he had escalated his bid from 2 million to 5 million. Bids were not typically made in such a manner. Lu Ruashi was equally bewildered, wondering to herself if he truly possessed such wealth to bid so liberally. 6 million. Jizha declared nonchalantly that in the realm of painting, I may not surpass you, but in terms of wealth. Do you truly believe you can outdo me? 10 million, Xiao Tian responded coolly. The crowd fell silent once more. They had attended various auctions, yet such a bidding style was unprecedented. 12 million, 20 million, as Jizha's voice faded. Xiao Tian swiftly countered. Even Jizha felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. For reasons unknown, he sensed a mounting frustration. 30 million. The opposing bids surged into the tens of millions, leaving him little choice but to abandon his previous modest bids. The audience erupted in excitement. They had anticipated a lackluster conclusion to this final auction item, only to witness an unexpected climax. 100 million! Xiao Tian raised his paddle once more. The crowd was on the verge of fainting. Buddy, are you here to bid or to disrupt the auction? What are you doing, Xiao Tian? Lu Ruoxi felt a throbbing headache. She was torn between doubting whether he possessed such funds and worrying about the repercussions of antagonizing Jizha so brazenly. Bai Susu was equally astonished, her mouth agape. How could this fellow act in such an unpredictable manner, leaving everyone guessing his next move? Upon hearing the figure of 100 million, Jizha could no longer contain his fury, turning to glare at him, his eyes ablaze. Jishao, keep going, Xiao Tian said with a grin. If you bid 200 million, I shall relent. This declaration cornered Jizha. He felt embarrassed to bid merely in the millions, especially after having already squandered 200 million that although he was the young master of the Ji family, and they were not short on funds. Such an expenditure was excessive. He was acutely aware that if he chose not to continue bidding, he would become the subject of ridicule. Yet if he persisted with a 200 million bid, he would become an even greater joke. Well, you certainly have a way with words. With that, Jizha rose, casting a parting remark before striding away. 0.1 billion. Is anyone still willing to follow? Old Yu inquired unnecessarily. The crowd could not help but roll their eyes upon hearing this. Did they not see that young Master Ji had already retreated? Who would want to continue indulging this madman? Xiao Tian, do you have any idea what this item is? Lu Ruoxi asked, her curiosity piqued. I have no idea. Xiao Tian shrugged in response that he spoke the truth. Although he sensed something was amiss, he truly did not know what this square seal was. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxi wanted to say something, but found herself at a loss for words, left only with a sense of speechlessness. Oh, you have a billion. After a brief pause, Lu Ruoxi could not help but ask again. Did your father not say to let me protect you for a year in exchange for a billion? Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Perfect. I'll just take an advance. It was then that Lu Ruoxi understood his intentions. Indeed, her father had promised a reward of 1 billion for his protection, which was originally to be paid at the end. She had not anticipated that this fellow. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed in astonishment. What you said to Jizha just now was deliberate. You wanted him to back off out of course, Xiao Tian smirked. I am to put him in a predicament and irritate him a bit. Ultimately, my primary goal remains the square sealed. If the bidding continues, I wouldn't mind spending a few billion. It means little to me. However, that would inevitably raise suspicions about my identity, especially from Lu Ruoxi. Chapter 44. A game of chess. The charity gala had finally concluded, leaving some in joy and others in despair. Naturally, Xiao Tian was among the joyful. He had acquired the square seal, albeit still unaware of its true nature. On the other hand, it was the early departure of young Master Ji that brought about the despair. Originally, he had attended with a resolve to win the heart of a beauty, but unexpectedly, he left not only empty-handed but also greatly humiliated. And the root of all this turmoil lay with that scoundrel named Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, what you did today must have infuriated Jizha. Lu Ruoxi said with evident concern in the car. Let him be. When soldiers come, I will block, and when water comes, I will dam, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly, rolling down the car window halfway and lighting a cigarette, leisurely puffing away. Lu Ruoxi was unsure whether to admire his fearless ignorance or to chastise him for being so nonchalant about the matter. Unable to help herself, she glanced at him, and what met her gaze was a sharply defined cheek. Relaxed yet strikingly somber, it was a curious blend of contrasting traits. Yet at that moment, they harmonized beautifully on his face. He seemed somewhat out of place in this world, yet full of depth. This was the first time Lu Ruoxi felt such a sensation on a man's face, inexplicably causing her heart to race. Be careful, Xiao Tian suddenly remarked. Lu Ruoxi quickly turned her head, realizing she was on the verge of tailing the car in front of her. She swiftly turned the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a collision. I say, Lu, could you please drive properly? There are lives at stake in this car, Xiao Tian teased. Mind your own business. Lu Ruoxi forced herself to remain composed, rolling her eyes in response. Before long, they arrived at the villa. Xiao Tian, having thoroughly enjoyed the charity gala, realized that Lu Ruoxi had yet to eat anything. Thus, he entered the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles and fry an egg for her. While she was eating, Xiao Tian casually mentioned, "By the way, I just remembered something. Tomorrow, could you provide me with a list of everyone involved in the energy conversion research?" Lu Ruashi halted at his words. "Are you suggesting that the mastermind may have infiltrated the laboratory?" "Not necessarily, but it is certain that they will target the laboratory," Xiao Tian stated. Seeing his confident demeanor, Lu Ruashi nodded. "All right, I will prepare a detailed list for you tomorrow." Also what?" Lu Ruashi asked, noticing his hesitance. After a moment contemplation, Xiao Tian continued, "You should be cautious of a new assistant. Why?" Lu Ruashi instinctively inquired. "Is there something wrong with her?" "Well, she is actually an assassin," Xiao Tian replied gravely. Initially, he had hesitated to share this with Lu Ruashi, fearing that it would cause her psychological distress that might be picked up by the other party. However, he ultimately decided it was better to alert her. Even if logically they would not act until they had stolen the information. But one can never be too cautious to an assassin. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruashi's mouth dropped open in shock. These two words were worlds apart from the ordinary, often found only in films. Indeed, and a rather formidable one at that, Xiao Tian affirmed with a nod. Although this sounded somewhat outrageous, Lu Ruashi quickly accepted it. She recognized that Xiao Tian would not jest about such matters. "No wonder my previous assistant was struck down on the sidewalk by an out-of-control vehicle. It must have been their doing." Lu Ruashi gritted her teeth. How could they resort to such violence against a young girl? "Lu, I must emphasize this. Be aware, but do not reveal any of this knowledge. It might provoke them into desperation," Xiao Tian advised. "Understood," Lu Ruashi nodded, "rest assured." Hearing her response, Xiao Tian was relieved. He believed her mental fortitude would allow her to handle the situation. The square seal felt warm to the touch, quite comforting, though its surface was mottled and somewhat unsightly. What exactly was this object? After pondering for a long while without any clarity, Xiao Tian finally tossed it aside. Despite the hefty price of 1 billion, he felt little remorse. If it turned out to be useless, he could simply consider it a charitable act. The following morning, as Xiao Tian leisurely sipped tea and read the news, a message from Lu Ruashi arrived. He made his way to her office to collect the list and then called Lei Yu. Upon receiving Xiao Tian's summons, Lei Yu promptly arrived in the underground parking garage. Xiao Tian handed over the list to him. "Investigate these individuals and their families for any recent developments and initiate 24-hour surveillance. This task is rather swift," Lei Yu remarked with a smirk. He had just pledged allegiance yesterday, and today he was already assigned a mission. He felt somewhat like a tool that "Do you have any objections?" Xiao Tian shot him a sidelong glance. Lei Yu immediately straightened up, responding, No. I heard about the event at the charity gala last night. You humiliated even young Master Ji, and I certainly cannot afford to offend you. Rest assured, I will see to this matter thoroughly." "All right, off you go." Meanwhile, in Kyoto, within an ancient ruin, a group of individuals clad in special forces uniforms surrounded the courtyard, each armed and exuding a solemn demeanor. In the back garden of this Sahiwan, a fragrant osmanthus tree stood tall. With the arrival of autumn winds, its sweet aroma wafted for miles, refreshing to the senses. Beneath this tree lay a chessboard, with black and white pieces engaged in a fierce battle. On either side of the board sat two men, one in his 30s, the other in his 40s. One appeared cultured and wore a gentle smile, while the other was upright, steady, and meticulous. Yin Nan. "You have worked hard in the West these years," the cultured man said with a soft smile. "Guarding the borders for the nation is the soldier's honor. How could one speak of hardship?" The man referred to as Yin Nan replied, shaking his head. "Well, I have extra rooms. Feel free to choose one to stay in that I dare not. This residence is a gift from the monarch. How could I presume to intrude?" The middle-aged man immediately stood, his expression one of alarm. Chapter 45. The songstress. The cultured man glanced at his apprehensive companion, recognizing the fear that belied a heart of stone. "You flatter me. Since you are unwilling, let it be. Yin Nan, what are your plans moving forward?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat before he calmly replied, "I have no plans. I merely accept orders." "Is there perhaps another arrangement made for me by those above?" "You could say that." The cultured man nodded slightly. "I called you here today to give you a preliminary heads up. Your position may soon be altered. Where might I be relocated? The middle-aged man inquired, puzzled. To the north, the cultured man indicated with a smile, pointing toward the northern frontier. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man shivered involuntarily. The normally composed Yin could not help but exclaim, "The north? That is his territory." Yet, he had vanished for years without a trace. No one knew if he was dead or alive, but a glimmer of sharpness flickered in the cultured man's eyes. But Commander Long's reputation in the northern frontier is too formidable. It far surpasses my standing in the west. The middle-aged man hesitated and spoke. Even if I go, I fear I will not be able to convince the crowd that I am aware of this. Yet the current situation dictates that the position has remained vacant for far too long. The cultured man placed a black piece on the board and remarked, as the saying goes, "A dragon cannot function without a head." Furthermore, he is referred to as the Dragon Commander not for himself, but for the million-strong Azure Dragon Army. My concern precisely lies here. The middle-aged man replied, "Among the 5 great warlords and 18 generals, I doubt any of them would willingly let another take that position. They only acknowledge one man in their hearts." Humph. You must make them understand that the Azure Dragon Army belongs to the nation. Not to him, Xiao Tian. The cultured man's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he spoke in a cold tone. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine. He understood the unspoken implications behind the other S words. "Very well. I am willing to go," he said, slightly bowing his head. "That is the spirit. I look forward to your outstanding achievements in the northern frontier." The middle-aged man replied with a wry smile before taking his leave. As he reached the entrance of the group, he encountered a woman approaching him, her swaying figure captivating at a distance. Such an alluring woman, aside from Luo Qing, could be found nowhere else in the Jialua group. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, her eyes instantly brightened. "Tomorrow is the weekend. Do you have time at noon?" Without waiting for Xiao Tian to respond, she continued, "If you dare say you're unavailable." Xiao Tian noticed a fierce expression flash across her stunning face, causing him to shiver. "Miss Luo, if you inquire, I assure you I shall make time." He could guarantee that if he uttered another no, this woman would undoubtedly hold a grudge against him. Being on the wrong side of a woman, especially one of such unparalleled beauty, was certainly not a favorable situation, of course. This was all contingent upon Lu Ruoxi's safety. The current circumstances were drastically different from just a few days prior, mainly due to the appearance of Assistant He. Her presence, in a way, provided a guiding compass. Previously, Xiao Tian would worry about potential threats to Lu Ruoxi, but now, that concern had dissipated, with Assistant He around. Such worries seemed unwarranted. If a threat were to arise, Assistant He would undoubtedly be the most convenient target. Faced with the defenseless Lu Ruoxi, there would be little difficulty in carrying out such an act. This morning, during breakfast, Xiao Tian had discussed with Lu Ruoxi whether they should first deal with Assistant He. Lu Ruoxi had pondered for a moment, but firmly opposed the idea. The reasoning was simple. Any action taken would surely alert the enemy. Although Assistant He was a ticking time bomb, startling the snake would inevitably drive other threats into hiding, potentially creating an even larger ticking time bomb. Moreover, Lu Ruoxi analyzed that those with malicious intent would refrain from acting against her until they were certain of success. After all, their interest lay in the research findings, not in her personally. This analysis garnered Xiao Tian's admiration, as his thoughts aligned with hers. However, Lu Ruoxi, as the party at risk, remained remarkably composed while analyzing the situation, which was quite impressive. To be frank, if Assistant He truly intended to act, even Xiao Tian would be unable to provide aid, as he could not be by Lu Ruoxi's side at all times. Of course, after careful consideration, the likelihood of such a scenario occurring was nearly zero. Additionally, Xiao Tian had made certain preparations. For instance, his shadow was monitoring Assistant He's phone calls and whereabouts around the clock. He believed that if the adversary were indeed planning an attack, there would surely be signs that IT was crucial for him to resolve this series of issues promptly to ensure he had no lingering concerns. However, such matters could not be rushed. He needed to wait for updates from Lei Yu and Shadow. Meanwhile, upon hearing Xiao Tian confirm his availability, Luo Qing's face broke into a smile. Now that's more like it. She thought perhaps he had genuinely been preoccupied the previous night. By the way, Director Luo, what exactly is the matter? Xiao Tian inquired curiously. You will find out in due time. Just wait for my notification tomorrow at noon. Luo Qing replied with a charming smile before turning to leave. As she entered, she noticed everyone gathered together, their expressions brimming with excitement. What on earth are you all up to? Xiao Tian approached to see them intently focused on a newspaper. Xiao Ge, have you heard the big news? Qiu Feifei is coming to Jiangsheng for a concert. One of them exclaimed eagerly. Qiu Feifei? Who is that? Xiao Tian instinctively responded. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone stared at him in incredulity. After a moment, the one who had asked replied, Xiao Ge, you can't be serious. You've never heard of Qiu Feifei? By your tone, it seems she is quite famous? Xiao Tian observed. Not just famous, she is incredibly renowned. Over the past 2 years, she has been the hottest star in the country. Another person interjected. Her ethereal beauty combined with her heavenly voice is simply enchanting. Another chimed in. Indeed, if I could hear her sing live, it would be something to boast about for an entire year. Yet another person sighed dreamily. Is she really that remarkable? Xiao Tian questioned skeptically. Isn't she supposed to be coming to Jiangsheng for a concert? You all can just go see her then. It's not that simple. The tickets have already sold out. Even if there were tickets available, they would be beyond our budget. I heard scalpers are selling them for over 100,000 apiece. While they all yearned to attend the concert, the reality was that they had to make a living, and a ticket priced at 100,000 was far too extravagant for them. Even a few thousand would be unrealistic for those with families to support. Chapter 46. A shield. Xiao Tian felt indifferent towards the celebrated songstress and continued sipping tea while reading the newspaper. His days felt akin to that of a retired elder, leisurely and carefree. Meanwhile, the rough-and-tumble security guards remained huddled together, animatedly discussing the news. The next day, in the early morning, Xiao Tian had expected that on the weekend, Lu Ruoxi would indulge in a much-deserved lie-in, considering how hard she worked. However, he was surprised to hear the television blaring from the room. Stepping out, he saw a yoga mat laid out on the living room floor. With Lu Ruoxi following the movements of a yoga instructor on screen to tea this moment, Lu Ruoxi was clad only in a sports bra on top and a pair of safety shorts beneath a short skirt. Her perfect figure was entirely exposed to the air. Especially as she stretched and moved, her entire being seemed to blossom. Those poses, those curves, how mesmerizing. Lu Ruoxi sensed an unusual atmosphere in the air and turned to see a pair of eyes seemingly entranced. It was as if a wolf had caught sight of a little bunny. What are you doing? Lu Ruoxi asked, her tone sharp. I'm just watching. You continue with your practice, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. If it had been anyone else caught in such a situation, there would have been a tinge of embarrassment, but with Xiao Tian's thick skin, he felt no such discomfort. Lu Ruoxi retorted, Aren't you going to make breakfast? Director Lu, I feel you're increasingly resembling a wealthy landowner. Xiao Tian replied, somewhat disgruntled. Though displeased, he obediently walked into the kitchen. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Ruoxi couldn't help but smile to herself. Once breakfast was prepared, Lu Ruoxi finished her workout and joined him at the table. At 10:30, his phone buzzed with a message. Bien Restaurant, dress nicely. Upon reading the message, Xiao Tian's heart stirred. Dress nicely. What did that mean? Was she inviting him on a date? Had the young lady been captivated by his unparalleled charm? Since a beauty had requested it, he knew he must comply. He took out the suit Lu Ruoxi had gifted him days prior and donned it, tidying his hair as well. Looking quite handsome, he thought to himself as he stepped out. Xiao Tian, having delivered food across various locations in Jiangsheng, was quite familiar with the area, particularly restaurants, and knew that Bien Restaurant was not too far away. Considering it was the weekend, he anticipated heavy traffic, so he decided to ride his beloved electric scooter the traffic lights. He marveled at his own wisdom as he watched the long line of cars stuck in traffic. Those drivers looked enviously at the zipping electric scooters. 20 minutes later, accompanied by the cheerful jingling of bells, Xiao Tian arrived at the entrance of Bien Restaurant. After parking his scooter against the wall, he entered the establishment. The restaurant was decorated in a charming European palace style, and in Jiangsheng, Bien Restaurant was considered the epitome of fine dining. As he approached the entrance, he spotted Luo Qing stepping out from behind a wooden partition. At that moment, she wore a fitted white blouse, the hem tucked in slightly to reveal her flat and smooth waist. Below, she donned a black pencil skirt, complemented by nude stockings and a pair of perfectly fitting high heels. This was what one would call sensual allure. It must be said that Luo Qing had an impeccable sense of fashion. Her ensemble was simply captivating. A touch of elegance, a dash of seduction, a hint of charm, and a whisper of mystery. You arrived quite quickly. Luo Qing smiled as she greeted him. Naturally, when Director Luo extends an invitation, one must not tarry, Xiao Tian replied, lightly flattering her that's rich coming from you. Last time, you were too busy for several days, she teased. Luo Qing rolled her eyes, clearly still preoccupied with the previous incident. That I truly had matters that I couldn't attend to those days, Xiao Tian explained with a bemused expression. Upon hearing this, Luo Qing waved her hand dismissively. All right, given your commendable performance today, I shall overlook that matter. By the way, you look rather dapper today. She scrutinized him, chin in hand, typically accustomed to seeing him in security attire. His sudden donning of a suit imparted an indescribable charm. Just don't fall in love with me. Xiao Tian winked with a grin. Well, let us see if you possess that capability, Luo Qing retorted casually. Now, shall we take a seat? As she spoke, she led Xiao Tian to a table. I must say, Director Luo, if you intend to treat me to a meal, any place would suffice, Xiao Tian remarked, glancing around the upscale surroundings. No, this meal is on someone else's tab. That. Luo Qing felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. Observing her reaction, Xiao Tian grew more curious. Actually, my parents have set me up on a blind date and are insistent that I meet the person. Luo Qing admitted, her gaze avoiding his. But I haven't even met this individual, and it's hard to oppose my parents. So you've brought me along as a shield? Xiao Tian responded, somewhat exasperated. After all that, it turned out he was merely a pawn in her game. Xiao Tian, if you assist me with this favor today, consider it a debt of gratitude. Luo Qing cooed, wrapping her arm around his. All right, I agree, Xiao Tian conceded, unable to resist her charm. Thank you so much. Upon his agreement, Luo Qing felt a weight lift off her shoulders. By the way, I have a question I wish to ask you, she said, her captivating eyes fixed on him. Xiao Tian felt uneasy under her gaze, stammering, What question? Regarding the last shareholders' meeting, did you manipulate things behind the scenes? In truth, her invitation to Xiao Tian was solely to inquire about this matter. To her surprise, he had continually claimed he was unavailable, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Today, however, she could no longer hold back her curiosity. Upon hearing her question, Xiao Tian's heart skipped a beat. This girl had quite the discerning eye. Even Lu Ruashi hadn't suspected anything, yet she had. Nonetheless, Xiao Tian furrowed his brow. What manipulation are you referring to? His expression was one of genuine confusion. Does the defection of those investment institutions truly have nothing to do with you? Luo Qing pressed further. Xiao Tian chuckled incredulously. Do I really seem like the type capable of such feats? As the head of the public relations department, Luo Qing was adept at reading people. Yet in this moment, she could not discern the truth behind his words. Chapter 47. The Arrival at the Restaurant. Just as Luo Qing was about to ask another question, Xiao Tian's gaze shifted to the side as he quietly remarked. Luo Qing turned to see a young man approaching them, confirming her suspicions that, I must tell you, today you. Rest assured, I will certainly perform well today and meet your expectations, Xiao Tian interrupted. And no sooner had he finished speaking than the man reached their table. He appeared to be just under 30, clad in a sharply tailored designer suit that accentuated his tall, handsome stature. With gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, he exuded an air of elite sophistication, the kind that was rare to find. You must be Luo Qing, the daughter of Aunt Zhou, the man inquired politely. Yes, that's me. You must be Chao Yu. Indeed, Chao Yu nodded, his heart swelling with surprise and delight. Initially, when the introducer mentioned that his date was a beauty, he had his doubts. However, after seeing her photograph, he was convinced enough to agree to meet. Yet he held out much hope, given the prevalence of misleading photos in today's world. Moreover, even if she weren't a catfish, the number of individuals who had undergone cosmetic surgery was staggering. He had no interest in artificial beauty. Yet upon seeing her in person, he was utterly astonished. She was far more stunning than her pictures, especially with an allure that the photos simply could not capture. She was not merely beautiful. She was a true enchantress. Most importantly, with his extensive experience with beautiful women. He could tell she was completely natural, unaltered by the knife. He was thoroughly satisfied. In that moment, he made a decisive resolution. He would claim this woman for himself. And who might this be? Next, his gaze fell upon Xiao Tian. In truth, he had noticed him from the start. I forgot to introduce him. This is my colleague, Xiao Tian. I happened to run into him at the entrance and invited him to join us for dinner. Luo Qing said with a smile, I trust Mr. Chow won't mind an additional guest? Of course not, since he is Luo Qing's colleague, Chow Yu replied, though a flicker of discontent crossed his eyes. If it had been a female colleague, it would have been more acceptable. After all, it is common for women to bring friends for support during blind dates. However, bringing a male colleague seemed rather excessive. Had it not been for the captivating woman before him, he likely would have walked away by now. Luo Qing had originally intended to present Xiao Tian as her boyfriend, but considering that he was a friend of her parents, she feared it would put them in an awkward position. However, if he were not a fool, he would likely deduce that their relationship was not purely platonic. She was subtly indicating that she was already taken, thus discouraging any advances. Yet, she underestimated her allure to this moment. Chow Yu had already begun to view her as a woman he must have. Whether or not they were involved was irrelevant to him. Thus, he scrutinized Xiao Tian closely, as if trying to place his familiarity. What are you staring at, fish? What do you mean by looking at me like that? Are you perhaps the gay? Xiao Tian found himself bemused at the unexpected comment. It was one thing for a stunning beauty like Luo Qing to gaze at him, but a man staring at him was a different matter entirely. Luo Qing nearly burst into laughter at his remark. This guy was truly cheeky, especially with his deliberate use of dialect. It added an element of absurdity to the situation. I'm called Chow Yu, not fish, Chow Yu retorted, slightly annoyed. Just then, a flash of realization struck him. He finally understood why this guy looked familiar. Earlier, while waiting at a traffic light, he had seen a man riding a dilapidated electric scooter pass by. Wasn't that the same person? That clattering electric scooter, even amidst a sea of electric bikes, had been particularly eye-catching. What threat could a guy riding such a decrepit vehicle pose to him? At that moment, he was almost convinced that they had indeed crossed paths earlier. After all, how could a woman as exceptional and breathtaking as Luo Qing possibly be interested in such a loser? Nevertheless, the fact that Luo Qing had invited him indicated their relationship was indeed quite close. Perhaps this guy could even serve as a bridge to his winning her heart. Fish, I'm not mistaken, Xiao Tian remarked, perplexed. I'm not angry, not angry. What is important is the matter at hand. Having just made up his mind, Chow Yu decided to let this rascal call him whatever he liked. I say, Fish, did you choose this restaurant? It certainly seems quite upscale, Xiao Tian observed, his gaze wandering as if he were a country bumpkin in the city. As long as Mr. Xiao likes it, Chow Yu replied, automatically ignoring the previous comment. I do like it. Xiao Tian nodded vigorously. I've never dined in such a fine establishment before. It must be quite expensive. Not at all. Today Mr. Xiao can order whatever he pleases, Chow Yu assured him. How can that be? What if I overindulge and you can't afford it? Xiao Tian quickly shook his head. Last year when we dined at our local place, San Guzi said the same thing, only to sneak away from the bill later. Luo Qing listened to Xiao Tian's rambling and felt a headache coming on. What was he even talking about? Rest assured, Mr. Xiao. Feel free to eat to your heart's content today, Chow Yu said with a smile, that I own a company valued at 10 billion. A simple meal is nothing. As he spoke, he cast a proud glance at Luo Qing. Though he was somewhat disappointed by her lack of reaction, Xiao Tian, however, was taken aback. Wow, I'll want tea hold back then. No need to hold back, Chow Yu replied with a chuckle. Just then, a waiter in white gloves approached. May I ask if you are ready to order? Yes, Xiao Tian declared. Let us start with 100 lamb skewers and a case of beer. I'm sorry, sir, but we do not serve lamb skewers or beer here. The waiter was momentarily struck dumb. After all, this was an upscale Western restaurant. When had one ever seen a Western establishment selling lamb skewers and beer? What kind of shabby restaurant is this? In my hometown, there isn't a place that doesn't serve food, Xiao Tian scoffed, clearly displeased. Upon hearing this, Chow Yu glanced helplessly at the waiter, wishing he could utter, I don't know him. Really, Luo Qing was equally a loss. Wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole, I brought you here to be a shield, not to perform. Mr. Xiao, we don't serve barbecued items here, the waiter interjected. Chow Yu forced a smile, adding, however, we do have other offerings. Oh, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone at the table. That I almost forgot. This is a grand restaurant. Yes, indeed, Chow Yu eagerly concurred. How about 5 pounds of abalone and 10 bowls of bird's nest? Xiao Tian waved his hand grandly. Also, bring 10 of those enormous lobsters, and I want crabs the size of a bowl. 10 of those too. For now, let us leave it at that. I'll think of more later. Mr. Xiao, who is this Dan you mentioned? Xiao Yu asked curiously, recalling the earlier mention of Sangozi. Dan? You don't know him? He's the village fool, Xiao Tian replied disdainfully. This. Both Xiao Yu and the waiter felt a pang of frustration, realizing that conversing with this fellow was akin to talking to a brick wall. Luo Qing felt a slight ache in her stomach, suppressing a laugh. Mr. Xiao, this is a Western restaurant. We don't have what you've mentioned, Xiao Yu said with a smile, striving to maintain his composure, as he sensed his patience thinning in front of this character, to prevent any further absurdities from arising. Xiao Yu took the menu from the waiter and began ordering. However, once the order was placed, Xiao Tian immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. I said grass carp. If you're hesitant to treat, just say so. Is there anything that displeases you, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Yu inquired hastily, aware that despite his disdain for this man, his relationship with him could determine his chances with Luo Qing. Thus, he couldn't risk offending him. You only ordered 3 steaks. That's hardly enough for one person. How stingy of you. Feel free to order as many as you wish. Mr. Xiao. Then let us make it 5, Xiao Tian decided after some thought. The waiter's mouth twitched as he discreetly adjusted the order to 7 portions. Won't you add a little more? Xiao Tian inquired. Genuinely concerned for the two, both shook their heads vigorously. 5 steaks are more than sufficient for them. We have other dishes to enjoy, Xiao Yu insisted, waving his hands. And what about drinks? The waiter asked. Let us have a few bottles of Ergwa too, Xiao Tian declared straightforwardly. The waiter nearly toppled over in disbelief. Sir, we don't carry Ergwa too. First, no lamb skewers, then no seafood. And now you're telling me you don't even have Ergwa too? This restaurant has no future, Xiao Tian sighed dramatically. The waiter felt an urge to retaliate. He was certain that if the boss were present, he would have been unable to restrain himself beside them. Luo Qing pinched him in the side, urging him to stop. Xiao Tian winced in pain. Mr. Xiao, what troubles you? Xiao Yu asked, curious. Nothing, Xiao Tian feigned calmness. So what do you have here? We offer red wine, white wine, cocktails, and more. The waiter explained. Red wine? I'm familiar with that. I've seen it in movies, like the 82 Law Fight, right? Do you have that? Xiao Tian asked with enthusiasm. Yes, we do, the waiter replied quickly, fearing that any further refusals might prompt Xiao Tian to declare their establishment a failure. Great, let us start with 3 bottles, 1 for each of us, Xiao Tian suggested generously. All right, that will be all. Xiao Yu urged the waiter to leave. After a short while, an array of dishes was served, and they began to eat. However, unlike the grace exhibited by Luo Qing and Xiao Yu, Xiao Tian's dining style could only be described as a whirlwind of consumption, punctuated by frequent gulps of la fight. Xiao Yu watched in dismay, lamenting the waste of such exquisite wine. This how one drinks la fight, and the steaks, gone in mere bites, as if starved. Initially worried that Xiao Tian had ordered too much, he now realized his concerns were unfounded. Before long, 3 steaks had disappeared. Those are world-class steaks. Xiao Tian, slow down. No one is competing with you. Luo Qing chided, her expression and tone almost indulgent. Xiao Yu felt a pang of discomfort. Although his analysis indicated that Luo Qing would never be interested in this unrefined fellow, he couldn't shake the feeling of jealousy and worries. Back in the day. What? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. Nothing, Xiao Tian replied, taking a large sip of the red wine. This wine is delightful, truly, Mr. Xiao. Do you understand wine tasting? Xiao Yu asked, surprised. Not really, Xiao Tian admitted. Then how can you say it's good? Is a bird song pleasant? Indeed, Xiao Yu nodded. You understand it? Not at all. Exactly, Xiao Tian retorted, a smirk on his face. Xiao Yu felt a shadow across his expression, suspecting that Xiao Tian was deliberately trying to ensnare him in a trap. But could someone so foolish possess such cunning? He berated himself for engaging in pointless banter with this man. Meanwhile, Luo Qing's eyes lit up at this zen-like exchange, pondering deeply. By the way, Can we take leftovers? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. Yes, that is permissible. Then let us pack 10 more bottles of this law fight. It's rather decent, even if it doesn't pack the punch of air with too. Xiao Tian mused aloud. Chow Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him that he and Luo Qing had barely finished half a bottle of the 3 they ordered, and now this man wanted to take 10 more. While he was not short on money, it still pained him to think of such extravagance. What do you mean, not as potent as Ergwa 2? They're worlds apart. Had it not been for Luo Qing, he would have stormed out in indignation that no, he thought, it was simply beneath him to share a table with such a country bumpkin. Mr. Xiao is far too generous. Chow Yu forced a smile, though the expression was more akin to a grimace. Well, I have business matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Chow Yu stated, fearing that prolonged exposure to Xiao Tian might lead to a heart attack. Before long, Chow Yu sped away in his car. Ha! Luo Qing could no longer restrain herself and burst into laughter, holding her stomach. Director Luo, was that necessary? Xiao Tian remarked, somewhat bemused, as the clumsy dialect of the Northeast faded away. You, my friend, are something else. Luo Qing laughed uncontrollably, her hands resting on his shoulders. I suspect Chow Yu is about to explode. Upon recalling the earlier performance of that individual, Luo Qing felt a twinge of sadness for Chow Yu. It was indeed quite absurd that someone so well-versed in the intricacies of various European nations could be perceived as a simpleton. Do not laugh. This matter is far from over, Xiao Tian remarked casually. Luo Qing gradually stifled her amusement, inquiring, what do you mean? That grass carp has completely set its sights on you. This. Luo Qing's expression darkened, for this was precisely the scenario she dreaded. It had little to do with Xiao Tian's conduct that day. She eventually came to understand that his behavior was merely a means to gauge the other party's reactions. Xiao Tian's playful antics were deliberate, and his intentions were glaringly evident. Regardless, you must resolve this issue for me. Luo Qing pouted, asserting her stance. Sister, what does this have to do with me? Xiao Tian retorted immediately. You previously agreed to assist me. Are you now backing out? I merely consented to accompany you for this meal. I did not agree to anything beyond that. Xiao Tian quickly clarified, I do not care. You promised to help me resolve this, and you must see it through to the end. That moment. Luo Qing was adamant. Xiao Tian found himself at a loss, ultimately conceding to her demand. With a smile, Luo Qing felt a sense of relief. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was left speechless, longing to express that this predicament was ultimately hers. Yet somehow it had morphed into his burden. Fortunately, Xiao Tian was a person of composure and did not dwell on the matter too heavily. Let us split this drink. After all, it is the intent of that grass carp, he suggested. Luo Qing mused to herself. How generous of you. Considering this wine is worth 200,000 to 300,000 nonetheless, she had no objections, as the one ultimately inconvenienced was Chow Yu. Just then, Xiao Tian's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Lei Yu, he promptly answered that, Mr. Xiao, I have discovered some concerning information. Speak, Xiao Tian replied, his expression turning serious. According to the list you provided, I have arranged for surveillance and investigation of each individual and their families. Most seem unproblematic, yet one engineer named Wang Ping raises some suspicions. What kind of suspicions? Xiao Tian inquired, knowing that Wang Ping was one of the key figures involved in energy conversion, that he has a son. Yet he has not been seen in days and has not attended kindergarten. He informed the kindergarten teacher that his child was hospitalized due to illness. Yet neither he nor his wife have visited any hospital. Furthermore, I sent people to check 2 or 3 nearby hospitals, but there are no records of his son being admitted. And these two. Mr. Xiao, do you want me to? Lei Yu hesitated. No need. I will handle the rest. Xiao Tian replied solemnly, recognizing the gravity of the situation Lei Yu described. Could it be that Wang Ping's child had been kidnapped? It was entirely plausible. Xiao Tian, is something wrong? Luo Qing noticed his slightly grave demeanor and could not help but ask. Upon arriving home, he found that Lu Ruoxi had already left, likely for the company. Often, even on weekends, Lu Ruoxi, the president, was far from idle. As night fell, Xiao Tian suddenly slipped out quietly. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa area, he hailed a taxi and entered. Yijing community, he stated. All right, the taxi driver responded, promptly accelerating away. In no time, they arrived at Ijing Community, an upscale neighborhood. While its security measures were not as stringent as those surrounding Lu Ruashi's villa, they were still quite strict. However, Xiao Tian had no intention of using the main entrance. Instead, he made his way to a shadowy section of the wall and leaped over. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished, for the wall stood nearly 4 meters high. Xiao Tian glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before landing silently. In the next moment, his figure melded into the night, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 50. This is what I wish to convey to you all at that moment. In the living room of one of the houses, Wang Ping paced anxiously, while a woman, his wife, sat on the sofa. Wang Ping, what are they compelling you to do? The woman asked nervously. Just do what they say. Why hesitate? You don't understand. Wang Ping snapped impatiently. The woman retorted in kind. Just as Wang Ping was about to respond, the phone rang. He rushed over and picked up the receiver. Engineer Wang, I've told you, my patience is limited, a hoarse voice echoed from the other end. Listen, this matter is exceedingly difficult. The laboratory has security patrolling day and night. And you know well that copying all the data requires considerable time. Moreover, the laboratory's computer has its own defense systems that I do not care about those details. I only seek results, the voice commanded sharply. You have 3 days. If you do not deliver what I require by then, prepare to receive your son's remains. 3 days is truly. Wang Ping's words were abruptly cut off as the caller hung up. What did the kidnappers say? 3 days, Wang Ping replied, despondently collapsing onto the sofa to tea that moment. A sudden knock at the door startled the couple. Wang Ping, could it be the kidnappers? Impossible, Wang Ping shook his head. Though his certainty wavered, the erratic behavior of these individuals left him utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he proceeded to open the door, only to be taken aback. Xiao Tian, what brings you here? Wang Ping stammered. Having visited the laboratory a few times, and even spoken with him, Wang Ping recognized Xiao Tian as a security personnel from the group that on my first visit, won't you invite me in for a seat? Xiao Tian smiled calmly. Oh, please come in. Wang Ping immediately ushered him inside. Uncertain of Xiao Tian's intentions, but feeling obliged due to their affiliation with the same group. Fanya, let me introduce you. This is our group's security, Xiao Tian, a fine young man. Hello, welcome. Fanya managed a strained smile, perplexed as to why a mere security guard would visit their home at such an hour. Wang Ping picked up the kettle to pour Xiao Tian some water, only to realize it was completely empty. Could you boil some water for tea? He instructed his wife. With our child missing, there's no mood for drinking, Xiao Tian lamented. Indeed, the hearts of parents are truly pitiable. Upon hearing this, Wang Ping and his wife were momentarily frozen, as if struck by lightning. How do you know? Wang Ping advanced and seized Xiao Tian by the collar, demanding an answer. Naturally, it was President Liu who informed me, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. President Liu is aware. At this revelation, Wang Ping's face drained of color. The prospect of stealing crucial energy conversion data had already been fraught with challenges, and now that President Liu was in the know, hope seemed utterly lost. Otherwise, why would I visit you at this hour? President Liu values you as a talent. Hence I was sent to advise you against making foolish decisions. Xiao Tian invoked Lu Ruashi's name, both to conceal his true identity and to instill trust in Wang Ping. After all, it was clear who would be more credible, a security guard or a president. Additionally, Lu Ruashi instructed him to convey that Wang Ping's son would undoubtedly be rescued. He merely needed to stall for time. But they only granted us 3 days, Wang Ping's wife interjected, unable to contain herself. Please, I implore you to ask President Liu to save my son. He is our only child. If he had still been wavering about following the kidnapper's instructions to steal the data, that door had now been firmly shut. His sole hope lay with Lu Ruashi. Rest assured, Xiao Tian nodded, requesting the phone number the kidnappers used to contact Wang Ping before departing. After descending the stairs, Xiao Tian once again contacted Shadow, instructing her to trace any calls made to that number over the past 2 days and to maintain surveillance. Undoubtedly, the number used by the kidnappers would be encrypted, but such a task posed no difficulty for Shadow. In fact, this incident had provided him with a stroke of luck. His previous request for Shadow to monitor assistant His phone was intended to unearth the location of certain individuals. However, Assistant he had been remarkably cautious, engaging in no communication outside of official group matters. Just as Xiao Tian began to feel the situation was becoming increasingly complex, Wang Ping's case arose. Brother Xiao, I have sent you the location. Shadow's sweet voice soon rang through the phone. Excellent. Monitor that number closely and alert me at the first sign of any anomalies. Rest assured, Brother Xiao. However, just as he had taken a few steps away, he abruptly halted. I see stars flashing in his gaze. Since you have arrived, why not show yourselves? As soon as the words left his lips, several figures emerged with a rustle from the nearby thicket. Dressed in sleek black attire, they seemed almost to meld with the night itself. They exuded an extraordinary aura, surpassing even the most formidable of Lei Yu's subordinates by a significant margin. You have quite the keen ear. Young man, it seems you have discerned our concealment. One of them, evidently the leader, remarked with a hint of surprise. It was worth noting that they were all retired elite commandos, exceptionally skilled in stealth and combat. It was astonishing that their disguise had been so easily unraveled by the opponent. Speak, who sent you? Xiao Tian inquired nonchalantly. That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow, replied the leader. Despite being discovered, he held no concern. Their concealment was merely a precaution to ensure success. After all, the young master had issued a death order for this boy. Coincidentally, that is precisely what I wish to convey to you. Xiao Tian retorted with a smirk. Arrogant. Another member exclaimed in fury. In an instant, he lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, the air around him swirling and howling with the force of his movement. The others remained still, some with arms crossed, others with hands in pockets or lighting cigarettes, all appearing as mere spectators. To be honest, they considered it excessive to send several of them to deal with such a young man, who could easily be crushed with a single finger. In the blink of an eye, the assailant was before Xiao Tian, suddenly leaping high and sweeping a kick towards him. Trained by the renowned Tan family legmaster, he had surpassed his mentor, mastering the Tan family's techniques to an extraordinary degree. The air around his leg whistled with a fierce wind. The onlookers felt reassured, knowing that many had perished beneath such a strike, including several so-called masters. They looked at the young man with a tinge of sympathy. Given his slender frame, they thought it a miracle if he remained unbroken to that moment. A cold smile flickered in Xiao Tian's eyes. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the opponent's calf. Overreaching, the attacker smirked at Xiao Tian's audacity, fully aware of the immense power behind his kick. The notion that this boy could block it was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Boom! At last, their limbs collided, the sound resonating like a small explosive. The assailant immediately felt an overwhelming force rebound upon him, uncontrollably plummeting from the air with a dull thud. My leg, he cried out, shrieking in agony as he hit the ground. The others were momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? It seems I've been too lenient. Xiao Tian's voice rang coldly, and with a swift kick, he sent the man flying. Aside from the esteemed young Master Ji, there will be no one else, he mused. The others, still reeling from shock, suddenly witnessed a shadow crashing down, prompting them to instinctively catch it. Upon closer inspection, they realized their companion lay lifeless, his jaw shattered by the force of Xiao Tian's kick. Dumbfounded, they stared in disbelief at the young man. Their expressions turned grave. Clearly, they had gravely underestimated his capabilities, and the situation had become precarious. Fortunately, there remained a chance for redemption. Having spent considerable time together, they had developed an impressive synergy. Almost simultaneously, they sprang into action, moving as swiftly as a gust of wind. Their presence formidable. One wielded a dagger, another a curved blade, a third a steel hook, while the last, weaponless, struck with a palm that seemed to shatter the air itself. Xiao Tian stood motionless, as if awaiting their approach. Soon, the onslaught began. He seized the wrist of the dagger-wielding attacker, who suddenly found his arm moving of its own accord, as if drawn in a circle. When he came to a halt, he glimpsed his companion with the curved blade staring at him in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. The dagger he had wielded was now embedded in his own heart. It wasn't me. I didn't mean to. The dagger wielder stammered, shaking his head frantically. utterly bewildered by how events had spiraled out of control. Self-inflicted demise, Xiao Tian chuckled, yanking the wrist with such force that a fountain of blood erupted. The wielder of the curved blade collapsed, eyes wide open, a look of profound regret etched upon his features. Now, you shall join your companion, Xiao Tian declared, tilting the wrist to direct the blade towards the man's own throat. Helpless, he could only watch as the dagger severed his own artery, dying with a look of disbelief far greater than that of his fallen comrade. The remaining two, having lagged slightly behind, were now utterly stupefied, halting in their tracks. What was transpiring? Everything unfolded too swiftly, mere breaths passing. Staring at this young man, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them. Who exactly was he? Caught in a dilemma, they found themselves torn between continuing the assault or begging for mercy. Pressing forward seemed daunting. This young man was terrifying beyond their imagination. Perhaps only a few esteemed members of their clan could stand against him. Yet, to kneel and plead for mercy after their earlier bravado would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, would he truly spare them if they did so? Enough. You may leave, Xiao Tian interjected, waving his hand dismissively to, why yes, the two. Upon hearing his words, felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hastily turned to flee, fearing he might change his mind. Swiftly, they vanished into the night. Let us hope young Master Ji remains compliant. Xiao Tian muttered to himself. He was not one to invite trouble, preferring that it not come knocking at his door. However, should that Ji fellow prove troublesome, he would not hesitate to engage him in a game. Upon returning to the villa, he found Lu Ruoxi peacefully asleep. After a quick shower, he retired to bed. Meanwhile, Jizha arrived at the scene of the recent skirmish. His expression turned ominously dark upon seeing the three lifeless bodies on the ground. That Xiao fellow was insufferably arrogant, having not only slain his men, but also dared to issue a warning. Yet, amidst his fury, he felt a twinge of fear. Just who was this young man to possess such power? Ordinary security personnel. That is utterly inconceivable. He commanded coldly, investigate everything about that young man. Yes, a subordinate promptly bowed in response that I will have Lu Ruoxi, and I will secure your life as well. Jizha's gaze pierced the night sky, a fierce glint illuminating his eyes. As the weekend swiftly passed, Monday morning arrived. Assistant, he was diligently occupied with her tasks, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Logically, she should not be experiencing such sentiments. After all, everything was proceeding smoothly and in an orderly fashion. Lu Ruoxi had begun to trust her, and once the laboratory secured its findings, she would be able to act, though the laboratory held the majority of the data. Several crucial pieces remained on Lu Ruoxi's computer. Once she obtained access to it, success would be within reach. Without further contemplation, she made her way to Lu Ruoxi's office. After a soft knock, she entered, only to find herself momentarily stunned. There sat Xiao Tian, the security guard, nonchalantly reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, even smoking a cigarette. Was this the demeanor expected of a guard in the CEO's office? Even the higher-ups in the corporation would not dare to act so brazenly in Lu Ruoxi's presence. What was most perplexing was that Lu Ruoxi seemed unperturbed, as if she had tacitly permitted such behavior. Assistant, he has arrived. Xiao Tian spoke first, as if he were the master of the office, that, Mr. Lu, I am not aware of what you require of me. Assistant, he replied, ignoring Xiao Tian entirely. Lu Ruoxi, as if just realizing her presence, responded, It's nothing significant. Xiao Tian has a few questions for you. This revelation left Assistant, he bewildered. A guard had questions for the assistant to the CEO. The crux of matter is that the president truly summoned the assistant. It is inexplicable. His recent unease has intensified, leaving him with an unsettling sense that something is amiss. Nevertheless, her psychological fortitude remains commendable, and she calmly responds, I am uncertain about the nature of the issue. Xiao Tian rose, lightly stating, It is a trivial matter. I merely wish to discuss with Assistant how one might excel in both the roles of an assassin and an assistant. What experiences might one draw upon? The moment his words fell, regardless of her otherwise steadfast composure, she felt her body shudder, her countenance altering dramatically. A tempest of turmoil surged within her. She had believed she had concealed her true self well enough. How had he seen through her fade? But what of the security guard named Xiao Tian? Their encounters had scarcely totaled 2 or 3, and the time spent together was less than 10 minutes. How could he possibly discern the truth? What are you talking about? What assassin assistant? Assistant, he managed to maintain her composure. This is rather uninteresting. I assent it. Xiao Tian gradually approached, whispering, "Allow me to remind you, the dark world." Upon uttering those 4 words, assistant, he suddenly struck, delivering a swift and precise stab. The speed of her attack was unparalleled, as if slicing through the very air, and the angle was exceedingly cunning, aimed directly at her opponent's vitals. Why had she, who had just been vehemently feigning ignorance, suddenly turned aggressive? The reason was straightforward. The mention of the dark world indicated that he was already aware of her origins. All her denials had lost their significance. Moreover, the fact that he knew she hailed from the dark world implied what? It was highly likely that he too was from there. At that moment, as she made her move, a thought flickered in her mind. Could he, like herself, be drawn by the allure of energy transformation? Of course, such thoughts were fleeting. What mattered most to her now was to neutralize him swiftly and then seize control of Lu Ruashi. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. As an assassin, beyond psychological resilience, the most crucial aspect is the ability to seize the moment. Her previous actions were worthy of the title of an exceptional assassin. Upon realizing that her identity had been uncovered, she acted without a hint of hesitation. Furthermore, the distance between them was alarmingly close. In such proximity, she was confident that she could eliminate him with a single strike, leaving no room for doubt. However, in an instant, she sensed something amiss. Her dagger had inexplicably halted. Looking down, she discovered that his 2 fingers had ensnared the blade's edge. How could this be? No one understood the force, angle, and speed of her strike better than she did. How could anyone catch the slightest trace, let alone stop it with 2 fingers? And especially at this close range, during her sudden offensive, it seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, the reality unfolded before her eyes, defying her disbelief. In the next moment, she exerted all her strength, channeling nearly all her energy into that arm. Alas, it proved futile. His fingers clamped down like iron pincers, rendering her utterly immobile. Assistant, he was left completely astounded. Setting aside her assassin prowess, her strength was undeniably B-grade. How could it possibly be insufficient against the strength of his 2 fingers? This was simply unfathomable. That is not how one wields a knife, Xiao Tian remarked, applying a slight pressure to break the pure steel dagger. In a flash, he moved with lightning speed, the half-dagger now poised against her carotid artery. Assistant, he had thought her speed was sufficient, but it was only when she felt the icy sensation at her neck that she understood what true swiftness entailed. Who are you? Assistant, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Her mind blank. She had never dreamed that such an unfathomable master could be lurking within the walls of the Jialua group. Shura, Xiao Tian drew closer, his voice as light as a whisper. Yet, to her ears, it resonated like a thunderclap. She stared at the young man before her, her eyes nearly bulging out of her head. Lord Shura? She was on the verge of madness. She believed his words to be true. Anyone familiar with the dark world would never dare to impersonate that name. For those within the dark world, that name was a legend, even a myth. It was sacrosanct. Why had he instantly discerned her identity as an assassin? Why was his power so overwhelmingly formidable? All the questions that had previously eluded her comprehension suddenly found their answers. How had she ever dared to entertain the notion of assassinating Lord Shura? She truly deserved death 100 times over. Yet who could have fathomed that the terrifying Lord Shura, whose name sent shivers down the spines of the world's elite, would be working as a mere security guard in a small company in Huaxia? Chapter 53. The mysterious individual. Come with me, Xiao Tian commanded, grasping her by the neck and leading her out as one might carry a chick. Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Lu Ruashi inquired hastily. I am off to deal with some matters. It's not suitable for women to witness. Xiao Tian chuckled as he exited. Moments later, he had brought assistant He to the rooftop. Speak, who sent you? Xiao Tian released her, his tone icy. He revealed his identity to shatter her defenses. His goal accomplished, assistant He, upon discovering he was the Lord of Shura, felt any resistance within her dissipate entirely. That it was futile. Although she had ceased her struggles, she seemed disinclined to speak at that juncture. Assistant, he suddenly made a swallowing motion, but Xiao Tian was already prepared. He swiftly grasped her cheeks, extracting a pill from her mouth. Hiding poison under the tongue is far too clutch. You ought to innovate. Assistant, he's body slumped. The substance she concealed was a potent toxin. If crushed, death would ensue within 3 seconds. Unfortunately, she had been deprived of even that opportunity. It appears you are unwilling to speak. Xiao Tian's lips curled into a cruel smile. No matter, I will compel you to do so. Witnessing that smile sent a chill down Assistant his spine. Xiao Tian crouched down, retrieving another pill from his pocket. The one you just had was rather unpalatable. Let us try this one. What did I ask this? Assistant, he trembled as she asked. An immortality pill. I believe you have heard of it. As he spoke, he prepared to place the pill in her mouth. At this moment, Assistant, he began to thrash violently. Her eyes filled with boundless terror. How could she not have heard of the infamous immortality pill? Once ingested, it was a fate worse than death. To date, no one had withstood its effects for more than a minute. She did not believe herself capable of surpassing that record. Yet, no matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not escape his grasp. I doubt we'll speak. It would have been better if you had said so sooner, Xiao Tian replied with a slight smile. In truth, we are members of the Setting Sun Society. Assistant, he cast a glance at Xiao Tian as she spoke. The Setting Sun Society? Xiao Tian murmured. He was certainly aware of this organization. Within the dark world, it ranked reasonably well, probably within the top 20. You came for the research results of energy transformation? Indeed, we received word that should this research succeed, the benefits would be staggering, hence our organization dispatched us here. Assistant, he explained. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Tian chuckled. Assistant, do you really think me so easily deceived? Lord Shura, what do you mean? I speak nothing but the truth, she insisted. Xiao Tian regarded her, and a nation where the investigation team is located bears no intersection with the influence of your Setting Sun Society. How could you possibly know? Furthermore, to control a corporation through capital markets, does that align with the modus operandi of your Setting Sun Society? I do not comprehend what you are saying. I truly am from the Setting Sun Society. Assistant, he replied, her gaze flickering. No, I believe you are from the Setting Sun Society. Xiao Tian shook his head with a smile. I am asking, who is orchestrating everything from behind the scenes? Lord Shura. There truly is no one. Assistant, he hastily replied. Why is it that people only realize the gravity of their situation when it is too late? Xiao Tian sighed deeply. I believe this pill should not go to waste. Upon seeing the pill, Assistant, he felt she was on the verge of insanity. I will tell you everything. She lamented, her face a mask of despair. Rumor had it that the Lord of Shura possessed not only unparalleled strength, but also unparalleled intellect. Previously, she had been skeptical, but now she was entirely convinced. Xiao Tian silently observed her, awaiting her revelation. In truth, while we members of the Setting Sun Society are the main body of this operation in Huaxia, the true mastermind pulling the strings is a mysterious individual. Who might that be? Xiao Tian immediately pressed for more information. I do not know. Assistant, he shook her head. The president instructed us to follow his orders without question. Xiao Tian scrutinized her for a moment, sensing that she was not lying. How many individuals attended the meeting of your organization, the Sunset Society, and how formidable are they? Aside from myself, there are a total of 20 individuals, including 3 of S rank, 5 of A rank, and the rest are of B rank. At this point, Assistant, he has nothing left to conceal. Your Sunset Society truly spares no expense, Xiao Tian remarked with a cold smirk. Lord Shura, considering I have spoken, could you allow me to end my own life? Assistant, he pleaded. She understood that her chances of survival were utterly non-existent. A swift death would be her greatest fortune. Very well, I concede. Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. Thank you, Lord Shura. Assistant, he exclaimed in unrestrained joy, and without hesitation, she struck her palm against her heart. At that moment, she saw Xiao Tian placing an immortality pill into his mouth. She pointed at him, a look of confusion and dread clouding her expression. You mean this? The candies from the reception desk of the group. Have you never tasted them? Xiao Tian produced a handful from his pocket. proclaiming, "They come in various fruit flavors and are quite delightful. Would you care for one?" Upon hearing this, he collapsed to the ground, motionless, leaving uncertain whether it was from shattered heart or sheer indignation. Observing her lifeless body, Xiao Tian felt no particular emotion and pulled out his phone to call Qiu Guanwen, instructing him to send someone to handle the corpse. Soon, Qiu Guanwen arrived, accompanied by Su Mingyue and 3 or 4 other officers. Initially, Qiu Guanwen had not intended to bring Su Mingyue along, as his apprentice seemed to harbor some reservations about the individual in question, a being of immense power whose origins remained shrouded in mystery. If matters escalated, it could lead to significant trouble. However, when he received the call, she happened to be nearby and insisted on accompanying him, assuring that she would not speak out of turn as she had previously. Xiao Tian held no objections to the policewoman. It was only natural for a woman to possess a bit of temperament. After all, Lu Ruoxi had a fiery disposition as well. "Director Qiu, ensure the cleanup is thorough." And refrain from causing a panic, Xiao Tian instructed. "Rest assured, Mr. Xiao," Qiu Guanwen replied, nodding earnestly. "By the way, how did you arrive?" Xiao Tian inquired. "As you suggested, we drove a private vehicle and did not take the police car." "All right, one of you should kindly escort me to a location." "I'll do it." Su Mingyue immediately volunteered upon hearing this. Her sudden eagerness drew surprised glances from the others. Had she not previously expressed disdain for this individual? Why was she now so willingly offering to play the role of chauffeur? Chapter 54. No turning back, the car sped through the streets of Jiangsheng, and Xiao Tian occasionally glanced at Su Mingyue. Who was behind the wheel? Curiosity piqued even his own interest. Why had this woman suddenly chosen to be his driver? Under the scrutiny of a young man, Su Mingyue felt somewhat uncomfortable and deliberately shifted the topic. Asking, "Where are we headed?" "You'll find out shortly. Just drive as I instruct," Xiao Tian replied, reclining slightly in his seat. Approximately 20 minutes later, the vehicle entered an area populated with residential houses. "Let's stop here," Xiao Tian commanded. "What are we doing here?" Su Mingyue inquired, her curiosity intensifying as she surveyed the modest dwellings. "Stay here and do not move," he instructed before striding ahead. "So mysterious," Su Mingyue muttered, visibly displeased, as she watched him turn the corner and vanish from her sight. Before long, Xiao Tian arrived at the entrance of a farmyard, observing the location on his antique mobile phone aligning perfectly. This was the place. The wooden door was ajar, and he pushed it open. "Who are you?" As he stepped inside, a man approached, his expression one of wariness, his hand poised behind him, seemingly ready to draw a weapon. "I apologize for the intrusion. May I ask if there's a family by the name of Sanguzi in the vicinity?" Xiao Tian inquired with a congenial smile. "What nonsense! I don't know any Sanguzi," the man replied, annoyance evident in his tone as he withdrew his hand from behind him, preparing to shove Xiao Tian aside. However, in that instant, Xiao Tian struck with lightning speed, his fingers curling as he jabbed towards the man's throat. A faint yet distinct sound of bone cracking echoed, and the man fell backward, his eyes reflecting shock and confusion until the very end. Did this fellow not merely come to ask for directions? Just as his body was about to hit the ground, Xiao Tian extended his foot, catching the man's back and gently lowering him that moment, within the newly constructed basement beneath the farm. Approximately 20 individuals were seated. Most were of European descent, characterized by blonde hair and blue eyes, though a few were of Asian heritage, stuck in this wretched place every day. Who knows when this will come to an end? One golden-haired man exclaimed, taking a hefty gulp from a goblet. "Let us wait a day or two. Once that child's father succeeds, and Spider manages to obtain the computer and password from the group as president, we can make our escape." Another man clad in leather remarked that, "I believe the organization is overreacting. Sending so many people seems excessive. 2 or 3 would suffice." A third interjected, "This reflects the organization's seriousness. Deploying so many is merely a precaution." Another Asian man countered, casting a glance toward the room within. "Shoo!" An older individual gestured for silence, prompting everyone to fall silent, their gazes fixated on the room, filled with both resentment and fear. They had not forgotten that just days prior, one of their companions had met a gruesome fate for expressing doubt. His neck cruelly snapped. Yet the origins of that individual remained a mystery. And to this day, they had no inkling of his true background. "I fear you may not have that opportunity," A mocking and unfamiliar voice resonated from the staircase. "Who is it?" The sudden voice sent chills through the group. For no strangers were meant to be present here. Soon, a young man emerged into their line of sight, a relaxed smile gracing his face. As so many people. "Are we hosting a tea party?" The young man sauntered over, casually taking a seat on one of the chairs and pouring himself a glass of red wine, savoring a sip. "A 1992 Bordeaux. You all certainly know how to indulge," Xiao remarked, shaking his wineglass. The occupants of the basement were left utterly dumbfounded. How had this young man managed to appear here? More importantly, how could he be so nonchalant in the presence of so many? "Speak, who are you?" one man demanded, recognizing the implications of this unexpected visitor's presence. They were not naive. They understood that his arrival likely signified dire news for their colleague stationed outside, who was tasked with keeping watch and managing any unforeseen complications. Yet the absence of any warning indicated that their companion was in grave danger. "My identity is of little consequence, but I am fully aware of who you are." Xiao Tian's expression shifted to one of cold indifference as he declared, "Your audacity as members of the Sunset Society to extend your reach into Huaxia is quite remarkable." The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. How did he know they were from the Sunset Society? Suddenly, a flash of realization struck the older European man. Had Spider encountered trouble? "So that female assassin is known as Spider," Xiao Tian remarked, "but she has already descended into hell. Do not fret. You shall soon accompany her." Seeking death, two individuals could no longer contain themselves, rushing towards Xiao Tian in an instant, throwing powerful punches. Both were B-rank experts, and their fists unleashed a howling wind, creating a ripple of energy. Yet in the face of their formidable strikes, Xiao Tian remained expressionless. Suddenly, he made his move, his hands launching simultaneous punches to intercept theirs. At first glance, his strikes appeared unremarkable, akin to a typical street brawl. The onlookers, who had initially felt the tension, relaxed their apprehensions. What could such a punch possibly accomplish? They wondered why their superior had not dealt with this insignificant character. Boom! In an explosive collision, the three fists met almost simultaneously. A deafening sound reverberating through the basement, as if the very ceiling might cave in. Air torrents surged chaotically within the confined space, producing a concussive blast. In the aftermath, two figures were sent flying backward, crashing against the wall, causing the entire basement to tremble. Puffed. Both men spat out copious amounts of blood, sliding down the wall, barely clinging to life. Chapter 55. Too monstrous in truth. Dispatching two B-level experts is hardly a feat. Any individual of A-level prowess could accomplish it with ease. The crux lies in achieving such an effortless and casual demeanor as he did moments ago, which is no simple task. You lot. Entertain this young man thoroughly. The elder among them nodded slightly, clearly possessing a degree of authority among the group. As soon as he spoke, 7 individuals stepped forth, 2 A-level and 5 B-level. These individuals either shook their heads or flexed their fingers. The sound of cracking joints reverberating in the air. Some licked their lips, their eyes gleaming with mockery and malice. Although this young man had effortlessly subdued 2 of his companions just now, it was simply a fleeting surprise. After all, the strength of these individuals was evident. Even if the spider were to falter at his hands, it would signify little, for the spider's true expertise lies in assassination and disguise. In terms of power, he scarcely approached A-level, being more akin to the pinnacle of B-level. Moreover, having lingered here for so long, they were on the verge of developing peculiar habits. Although this boy's sudden appearance was strange, it was a source of amusement, was it not? Why eliminate him at once? Rest assured, such a rare young man, how could one bear to dispose of him so easily? Is it not better to live well? Must he involve himself in this affair? The individuals who had stepped forward did not immediately attack. Instead, they began to engage in idle chatter, as if they had no regard for Xiao Tian. Yet Xiao Tian, growing increasingly impatient, shrugged and remarked, "Have you finished your idle prattle?" The moment his words fell, the group erupted in fury. At this point, how could this boy still be so arrogant? He was truly treading a path towards self-destruction. If he was so eager to be tormented, then they would oblige. One of them bellowed, In the next instant, he darted forward like a leopard, delivering a fierce palm strike toward Xiao Tian. Almost simultaneously, the others sprang into action. The saying goes, motionless as a mountain, swift as thunder. These 7 bodies surged forward with tremendous force, shattering everything in their path, the very air bursting under the pressure. In the blink of an eye. They were upon Xiao Tian, fists raining down, palms striking, eagle claws gripping fiercely, sharp blades slicing through the void, and sweeping kicks aimed at everything in sight. In summary, they unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Xiao Tian. They were a battle group, having fought together for many years, their synergy impeccable. Thus, their simultaneous assault did not merely yield cumulative effects. It created a geometric impact. They held confidence, believing that even an S-level master would be hard-pressed to cope with their collective onslaught. As for dealing with this young man before them, it was more than sufficient. They even felt a sense of shame at the idea of using a cannon to swat a fly. At that moment, flames ignited in Xiao Tian's eyes, a spark of battle igniting within him. After spending so long in the city, he had finally encountered a somewhat respectable opponent. Let the games begin. With that, he melded into the crowd with fluidity. Your punch has power, but lacks speed. Your palm appears agile, yet sacrifices pressure. Your kick is too low. Raise it half a foot, and its potency would increase by at least 30%. Is that an eagle claw? More like a sparrow's, and your triangular bayonet has failed to showcase its characteristics. It would be better to wield a knife. As Xiao Tian critiqued, he simultaneously struck. Even so, his attacks were unstoppable. In what felt like merely a few breaths, those individuals lay sprawled on the ground, utterly incapable of movement. This moment, the remaining individuals were left in a state of petrification. Their souls and thoughts seemed entirely drained. What had just transpired? This young man had, in a flash, accurately identified each person's weaknesses. Crucially, he had attacked immediately after revealing those weaknesses, as if to validate his observations. The so-called encirclement appeared nothing more than a jest. Such perceptiveness, such strength, was utterly staggering. A sense of primal fear welled up within the remaining individuals, a fear etched deep into their bones, for this young man was undeniably a prodigy. Even those few S-level masters believed they could not achieve such feats. This was not merely a contest or a battle. It was a genuine dimensional suppression. Everyone joined forces to eliminate this boy. The elder's eyes blazed with fire, and at this moment, he dared not harbor even a hint of complacency. The expressions of the others turned grave, realizing they had drastically underestimated this suddenly appearing young man. As for the one stationed to keep watch, they were almost certain he had met with misfortune that, in an instant, the group surged toward Xiao Tian, a torrent of energy emanating from them, akin to a flood in spate. It is essential to note that this group comprised 3 S-level, 3 A-level, and 4 or 5 B-level experts. Even within the Dark World, such a formation would be considered formidable, possibly even top-tier in mission assignments. If the previous individuals had held back somewhat, at this moment, they were unleashing their full might, even exceeding 200% of their capabilities. Xiao Tian's battle spirit was fully ignited. In his hand, a dagger gleamed with a blackish sheen, shimmering under the limited light of the basement. Suddenly, they sensed a profound shift in the young man's aura. Cold, chilling, proud, mysterious. He appeared as a demon risen from the depths of hell, or perhaps a deity descended upon the earth. They shook their heads vigorously, baffled at how one person's demeanor could undergo such a drastic transformation, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Was this truly his real visage? In that instant, an overwhelming sense of dread permeated the air, intense enough to send shivers through their very souls. This time, Xiao Tian did not await their assault. He took the initiative. In a flash, he vanished from his location, reappearing before an A-level master, the A-level expert. Upon meeting Xiao Tian's icy gaze, felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, his entire being frozen in place. With a swift motion, the dagger grazed his neck, and blood erupted forth. However, it did not splatter onto Xiao Tian, for in the brief interval between severing the throat and the blood's eruption, he had already moved to confront another foe. Like a specter, yet he did not linger. With a twist of his body, He plunged the dagger deep into the heart of his next target. In mere moments, several companions lay in pools of blood, and the remaining individuals stood utterly dumbfounded, their scalps tingling with terror. This was not a mere human. It was the very embodiment of death. Under his hand, life seemed to lose its value, reduced to mere playthings, even refuse. At that moment, they could feel the suffocating aura of death emanating from this young man. They were genuinely terrified, fear coursing through their veins uncontrollably. How many lives must be taken? How many corpses must be crossed to cultivate such an aura of death? In the midst of this stupor, more individuals fell. Even an S-level expert. It seemed that under his hand, there was no distinction between S, A, or B levels. Suddenly, applause erupted. Unexpected and jarring, that a figure clad in a long black robe emerged from the inner chamber. The brim of his hood pulled low, obscuring his features. Lord Shura, you truly are remarkable. Today has opened my eyes. The robed figure rasped, a hint of laughter in his voice. However, as soon as his words fell, the remaining individuals were struck dumb, as though struck by lightning. What? The man before us is Lord Shura. How can this be? This was impossible. Lord Shura was the master of the Shura Temple, a legend within the dark world. How could such an entity appear here? Moreover, this man appeared to be in his early 20s. How could the formidable Lord Shura be so young? Might you have mistaken him, my lord? One S-level expert stammered. Trembling, it is not surprising you do not recognize Lord Shura. But have you not heard of the Soul Devourer? Upon hearing this, the group turned their gaze toward the dagger in the robed figure's hand. And in the next moment, their bodies froze in place. It truly was Lord Shura. As the figure had stated, they might not know the true visage of Lord Shura, but they were acutely aware of the dagger known as Soul Devourer. Its characteristics were indistinguishable from the one before them. They believed that in this world, no one would dare to replicate this dagger. They had failed to recognize it earlier because everything had transpired too swiftly. And more importantly, they had not dared to consider such a possibility. Who would dare to imagine it? It was utterly inconceivable. Yet this impossible scenario had unfolded before their eyes, as they recalled that they had just engaged with the illustrious Lord Shura. They felt as if their very souls were about to escape their bodies, to die at the hands of Lord Shura. You are not entirely wronged. They silently lamented for their fallen companions. Do you know why I chose the name Soul Devourer? At this moment, Xiao Tian smiled. Why? One individual asked hesitantly. Because the one hiding in the city should wish to avoid revealing his identity. So why would he brandish the Soul Devourer? Which signifies his true identity. It is rather straightforward, for the dead do not divulge secrets. Xiao Tian remarked indifferently. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the figure clad in black robes. I presume there is still a young boy present here. Correct? As anticipated, he is resting over there. The black-robed figure nodded with a smile, then tilted his head slightly. Since Lord Shura wishes to play, you shall entertain him thoroughly. However, upon uttering these words, the individuals stood frozen in place. Devoid of any reaction, if there was any, it was the endless terror etched upon their faces. It was one thing to be unaware of the opponent's identity before, but now that they knew, how could they dare to act? A name carries weight, and the mere mention of Lord Shura extinguished any flicker of rebellion within them. Still not moving, the raspy voice of the black-robed figure rang out once more. Do you truly believe that Lord Shura would spare you? Upon hearing this, the individuals immediately recoiled in horror. Indeed, given the current circumstances, even if they knelt and begged for mercy, the Lord of Shura would certainly not let them go. Did not Lord Shura just say? Only the dead would not reveal secrets that we fight to the bitter end. Suddenly, an S-rank expert shouted and charged toward Xiao Tian. The others, sensing the urgency, pounced upon him like famished wolves, even in a desperate struggle. They refused to succumb to death so easily. Yet, in the face of absolute power, their efforts were futile. Xiao Tian surged into the crowd like a dragon emerging from the sea, shattering all in his wake. His dagger became a harbinger of death, reaping lives with relentless efficiency. This time, he unleashed a ferocity and strength that surpassed earlier displays, as though he were performing a true art of killing. In less than a minute, they all collapsed, their breaths extinguished. This scene struck even the black-robed figure with fear. He had heard tales of the Shura Temple and Lord Shura long ago. However, he had dismissed such accounts as exaggeration, particularly upon seeing that the so-called Lord Shura was merely a young man in his 20s. Yet at this moment, he was compelled to acknowledge the formidable power of the man before him. Though perhaps not as incredible as the rumor suggested, he certainly warranted serious consideration. Now, it is your turn. Xiao Tian's gaze fixed upon the black-robed figure, recognizing him as the mysterious individual spoken of by Assistant He. Very well. Allow me to witness the might of the Lord of Shura. The face beneath the brim of the black robe darkened, almost dripping with malice, and in the next instant, he moved like a whirlwind. He vanished from sight, while a tempest seemed to rise from the ground. A dense energy swept through the air, accompanied by a sound akin to a sonic boom. It must be said, the power that the black-robed figure displayed in an instant was truly terrifying. Compared to those before, he was in an entirely different league. SS rank? No wonder he bore the demeanor of a master. The flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Tian's eyes. However, he was more concerned about the hidden truths behind this individual. Who exactly was this enigmatic figure? He understood that mere SS-level prowess could not compel the Setting Sun Society to obey him without question. The only explanation was that he was backed by an extraordinarily powerful and fearsome organization. What kind of organization could dispatch someone of such caliber? One must realize, while SS rank may appear similar to S rank, the chasm separating the two is insurmountable. 5 or even 10 S-rank individuals would hardly stand a chance against a single SS rank. If this does not illustrate the terror of SS rank, then another fact certainly would. The leaders of the top 20 or 30 organizations in the dark world likely possess such strength. Chapter 57. The Sanctuary in the blink of an eye. The black-robed figure had reached Xiao Tian, fingers splayed like talons, directly grasping for his chest. Each finger sliced through the air like a blade, violently tearing at the space before him. Should he be caught, the consequences would be dire. In an instant, the talons were upon Xiao Tian, fierce and merciless. At that moment, Xiao Tian extended his hands, seemingly poised to block the attack. Yet unexpectedly, the black-robed figure flicked his wrist, abruptly changing direction, and the talons aimed straight for Xiao Tian's throat. In that fleeting moment, the speed was akin to lightning, and the angle was exceptionally cunning. Were it an ordinary person or even the top experts of the dark world, they would undoubtedly be thrown into a panic, for if struck in the chest, it might only result in injury. However, a blow to the throat would surely be fatal. The cold smile that crept upon the black-robed figure's lips widened, for this maneuver was his lethal technique, one that acclaimed the lives of countless masters. Yet the next moment, he could no longer smile, that he realized that the opponent's other hand had already positioned itself before his throat, seemingly waiting for him. That hand grasped his wrist, rendering him immobile. Looking at the young man, he found a mocking smile upon his face. A mere SS rank dares to act with such arrogance in Huaxia. Accompanied by a sound akin to cracking bones, he felt as if his wrist had shattered. Get away from me. A powerful kick sent the black-robed figure flying, crashing violently into the iron wall behind him. Producing a thunderous noise, spitting a mouthful of blood, he slid down from the wall. Feeling as though his very insides had been obliterated, barely able to rise, he gazed up at the young man before him, his heart filled with dread. He had always believed that the Dark World's legends regarding the Lord of Shura were too fantastical and absurd. He even thought it was mere self-aggrandizement by the Shura Temple, especially after witnessing this young man, which only solidified his belief. A young man in his 20s, how strong could he possibly be, let alone defy the heavens? Yet at this moment, he found himself questioning that belief. Before this youth, he was virtually no match, which was truly frightening. He had an inkling that this young man was merely holding back. Speak, who exactly are you? Xiao Tian's voice was icy as he inquired, genuinely intrigued by the identity of the black-robed figure. Xiao Tian had already determined that the opponent did not possess poison. Perhaps he was overly confident, believing himself beyond any danger. Do you think I would divulge anything? The black-robed figure spat defiantly. Trust me, you will speak. Xiao Tian crouched down, lifting the brim of the opponent's hood to reveal a rather sullen face. As before, he produced a pill, a playful smile gracing his features. Have you heard of the immortal pill? Upon hearing the term immortal pill, a flicker of fear crossed the black-robed figure's face, clearly indicating he was familiar with that name. Yet 2 seconds later, he stubbornly retorted, I tell you, you will not extract a single word from me. He was not afraid of the power of the immortal pill, but rather knew that once he spoke, his death would be even more gruesome. Very well. Xiao Tian replied with a hint of resignation as he tossed the immortal pill into his mouth. If he truly possessed a genuine immortal pill, he doubted the opponent would remain silent. After all, regardless of how powerful a person is or how strong their will, it is difficult to surpass the limits of the human body. Alas, what he held was merely a counterfeit. So, you were trying to deceive me. The black-robed figure's eyes glimmered with a spark of realization. Fortunately, he had refrained from speaking earlier. Otherwise, he would have been fooled, as it appeared the opponent did not possess an actual immortal pill. Correct. Xiao Tian admitted bluntly. It seems we need to resort to something more primal. What do you mean by primal? Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure could not help but tremble, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over him. Quite simply, the human body consists of 206 bones, and I wish to experiment to see if a person can survive if all those bones are shattered. Xiao Tian stated nonchalantly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. However, the black-robed figure's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, You dare! His voice carried a facade of confidence, yet beneath it lay profound trepidation. Ah! A piercing scream erupted. Not scream. We have only just begun. Xiao Tian smiled faintly, placing another foot upon his thigh, the sound of cracking bones resonating ominously. The cries escalated in agony, as if they could tear the very ceiling of the basement apart. Suddenly, he lost consciousness. Yet how could Xiao Tian allow him such respite? As he stepped down once more, the black-robed figure jolted awake in pain. I will speak, he shouted hastily, terrified of another strike, for the heart-wrenching agony was unbearable. After such a brief moment, this is hardly sufficient. Xiao Tian expressed his disappointment. Hearing this, the black-robed figure nearly fainted from rage. He was certain that this young man was no longer human. He was a devil. A thorough and utter devil. Very well, speak. Xiao Tian cast a glance at him and remarked, If a single word is false, I assure you, you will have 1,000 opportunities to regret ever having come into this world. Upon hearing this, the figure in black couldn't help but shudder, hastily responding, I will speak nothing but the truth. He was no longer willing to endure the inhuman pain and torment he had just experienced. Very well then, tell me, what organization lies behind you? In fact, I am a member of the Holy Hall, the man in black said, looking at Xiao Tian. The Holy Hall? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian felt as though thunder had struck in his mind. In the dark underworld, the name of the Holy Hall was known, but it was merely a legend, and no one had ever truly seen or witnessed its existence. It was said to be an immensely powerful entity. Beyond anyone's imagination, he had often doubted whether such an organization truly existed, but now it seemed that it indeed did. Chapter 58. Telekinesis. Xiao Tian took a moment to steady his tumultuous emotions and continued to inquire. What is the organizational structure of your Holy Hall, and what position do you hold within it? At the apex of the Holy Hall is the Holy Master, beneath whom are the left and right protectors. Below the protectors are the Holy Envoys, which are divided into the golden-robed, silver-robed, black-robed, and white-robed envoys. This constitutes the upper echelons, with many more complex lower-tier personnel. Beneath them, you are one of the so-called black-robed envoys? Yes, I'm one of the 18 black-robed envoys. The man in black nodded. This revelation. Xiao Tian felt a wave of shock. The Holy Hall was indeed extraordinary. This individual, possessing SS-level strength, was merely a black-robed envoy. What level of power did the silver and golden-robed envoys possess? And what the left and right protectors, as well as the Holy Master? This was truly a colossal entity. Next, Xiao Tian posed several more questions. When he sensed that he had exhausted his inquiries, he decisively ended the man's life. For the figure in black, this was a swift and decisive conclusion. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Xiao Tian turned to Sisu Mingyue, who appeared utterly pale with fright. Did you kill them all? Su Mingwe stammered. What do you think? Xiao Tian shrugged. Upon hearing this, Su Mingwe felt her head buzzing, while she had been able to accept the sight of a single corpse on the rooftop. The near 20 bodies before her now were in overwhelming shock. The magnitude of it was too great. The fact that he openly admitted to it only intensified her distress, were it not for the knowledge of his unique identity and mysterious background. She would have drawn her weapon long ago. These were 20 lives. Xiao Tian paid her thoughts no mind, instead proceeding to open the iron doors one by one. There were a total of 5 or 6 rooms inside. When he opened the innermost cramped storage room, he finally found a small boy curled up in the corner, unconscious. Xiao Tian's heart tightened as he rushed over to investigate. Thankfully, the boy was still alive. Xiao Tian quickly lifted the boy out and placed him on a flat table outside. How could there be a small boy here? Su Mingwe exclaimed in shock, suddenly realizing, could it be that these people were part of a human trafficking ring? Yes, it must be so. Initially feeling pity for those who had died inexplicably, Su Mingwe now felt that their deaths were a relief. She harbored a deep hatred for traffickers, even more than for murderers. Xiao Tian remained focused on saving the child. Though the boy was still alive, his condition was dire. It was no surprise. Locked away in such a confined space for days, receiving only scraps of food. It was miraculous that he had survived at all. Su Mingwen noticed the boy's precarious state and urged, "We should hurry him to the hospital." "No need," Xiao Tian replied coolly, his tone leaving no room for argument. As he spoke, he produced an aged cloth bag, which he unfurled to reveal dozens of silver needles. With a deft motion, he grasped several of them between his fingers. This display utterly bewildered Su Mingwe. What is this telekinesis, and how does he carry silver needles with him? Could he possibly be skilled in medicine? In the next instant, several silver needles pierced the boy's body with precision. Any traditional Chinese medicine master present would have noted that each needle was inserted exactly 2 inches and 3/10 deep. Without fail, following this, another dozen needles were swiftly administered. Xiao Tian propped the boy up, then gently tapped several points on his back. The needles in front of him began to pulse rhythmically, as if they were musical notes. At that moment, the boy seemed to show some response, emitting a low groan of discomfort. Hearing this sound, Xiao Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The boy was not gravely injured. With a flick of his wrist, all the silver needles fell back into his palm. After securing the needles, he prepared to leave. Su Mingyue felt a sense of helplessness, as if she were merely cleaning up after his mess. With no other option, she called Qiu Guanwen to explain the situation and request assistance. Meanwhile, she drove the boy to the hospital herself. Although Xiao Tian assured her there was no issue, she remained unconvinced. "Are you all right?" Upon seeing Xiao Tian, Lu Ruoxi immediately expressed her concern. Although it had seemed like Xiao Tian had subdued the opponent, any unforeseen complications could arise, especially with the prolonged silence causing her unease. She had intended to call to check on him but refrained, fearing it might disrupt him. "What could possibly happen to me?" Xiao Tian chuckled. "Director Lu, are you concerned for my well-being?" Over the course of their time together, he had discerned that Lu Ruoxi had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Just like the last time he was taken to the police station, she had been visibly anxious. Concerned? Nonsense. Lu Ruoxi blushed and retorted. "By the way, how did you handle Assistant He?" After asking her a few questions, "I turned her over to the police." Xiao Tian replied casually that of course, he was speaking the truth. It was merely the bodies he had handed over. "Director Lu, you can rest easy now. The threats have been eliminated, so you needn't worry." Xiao Tian seated himself on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxi felt an inexplicable jolt in her heart. "So does this mean you are leaving?" she asked nervously, feeling as though something vital in her life was slipping away. "Not yet. There may still be some latent dangers." Xiao Tian shook his head. He had initially thought he could leave after resolving today's matters, especially since he had pressing issues to attend to. However, the unexpected emergence of the Holy Hall left him feeling uneasy. What if they made a comeback? Given his assessment, the likelihood of that was quite high. "Oh well, that's fine." Lu Ruoxi felt a wave of relief wash over her, her spirits lifting significantly. Xiao Tian found it somewhat odd. Why did she seem a bit off? However, he didn't dwell on it. Upon arriving at the security department's entrance, he contemplated for a moment before deciding against entering. Instead, he moved to a secluded spot nearby and dialed a number. Demon, take some men to the headquarters of the Sunset Society. I want this organization to vanish from the dark underworld by tomorrow. Chapter 59. Deceived Master, you finally remembered us. In a secluded palace on an island in Europe, a burly man suddenly burst into tears. The sudden disappearance of the master had felt like the sky had fallen upon the entire temple. Although a few individuals under his command managed to keep the temple operational, they had lost their anchor. Enough with the tears. Your sobbing is unbearable, Xiao Tian said disdainfully. Hearing this, the burly man immediately ceased his weeping. Master, has the Sunset Society provoked you? It's more complicated than that. The Sunset Society is likely in collusion with the Holy Hall. Xiao Tian replied solemnly, "So this time. Your mission is not just to eradicate the Sunset Society, but to uncover more clues about the Holy Hall. Is the Holy Hall truly real?" The demon, having heard of the Holy Hall's name, inquired further. "Indeed, I suspect they have been lying low for many years, but recently seem to be restless," Xiao Tian stated. After so many years without a trace of the Holy Hall, it was clear they had been in hiding. Now that they had resurfaced, it could signify a larger conspiracy at play. He had initially intended to avoid contacting others within the temple, but the sudden appearance of the Holy Hall forced him to alter his plans. Of course, the Shadow and Tianqing were already aware of his presence in Huaxia, and it was only a matter of time before others found out. "Rest assured, Master, I will complete the mission," the demon vowed. After ending the call, the demon exited the Great Hall and made his way to a training base several kilometers away. Ascending the platform, he declared loudly, "Third and fourth squads, prepare your gear. We move out tonight." "Demon, where are we headed?" someone inquired curiously. In the Shura Temple. Aside from Xiao Tian, the other members were referred to by their code names, by the Master's command. Tonight, the order to flatten the Sunset Society has been issued. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd was instantly bewildered. The Lord had vanished for several months, and now he reappeared. In that fleeting moment, the members of the third and fourth squads erupted with uncontainable excitement. This was the first command from the Lord after his lengthy absence, and they were the ones tasked with its execution. How could they not be exhilarated? Flatten the Sunset Society. Flatten the Sunset Society. The members of the third and fourth squads shouted in unison, filled with glory. Meanwhile, the other squads looked on with expressions of envy, simultaneously, at the G family villa. "What do you mean you couldn't find anything? Is that young man some sort of creature sprung from a crevice in a rock?" Jija roared at a man kneeling before him. The man lowered his head and spoke the truth. They were blissfully unaware that Xiao Tian's file was already classified as a top national secret. Even by Susu could only uncover a few faint traces through connections in the imperial capital. Yet, they merely knew it was classified, and not a single word of its content could be seen. It was entirely normal for them not to find anything. To discover something would be truly bizarre. However, at that moment, Jija was consumed with fury, for in all his years in Jiangcheng, no one had ever caused him such a significant loss. Never had he felt such an urgent desire for someone's demise. "Old Tian," he suddenly declared in a low voice. Yes, as soon as the words left his mouth, an elderly man in a gray long robe appeared before him, seemingly emerging from nowhere. "Remember this person. I will grant you 10 days. I want him dead." A photograph fluttered from his hand. The old man cast a glance at the individual in the photo and replied indifferently, "I shall take care of it." With that, the old man vanished once more. "Xiao Tian, I shall show you that the 4 great families are not to be trifled with." Jija gritted his teeth and spat. "And as for Lu Ruashi, you will inevitably become my woman." The Jialua Group, the security department. Xiao Tian was, of course, engaged in his usual routine of sipping tea and reading the newspaper. After growing bored, he decided to visit either Luo Qing or Tang Yun, as he had become quite familiar with both women. Thus, as the workday drew to a close, he strolled to the nearest intersection, waiting for Lu 11. In her words, since there was no immediate danger, there was no need for him to ride in her car. "This little girl is truly ungrateful," Xiao Tian muttered, feeling quite displeased, suspecting that she was doing it intentionally. Upon arriving home, Lu Ruashi was already seated on the sofa, leisurely eating fruit while watching television, radiating comfort. This only added to Xiao Tian's irritation. What are you watching? Go make dinner. Lu Ruoxi replied nonchalantly. Fine, I'll do it. Xiao Tian took a deep breath, reminding himself that it is often difficult to manage both small-minded individuals and women. As a man, I must be broad-minded. Observing his disgruntled stride into the kitchen, Lu Ruoxi couldn't help but smile faintly. Approximately half an hour later, the meal was ready, given that it was just the two of them. It typically consisted of only 2 or 3 dishes along with the soup. Xiao Tian, even if you don't work in security, with this culinary skill, you could easily be a chef, Lu Ruoxi remarked. Nodding as she ate, must be said, he truly had a knack for cooking. Of course. This young master excels in both the banquet hall and the kitchen, and I am quite adept in the bedroom, too, Xiao Tian declared with pride. Puffed. A dog can't produce ivory from its mouth. Lu Ruoxi's cheeks flushed as she huffed. After a while, she set down her bowl and chopsticks and said, All right, I'm full. I am off to work now. Xiao Tian, having consumed a bowl of soup, obediently began to tidy up. That night seemed ordinary, yet in some corner of Europe, rivers of blood flowed. A burly man stood amidst a sea of corpses. Frowning slightly, the Lord had instructed him to keep an eye on the movements of the Holy Hall, yet they had flattened this place without encountering a single member of the Holy Hall. Initially, this was of little concern. He intended to capture the president of the Sunset Society alive, hoping to extract some information from him. However, unexpectedly, the president had suddenly exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, a sight too horrific to behold. Had he not reacted in time, he too might have been harmed. This incident stirred within him a sense of foreboding. Although there were no members of the Holy Hall present, it felt as if their influence still lingered in the shadows. It must be noted that while the Sunset Society could not be compared to the Shura Temple, it still ranked among the top 20 or 30 entities in the Dark World. Chapter 60. The Master Craftsman. The following morning, Xiao Tian arose as usual to prepare breakfast. Just as breakfast was nearing completion, Lu Ruoxi awoke. Xiao Tian, there are several cars in the garage. You can choose one to drive from now on. During breakfast, Lu Ruoxi suddenly remarked, This way it will be more convenient for you. Never mind, I quite like my little electric scooter, Xiao Tian replied, feeling that with the city's heavy traffic, especially during rush hours, his little scooter was far more efficient. As you wish, Lu Ruoxi replied casually to IT that moment. Xiao Tian's phone suddenly rang. IT was the demon calling, and Xiao Tian promptly answered. Moments later, he ended the call. His expression slightly grave. He felt no surprise at the demon's report of not locating any trace of the Holy Hall. Erasing evidence was a task easily accomplished by any organization in the Dark World. However, akin to the demon, he sensed something unusual regarding the explosion of the Sunset Society's president. IT was uncertain whether the individual had chosen to act or had been compelled. Regardless of which scenario it was, it sent a chill down his spine. All he could do for now was instruct the Shadow and Intelligence team to gather as much information on the Holy Hall as possible. He understood that after so many years in hiding, uncovering any trace would be no simple feat, even for the Shadow. Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Lu Ruoxi noticed Xiao Tian's evident shift in mood and inquired. Nothing, just having breakfast, Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The two exchanged glances, wondering who could be knocking so early in the morning, since Xiao Tian was closest to the door. He walked over to open it. Standing at the threshold was a woman in her 50s or 60s, her face marked by the passage of time. You must be Mr. Xiao, right? Before Xiao Tian could respond. The woman smiled and spoke. I am. And you are? Aunt Shun. At that moment, Lu Ruoxi had dashed over, her face brimming with joy. It was the first time Xiao Tian had seen such an expression on her face. Miss, Aunt Shun also exclaimed emotionally. Xiao Tian, let me introduce you. This is Aunt Shun, who has been with my family for decades. She raised me when I was little, Lu Ruoxi explained. Aunt Shun, please come in. Xiao Tian quickly ushered Aunt Shun inside. Aunt Shun, we were just having breakfast. Would you like to join us? Lu Ruoxi hadn't seen Aunt Shun in quite a while, and her sudden appearance filled her with happiness and excitement. No, I've already eaten, Aunt Shun replied with a smile, waving her hand. But miss, when did you learn to cook? Lu Ruoxi's cheeks flushed at the remark, and she quietly replied, he did all the cooking. Aunt Shun looked at Xiao Tian with surprise and said, It's rare to find a man like Mr. Xiao who willingly cooks and does it so well. You flatter me. Aunt Shun, Xiao Tian smiled. I speak the truth. Mr. Xiao is indeed a good man, Aunt Shun said meaningfully. Whether he is or not is none of your concern, Lu Ruashi murmured, her lips quivering. Aunt Shun, if you keep praising him, I might become embarrassed, Xiao Tian chuckled. All right, I won't flatter you anymore, Aunt Shun said, amused by Xiao Tian's words. By the way, Aunt Shun, why did you come here suddenly? Lu Ruashi asked curiously, of course. It's because your father is worried about you two living alone. So he sent me to take care of you. I'm grown up now and don't need anyone to look after me, miss, no matter how old you are in the eyes of your father. Mother and Aunt Shun, you will always be a little girl, Aunt Shun smiled. Now, you both should go to work. Leave the house to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruashi glanced at her watch. Time really flies. I need to head out. Xiao Tian followed suit, and his little electric scooter was once again put to use. Aunt Shun muttered to herself. Her visit was undoubtedly not solely for the purpose of looking after their daily lives. At least, not entirely. She had come with a secret mission that, in the following 2 or 3 days, Xiao Tian's life continued to unfold without incident. However, in Jiangsheng, the city was stirred into a frenzy by a woman. This woman was none other than the immensely popular pop star, Xiao Feifei. Reports indicated that Xiao Feifei had arrived in Jiangsheng in preparation for her upcoming concert over the past few days. It seemed that everywhere he went, people were discussing this singer and her concert, compelling Xiao Tian to marvel at her extraordinary popularity. One day, feeling bored in the security department, Xiao Tian began to wander aimlessly. Before long, he found himself at Tang Yun's office, where she was currently bent over her desk, engrossed in writing something. Xiao Tian, you spend your days so carefree. Be careful, or Lu Zong might fire you. Tang Yun teased with a smile. As she spoke, she picked up the teacup beside her, intending to take a sip of water, only to discover that it was empty. She then stood up to refill it. However, unexpectedly, as she rose, her leg went numb, almost as if it had cramped, causing her to fall back in her seat. What happened? Xiao Tian hurriedly inquired as he approached. It's nothing. I just stood up a bit abruptly and felt a little tingle. Like a cramp, Tang Yun replied, her brow furrowed, appearing somewhat pained. All right, just sit still. Before she could protest, he turned her swivel chair to face him. In the next instant, his large hands reached out. What are you doing? Tang Yun exclaimed in surprise. What do you think? I'm just going to take a look. Xiao Tian retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice as his hands grasped her calves. Today, Tang Yun looked as enchanting as ever. Clad in a white blouse paired with a light gray blazer on the upper half, and a professional pencil skirt below, complemented by nude stockings. Her legs were naturally long and slender, and this attire only accentuated their allure. The touch was as smooth as silk, momentarily leaving Xiao Tian entranced. Aren't you supposed to be examining me? Tang Yun murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly, his face betraying no sign of embarrassment. You all should really pay attention to balancing work and rest. If you sit for too long, you ought to get up and move around a bit. Let me give you a massage. You know how massage? Tang Yun asked, her curiosity piqued. Of course, I'm a Gold Star therapist, and tips are appreciated. Xiao Tian chuckled. All right, if I'm satisfied, I'll give you a tip, Tang Yun replied playfully. At that moment, Xiao Tian's hands began to knead her calves. Chapter 61. A bit familiar, his hands gently massaged and kneaded her calves, making Tang Yun feel as though countless ants were scuttling over her skin, an odd sensation that she simultaneously wanted to stop yet found strangely pleasurable. Gradually, a rosy hue spread across her fair face, nearly causing her to melt. This guy, he can't be intentionally taking advantage of me. Can he? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she glanced down, only to find him focused and serious. Devoid of any lewd intent, that moment, he exuded an unusual charm that was utterly captivating, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. All done today, that. Xiao Tian stood up, clapping his hands with a smile. That's it, Tang Yun instinctively retorted. But as soon as the words left her lips, she felt something was off, as if she were reluctant to end the moment. Of course, it was just a minor issue with blood circulation. You really need to move around more, Xiao Tian responded casually. Got it, you big man. Always nagging, Tang Yun rolled her eyes, though her tone was tinged with a playful affection. Just then, a thought struck her. Yet she seemed hesitant to voice it. What's wrong? If there's anything, just say it, Xiao Tian remarked, noticing her reluctance. I have 2 tickets to the concert at Xiao Feifei tonight. Are you free? Tang Yun lowered her gaze, a hint of shyness preventing her from meeting his eyes. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Was she inviting him to a concert? Don't get the wrong idea. I had initially planned to go with a friend, but she had to cancel last minute. It would be a waste not to go. Tang Yun quickly added, sensing his surprise. Yet at that moment, her heart raced, as she rarely told lies. Sure, I've heard Xiao Feifei's concert is quite popular, and tickets are at exorbitant prices now. With Aunt Shen around, he didn't need to worry about breakfast or dinner. For the past couple of days, Aunt Shen had shooed him out of the kitchen, believing that men shouldn't be in the kitchen, that it's not that extravagant. I managed to snag the tickets early on, so it wasn't too pricey, Tang Yun replied. Then it's settled. See you tonight, and no problem. After a while, Xiao Tian left and headed to Lu Ruoshi's office, only to be promptly chased out. Lu Ruoshi. Having him around was a hindrance to her work efficiency. Xiao Tian had no choice but to leave, and, upon reaching the lobby, he ran into Wang Ping. Wang Ping's face was alight with joy, a stark contrast to his previous worried expression. Xiao Tian, thank you, he exclaimed as he approached. What for? Xiao Tian tilted his head, smiling. If it weren't for your visit that night, I might have made a grave mistake, Wang Ping said, a look of dread washing over his features. I could have jeopardized not only my career, but also harmed my son. I should have trusted the police. I wouldn't have let my son suffer unnecessarily. Oh, the police rescued your child? Xiao Tian inquired with feigned ignorance. Yes, Wang Ping nodded. They took him straight to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said he was fine, just a bit shaken. That's a relief, Xiao Tian replied with a smile. What surprised me even more was that Director Liu continued to trust me, assigning me to lead the new energy conversion project. Wang Ping sighed, reflecting on how close he had come to betraying the group's core secrets. He was blissfully unaware that at the time, Lu Ruoshi had no knowledge of the incident. Xiao Tian had fabricated that narrative merely to stabilize him. Naturally, Xiao Tian understood that Lu Ruoshi wouldn't target Wang Ping. Though she appeared aloof and unapproachable, she was in truth quite soft-hearted. You were only looking out for your child. Just focus on contributing to the group from now on. Xiao Tian encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Absolutely, Wang Ping affirmed with a firm nod. I need to report the latest progress to Director Liu. With that, he headed toward the elevator, watching his retreating figure. A smile crept onto Xiao Tian's face. It seemed Wang Ping had completely devoted himself to the group and Lu Ruoshi. Before he realized it, the workday had come to a close. Xiao Tian left the company in Tang Yun's Chevrolet, once again drawing envy from the security staff. The concert at Xiao Feifei was taking place at the Jiangxing Sports Arena, so the two grabbed a quick dinner nearby before heading inside. Initially thinking they had arrived early, they were surprised to find the venue already bustling with people. The majority were young men and women, each brandishing glow sticks or posters that we seem a bit out of place without anything in our hands. Xiao Tian remarked with a chuckle, It does feel that way. Tang Yun agreed, glancing around. Hey, doesn't Xiao Feifei look somewhat familiar? Just then, Xiao Tian spotted a large poster on the wall and muttered, Of course. Her posters have been plastered all over Jiangxing's malls and subway stations these past few days, Tang Yun casually replied. Besides, she's been appearing on TV, online, and in magazines constantly over the years. However, Xiao Tian shook his head, feeling something was amiss, that he believed he had seen her in real life, not just through various media. Yet, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't pinpoint where perhaps my memory is just playing tricks on me. He shrugged off the thought and followed Tang Yun to their seats. Thanks to her early ticket acquisition, their seats were relatively close, around the 5th or 6th row. They hadn't chatted for long when suddenly the lights dimmed, plunging the entire venue into darkness. In an instant, neon lights flashed like swords of light across the space, dazzling in their colors. Simultaneously, dynamic background music erupted. Flames shot up from all corners, igniting and extinguishing in quick succession. The opening act alone sent the crowd into a frenzy of screams. Feifei! Feifei! The deafening shouts nearly threatened to lift the arena's ceiling. Suddenly, the background music ceased. The recessed stage slowly ascended, revealing a woman clad in a feathered gown. She stood atop the platform as if a celestial being had descended to earth. That moment. The cheers intensified, and many voices broke into wild screams. Then she began to sing. The moment she opened her mouth, her voice resonated like a heavenly melody, captivating all who listened. The crowd's uproar fell to a hush, perfectly synchronized. Her song flowed like a gentle spring, cleansing the ears and souls of the audience. Chapter 62. He appeared. This was the first time Xiao Tian heard Qiu Feifei's song, and he couldn't help but acknowledge its beauty. To know it was more than that. It was exceptionally beautiful, truly a feast for the ears. No wonder so many were fervently enamored with her. Such beautiful music, paired with such a beautiful person, truly seemed like a match made in heaven. After a melodious waltz concluded, the stage was captivated, as were the hearts of all present. Qiu Feifei performed 7 or 8 songs, changing outfits twice in between. Each style differed, yet all were breathtakingly stunning. Xiao Tian gazed at Qiu Feifei on stage. He gradually remembered why she seemed familiar. Many years ago, in the northern frontier, he had not yet become the king of the north, nor had he ventured into the dark underworld that time. He was merely a reconnaissance company commander, and on one occasion, while leading his men on a mission, he had rescued a little girl from the edge of a cliff. It is said that the young girl, driven by the grave illness of her family members, journeyed to seek a particular medicinal herb she had heard could be of help. After several arduous days, she finally discovered the elusive plant. Precariously situated on the edge of a steep cliff, as she reached down to grasp it, her foot slipped, and she nearly plummeted into the abyss below. Fortunately, she managed to seize a vine that extended nearby, preventing her fall. Coincidentally, Xiao Tian was passing by, heard her cries for help, and rescued her. Who could have imagined that the young girl, once a mere teenager, has now blossomed into a radiant star, immensely popular throughout Huaxia? Xiao Tian murmured to himself. "What did you say?" asked Tang Yun, who was nearby. "Nothing, just enjoy the music. I never expected Qiu Feifei to sing so beautifully," he replied. "Of course. Otherwise, how could she be so famous?" Tang Yun casually remarked that as the lights dimmed, the elevator descended. Countless glowing sticks illuminated the venue, reminiscent of fireflies in the night. This was, of course, Qiu Feifei going backstage to change outfits in preparation for the next segment of songs. A few minutes later, the elevator rose again, and the background music surged violently, akin to a torrential downpour. When Qiu Feifei made her entrance, she captivated everyone's attention. Adorned with a wig, she wore a sporty crop top and shorts embellished with numerous rhinestones. The transformation was striking. She exuded a sensuality and enthusiasm that starkly contrasted with her earlier ethereal appearance. Is this really Qiu Feifei? Xiao Tian was taken aback by the dramatic change, muttering in disbelief. "You probably don't know, but Qiu Feifei is known as the chameleon queen of the music scene," Tang Yun proclaimed. "She can handle both heartfelt ballads and dynamic anthems with equal finesse. That is true talent." At that moment, the entire arena was electrified, the temperature of the air seemingly rising several degrees. The audience fervently shouted Qiu Feifei's name. She launched in her first upbeat song, and her swaying figure was utterly enchanting, even causing female fans to swoon. By the song's conclusion, many in the audience were left hoarse from cheering. Yet, Qiu Feifei pressed on without pause, launching into a medley of high-energy tracks. When the second song began, she descended from the stage to interact with the front-row audience. The fans were almost beside themselves with excitement. Hands reached out towards her, and while she shook as many as she could, eventually resorting to a simple wave. Simultaneously, she extended the microphone towards the crowd. Her songs were so popular that nearly everyone could hum along, especially the upbeat numbers. In that moment, she caught sight of a familiar smiling face watching her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she thought she might be imagining things. Could it be him? Qiu Feifei would never forget that fateful day when, at the tender age of 15 or 16, she ventured to the northern frontier to seek medicine for her grandfather and almost fell off a cliff. In her desperation, she had called out to the heavens and the earth on the verge of despair. Her consciousness fading. As a child, she had dreamed that, in her most perilous moment, A prince would descend from the sky to rescue her from danger, just when she believed it was all a fairy tale. A figure truly appeared, though not a prince on a white horse. He wore camouflage and was cloaked in shadows, yet at that moment, he was the brightest light in her life. However, after saving her, she had barely managed to utter a word of thanks before he vanished with his companions. Since then, she had often thought of that man, and his image lingered in her mind. She sometimes wondered if she would ever have the chance to see him again. Little did she know that years later, he would appear at her concert. As she gazed at him smiling, she realized he had remembered her too. For Qiu Feifei, this was the happiest moment of her life. Everything felt so beautiful, as if she were basking in radiant sunlight. After a while, the energetic segment concluded, and Qiu Feifei went backstage to change again. That a concert typically requires numerous costume changes. "Sister Zhou, please bring me a bottle of water," she said, her excitement barely contained. "All right, Sister Zhou," her manager replied, preparing to fetch the mineral water. "Make it cold." "Feifei, you just finished singing. Cold water. Isn't tea good for your voice right now? No, I want it cold now." Qiu Feifei insisted. "I need to calm my nerves." "What is going on with you?" Sister Zhou asked, increasingly curious as she sensed something was off with Qiu Feifei. I finally saw him," Qiu Feifei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "I thought I would never see him again, but he showed up." "Who are you talking about?" Sister Zhou was bewildered. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. "You're not talking about the man who saved you years ago, are you?" As Qiu Feifei, as manager and confidant. She had grown fond of her since they were close in age. She had often listened to Qiu Feifei's stories about the man who had appeared in her most desperate moment. Yes, that's him. I can't believe he came to my concert." Qiu Feifei nodded vigorously. "Sister Zhou, please tell the director to change the next song. I want to sing a special piece just for him." "Feifei, that's not possible. The set list has been predetermined. We can't change it last minute," Sister Zhou exclaimed, startled. It is essential to understand that altering a song during a concert is no simple feat. It involves costumes, props, and coordination with other instruments that if it were an encore, it might be somewhat easier, but changing a scheduled song mid-performance could be a logistical nightmare. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire concert. Qiu Feifei was aware of this, yet she pleaded, "Sister Zhou, just this once, please that you've truly defeated me," Sister Zhou said with exasperation. Meanwhile, the audience sensed something amiss. The costume change seemed to be taking longer than usual. Fortunately, it was Qiu Feifei, and they patiently awaited her return. After a few more minutes, Qiu Feifei finally reappeared, leaving everyone astounded. She had donned an outfit so simple, it was almost shocking. A pair of jeans paired with a plain white t-shirt and ordinary sneakers. The audience was left utterly baffled. After all, this was her concert. Why such a modest ensemble? One wouldn't expect to start a dress so plainly. Moreover, her previous outfits had been extravagant and distinctive. This sudden shift was bewildering. The audience surely wondered why she had chosen such attire. Soon, Qiu Feifei's ethereal voice resonated through the venue. Everyone held their breath, captivated by her words. "Because on the year I turned 15, I wore this very outfit when I met my Prince Charming. No, it should be my dark horse prince that I once thought I would never see him again. But here he is at my concert today. This outfit is how I looked when I first encountered him." As Qiu Feifei spoke, the entire arena erupted with excitement. What did this mean? She has long had someone special. Qiu Feifei is currently the undisputed national goddess. If this news were to spread, it would be explosive. Countless fans would surely be heartbroken. The audience turned to search for Qiu Feifei's prince. Oh no, Dark Horse Prince, eager to discover who was fortunate enough to win her heart. However, their search yielded nothing. It was no wonder. After hearing Qiu Feifei's words, they looked for someone with darker skin. Yet, while Xiao Tian was not exactly a white horse prince, he was no longer as dark as he once had been. Back then, he was a scout in the scorching sun of the northern frontier, which accounted for his tan complexion. Listening to Qiu Feifei's heartfelt declaration, a wry smile formed on Xiao Tian's lips. He never anticipated that a spontaneous act from years ago would resonate to this day. In truth, he would have saved any Huaxia person in her situation. "All right, everyone, there's no need to guess anymore," Qiu Feifei said, seeing the audience searching for the mysterious figure. "I simply want to sing a song for him. One glance, 1,000 years." This song was specially written for him. The crowd couldn't help but reflect on how Whenever Chiu Feifei sang that song, her beautiful eyes seemed to glisten with tears. It was all due to this story, melodious and heartfelt. The music filled the air, and her captivating voice flowed like a river of longing, gradually moving and touching the hearts of all. Unbeknownst to them, as the song concluded, the audience remained entranced. Who was that man? After all, if you dare to betray Miss Feifei, I will surely smash your head. Suddenly, a burly man stood up and shouted, "Indeed, indeed! A real man should never let down Miss Feifei's deep affection. You are right. Miss Feifei, if that man dares to wrong you, just say the word, and we shall castrate him." In an instant, a wave of righteous indignation surged through the crowd. Them, being the recipient of Chiu Feifei's profound love, was nothing short of divine favor, and thus, for any man to betray her was the gravest of sins. Xiao Tian watched the fervor of the crowd with trepidation, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Why do you look so frightened?" "They're not talking about you," remarked Tang Yun, noticing his unease. "Don't you think these people are too fierce?" "Fierce? If I find out who that guy is who made Chiu Feifei wait all these years, I wouldn't let him off either," Tang Yun huffed in response. Initially, Xiao Tian intended to reveal that he was indeed that man, but thought better of it. After all, even if he did confess, Tang Yun would likely not believe him. One was a celebrated superstar, while the other was merely a lowly security guard. They belonged to entirely different realms. On stage, Chiu Feifei was somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to navigate the situation. All she had wanted was to express the emotions she had harbored for years, never anticipating that it would escalate into such a scene. "Everyone, please calm down. I believe it is necessary for me to explain the circumstances," Chiu Feifei began, not wishing to bring more trouble to Xiao Tian. "Years ago, I ventured to a remote border region in search of a rare medicinal herb for my grandfather. However, while I was gathering the herb, I unfortunately slipped and nearly fell into an abyss. Thankfully, I managed to grab hold of Vine, and just when I felt I could hold on no longer, my Prince Charming appeared and saved me that moment. He was the light of hope for me. It was the most beautiful moment of my life, nothing more than that. Since then, I have never seen him again. That is the entirety of the story. We all thought that man had toyed with the goddess's affections. It truly sounds like a fairy tale." As the crowd's emotions settled, Chiu Feifei resumed her singing, remaining in her attire throughout the concert, and the audience voiced no objections. This scene would later be immortalized as a classic moment in the annals of concerts in Huaxia. After the concert concluded, Xiao Tian and Tang Yun exited the arena. Xiao Tian remarked that he dared not let Tang Yun escort him, knowing that Lu Ruoxi preferred to keep their cohabitation a secret, especially from the company. "All right then," Tang Yun thought little of it and made her way to the parking lot. Just as Xiao Tian was about to hail a cab, a young girl ran up to him. "Excuse me, sir, could you please wait a moment?" Chapter 64. Do not harbor illusions. What is it? Xiao Tian halted his steps upon hearing her voice. "Hello, I am Miss Chiu Feifei's assistant. Miss Chiu would like to meet you," the girl explained. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Tian nodded, lead the way to in a large room backstage at the Jiangxing Sports Arena, where the concert had just taken place. "Feifei, there are some things I initially did not wish to discuss with you, but now I feel it necessary to address them," Sister Zhou said with a serious expression. "Sister Zhou, what do you want to say?" Chiu Feifei, still basking in the joy of reuniting with Xiao Tian, failed to notice Sister Zhou's grave demeanor. "Feifei, I know every girl harbors a dream in her heart, especially concerning her other half, and you are no exception," Sister Zhou continued. "I must say, your story is quite moving and beautiful, like a fairy tale." "Sister Zhou, what exactly are you trying to say?" Chiu Feifei began to sense something amiss and frowned slightly. "What I want to say is that fairy tales are ultimately just that, fairy tales, not reality. You may express your gratitude to that man, perhaps even bestow gifts upon him, but there is one thing you must not do," Sister Zhou pressed on, "that is to develop feelings. You are now a superstar admired by countless people. While she hesitated, I observed him earlier. He appeared to be wearing a security uniform. And so what?" Chiu Feifei retorted. "The disparity between you is too great, akin to a beggar and a princess, with little overlap. Let alone that kind of affection. Sister Zhou, you're overthinking this. That I do not harbor such feelings for him. I merely wish to express my gratitude for saving my life, Qiu Feifei replied, somewhat bashfully. While evading the topic, I hope so, Sister Zhou replied, casting a scrutinizing glance at her. Feifei, I will say one more thing. The kind of person you should consider should be a wealthy heir or another superstar, like Xiao Jingteng, who has been pursuing you. Enough, Sister Zhou. Do not mention him. Upon hearing Xiao Jingteng's name, Qiu Feifei's countenance turned icy. All right, I won't mention him, Sister Zhou acquiesced, perplexed by Qiu Feifei's aversion to Xiao Jingteng. Miss Qiu, Mr. Xiao has arrived, announced her life assistant as she entered the room. Where is he? Qiu Feifei's face lit up with surprise, unable to contain her excitement. Soon after, she spotted Xiao Tian entering the room. She was unable to maintain her composure, feeling a surge of excitement that left her uncertain of how to act, even unsure where to place her hands. Miss Qiu, long time no see, Xiao Tian spoke first. Long time no see, Qiu Feifei quickly replied, mustering her courage. Could you accompany me outside for some fresh air? Of course, Xiao Tian replied with a gentle smile. Please wait a moment while I change my outfit. The attire she currently wore was merely a tribute to the moment commemorated during the concert, and continuing to wear it felt somewhat inappropriate and deliberate, prompting her desire to change to Mr. Xiao. I happen to have a few words I wish to share with you. Sister Zhou said, observing the changing room door had closed. Please, go ahead, Xiao Tian nodded, but I believe you can sense Miss Feifei's feelings toward you. Sister Zhou said seriously, but we both know that is merely a youthful dream. However, dreams and reality are separated by an enormous chasm, so what you are implying is that I am not worthy of Miss Qiu. Xiao Tian tilted his head, a semblance of smile playing on his lips. Yes, that is precisely my point. Thus, I implore you not to entertain any illusions that could harm both Miss Feifei and yourself. Sister Zhou was taken aback by the bluntness of his response. All right, I understand, Xiao Tian said with a hint of amusement. Sister Zhou was momentarily stunned. What did he mean by that? Just as she was about to continue, Xiao Tian smiled slightly. Miss Qiu is coming out. Indeed, Qiu Feifei emerged, now clad in a lovely dress, her face radiant with joy. Shall we go? Outside the sports arena, two figures walked side by side. One strolled leisurely, while the other was consumed with nervousness. By the way, how is your grandfather's health these days? Xiao Tian suddenly inquired, recalling her earlier mention of gathering herbs for her grandfather. Well, my grandfather is still quite healthy, and the herbs have proven beneficial. Qiu Feifei replied with a nod. I see, I will be leaving in a day or two. She added, a hint of sadness creeping in her voice. By the way, may I have your contact information? Of course, Xiao Tian responded naturally, providing his number. Oh, I still do not know your name. Back then, she had not had the chance to ask, and now, she felt a bit shy about bringing it up. But the opportunity had finally presented itself. Xiao Tan. Qiu Feifei repeated the name softly, committing it to memory. By the way, Miss Qiu, I have something to ask you, Xiao Tian suddenly recalled. What is it? She tilted her head, looking at him. Many of my security colleagues are your fans, but they are all veterans, and being security guard to support their families is nothing extraordinary. They cannot afford tickets. Xiao Tian began. Of course, if it is inconvenient, just disregard what I said, and no problem at all. Qiu Feifei replied without hesitation. My next concert will be in the neighboring province. They can come if they have time. Would 20 tickets suffice? That will be more than enough, Xiao Tian replied eagerly. As the entire security team consisted of fewer than 20 members, in truth, he was delighted to be able to ask her for tickets, feeling that he could contribute something, however trivial it might seem. Great. Moreover, now that I possess his contact information and am aware of his workplace, I can conveniently seek him out at my leisure, no longer left to yearn for a fleeting glimpse in the vast sea of faces. However, when Xiao Tian escorted Qiu Feifei to the backstage area, they were unexpectedly joined by a young man. Dressed in an ensemble that exuded a punk aesthetic, he emanated an air of nonchalance. Didn't you mention that Miss Qiu was unavailable? He inquired, introducing himself with an air of arrogance. I am Yang Rong, the second young master of the Yang family. That moment, Sister Zhou approached, winking knowingly. Feifei, why don't you greet young Master Yang? Subsequently, she leaned in and whispered into Qiu Feifei's ear, the Yang family is quite formidable. They are one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangcheng, so you must tread carefully. Jiangxing serves as the economic hub of Jiangnan province, which in turn is the lifeblood of the nation's economy. Thus, the influential families of Jiangxing hold considerable weight, even within the entirety of Huaxia. While the stars may appear dazzling and adored by all, in the eyes of these illustrious families, they might be perceived as rather ordinary, or even mere playthings, such as the young master of the Yang family standing before them. Chapter 65. A violent outburst, Miss Chiu. I have long admired you from afar, Yang Rong declared, rising from the sofa, his gaze roving over Chiu Feifei's figure. Despite his status as the young master of the Yang family, instilling a semblance of restraint, Xiao Tian could easily discern the desire etched across his features. Indeed, Yang Rong was thoroughly enraptured. He had heard tales of Chiu Feifei's breathtaking beauty, initially suspecting that her allure was merely a product of video enhancements or magazine gloss, but he was astounded to find that she surpassed even those representations in person. As the second young master of the Yang family, he had a penchant for starlets, and with Chiu Feifei, a scintillating superstar, gracing Jiangxing for a concert, he could hardly let this opportunity slip through his fingers. He had no interest in the music. His focus lay solely on her, and thus he hastened to arrive post-performance, only to be dismayed by her absence. Miss Chiu, since you have arrived in Jiangxing, you are now under my hospitality. How about we share a late-night meal together? Yang Rong proposed with a beaming smile. After performing for so long, you must be a bit hungry, right? Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Yang. But I am not hungry. Perhaps another time. Chiu Feifei politely declined. Having traversed the murky waters of the entertainment industry, she was well aware of Yang Rong's true intentions. However, Yang Rong's countenance darkened upon hearing her words. So, Miss Chiu is unwilling to extend some courtesy to her host? He retorted, his expression turning grim. How audacious for an actress to presume to slight him. Youthful master, your words are a bit harsh. Feifei is merely on a diet, Sister Zhou interjected hastily, attempting to smooth over the tension. As you know, stars must maintain strict control over their diets, especially at night. Oh, I see. That is quite understandable, Yang Rong replied, his frown lifting at her explanation. Chiu Feifei breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Sister Zhou's quick thinking. Yet, Yang Rong continued, I happen to know a place that serves exceptionally light fare, delicious yet devoid of calories. Allow me to take Miss Chiu there for a taste. Upon hearing this, Chiu Feifei's expression shifted, realizing that Yang Rong was not yet deterred at Young Master Yang, I just finished my concert, and am feeling a bit fatigued. Would it be possible to defer to another time? She temporized, resorting to a delaying tactic. How curious, Yang Rong mused, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Tian. Does Miss Chiu find me less preferable than this? Man, in truth, in Chiu Feifei's eyes, this young master paled in comparison to Xiao Tian, though she could never voice such a sentiment. Not at all. Feifei and this gentleman are merely old acquaintances, and it is a rare chance for them to catch up. Sister Zhou quickly clarified, then turned to Chiu Feifei. Why not accompany young Master Yang for a late-night meal? Chiu Feifei could hardly believe her ears at Sister Zhou's unexpected suggestion. She knew that this was not simply about sharing a meal. In that moment, disappointment washed over her. Sister Zhou, too, felt a sense of helplessness. The Yang family was not to be trifled with. She had heard that each of Jiangxing's 3 notable families boasted assets in the hundreds of billions, capable of purchasing their entertainment company in the blink of an eye. Moreover, being part of such an elite family meant that wealth was but a fraction of their influence. They wielded considerable power in both political and business spheres. I say, young Master Yang, is it not clear that she does not wish to dine with you? Why persist like a dog with a bone? At that moment, a voice rang out, startling everyone in the backstage area. They could all sense the weight of Yang Rong's status from Sister Zhou and Chiu Feifei's demeanor. Yet this young man dared to speak so boldly. Sister Zhou was nearly paralyzed with fear, not out of concern for Xiao Tian, but rather for the repercussions of being caught in the crossfire. The only one truly worried for Xiao Tian was Chiu Feifei, who turned pale at the sound of his words. How dare you speak to me like that? Yang Rong's face darkened, an expression of rage threatening to erupt. In Jiangxing, no one had ever dared to address him in such a manner. This is intolerable. Youth Master, please, Xiao Tian did not intend any offense. He was merely. Qiu Feifei interjected, attempting to placate him. She understood that angering someone like Yang Rong could lead to dire consequences, ones that Xiao Tian would not be able to withstand. However, in his furious state, Yang Rong paid her no heed. San, give him a proper slap, he commanded. An agile man stepped forward, raising his hand to strike. Yet in that instant, Xiao Tian delivered a swift kick, sending San crashing against the wall, rendering him incapacitated. You claim to be so formidable, yet you cannot even handle this insignificant fool, Yang Rong shouted, incensed. However, San stood dazed, unable to process what had just transpired. He was a skilled fighter, typically unfazed by a dozen adversaries, yet he had been caught completely off guard, feeling as if he stood before an insurmountable mountain. Xiao Tian, unfazed by San's thoughts, rubbed his hands together and addressed Yang Rong. I had no intention of engaging in violence before Miss Qiu, but some flies are simply too bothersome. What do you intend to do? Yang Rong, sensing an inexplicable dread, felt an instinctual awareness of danger. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian seized Yang Rong's hair, propelling him forward and pressing his face against the lengthy vanity table. Dragging him across its surface, everyone stood frozen in shock, watching in disbelief. Soon, they reached the end of the table, beside which stood a large fish tank filled with swimming ornamental fish. With a resounding crash, Xiao Tian slammed Yang Rong's head into the tank, shattering it into a million pieces, water cascading to the floor along with the fish, flopping helplessly about. Chapter 66. 3 minutes, or disappear at this moment. All present turned pale. This young man was utterly unhinged. Sister Zhou was nearly beside herself with terror. This was the young master of the Yang family. How dared he act so recklessly? As for Qiu Feifei, her mind was blank. Xiao Tian paid no mind to their thoughts. He acted purely on impulse. I could see that moment. Yang Rong was bleeding profusely, yet Xiao Tian did not relent, instead pressing his head further into the remaining water of the shattered tank. The sensation of suffocation jolted Yang Rong into clarity. He struggled fiercely, but to no avail. He could not escape. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, wondering if this young man intended to kill someone so seemingly formidable. Xiao Tian, please stop, Qiu Feifei implored, rushing to grasp his arm. If Yang Rong were to perish, the consequences would be unfathomable. Noticing her palpable fear, Xiao Tian pondered for a moment before relinquishing him, tossing him unceremoniously to the ground. Yang Rong, as if he had just returned from the brink of death, slumped on the floor. Gasping for breath, he gazed at the young man before him, as if he were staring at a demon. Who was this individual, so audacious as to treat him with such disdain, fully aware of his status? In that fleeting moment, he sensed that this man truly wished to end his life, rather than merely intimidate him. Get your young master out of here. Xiao Tian's voice was as frigid as ice. Yes, yes. The man previously known as a San immediately struggled to his feet, assisting Yang Rong in rising, as he limped out. You've landed yourself in serious trouble. At that moment, Sister Zhou, who had been lost in utter shock, suddenly regained her senses and shouted in horror at Xiao Tian. Upon hearing her, Xiao Tian cast a cold glance in her direction, an expression that sent a chill through her, as though she were staring into the eyes of death itself. Though she had intended to continue venting her fury, she abruptly fell silent, gripped by fear. This man must not implicate her. May I inquire which entertainment company you belong to? At that juncture, Xiao Tian casually posed the question. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Why was he asking this now? Shouldn't he be fleeing as far away as possible? Thank you. Xiao Tian nodded and immediately dialed a number. The crowd was even more baffled. This man, who resembled a deity of death, had just expressed gratitude. Yet their curiosity piqued. Who was he calling? Was he summoning reinforcements? It seemed plausible, given that he had evidently crossed paths with a significant figure. However, considering his identity, what kind of allies could he possibly call upon? Sister Zhou sneered at Xiao Tian, her eyes filled with disdain. It would be wise to advise Fei Fei to maintain her distance from such a character. Just then, the line appeared to connect. Han Yunfei, have the CEO of Xingyu Entertainment call me immediately if my phone does not ring within 3 minutes. Ensure that his company vanishes from Huaxia. Having said that, he hung up, This call was directed to Han Yunfei, who had previously provided him with contact information after their last conversation. Who do you think you are? Expecting our CEO to call you? Sister Zhou was filled with contempt for this young man named Xiao Tian. How audacious to put on such airs. Little did she know, they were merely players in the entertainment industry. Indeed, our CEO is worth billions. He certainly would not know you. Another individual chimed in, unable to contain their skepticism. 3 minutes? I, for one, am curious to see how you plan to make Xinhua Entertainment disappear in that time frame. Hearing these sharp and derisive remarks, Qiu Feifei felt a pang of discomfort. Had she foreseen the situation escalating to this extent, she would not have sought him out immediately after the concert, but rather waited for a more opportune moment. Xiao Tian, I'm so sorry, I never anticipated, Qiu Feifei lamented. Xiao Tian merely smiled faintly, a wave of tenderness washing over him as he regarded the young girl he once knew. 2 minutes have passed. Sister Zhou glanced at her watch, reminding everyone with a meaningful tone. She was eager to witness how this boastful young man would navigate the next minute. The others wore expressions of anticipation. And had it not been for Qiu Feifei, they would have uttered even harsher words. 2 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed. Sister Zhou's mocking voice rang out once more. Qiu Feifei could hardly bear to witness Xiao Tian being ridiculed, and spoke up. Yet, Xiao Tian remained unmoved, his thoughts drifting to the hope that the CEO of Xinhua Entertainment would seize this opportunity wisely. Just then, a phone rang, a sound that struck the group like a heavy hammer on their hearts. It actually rang. They could scarcely believe their ears, their faces flushed hot, as if they had been slapped. Impossible. It must be a ruse. At that moment, one person had a sudden realization. The others quickly came to the same conclusion. It was merely a ringing phone, not necessarily from their CEO. This guy nearly tricked them. Xiao Tian paid them no mind, as his call had never been intended to prove anything to them. His identity was sufficient. Upon answering, a trembling voice came through. Hello on the other end. The CEO of Xinhua Entertainment was nearly paralyzed with fear. He never imagined that one day, the young master of the Han family from the capital, Major General Han Yunfei, would call him, instructing him to dial this number. Although Han Yunfei had only provided a few brief instructions, he sensed the profound respect Han Yunfei held for this individual. One could only fathom the magnitude of influence possessed by someone whom even Han Yunfei regarded with such reverence. He had no idea when he had inadvertently provoked such a formidable figure to allow his company to disappear from Huaxia. That would be a simple task. Merely a single command could make him vanish from existence. You are the CEO of Xinhua Entertainment, are you not? Xiao Tian asked with a calm demeanor. Yes. Before you, I cannot presume to be called CEO. Just call me, he laid out. I'm not that old. Simply refer to me as Xiao Tian. I have a matter I wish to address with you. Please, go ahead, He responded with utmost humility. Qiu Feifei is an artist under your company and also a friend of mine. Xiao Tian stated matter-of-factly. The entertainment industry is notoriously treacherous. Everyone is aware of this. Qiu Feifei is merely a girl who loves to sing and wishes to pursue her passion. I do not wish for her to engage in anything she does not desire in the future. Do you comprehend my meaning? Absolutely. He hurriedly affirmed. Humph, you're becoming quite adept at pretending. Sister Zhou turned to Qiu Feifei, speaking earnestly. Feifei, you truly must distance yourself from this man. Perhaps he was once a decent person worth remembering. But look at him now, violent, pretentious, and puffing himself up. Such a person is hardly worth your time. Chapter 67. A good man, no. I refuse to believe he is that kind of person. Qiu Feifei shook her head, biting her lip. You still doubt it? The evidence is right before your eyes. Sister Zhou insisted anxiously. I could see that moment. Xiao Tian's voice interrupted. Furthermore, I find Qiu Feifei as current manager woefully inadequate. Unable to adequately protect her artist. A change is necessary. You Xiao, who do you think you are? To suggest replacing me, you must possess the qualifications. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou rushed forward to berate Xiao Tian in indignation. A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Xiao Tian's mouth as he activated the speakerphone. Let us hear what your CEO has to say. Zhou Yu, do I possess such qualifications? A voice on the other end interjected. Upon hearing that voice, Sister Zhou was left speechless, as if turned to stone. Others might not recognize it, but she knew all too well that this was the voice of their CEO. Heias, the manager of the company's top artist. Xiao Feifei. She held a relatively high status within the company and frequently interacted with He, making his voice unmistakable. She could scarcely believe that the call was genuinely from her CEO. How could that be? This man appeared to be an ordinary security guard. He, please let me explain. This man has just caused a tremendous uproar. He nearly beat the second young master of the Yang family from Jiangcheng to death. She hastily exclaimed into the phone. And so, Sister Zhou was momentarily dazed upon hearing Hei's response. He actually said, and so, did he not understand the significance of the Yang family? That was unfathomable. As the CEO of an entertainment company, it was vital to recognize influential figures from all walks of life. The Yang family is a prominent clan with considerable weight nationwide. He would be more than familiar with them, if that were the case. To respond in such a manner was truly chilling. I hereby announce that you are no longer Xiao Feifei's manager, nor a member of Xingyu Entertainment. This moment, Hei's voice was ice cold. Additionally, I will immediately unite the entire industry to blacklist you. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou felt faint, nearly collapsing to the ground. Saved only by Xiao Feifei's steadying hand, she gazed at the young man before her, her eyes suddenly ablaze with hope. Mr. Xiao, I realize I've been blind. Please, grant me a chance to redeem myself. Sister Zhou fell to her knees, clutching Xiao Tian's legs in desperation. She recognized that this young man was the true arbiter of fate, yet Xiao Tian remained unmoved. Feifei, please, plead with Mr. Xiao on my behalf. Seeing Xiao Tian's lack of response, Sister Zhou quickly grasped Xiao Feifei's leg, tears streaming down her face. Feifei, you know I cannot afford to lose my job. My entire family relies on me. Xiao Feifei's heart ached at these words as she turned to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, could you possibly for Xiao Feifei? Sister Zhou had indeed cared for her over the years, and they had developed a bond. Often, she regarded Sister Zhou as a confidant. Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Feifei and sighed softly. This girl was ultimately kind-hearted. TNT intended to completely shut her out. Rather, He had made this decision to align with him. You may decide this matter, Xiao Tian stated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feifei's eyes lit up. Sister Zhou, please continue to follow me. Feifei, thank you. Sister Zhou expressed her gratitude, tears streaming down her face. Let us leave it at that. Xiao Tian concluded the call. Allow me to see you off, Xiao Feifei offered. Xiao Tian revealed a gentle smile as he spoke. And then his gaze fell upon Sister Zhou. From now on, I do not wish to hear any suggestions of Miss Xiao accompanying others for late-night snacks. Sister Zhou trembled slightly, initially believing that his insistence stemmed from her past ridicule and disdain towards him. Little did she know that the true reason was this. Yes, I assure you, under no circumstances will that happen again. Sister Zhou replied earnestly, I hope you can uphold that promise. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let you experience what true despair feels like. With that, Xiao Tian exited the room. Watching his fading silhouette, Sister Zhou murmured, Feifei, you have encountered a good man. I have always known he is a good person. Xiao Feifei responded, a hint of pride in her expression, though it quickly dimmed. However, he has offended the second young master of the Yang family, and I fear for his safety. Do not worry. I sense his capabilities are unfathomable. Sister Zhou reassured her, since he has taken action. I believe he possesses the means to resolve this. Well, let's hope so. Xiao Feifei nodded, her heart still laden with concern. Feifei, today, I am sorry, Sister Zhou suddenly said, like a tea that moment, to appease the fury of the young master of the Yang family. She had indeed endangered Xiao Feifei by sending her to accompany him for late-night snacks. After all, anyone not foolish would understand the young master's intentions. It's all right, Sister Zhou. That matter is behind us. Xiao Feifei smiled, fully aware that Sister Zhou had acted out of desperation. Meanwhile, the Yang family was in an uproar. Their second young master, Yang Rong, had been beaten to a pulp, nearly losing his life. The family members, especially the patriarch Yang Delong and his wife Tao Xian, were filled with rage. They looked at their son, lying on the bed under the care of a family doctor, their hearts aching. Truth be told, Although they had two sons, parents often exhibit a slight preference for their youngest, for Yang Delong and Tao Xian. That affection was even more pronounced at San, who could have inflicted such grievous injuries upon my son. Tao Xian inquired in a cold voice that I do not know. The assailant was dressed in attire resembling that of a security guard. San replied, lowering his head. A mere security guard managed to injure the second young master. How could you have failed to protect him? Tao Xian bellowed. It's absurd that the second young master claimed you were capable and trusted you so implicitly. Yet you did nothing. San silently berated himself. It wasn't trust that kept the second young master from dismissing him, but rather the fact that he had never revealed the young master's absurd deeds. That be by the way, sir and madam, I believe that female star called him Xiao Tian. San suddenly said, find him, even if we must dig 3 feet into Jiangcheng. I want him found. Tao Xian roared. Yes, responded a subordinate immediately, bowing before departing. And you, get out, Tao Xian pointed at San, who exited quietly, retreating to a secluded spot to pull out his phone. Eldest young master, I have relayed the situation as per your instructions. The next morning, after Xiao Tian rose and washed up, he began to enjoy breakfast. With Aunt Chen around, he no longer needed to prepare meals himself. Although Aunt Chen's culinary skills may not surpass Xiao Tian's, Lu Ruoxi was accustomed to her cooking and found no fault in it. The only issue was that Aunt Chen had taken over the household chores, leaving him to indulge in a leisurely lifestyle that irked her somewhat. After finishing dinner, they departed one after the other, with Xiao Tian, of course, riding his electric scooter that played symphonic melodies. Meanwhile, in the office of the Jiangcheng police chief, Qiu Guanwens watched the two casually dressed men with a solemn expression. May I ask what brings you here? Chief Qiu, please take a look at this, one of the men said, tossing a badge across the table. Confused, Qiu Guanwens picked it up, and upon a single glance, his soul nearly left him in shock. Dragon Pavilion, that he stammered. He never expected these two men to be from the Dragon Pavilion. The Dragon Pavilion was the highest authority responsible for national security, with powers far exceeding those of the National Security Bureau and the Special Security Bureau. Moreover, the Dragon Pavilion was shrouded in mystery. Many had heard of it, but few had actually seen its members. It was said that each individual within possessed extraordinary abilities, and the selection criteria were exceedingly stringent. Qiu Guanwens pondered what was happening with the Jiangcheng police lately. First, a major general had visited, and now 2 representatives from the Dragon Pavilion. How may I assist you, esteemed guests? He asked respectfully, returning the badge to them. We are here regarding a case from a few days ago, another Dragon Pavilion member stated, pulling several photographs from his bag and placing them on Qiu Guanwen's desk. Upon seeing the images, Qiu Guanwen's body jolted. Isn't this the scene beneath that farmhouse from a couple of days ago? Although the bodies have been disposed of as per Xiao Tian's instructions, this incident still required reporting, and he never anticipated that this case would attract the attention of the Dragon Pavilion. I presume Chief Qiu is familiar with these photographs? One of the Dragon Pavilion members inquired. Yes, I am, Qiu Guanwens nodded. However, the details regarding the reporting of this case are rather vague, hence our visit to clarify certain aspects. Qiu Guanwens thought to himself, I wish I knew the details, but I am merely following orders, so how could I clarify anything? He recognized the gravity of the situation, knowing that the higher-ups would take it seriously. But he never imagined the inquiry would come from the Dragon Pavilion rather than the police force as superior. Chief Qiu, do you know who these individuals are? Particularly, who is responsible for their deaths? In that moment, Qiu Guanwens pondered whether to reveal Xiao Tian's name. Although he had not witnessed the events firsthand, he could reasonably surmise that it was likely his doing he had been startled then. For he had even discovered firearms, including a sniper rifle, in that underground chamber. According to your report, a female officer was the first to arrive at the scene, correct? Yes, Qiu Guanwens confirmed, knowing they referred to Su Mingwei. Summon her. Upon hearing this, Qiu Guanwens picked up the phone and dialed Su Mingwei's number. Shortly thereafter, she arrived, stunned to discover that the two were from the Dragon Pavilion. For various reasons, she was even more familiar with the Dragon Pavilion than Qiu Guanwens. The chief, now let us discuss the matter at hand. You know who is responsible for these deaths? One of the Dragon Pavilion members asked. Qiu Guanwens and Su Mingwei exchanged glances, both contemplating whether to disclose the name in question. Despite the authority of the Dragon Pavilion, Mr. Zhao's identity was equally formidable. I must inform you, this matter is exceedingly serious. Are you aware of who these individuals are? The Dragon Pavilion member, noticing their hesitance, pressed for clarity. Who are they? Su Mingwei asked, genuinely unaware of their identity. Qiu Guanwen's, too, looked curious, wondering if these individuals held some unusual significance that warranted the Dragon Pavilion's involvement. Have you heard of the Dark World? Both Qiu Guanwen's and Su Mingwei shook their heads, having never encountered the term. The Dark World could be described as the sovereign of the entire underground order, a jungle where the strong preyed upon the weak. And murder and mayhem were daily occurrences. The Dark World comprises hundreds of organizations, each possessing formidable power. You're likely familiar with mercenary groups. Even the top 10 mercenary groups in the world are but the lowest tier within the Dark World. While they remain hidden in the shadows, their wealth is unimaginable. Among the world's top 500 enterprises, one could find traces of their influence. The most powerful among them could even topple the regime of a small nation. Even the presidents or prime ministers of the largest countries dare not provoke them. For one can never know when a bullet might find its way to their forehead, or if they might wake to find their head severed from their body. Qiu Guanwen's and Su Mingwei listened, dumbfounded. How could such a world exist? It was utterly terrifying. They could hardly fathom it. Yet they understood this was the truth, for their interlocutors were from the Dragon Pavilion. And that alone was sufficient. Are you suggesting that these individuals are also? Qiu Guanwen stuttered, a sudden realization flashing through his mind. Indeed, based on the information we currently possess, these individuals belong to an organization known as the Sunset Society. This organization ranks within the top 30 of the Dark World. Upon hearing this, Qiu Guanwen and Su Mingwei were taken aback, based on the introduction provided by the individual from the Dragon Pavilion. They had garnered a preliminary understanding of the Dark World, TOB ranked among the top 30 in this realm. How formidable must that be? The magnitude of such power was beyond comprehension. And yet, Xiao Tan, a solitary figure, had managed to. What exactly is his background? Thus, you ought to comprehend why we have come and the gravity of this situation. Another member of the Dragon Pavilion interjected. Furthermore, allow me to share another fact with you. On the very night these individuals were slain, the Sunset Society's headquarters was annihilated, with 564 members, not a single one left alive. Upon hearing this, Qiu Guanwen and Su Mingwei were instantly petrified, their hearts stirred by a tempest of shock. 564 members, not a single survivor. Chapter 69. Come to my home for simple meal. Even the dimmest of minds would grasp the undeniable connection between these two events. Moreover, as police officers, their professional instincts led them to ascertain this almost instantaneously. Otherwise, the coincidence would be too eerie. Who exactly is this Mr. Xiao? In that moment, both Qiu Guanwen and Su Mingwei were enveloped by an overwhelming wave of astonishment. We have shared this with you in hopes that you recognize the severity of the situation. This individual poses a significant threat to the stability of Huaxia, and thus, it is imperative that you inform us. Another member of the Dragon Pavilion continued. As police officers, this is your responsibility. Very well. The truth is, Xiao Tian sauntered into the group. Xiao Ge! Xiao Ge! Upon arriving at the security department, the warm calls of Xiao Ge echoed throughout. Someone even brought over a freshly brewed cup of tea. Xiao Ge. Enjoy some tea. Given that you are older than me, yet still call me brother every day, today I shall grant you a little favor. Xiao Tian smiled as he pulled out a stack of concert tickets. Waving them in the air, Xiao Ge, what favor? The crowd in the security department inquired with curiosity. Take a guess, Xiao Ge. Don't keep us in suspense, they urged eagerly. Tickets to Qiu Feifei's concert. What? The crowd erupted with excitement. The guy who had just brought the tea even jumped up, snatching the tickets from Xiao Tian's hands. These are indeed tickets to Qiu Feifei's concert. His hands trembled with disbelief that, of course, when have I ever deceived you? Xiao Tian replied. These are tickets for Qiu Feifei's upcoming concert in the neighboring province. A total of 20 tickets. Besides the one I don't want, there are 3 extra for you to distribute among yourselves. Give it to me, I want to take my wife. I want one, my daughter has been clamoring to go. But I've been reluctant. I could see that moment. The security department descended into chaos, everyone cautiously scrambling for the tickets. Fearful of tearing them. Look at you all, such a lack of composure. I'll handle the distribution. Wang Chong, seeing their antics, scowled in frustration and directly snatched the 3 extra tickets. Li Lin, your wife has been unwell for years, tirelessly managing the household. Take her to see it. Old Wang, your daughter is in her rebellious phase. She never listens to you. I've told you. Communicate properly, and she'll be less of a handful. Wang Chong handed over a ticket. Take the little girl along. Let them bond. Monkey, doesn't your girlfriend complain about your lack of romance? Take her for a lovely outing this time. Soon enough, Wang Chong had allocated all 3 extra tickets without keeping any for himself. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Xiao Ge. All right, the tickets are yours, AS for transportation. That's on you. I won't reimburse, Xiao Tian chuckled. AS if we would ask you to cover our travel expenses. Monkey quickly replied, a bus to the neighboring province costs only a couple hundred. That is a trivial amount. Alternatively, we could drive a few cars and split the fuel costs. All right, are we all satisfied now? Sit down, it's a ruckus. What will others think? Although Wang Chong was usually quite laid back as captain, he would still say a few words when necessary. Just then, Xiao Tian's phone rang. He pulled out the antique device and, upon glancing at it, an immense anger surged within him. He hastily stepped outside to answer the call. I thought you were dead. The reason for Xiao Tian's ire was that the call was from Tianxing, someone who should have reached out much earlier. He had been contemplating how this individual could assist in dealing with assistant he and his crew, only to find that after the matter was resolved, Tianxing had yet to appear. It was evident that the only reason for his absence was that a woman. Master, your words are amusing. How many can claim my life? A cheeky voice echoed from the other end of the line. Cut the nonsense. Where are you now? Xiao Tian retorted irritably. In 10 minutes, you will see me. What? Are you implying you have arrived at the Jiaohua group? Xiao Tian realized Tianxing had learned about his employment there. Indeed, I'm already in a taxi. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a taxi stopped at the Jiaohua group's entrance, and out stepped an exceptionally handsome fellow with long bangs and a slightly unconventional demeanor. Ingzi mentioned you set off over 10 days ago. Now, why have you only just arrived? Xiao Tian asked coldly. Well, I encountered a flight attendant on the plane, and we had a rather in-depth and enjoyable exchange, which led to her inviting me to meet her parents. Tianxing replied somewhat helplessly, of course. I refused. I remember your teachings, Master, passing through a myriad of flowers, without a single petal touching me. However, to placate her, I accompanied her on a little trip. Oh, you mean to say you reached Jiangxing Airport, and then went on a trip with that flight attendant? Xiao Tian gritted his teeth. That it was one thing for him to be irresponsible, but to claim it was due to his teachings was infuriating. Hey, Xiao Tian, who is this? At that moment, a curious voice sounded from behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Ruoxi. Xiao Tian felt a wave of dread. Thankfully, this fellow's earlier comments had not reached Lu Ruoxi's ears, or his reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. Lu Zong, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Xiao Tian stated. Lu Ruoxi was slightly taken aback. It was the first time she had heard him refer to someone in such a manner. That instant, Tianxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Beautiful! Utterly mesmerizing. He had not anticipated such a stunning beauty existed in Huaxia. It wasn't until Xiao Tian cleared his throat that he snapped back to reality and quickly extended his hand. You must be Lu Zong. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Lu Ruoxi also extended her hand, and, as they shook, she suddenly brightened and said, Since you're Xiao Tian's brother, why not come over to my place for dinner tonight? Tianxing was momentarily stunned. A simple invitation for dinner carried an immense weight of implications. Chapter 70, The Power Behind. Initially perplexed about why the master would be working as a mere security guard, Tianxing began to grasp the situation. Observing the playful glint in Tianxing's eyes, Xiao Tian understood where his thoughts were leading and chose not to clarify. Instead, he curiously regarded Lu Ruoxi. What prompted her to invite Tianxing over for dinner? Lu Ruoxi, feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, shifted the topic. You two continue your conversation. I have some matters to attend to. In truth, Lu Ruoxi's invitation stemmed from her growing curiosity about Xiao Tian. He appeared carefree and seemingly aimless. Yet the longer she spent time with him, the more enigmatic he became. A peculiar feeling that undeniably existed. It was as if he harbored numerous mysteries that compelled her to delve deeper. Lacking the opportunity previously, She figured that since this Tianqing fellow seemed to know him well, perhaps he could provide some insights. With that, Lu Ruashi hastily departed. Xiao Tian thought little of it and nodded. There's a CF not far from here. Let us go there. Before long, they arrived at the CF, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and settled into a corner. Master, I heard some significant news a few days ago. Tianqing, now serious, said, Chu Yan'an has been transferred from the west to the northern border. Within the Shura temple, Tianqing was a particularly unique presence. When Xiao Tian had departed from the battlefield to establish his influence in the dark world, he could not have done so single-handedly. Even with immense personal strength, it would have been a daunting task. Thus, he had brought along the Qinglong Guard. Qinglong Wei is a formidable unit he personally established, though it comprises merely 20 members. Its combat prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. As for Tianqing, despite his jovial demeanor, he is the leader of Qinglong Wei, appointed directly by Xiao Tian to assume the role of the leader of Qinglong Wei. One must not only possess formidable strength, but also demonstrate remarkable intellect, adaptability, and the ability to maneuver without being constrained by rigid rules. Undoubtedly, Tianqing embodies these qualities. Xiao Tian gently stirred his coffee, and a rich aroma wafted through the air. Although he had departed from the Northern Territory, he had fought there for several years, shedding countless blood and witnessing many comrades perish. How could he possibly remain indifferent? How dare Chu Yan'an encroach upon the Northern Territory? Tianqing exclaimed in anger. Is he not afraid that the 5 war kings and 18 war generals will tear him apart? I have encountered Chu Yan'an once. Xiao Tian replied thoughtfully to you think he is willing to venture north? What do you mean, Your Excellency? Tianqing inquired. Chu Yan'an has been entrenched in the Western Territory for almost 2 decades. Would he willingly abandon it for the Northern Territory? Tianqing shook his head in understanding. Indeed, while Chu Yan'an is not revered as a deity in the Western Territory as Xiao Tian is in the Northern Territory, after 20 years, he has undoubtedly solidified his stronghold there. Why would he forsake his domain to venture into the Northern Territory? Moreover, which of the 5 war kings and 18 war generals in the Northern Territory is easily manageable? It is common knowledge that these individuals recognize only one dragon commander, Xiao Tian. To say that venturing into the Northern Territory is akin to walking on the edge of a knife and through flames would be an understatement. Chu Yan'an cannot be oblivious to this reality. Then why does Chu Yan'an still intend to go? Tianqing pondered aloud. Surely, this is not his own volition. Xiao Tian sighed softly. However, he is one of the 3 great commanders of Huaxia. Who could compel him? As Tianqing spoke, a jolt of realization surged through him. Could it be the monarch? At this moment, he recalled the many peculiarities surrounding Xiao Tian's departure from the Northern Territory. Was it also? Sensing the shift in Tianqing's expression, Xiao Tian shook his head. Do not speculate foolishly. The monarch often acts out of necessity. But aside from the monarch, who possesses the power to influence such matters? This is a question I have contemplated for many years, Xiao Tian replied. He had suppressed many thoughts for too long and felt the need to confide in someone he trusted, and Tianqing was indeed that person. When I left the Northern Territory, it was evident that it was not the monarch's intention. Yet he seemed to have no choice, or perhaps it was a compromise that I did not wish to complicate the monarch's position. Moreover, I felt that an absence of an organization established by our Huaxia people within the dark world would be detrimental. Thus, I voluntarily resigned and subsequently founded the Shura temple there. Tianqing was taken aback by the hidden truths surrounding the commander's departure for the Northern Territory. Then, Commander, if what you say is true, and such a force exists behind the scenes, what is their ultimate aim in pushing Chu Yan'an into the Northern Territory? Tianqing furrowed his brow. Could it be that Chu Yan'an is one of their own? Unlikely. Xiao Tian replied confidently that I believe they have 2 objectives. First, they cannot simply place an ordinary general in command of 100,000 Qinglong troops. Chu Yan'an is, in this regard, a suitable candidate. He understands the art of persuasion and knows when to advance and retreat. Perhaps they intend to support one of their own after Chu Yan'an has stabilized his position for a few years. And there is another benefit to this approach, Xiao Tian added. What is it? Tianqing asked with curiosity. Aside from their ambitions for the Northern Territory, do they harbor no intentions toward the Western Territory? Tianqing's complexion paled at the realization. Indeed, with Chu Yan'an in the Northern Territory, a power vacuum would emerge in the Western Territory. The audacity and ambition behind this maneuver were truly alarming. After a considerable period, his tumultuous emotions began to settle. "Commander, what do you plan to do?" Tianqing inquired, gazing at Xiao Tan. "Before venturing into the dark world, I inquired of the monarch about the nature of that force behind the scenes, but he seemed to harbor deep reservations and did not divulge anything. Therefore, this time, I intend to compel that force to reveal itself. As for Chu Yan'an, his optimal position remains in the Western Territory, which is the best choice for both him and the nation." Perhaps others might dismiss Xiao Tian's assertions as mere bravado. After all, could a man who had left the Northern Territory for several years wield such influence? Yet Tianqing held no doubts, for outsiders could scarcely comprehend what Xiao Tian represented in the Northern Territory. It was a deity and a symbol forged in the crucible of blood-soaked battles. With a single utterance, 100,000 Qinglong troops would march to their deaths. Likewise, with a mere word, no nation in the Northern Territory would dare to stir. With him present, the northern border remained unscathed. And what about the monarch? Rest assured, I believe this is also something the monarch would welcome, Xiao Tian replied with a knowing smile. Chapter 71. Let us send them on their way, just as Tianqing was about to pose another question. He suddenly halted, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward two individuals who had just seated themselves 5 or 6 meters away. The two men, seemingly nonchalant, exchanged a few casual remarks before Xiao Tian stood up and said, "Let us go." Tianqing understood the cue and followed suit. The two men, having just sat down, were quite experienced. They waited for 20 to 30 seconds after Xiao Tian and Tianqing exited before following them. Soon, they spotted the two figures amidst the bustling crowd. With the streets teeming with people, they felt relatively secure, confident that they would not be easily noticed. However, at that moment, one of the figures suddenly vanished. The two men immediately began scanning their surroundings. "Are you looking for me?" A dashing face appeared before them, playfully inquiring. The two men felt a chill run down their spines. How had this individual detected their pursuit? Moreover, how had he materialized before them as if a phantom? Instinctively, they prepared to seize him, but before they could act, a powerful hand gripped each of their necks. "If you dare move, I will snap your necks." A cold voice resonated, devoid of any emotion. The two men froze, sensing that this strikingly handsome individual was not merely bluffing that moment. Their eyes were filled with sheer terror. Who was this man? And how did he possess such formidable strength? They had not even been able to comprehend the speed of his attack. Members of the Longu. Their status was supposed to signify their prowess. Yet in that fleeting moment before this man, they found themselves utterly powerless. Just then, Xiao Tian turned and approached. "Speak. Who are you, and why are you following us?" We didn't that they stammered, but before they could finish, Xiao Tian interjected coolly, "Send them on their way." The two men were stunned. What kind of madness was this, to kill them over a simple misunderstanding? And in broad daylight, no less. Tianqing tightened his grip, rendering them breathless. Longu, one of them, managed to gasp out. "Longu." Upon hearing this name, a smile crept across Xiao Tian's lips. With a subtle gesture, he signaled Tianqing to release them. The two men felt as though they had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. Gasping for fresh air. "Now, tell us why you were following us," Xiao Tian asked casually. "If you claim you weren't, I will have your Longu brethren come to collect your corpses." The man's heart raced as he hesitated, eventually pulling a stack of photographs from his pocket. "We are here regarding this matter." Xiao Tian glanced at the photographs and immediately understood. He had initially speculated whether these individuals were after him or if Tianqing had inadvertently caught their attention. But he had not anticipated that it was related to that incident. It seemed Longu had become more efficient, now connected to the police system. "You already know the identities of these individuals?" This moment, the two members of Longu were utterly shocked. They had not expected that this man, who had slain so many members of the Setting Sun Society, was so young, barely in his 20s. What then was his connection to those who had annihilated the Setting Sun Society's stronghold? The two men were momentarily at a loss. Return. How will they explain this back home? Yet, looking at the two cold-faced men before them, they felt utterly trapped. Xiao Tian noticed their predicament and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "There's no other choice, for if I do not say this, Longu will undoubtedly continue to send people after you." I dislike being followed, yet I cannot kill members of Long Ge. However, upon hearing this, the two men seemed struck by lightning, frozen in place. This man knew of Long Nu and even recognized her. Long Nu was second only to the leader within Long Ge. Why aren't you leaving? Xiao Tian coldly scoffed. Yes, yes. Realizing that the other party knew Long Nu, they had no further arguments to make. Commander, who is Long Nu? After the two departed, Tianqing blinked and asked, his face alight with jest. Refrain from prying. With a hint of irritation, Xiao Tian gave a light slap to the back of his head and remarked, Master, you truly are diligent. What else would it be? I take pride in my work. Upon returning to the security department, he lit a cigarette, and as the smoke curled around him, his thoughts began to drift away. The extensive conversation he had just had with Tianqing had left his emotions in a state of disarray. For instance, the formidable force lurking behind the scenes, to the eyes of the mundane world. The sovereign is undoubtedly the highest authority, a being whose words can alter the fate of the universe. Yet, even the sovereign is occasionally bound by profound constraints, rendering many of his aspirations unattainable. However, as Tianqing had posed, what kind of power could possibly restrain a sovereign? This query had occupied his mind for several years, yielding no definitive answers. Perhaps this northern expedition, led by Chu Yan'an, was an opportunity. With this thought, a playful smile crept upon his lips. Perhaps the unseen force never anticipated that while they were strategizing, Xiao Tian was also preparing to make his move. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxing police station. Master, those two from Longa have truly departed? Su Mingyue inquired with astonishment. Qiu Guanwen nodded affirmatively. Why do I feel as though they left in a rather hasty manner? Su Mingyue pouted. Do not speak recklessly. Qiu Guanwen shot her a stern glance. Are the individuals from Longa someone we can comment on so freely? However, to speak candidly, he shared Su Mingyue's sentiment. It appeared as though some terrifying force compelled them to leave without delay. Unavoidably, both of them thought of the young man. They had just confirmed that the man was quite well and working at Jelloa Group. Who was he that even the members of Longa dared not act recklessly? Or even linger for a moment longer? Qiu Guanwen recognized that such a man was beyond his reach. Yet Su Mingyue's curiosity only intensified. I must uncover your true identity, she vowed silently. Chapter 72. A sister-in-law upon arriving home. He was astonished to find Lu Ruoxi assisting in the kitchen. Xiao Tian could not help but exclaim that this was indeed a rare occurrence. What was even more surprising was Lu Ruoxi's participation in culinary endeavors, which left him even more bewildered. Did this girl truly know how to cook? Xiao Tian was deeply skeptical. After all, having lived under the same roof for so long, he had never seen her even boil a bowl of noodles. Soon enough, his doubts were confirmed that in the kitchen. Aunt Chen pleaded, Miss, I implore you, could you please step outside? Aunt Chen, am I not helping you? Lu Ruoxi retorted. Miss, you are not assisting. You are causing chaos, Aunt Chen replied. Exasperated to this rate, we may not finish these dishes by 8. Do you intend to serve the guests a late-night snack? Aunt Chen, am I really that incompetent? Lu Ruoxi pouted, visibly displeased. Miss, look at the vegetables you've washed. The leaves are all torn apart. What will we eat? Moreover, the cabbage is filthy. It needs to be torn apart and washed thoroughly. Washing the outside is futile. I must wash it again. Aunt Chen emphasized sincerely. I understand that you want to impress Mr. Zhao's brothers, and I will certainly say that you helped with these dishes. I have no interest in fabricating such pretenses. Lu Ruoxi huffed, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she said, Aunt Chen, what are you implying? Who said I wanted to impress his brothers? What do I need to impress them for? Miss, I know you are shy. I understand the situation between you and Mr. Xiao. Rest assured, Aunt Chen is not one to gossip. Aunt Chen winked knowingly. What on earth is this? Lu Ruoxi felt increasingly uncomfortable. Surely Aunt Chen did not think that she and that guy. Was that even possible? All right, you handle it. I'm going out. Lu Ruoxi had come to help, only to be met with Aunt Chen's disdain, leaving her feeling humiliated. However, what left her feeling even more embarrassed was when she stepped out and unexpectedly saw Xiao Tian, who was wearing a smile that seemed to mock her. That smile was utterly infuriating. Immediately, Lu Ruoxi's heart raced. Did this guy overhear Aunt Chen's earlier comments? If he did, It would be mortifying, as it would seem as if she placed undue importance on him. Moreover, what was the meaning behind that smile? Was it a result of hearing Aunt Chen's words, or was he mocking her inability to cook? If it was the latter, she hoped he would just vanish from sight. I merely opened the door normally, Xiao Tian shrugged, but perhaps you and Aunt Chen were too engrossed in your culinary discussion. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxi understood immediately. Her face flushed crimson, wishing for a hole to swallow her whole. Don't misunderstand. I just thought it was about time I learned how to cook, that's all. Lu Ruoxi hurriedly attempted to clarify that I think it would be best if you left it to someone else. Xiao Tian shook his head. Lu, you should focus on the company instead. What do you mean by that? Lu Ruoxi replied, her displeasure evident. This guy clearly looked down on her. She couldn't believe that if she managed such a large corporation well, she wouldn't be able to cook a simple meal. Of course, today was not the day for that. She could not allow guests to become guinea pigs, could she? No, what I meant was that you, Lu, are a person of great importance. Tasks such as cooking are better left to Aunt Shan and me. Xiao Tian knew he could not provoke her further. Otherwise, she might explode. That sounds more reasonable. Lu Ruoxi rolled her eyes, feeling that something was off with his words. Are you mocking me? Not at all. Xiao Tian raised his hands in a pledge. I genuinely meant no offense. That's more like it. Lu Ruoxi decided to temporarily let him off the hook. In the kitchen, Aunt Chun was chopping vegetables while observing the unfolding scene outside, a knowing smile gracing her face. It seems Mr. Xiao has quite the knack for charming women. After about half an hour, Aunt Chun had prepared several dishes, with just a couple more to complete the meal. Just then, the doorbell rang. Xiao Tan went to answer the door, revealing Tianxing. Boss, Tianxing greeted as he stepped inside. He knew that here, almost no one was aware of his true identity, and thus he certainly could not address him as Master or Dragon Commander. Welcome. By the way, I was in a hurry to head out earlier, and I haven't introduced you yet. How should I address you? Sister-in-law. You can just call me Tianxing. Tianxing's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Aunt Chun, who had just stepped out of the kitchen to extend her greetings, was frozen in place. As for Lu Ruoxi, her face reddened to the point where it seemed she might burst. This guy was just as tactless as Xiao Tian. Smack. At that moment, Xiao Tian's face flushed with embarrassment as he slapped the back of his head. What nonsense are you spouting? He had never expected Tianxing's first words upon entering to be such a blunder. Crucially, Tianxing was equally perplexed. To him, considering that the master and this woman lived together, what else could she be but a sister-in-law? This was certainly not the master's usual demeanor. Tianxing, was it? I assure you, my relationship with Xiao Tian is not what you might think. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Ruoxi could not simply allow their relationship to be presumed. She blushed as she explained, he is my bodyguard. A bodyguard? Tianxing was taken aback. How could that be possible? What position did the master hold? Not even a mere corporate president, let alone the leaders of great nations, could claim such status. Once, the president of country Y had requested the master to ensure his safety for 3 days, offering a staggering sum of 100 billion, only to be unhesitatingly declined. If this were shared in the dark underworld, it would be deemed pure fantasy. Chapter 73. A display of acting skills after a brief moment. Tianxing chuckled knowingly. Oh, I see. For now, you're a bodyguard, but in the future, who knows what could happen? Lu Ruoxi was left bewildered by his insinuation, but Xiao Tian could guess that this rascal was concocting something mischievous. Allow me to introduce you. This is Aunt Chun. Xiao Tian gestured. Aunt Chun, hello. Tianxing slightly bent forward, grasping Aunt Chen's hand warmly. Hello. Aunt Chen replied quickly, thinking to herself that this young man was quite polite. Fortunately, Xiao Tian was unaware of Aunt Chen's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have choked on his drink. This rascal is polite. Go ask anyone from the dark world. If they claim Tianxing was polite, the entire world might as well be a land of etiquette. For those in the underworld, the Shura Temple had no one who was courteous. A careless misstep could lead to prayers for divine intervention, of course. This was primarily because Xiao Tian, as their master, was not particularly known for his politeness or adherence to decorum, and thus, it was no surprise that others followed suit. Miss, you all can start eating. Just 1 or 2 more dishes, and everything will be ready. Aunt Chen remarked. Lu Ruoxi nodded and gestured for Tianxing to take a seat. The three of them poured a little red wine, gently clinked their glasses, and took a sip. Tianqing, your surname is rather uncommon. Lu Ruoxi inquired with curiosity. Tianqing is merely his alias, not his true name, Xiao Tian casually interjected. Noticing that he had no intention of elaborating, Lu Ruoxi chose not to press further. By the way, Tianqing, how did you come to know Xiao Tian? Lu Ruoxi asked seemingly casually, yet this was the true intent behind her arrangement of today's dinner. She had intentionally invited Tianqing to her home for a simple meal, aiming to glean insights about Xiao Tian. Did I not mention? I previously worked at a security company abroad. We were colleagues, Xiao Tian quickly responded. This was the excuse he had fabricated when he first met Lu Ruoxi, and it conveniently served its purpose again now that I was speaking with Tianqing. Why are you interjecting? Lu Ruoxi rolled her eyes and said, from now on, you shall remain silent. All right, I'll eat in silence. Xiao Tian obediently replied. This scene left Tianqing in awe. Lu Ruoxi was indeed formidable, managing to keep the Lord in check so effectively. He had never seen the Lord so subdued before, with genuine admiration. Tianqing quickly added. Lu Ruoxi then subtly posed several more questions, but Tianqing skillfully deflected them, either by dodging, spinning tails, changing the subject, or employing other tactics that by the end of the meal, Lu Ruoxi had gleaned little, which left her somewhat disheartened. What especially irked her was that although Xiao Tian remained silent, he cast numerous significant glances her way, as if he thought she had not noticed. By the way, Lu Zong, I came here in a rush and did not bring any gifts. However, I have a small trinket that I hope will express my gratitude for your generous hospitality, Tianqing said as he pulled out a purple object resembling a stone from his pocket. The stone was translucent, exuding unique aura. No, Tianqing, it's just a meal. This is far too precious. Lu Ruoxi quickly waved her hand. Lu Zong, you're being too polite. This isn't anything special. I purchased it on a whim from shop on my way here. It cost merely a few hundred yuan, Tianqing replied. I just thought it looked quite nice that it truly, just a few hundred yuan. If that's the case, I can accept it. Anything more expensive wouldn't be appropriate. It really is just a few hundred yuan. I was prepared to ask for 1,000. Do you take me for a fool? As Tianqing spoke, he began rummaging in his pockets. Oh, I even have the receipt. Huh. Where's the receipt? Oh, I remember now. I tossed it into the nearby trash can. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruoxi was somewhat convinced. Then thank you for your kind gesture, Tianqing. I will gladly accept this. Had she not known what it was, she might have been easily deceived. Yet, she also never anticipated that Tianqing would actually present such a gift to Lu Ruoxi. In truth, the reason Tianqing had brought it forth was primarily due to his growing awareness of Lu Ruoxi's significant position in the Lord's esteem. No woman had ever held such a unique status before, a fact that perhaps even the Lord himself was unaware of. This implied that she might very well become the future matriarch of the Shura temple. That would make her the lady of the house. If he didn't take this opportunity to ingratiate himself while the demon and others were still oblivious, wouldn't that be rather foolish? The meal concluded with Lu Ruoxi failing to obtain the information she sought, yet everything else went splendidly, and both hosts and guests were in high spirits. After dinner, they chatted casually for a while before Tianqing stood up and said, All right, Xiao Tian, you can see me off? Sure, Xiao Tian immediately replied. And no need, Tianqing quickly interjected. He certainly did not dare let the Lord accompany him. Stop talking nonsense. Are you leaving or not? Xiao Tian nudged him. Let us walk a bit more, Xiao Tian said, glancing ahead. Thus, the two continued on their way. Lord, are you hoping for me to make a trip to the Northern Territory? Tianqing suddenly inquired. Xiao Tian looked at him in surprise. Noting his reaction, Tianqing smiled. During the day, you shared quite a bit with me. I could sense some of your intentions regarding national top secrets. Xiao Tian nodded. This matter is interconnected. I would feel more at ease if you were go. Good. I happen to miss those brothers. Tianqing eagerly asked, When do I set off? A mysterious smile appeared on Xiao Tian's face as he replied, You should stay in Jiangcheng for a few days before departing. All right, then I shall wait a few days before setting out. Tianqing also smiled in understanding. The good show was about to begin. Chapter 74. Ancestry. Following this, Xiao Tian explained the precautions Tianqing should take upon arriving in the Northern Territory. Tianqing understood the gravity of this journey and committed everything to memory. Suddenly, with a playful smile, he remarked, "Lord, it seems that your arrival in Huaxia hasn't been particularly peaceful." Indeed, just then, a taxi passed by, and Tianxing hailed it and got in, departing from the secluded area where pedestrian traffic was sparse, illuminated only by a flickering yellow streetlight. That moment, a shadow abruptly appeared before him, like a ghost. It was an elderly man, dressed in a coarse cloth shirt, appearing quite ordinary, akin to a neighborly old gentleman. However, Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, for he sensed a deeply restrained yet powerful aura emanating from this elder. "Since you have come, could you tell me who sent you? What use is it to a dying man to know?" The elder replied coolly. "I assent it better to die with clarity." "That is a valid point." The elder nodded, then uttered two words, "G family." "Understood." Xiao Tian suddenly chuckled. "I never anticipated that the G family also harbored martial practitioners. This truly surprises me." "You actually know about martial practitioners?" The elder was taken aback, his body shaking in disbelief. It's strange to know about martial practitioners," Xiao Tian said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He certainly knew, for he was one himself. Martial practitioners are classified into realms, broadly divided into low, middle, and high tiers, with each tier presenting a chasm difficult to cross. Above the high tier lies the Master of Transformation. This classification differs from that of the West and the Dark World, which divides power into R, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and beyond S levels. Among these, the S level serves as a watershed, as only upon reaching the S level does one step into the martial way, equivalent to a low-tier martial practitioner in Huaxia. The SS level corresponds to a mid-tier practitioner, while the SSS level naturally denotes a high-tier practitioner. AS for the Super S level, it is roughly comparable to a Master of Transformation. Of course, the disparities within these levels are immense, potentially reaching tenfold or even greater. Furthermore, those who are Masters of Transformation or above, regardless of East or West, are referred to as Grandmasters. Grandmasters are figures whom countless individuals aspire to emulate. "Since you know I am a martial practitioner, yet you still laugh, I must say, you possess considerable courage," the elder said solemnly, perceiving Xiao Tian's laughter as somewhat insulting. "Oh, you truly believe you can kill me?" Xiao Tian tilted his head, speaking with a profound undertone. "Then allow me to show you the outcome." The elder's expression turned cold, and in an instant he bent slightly, charging forward like a leopard. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to the frail old man from before. One of his hands danced through the air like a dragon, his body moving with fluid grace, and he reached Xiao Tian in an instant. Simultaneously, he struck down with his palm, aiming for Xiao Tian's neck with a force akin to thunder, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Should he be struck, the consequences would be unimaginable. A cold smile crept across the elder's face. "Young man, always unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Very well, I shall grant you a swift end." Yet at that moment, he froze, for just as his palm descended, the young man effortlessly stepped aside. Evading the blow, he was taken aback. Was it a coincidence or intentional? If it were deliberate, it sent a chill down his spine, for the timing and precision of that step were nothing short of exquisite. Of course, he preferred to believe it was merely a random fluke. Thus, he swung his palm again, continuing to attack Xiao Tian like a whirlwind. "A mere low-tier martial practitioner dares to act insolently before me." At that moment, Xiao Tian's icy voice rang out, as if emanating from the depths of hell. Simultaneously, he swiftly struck out with his palm. Bang! This slap arrived after the elder's attack, directly landing on the elder's back, causing him to feel an immense weight crashing down upon him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he stained the earth crimson. "Oh, you still believe you can kill me now?" Xiao Tian crouched down, teasingly asking, "Who on earth are you?" The elderly man, despite his lack of intelligence, understood that the young man before him was a true martial artist, his strength and cultivation far surpassing his own. He was perplexed as to how his family's young master had managed to attract such a formidable figure. "This no longer concerns you," said Xiao Tian, rising to his feet before delivering a sudden strike into the air. The old man let out a wretched scream, which was swiftly followed by an eerie silence. Gazing at the lifeless body of the old man, Xiao Tian couldn't help but reflect, realizing he had somewhat underestimated the so-called three great families of Jiangchen. He had never anticipated the presence of martial artists in Jiangchen. Yet for Xiao Tian, they were merely insignificant creatures, akin to ants, as the saying goes, is only proper to reciprocate a visit. Inside the room, he lit a cigarette, contemplating the day as events that had stirred his emotions deeply. Thoughts about the northern region, about Chu Yan'an, about the monarch, and the enigmatic forces lurking in the shadows. Furthermore, he pondered his own origins. Perhaps few were aware that he had once been a resident of Jiangchen, with a father who was a taxi driver and a mother employed at a packaging factory. It could be said that his family was as ordinary as any could be. Although life was not abundant, he had found happiness. However, calamity struck when he turned 10, that upon receiving the news and rushing to the hospital, he discovered that his mother had already passed away and his father was on the brink of death. At that moment, the doctor had urged him to say his final goodbyes to his father, who revealed something that still left him in disbelief. They were not his biological parents. His real parents were someone else entirely. His father seemed to want to divulge more information, but then he suddenly succumbed to death. Initially, the matter ended there, and while he was engulfed in grief, he accepted the harsh reality if blame were to be assigned. It could only be directed at his parents' misfortune. Yet what transpired next was utterly unforeseen. He found himself being hunted. In a stroke of fortune, a figure clad in black appeared and thwarted his pursuers, allowing him a chance to escape. However, the assailants soon reappeared, forcing him to flee until he was cornered at the edge of a cliff, with the raging river below. With no other options, he leaped, hoping that falling into the river would grant him a sliver of survival. At that critical moment, the old man appeared and rescued him. Thus began his journey up the mountain with the old man. Marking the commencement of his martial path. 3 years later, he departed, eventually reaching the northern region, where he became a soldier, gradually ascending to the position of commander of the million-strong Azure Dragon Army. Of course, by the time the assassination attempt arose, he had already realized that the deaths of his adoptive parents were far from mere happenstance. His establishment of the Shura Temple in the Dark World was not solely for the reasons he had shared with Tianxing, but also to uncover certain truths, such as his origins and the truth behind his adoptive parents' demise, including the identity of the mysterious figure who saved him. Over the years, he had indeed uncovered some information, revealing that the car accident that claimed his adoptive parents was no accident, but rather a deliberate act. However, he had yet to discover who was responsible for that accident or the identity of the black-clad savior. Despite the formidable intelligence network of the Shura Temple, he remained at a dead end as for his lineage. It remained shrouded in mystery. He felt as though an unseen hand was orchestrating everything, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. As he gazed out at the starry night, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Fear not, Mom and Dad. No matter who is responsible for your deaths, I shall uncover the mastermind behind it all and exact my vengeance. For Xiao Tian, although they were his adoptive parents, he had always regarded them as his true family. To not avenge this grievance would be a grave dishonor. He vowed to eventually unveil the dark secrets surrounding it all. Meanwhile, at the Ji family villa, it was predominantly occupied by Ji Zhe, as most of the Ji family resided in the ancestral home. Why is there still no news after 2 hours? Ji Zhe murmured to himself, a wave of excitement coursing through him as he had long awaited this day. He initially anticipated swift results. Yet now there was nary a whisper. Growing increasingly anxious, he had made a call an hour prior to inquire about the situation, but no one answered. He had attempted to reach out twice more, only to be met with the same silence. This unsettling feeling began to gnaw at him. But that shouldn't be the case. Old Tian is one of the family's top experts and a martial artist. Who in Jiangchen could pose a threat to him? That young man? Impossible. Even though the previous assassination attempt had opened his eyes to the young man's capabilities, he could not possibly surpass old Tian. Yet, why was there no update? Young master, it's bad. At that moment, a voice rang out from the villa's courtyard, followed by hurried footsteps. What is it at this hour? Ji Zhe opened the door, irritation evident in his tone. Young master, you must come quickly. There's a corpse in the courtyard. The servant's face was ashen. Ji Zhe's heart sank immediately. Where? Take me to see. This way, young master. The servant led him hastily. Soon, Jiju arrived at the flower bed in the courtyard and was met with a lifeless body. It was none other than old Tian. In that moment, a chill ran down his spine. Who could have killed old Tian? Instinctively, a familiar young figure flashed through his mind. Could it really be him? Though rationality suggested that it was highly likely connected to the young man named Xiao Tian, he found it difficult to accept. Was there a hidden expert backing this individual? Jiju was engulfed in confusion, yet found no answers. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed in, Xiao Tian awoke. Upon emerging, Aunt Chun was already busily preparing breakfast, the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. "Good morning, Aunt Chun." He greeted casually. "Good morning, Mr. Xiao. Breakfast is ready," Aunt Chun replied. "Good morning." Aunt Chun had tea that moment. Lu Ruoxi also emerged from her morning routine at AS for Xiao Tian. He chose to ignore her, accustomed to her daily disdain. Lu Ruoxi, however, was not pleased and remarked, "Are you planning to take the day off to accompany Tianqing around Jiangcheng?" "No need. What would a grown man be doing accompanying anyone?" Xiao Tian shrugged dismissively. "You should understand the etiquette of hosting guests," Lu Ruoxi retorted sharply. "We're brothers. There's no need for such formalities," Xiao Tian replied with indifference. Lu Ruoxi's expression soured his words that so, my genuine kindness is merely seen as insincerity? Noticing her displeasure, Xiao Tian wondered what he had said wrong to provoke her unhappiness. He shook his head, realizing that understanding a woman's heart was as challenging as deciphering a riddle, and resumed his breakfast. After finishing, Lu Ruoxi drove off to the company, while Xiao Tian set off on his beloved electric scooter. Arriving at the office, he found himself still seething over the earlier breakfast incident. What an ungrateful person. He thought, one cannot be too kind to him. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Lu Ruoxi quickly composed herself and responded as a graceful figure entered. It was Luo Qing. She placed a document on the table. "I wanted to discuss this matter with you." Lu Ruoxi rose, suggesting, "Let's sit on the sofa and talk." As she stood, something unexpectedly fell from her pocket. "What's this?" Lu Ruoxi noticed it was the peculiar stone-like object Tianqing had gifted her the day before, and she casually placed on the desk, Luo Qing. Lu Ruoxi was about to discuss the prior matter when she noticed Luo Qing's eyes fixated on the object she had just placed on the table. "Luo Qing, is something wrong?" "It's nothing, Ms. Lu. May I see what you just placed on the table?" Luo Qing inquired earnestly. "Of course," Lu Ruoxi replied as she handed it over. Luo Qing carefully accepted it, examining it closely. The more she scrutinized it, the more astonished her expression became. "Ms. Lu, could you disclose where this item came from?" After a moment, Luo Qing asked earnestly. Lu Ruoxi had intended to mention that it was a gift from Xiao Tian's friend, but that would reveal their connection, so she replied, "It's something someone gave me. Ms. Lu, that person must be quite extraordinary, right? Do you know what this is?" Luo Qing pressed. Lu Ruoxi shook her head. "That individual mentioned they bought it for a few hundred yuan at a roadside shop." "A few hundred yuan?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qing couldn't help but chuckle. "You could buy something worth thousands for that amount. It's laughable." Upon hearing those words, Lu Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback. "Tens of millions? How could that possibly be?" "Lu, you are aware of my keen interest in various jewels, and I often peruse magazines on the subject. If I'm not mistaken, this should be purple malachite. Malachite is an exceedingly rare gemstone, categorized into several types based on color, with purple malachite being the most precious among them." Luo Qing spoke eloquently. "It is said that there are only a few pieces of purple malachite in the entire world, each worth a fortune. 2 years ago, at a Sotheby's auction, a piece of purple malachite fetched an astronomical price of $80 million. Lu Ruoxi was genuinely astounded by this revelation. $80 million? That amounts to 500 million, doesn't it? Lu Ruoxi suspected that Tianqing might have intentionally understated the value. She had assumed it was merely a few $1,000s at most. She could never have fathomed that this small, transparent purple stone was worth billions. Who exactly is Tianqing? How could he possess such a rare treasure and so casually give it to her? Furthermore, since Tianqing referred to Xiao Tian as boss and acted according to his whims, what kind of person is Xiao Tian? For a moment, her thoughts became quite chaotic. "Lu, let's discuss this matter later," Luo Qing observed that Lu Ruoxi was clearly shaken. To be honest, she too was curious about who could so easily bestow gifts worth billions. Even the members of the three prominent families would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. All right, Lu Ruoxi nodded, as her mind was preoccupied with other matters. Before long, Luo Qing arrived at her office, only to find someone inside. Who else could it be but Xiao Tian? It was likely that only he would dare to enter her office uninvited. She had merely gone to report and hadn't locked the door, leaving it slightly ajar. Seeing him in her office, pouring himself tea and smoking, Luo Qing couldn't help but scoff. I see you treat my office like your security department. Since we are in a romantic relationship, why should we maintain any formalities? Xiao Tian replied, blinking innocently. Now, at Zhou Group, he felt quite at ease, behaving like a lord in the security department. When boredom struck, he would visit Tang Yun, Luo Qing, or Lu Ruoxi, reveling in the freedom. Compared to the tense days filled with uncertainty and danger, it felt like a celestial existence. Who said we are in a romantic relationship? Luo Qing's face flushed at his words, and she spat in jest. She was well aware that he was referring to their previous charade when he pretended to be her boyfriend. Remembering how he had tricked Chao Yu last time, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Although she had refrained from explicitly stating their relationship due to her parents' feelings and not wanting to embarrass him, it was clear to anyone with common sense what she meant. After all, who would take a stranger to a blind date? Although she had politely declined due to being busy with work or feeling tired, it had been rather bothersome that I say, Director Luo, are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing it? Xiao Tian pouted. What do you mean by burning the bridge? That sounds so harsh, and besides, I haven't crossed any bridge yet. Luo Qing retorted, haven't I told you? That grass carp won't give up so easily. Xiao Tian had noticed this from the very beginning. However, it was understandable. With someone as exceptional as Luo Qing, whose beauty and physique were nothing short of stunning, how could any man easily let go? In any case, since you have taken responsibility for this matter, you must see it through to the end. Hey, Director Luo, are you trying to extort me? What if I am? Luo Qing playfully became a scamp. There's nothing I can do about it, Xiao Tian shrugged. I won't take responsibility, Luo Qing pouted. Looking at her cherry-red lips, one couldn't help but feel an urge to steal a kiss. All right, I promise you. Xiao Tian relented. When this little enchantress threw a tantrum, it was truly difficult for any man to resist. And at that moment, Xiao Tian found himself utterly unable to withstand it, a soft peck. Luo Qing joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek. Don't overthink it. Consider this a little reward for you. For some reason, as soon as Xiao Tian agreed, it felt as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. Just as Xiao Tian was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at it, he saw it was a message from Lu Ruoxi. All right, I must be going, Xiao Tian said. What is the matter? Nothing much. Lu wants me to go to her office. Xiao Tian waved his hand and walked out. I could see that moment. Luo Qing's body trembled slightly. Disbelief etched on her beautiful face. Could that piece of purple malachite be related to him? To be honest, at first, Luo Qing was merely curious about him. Despite being a security guard, he had dared to confront Guo Peng on his very first day at work without facing any consequences. Moreover, he seemed to be more knowledgeable about Europe than the locals. Was it something an ordinary person could do to make Chao Yu, a Ritterni elite, feel so frustrated? Additionally, she had a strange suspicion that the events at the shareholders' meeting were somehow connected to him. After all, it was too coincidental that he, a mere security guard, appeared there. Furthermore, a crucial point was that from their very first meeting until now, although he often looked at her with an untrustworthy gaze, she had never sensed any hunger or possessiveness in his eyes. Instead, they reflected clarity. As a beautiful woman and a public relations director, Luo Qing was all too familiar with the meanings conveyed through a man's gaze. She was confident she could not be mistaken. All in all, this man had remained an enigma to her since their acquaintance, leaving her unable to comprehend him. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the longer she knew him, the more she felt an alluring and unique essence about him that captivated women. Otherwise, if Luo Qing merely sought a shield, there were countless willing candidates. Why choose him? Now, yet another grand mystery had arisen. Though she was still uncertain whether the purple malachite was connected to him, one thing was clear. The relationship between Xiao Tian and Lu Ruoxi seemed rather unusual. After all, How could the president of a prestigious group casually summon a security guard to her office? Moreover, she had seen him in Lu Ruashi's office more than once, almost as if he were a regular guest. However, if they were romantically involved, her intuition as a woman suggested otherwise. For a moment, she was left bewildered, unable to discern the true nature of their relationship. Chapter 77. The performance. Xiao Tian, oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in Luo Qing's mind after his departure, arrived at Lu Ruashi's office door. Pondering whether the young lady was still upset from the morning and intended to summon him for a bit of venting. Women can be truly formidable. The key was that he didn't even understand where he had gone wrong. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Wait, why should he, the illustrious Dragon Master and the Lord of the Shura Temple, fear a mere young lady? With that thought, Xiao Tian straightened his back and strode inside. Why is she staring at me like that? However, upon entering, Xiao Tian discovered Lu Ruashi gazing intently at him, as if she were trying to see right through him. This made him feel a twinge of unease, causing his earlier bravado to wane. Yet, she did not seem angry, did she? Lu, did you summon me for? Xiao Tian tentatively inquired, feeling inexplicably anxious under Lu Ruashi's penetrating gaze. Who exactly is Tian Xing? What is your true identity? Lu Ruashi asked directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this young lady had uncovered his true identity? Impossible! Lu, what do you mean? Xiao Tian stammered. Tian Xing is a colleague of mine from an overseas security company. Didn't I mention it before? Which security company? Lu Ruashi scrutinized him. Custom Security Company. The name he provided was indeed not fabricated. This security firm existed and ranked among the top 10 security companies in the world. Not only was it beyond Lu Ruashi's reach to verify, but even if she could, it would not pose a problem. The Shura Temple had previously assisted this company with a significant task, making it quite simple to obtain personnel information. However, he was puzzled as to why she was suddenly so incisive in questioning him. Seeing his effortless responses, Lu Ruashi also felt a flicker of doubt. Could they really be from a security company? Coincidentally, she had indeed heard of Custom Security Company and had even conducted some research on it. Of course, at that time, her father had already arranged for some experts at the villa, so she was not particularly concerned. Her primary aim was to enhance the security of the group, particularly in its vital departments. Thus, she had genuinely investigated some renowned security firms worldwide. However, when her father hired Xiao Tian, she no longer felt the need to seek anyone else, and the matter was dropped. Hearing Xiao Tian's response now, Lu Ruashi found herself believing him to a greater extent. After all, she had abruptly questioned him, and he had replied without hesitation, providing a name that was not a mere fabrication. It is worth noting that the number of individuals truly knowledgeable about those security companies is quite limited. Moreover, reflecting on the first encounter when he assisted in identifying all the bugs, he indeed mentioned his previous experience at a security firm. At the very least, everything aligns without any apparent flaws. However, there remains a significant issue. She cast a glance at Xiao Tian and then produced the piece of malachite. Can you tell me what this is? It was only at this moment that Xiao Tian came to an abrupt realization, understanding where the problem lay. But how did Lu Ruashi know? At least, when the item was presented yesterday, Lu Ruashi was completely unaware of it. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Xiao Tian feigned ignorance and inquired. You don't know what this is? Of course I do. It's just a little trinket that Qinxing gifted you yesterday, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. This is malachite, worth hundreds of millions. Lu Ruashi's beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, missing not a single change in his expression. What? Worth hundreds of millions? Xiao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Ruashi, you must be joking. How is that possible? At that moment, Xiao Tian was filled with shock. Or rather, astonishment, akin to an ordinary person suddenly discovering they had won a multi-million-dollar prize. You truly don't know? How would I know? Xiao Tian rolled his eyes and replied, to be honest, this fellow is already quite generous to give something that cost a few hundred at him. Lu, you must have misjudged. Is this really the malachite worth hundreds of millions you mentioned? Xiao Tian asked, playfully. Throughout, Lu Ruashi had not detected the slightest abnormality on his face. No, someone else saw it and informed me. Lu Ruashi shook her head. Perhaps Luo Qing also made a mistake. After all, She had never encountered such a rare item. Truth be told, it was hard for her to believe that Xiao Tian or his brother could casually gift something so expensive. Well, that's just great. It made me excited for nothing, Xiao Tian sighed, lighting a cigarette, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Yet inwardly, he exhaled a long breath. Deceiving this girl was indeed no easy feat. Were it not for his commendable psychological resilience, she might have discerned something unusual. Lu Ruoxi waved her hand, signaling him to leave once more. Glancing back, Xiao Tian silently mused, perhaps one day, I will reveal everything to you. But for now, the time is not yet right. That it is unclear when it began, but Lu Ruoxi had gradually made her way into his heart. It was precisely for this reason that he dared not disclose his true identity. He realized he still had many arduous paths ahead. He was uncertain of what awaited him. Perhaps thorns, perhaps an abyss. He did not want Lu Ruoxi to step into a situation he himself was uncertain how to confront, let alone her. Thus, at this moment, he had no choice but to deceive her. After his departure, Lu Ruoxi made another call to Luo Qing, inquiring whether she was certain it was the malachite, just as she had suspected. Luo Qing was also uncertain, having only seen it in magazines. Lu Ruoxi set that aside, asking Luo Qing to come over to discuss work matters further. In truth, for Lu Ruoxi, the notion of several hundred million was not entirely unimaginable. After all, the Jai Group's annual profits reached over $1 billion. If some research results were to hit the market, the possibilities were even more staggering. Ultimately, what intrigued her most was still Xiao Tian himself. Having shared the same roof for such a long time, this man seemed to have become a part of her life. Although he was insufferable most of the time, when she learned he might be leaving, she felt a hollow ache in her heart, as if she had lost something significant. Chapter 78. The accident 12 years ago, Qiu Feifei had initially planned to have a meal with Xiao Tian. But given her brief 2-day visit and the complexity of matters at hand, she found herself with no time. Moreover, she did not wish for their first meal together to be casual, so she could only wait for another opportunity. The weekend arrived once more, and after breakfast, Xiao Tian set out. Today, he had an important matter to attend to. Exiting the community, he hailed a cab to the entrance of the transportation department. This moment, Su Mingyue was already waiting there. Today, Su Mingyue looked markedly different from her usual self, as she typically donned a uniform. However, today she sported a simple inner top paired with a casual jacket, and a skirt that barely reached mid-thigh, exuding a vibrant, youthful aura. Of course, one thing remained unchanged. Regardless of her attire, her explosive figure could not be concealed, though today's outfit was even more eye-catching. I am sorry to have kept you waiting, and oh worries. I just arrived not long ago, Su Mingyue replied, curiosity evident in her voice. Mr. Xiao, what prompted you to suddenly visit the transportation department just a few days prior? This Mr. Xiao had inquired if she knew anyone at the transportation department, leaving her quite puzzled. However, she indeed knew someone she could speak to. I need to investigate a traffic accident from 12 years ago. Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. He was, of course, referring to the car accident that led to the demise of his adoptive parents. That time, he thought the old man wanted him to confront his past directly. Even though many years had passed, the events of that day remained like a thorn lodged deep within his heart. For someone who practiced martial arts, such lingering thoughts were most detrimental. Only with a clear mind could one ascend to greater heights in martial prowess. However, unexpectedly, 2 months later, the old man called him out of the blue, instructing him to protect Lu Ruoxi. This left him deeply skeptical about whether the old man had brought him to Jiangsheng to face his past or to safeguard Lu Ruoxi. From a standpoint of respecting elders, one should not doubt the intentions of the aged, yet Xiao Tian was genuinely weary of the old man's antics. In his words, the old man was certainly deserving of the phrase elderly but disrespectful. When it came to exploiting his disciple, there was no room for negotiation. Nonetheless, the mere thought of that old man brought a smile to his lips. It had been several years since he last saw him. Perhaps in a few days, he would find time to bring a couple of fine wines to visit. And what of his junior sister? She must have grown quite a bit. He wondered if she was still as adorably naive. 12 years ago, Su Mingyue exclaimed in surprise. That long ago? It might be quite difficult to find any information. Let us take a look and see. Xiao Tian nodded, and in truth, he had long since infiltrated the internal system to review the documents regarding that accident. However, the records revealed nothing substantial, which was why he wished to examine the specific case files, hoping to uncover any clues. If he truly wanted to investigate, he could easily do so, given his former status as Dragon Commander. The reason he refrained was due to the fear of alarming the snake in the grass. The more he sensed the events of that day were shrouded in mystery and obscured by dark hands, the more cautious he became. Now, with a fortuitous connection to Qiu Guanwen and Su Mingyue, he could leverage their assistance. After all, Qiu Guanwen was the director, and he felt the target was too large. If he could accomplish this through Su Mingyue, it would be optimal. All right then, a team leader from the transportation department has had dealings with me on a case before, and we got along quite well. He has continued to look out for me, so he's like an older brother to me. Su Mingyue explained that he happens to be here today. Good. With that, the two entered, and Su Mingyue led Xiao Tian directly to the office of the team leader. I am telling you, Mingyue, you've brought your boyfriend here for your older brother to meet. As soon as they entered, a slightly portly middle-aged man stood up. I said you're not too young anymore. It's time you find someone. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue's face flushed crimson, and she playfully scolded, Older brother you, what nonsense are you talking about? This is Xiao Tian, my friend, she stammered. All right, I understand that you young people are shy. Older brother, you chuckled. This young man seems quite honest. You should get along well. If Lu Ruashi were to hear this, she would surely spit her drink in older brother Yu's face. What makes you think this guy is honest? Even Su Mingyue felt it was strange. This guy had caused so many deaths, and honesty had nothing to do with him. Right? Older brother Yu, we are really not what you think, Su Mingyue insisted. We came today to investigate a traffic accident from 12 years ago. Upon hearing this, older brother Yu's demeanor shifted, his smile fading. A traffic accident from 12 years ago. Is there an issue? There's some questions, older brother Yu. Could you please assist us? Su Mingyue asked, her tone almost pleading. This might be a bit irregular. Only you would pull something like this. Older brother Yu sighed with a wry smile. Come on, follow me to the archives. Thank you, older brother Yu. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Moments later, they arrive in a vast archive room. 12 years ago. This is from 14 years ago. Here is 13 years ago and 12 years ago. Right here? Older brother Yu inquired. Which case are you looking for? Xiao Tian briefly spoke, prompting the older gentleman to begin searching one by one. Finally, after a few minutes, he extracted a document bag. Xiao Tian eagerly received it and swiftly perused its contents. He quickly flipped through the dozen pages, primarily hoping to uncover any clues not mentioned in the digital documents. However, his hopes were dashed as he found nothing of significance. What's the matter? Su Mingyue inquired with concern. Xiao Tian shook his head and pointed to the handler's name at the top of the document, directing his gaze towards the older gentleman. I would like to ask, where is Qiu Zhongming now? He is already retired and lives alone in a nursing home in Jiangxing. Coincidentally, he was my predecessor, and I took over his position, the older gentleman replied with a furrowed brow. However, this case is over 12 years old, and the files indicate there are no issues. What exactly are you hoping to investigate? Chapter 79, because that was my parents. Oh, Mr. Yu, could you please assist us fully? Su Mingyue once again pleaded with a hint of charm. Though she was unaware of Xiao Tian's intentions, she was certain there was a valid reason behind them. All right, Mr. Yu sighed. He currently resides alone in the Jiangxing nursing home. I'll give him a call, and you can head over to meet him. Let us not discuss the specifics of the case just yet. Xiao Tian advised Mr. Yu nodded and promptly dialed the number. After a minute, he hung up and said, It's settled. You can go find him directly now. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Su Mingyue expressed her gratitude before departing with Xiao Tian. The two hurriedly made their way to the Jiangxing nursing home. Upon inquiring about Qiu Zhongming's location, the staff pointed toward a large tree in the center of the courtyard. Yes, over there playing chess. The one in the gray jacket. Following their gaze, they indeed spotted a man in a gray jacket, his temples slightly graying. As they approached, Su Mingyue was about to speak, but Xiao Tian tugged at her sleeve and subtly shook his head. At that moment, the elderly gentleman across the board exclaimed, Old Qiu, my cavalry and artillery are all in position. Surrender now. Surrender. Dream on. Qiu Zhongming rolled his eyes, though his bravado was tempered by a slight furrow of concern. Indeed, the situation was dire. As he pondered, A few minutes slipped by, and the onlookers began to jeer. Old Chio, stop struggling. The game is hopeless. Yes, Old Chio, you're not trying to weasel out of this. Are you? Just give up. It's no use. Hand over the cigarettes. The stakes of their game involved a pack of cigarettes. While not costly, it added a touch of motivation. Mind your own business and be quiet. Qiu Zhengming retorted. He realized, after considering the board, that the tide had turned against him, and a few more moves would seal his fate. However, he was reluctant to concede so easily. After all, he had played over a dozen games this month and had only won once or twice, which left him quite dissatisfied. Just as he picked up a piece to make his move, he suddenly felt a presence behind him. As if someone were sketching something, he immediately sensed the atmosphere. Then switched to a different piece and made his move. Hey, old Qiu, what's your strategy? Qiu Zhiming's latest move left everyone momentarily bewildered. Mind your own business. It's your turn, he snapped, his temper flaring. All right, let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The opponent huffed, pressing forward with relentless aggression. At this point, Qiu Zhengming made another move, but it was devoid of defense, as if he were playing his own game while the opponent attacked. The other elder was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Qiu's intent. After a moment of contemplation, he opted to continue with his planned moves. However, just then, Qiu Zhengming made yet another move. Brilliant! This latest play drew gasps from the onlookers. And as more began to comprehend the brilliance of his strategy, a collective intake of breath filled the air. Old Qiu's maneuvers were nothing short of genius. The opponent's expression shifted as he realized he had been too hasty in his pursuit of victory. Having let his guard down, he scrutinized the board for nearly 10 minutes, unable to devise a counter-strategy. The next move from Qiu Zhengming was glaringly clear, yet it was too late. I concede, the opponent declared. Frustration evident in his voice, feeling utterly defeated despite having held the upper hand moments before. Yes, utterly defeated. You can take the cigarettes, he grumbled, tossing a pack onto the chessboard. Did I refuse? Old Qiu beamed as he collected the prize. Though internally he felt a twinge of insecurity, aware that his victory lacked honor. Nonetheless, he couldn't refuse, fearing others might sense his uncertainty. Su Mingyue found the antics of these elderly gentlemen quite amusing. Yet her curiosity was piqued by Xiao Tian, his mysterious identity. Immense power, unfathomable skills, and mastery of medicine and chess made him seem like a treasure trove. She had never encountered a man like him before and found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Old Qiu, let us have another game. I refuse to believe this, the defeated elder insisted, still unwilling to accept his loss. Not today. Qiu Zhengming understood the value of knowing when to walk away. You all can continue. With that, he stood up, and immediately someone else took his place at the board. Qiu Zhengming glanced back at Xiao Tian before heading to his room, and Xiao Tian along with Su Mingyue promptly followed. Before long, they arrived at Qiu Zhengming's quarters. Young man, your chess skills are quite impressive, Qiu Zhengming remarked with a smile. That old man simply hasn't encountered such tactics before, or perhaps he has never seen you employ them. Xiao Tian replied, shaking his head with a smile. Once more, it may not work as effectively. Please, have a seat. You must be the two individuals mentioned by Yu Bo. What brings you here? Qiu Zhengming asked as he poured water into 2 disposable cups for his guests. Upon hearing this, Qiu Zhengming's hand trembled as he grasped the cup, spilling some water. The world has changed so much, and it's even more pronounced when recalling events from 12 years ago. Accidents were commonplace, occurring frequently. Yet, why did Qiu Zhengming react so strongly upon hearing this? Which incident are you looking into? Many accidents occur there every year. Qiu Zhengming feigned calmness. 12 years ago, on May 13th at 9:38 p.m. A couple tragically lost their lives in an accident. What connection do you have to this incident? After all, 12 years is a long time. What is there left to investigate? Qiu Zhengming questioned, perplexed, because they were my parents. Xiao Tian stated emphatically that this revelation. Qiu Zhengming's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting shock. Old Qiu, what do you know? Please tell me. Xiao Tian instinctively sensed that Qiu Zhengming held vital information at that moment. He was overwhelmed with excitement and anxiety, feeling closer to the truth than ever before. Qiu Zhengming glanced at Su Mingyue, who immediately understood and said, You two discuss. I'll take a stroll. With that, she exited, quietly shutting the door behind her. Qiu Zhengming did not respond immediately, but lit a cigarette, 12 years have flown by so swiftly at this moment. Xiao Tian forced himself to remain calm, refraining from urging him to speak. After a few puffs, Qiu Zhengming finally began to murmur. After the accident occurred, I immediately took a few of my subordinates to the scene. By the time I arrived, your mother was already deceased, and your father was barely clinging to life. Although the odds were slim, we still attempted to save him. The ambulance arrived promptly and took them away. Subsequently, my team and I began the standard procedure of investigating the site. All evidence indicated that there was no second vehicle involved, nor were there any suspicious elements. It was simply a tragic traffic accident. Just as I was about to review the surveillance footage to close the case, I discovered that the surveillance cameras were inexplicably malfunctioning. This raised my suspicions, but I didn't dwell on it at the time that I then made every effort to locate the recordings from older cameras. As he recounted this, Qiu Zhengming expressed his disbelief. However, when I finally viewed the old footage, I was utterly stunned. I witnessed a horrifying scene that I had never encountered in my life. Even now, I question whether it was my eyesight or my mind that was failing me. Just as I prepared to present the footage to my superiors and inform them that the case needed to be transferred to the police, they initially commended my thoroughness. Yet, strangely, within an hour, they ordered me not to transfer it and to classify it as a standard traffic accident. Reluctantly, I complied, and the case was closed as a routine traffic incident. Even more bizarre, a month later, my superior suddenly fell ill and passed away. I instantly realized that the matter was unfathomable, something beyond my reach. For many years, it had remained concealed deep within my heart, causing me great unease. Xiao Tian was equally taken aback by the bizarre and convoluted nature of the situation and could not help but inquire, "Senior Qiu, what exactly did you witness in the surveillance footage back then?" An extraordinary scene, indeed, at that time. Qiu Zhengming merely intended to conduct further research. Thus, he submitted the original footage to his superiors. He had never anticipated what would unfold thereafter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that Qiu Zhengming had a backup, which was splendid news. However, a question soon arose in his mind. "Senior Qiu, I believe you might have guessed that your superior might have been silenced. But why were you spared?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Zhengming couldn't help but smile bitterly. "What you don't know is that my superior was someone who relished taking credit. I suspect he viewed my discovery as his own, leading others to believe that he was the sole witness to that surveillance." Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. It seemed quite plausible. "Wait a moment. I'll fetch the backup for you," Qiu Zhengming said as he rose, approached the bedside, and lifted one of the bed's legs. The leg was hollow, and he retrieved a cloth from within, unfolding it to reveal a USB drive. "This is it. Take it." "Thank you," Xiao Tian said earnestly. Qiu Zhengming waved his hand. "Consider it my way of resolving a long-held concern." Xiao Tian nodded and then opened the door to leave. "How did it go?" Upon seeing Xiao Tian emerge, Su Mingyue immediately approached him. "I'd say it was somewhat fruitful." Xiao Tian nodded. "Let us go." Subsequently, Su Mingyue escorted him to the entrance of a luxurious villa. Upon seeing this upscale residential area, she was taken aback. She knew that this villa district was renowned in Jiangchen. Not a single house could be acquired without tens of millions, if not over 100 million. She was astonished that he resided here. However, considering his enigmatic identity, it seemed somewhat understandable. "Thank you for today. I owe you a favor," Xiao Tian remarked as he exited the vehicle. "All right, I'll remember that," Su Mingyue replied with a smile, having noticed his less than cheerful demeanor. In his room, there was also a computer, though it had never been used. Yet at this moment, he was eager to power it on, plug in the USB drive, and open the media player. Soon, the footage appeared. The rain fell heavily, and the streetlights were dim, revealing a figure standing in the shadows. With its back turned and cloaked in a black raincoat, the person's face remained obscured, as did their height and build. That moment, a powerful beam of light illuminated the scene. A vehicle approached the bend slowly. Xiao Tian's breath quickened as he recognized that car all too well. His father's taxi, which he had ridden countless times in his youth. His father had evidently seen the figure as well, honking the horn to alert them, prompting the person to step aside before proceeding. However, just as the car and the figure intersected, calamity struck. The figure suddenly unleashed a forceful palm strike, causing his father's taxi to seemingly lose control. veering towards the guardrail and plummeting below. The footage abruptly ceased. Xiao Tian stared blankly at the screen, realizing how his adoptive parents had met their demise, and no wonder Qiu Zhengming had described witnessing something supernatural. Any ordinary person would likely find it utterly astonishing and unfathomable. Yet Xiao Tian was not fazed, for he understood that this was not an encounter with the supernatural, but rather an expression of true energy, something only a martial artist could wield. This meant that his adoptive parents had perished at the hands of a martial artist. Moreover, the ease with which this individual had manipulated the vehicle with just a mere gesture indicated formidable strength. "Whoever you are," a fierce glint ignited in Xiao Tian's eyes, "if I uncover your identity, I will ensure that you suffer unimaginable torment." This was his vow, a solemn promise to his parents. Chapter 81. An unfathomable obsession. Xiao Tian replayed the video dozens of times, hoping to glean some clues. Yet he found none. The angles and lighting were inadequate, and the black raincoat obscured any details. Consequently, he forwarded the footage to Yingzi, asking her to utilize the most advanced equipment from the Shura Temple for analysis to see if any discoveries could be made. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxi, who had been busy in the study for the entire morning, descended the stairs. Anshin approached quietly and remarked, "I sense that Mr. Xiao seems a bit off today. Lu Ruoxi glanced at Xiao Tian's door, hesitating whether to check on him. "You should go and see." As the host, it's only natural to express concern, she thought to herself. Just as she was about to enter, the door swung open, and Xiao Tian stepped out. "Are you all right?" Lu Ruoxi inquired. "I'm fine," Xiao Tian replied with a relaxed smile. "What could possibly be wrong?" "Oh, Anshin mentioned you had been in there for quite a while, and I thought something might have happened," Lu Ruoxi said, pouting slightly. "Oh, it was Anshin who was concerned for me. I thought it was you, President Lu, being concerned for your subordinate," Xiao Tian said with a hint of a smirk. "Concerned for you? Don't flatter yourself," Lu Ruoxi retorted, rolling her eyes up. "By the way, accompany me this afternoon." "Where to the mall?" "What is the purpose of going to the mall?" "Of course, to go shopping." Lu Ruoxi looked at Xiao Tian as if he were foolish. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was a given that women love to shop, but he felt it somewhat inconsistent with Lu Ruoxi's persona. In his mind, she was a workaholic, seemingly detached from leisure activities like shopping. However, he soon realized that she was indeed a normal woman who enjoyed shopping, but simply had little time to indulge. "Well, you can go shopping on your own. Why do you need me?" Xiao Tian asked, puzzled. "I senti it obvious. Do women not need someone to carry their bags while shopping?" Lu Ruoxi shot him a glance, stating matter-of-factly, "Moreover, you are my bodyguard. Who else would do this job?" Xiao Tian found himself at a loss for words, realizing the validity of her reasoning. After having lunch at home, the two set out directly to a high-end shopping mall in Jiangqing's CBD district. Once inside, Xiao Tian finally observed that there was no discernible difference when women shopped. For instance, Lu Ruoxi tried on numerous outfits across 4 or 5 stores, yet only purchased one, at a 60% discount. No less. In truth, he found all the outfits she tried on to be quite flattering, showcasing different facets of her beauty. On one hand, it was due to Lu Ruoxi's exquisite taste. On the other hand, it was simply because she was beautiful. She could pull off anything. However, Xiao Tian felt increasingly fatigued, more so than when he had traversed dozens of kilometers to surround an enemy. I say, "President Lu, we've been shopping for so long and bought only one item. I senti that a bit inefficient," Xiao Tian remarked. "Well, you know, shopping is about the experience of browsing," Lu Ruoxi replied. Xiao Tian was once again rendered speechless. After some time, they ascended to the upper level, which was entirely dedicated to men's fashion. "What are we doing here?" Xiao Tian observed the renowned international men's brand surrounding them. "Of course, we're here to buy you some clothes. No, I have enough clothing." Xiao Tian was typically quite casual about his attire. As long as it was comfortable, he was content. "You may have enough. But do you have anything presentable?" Lu Ruoxi countered. "The last time you accompanied me to the auction, you were still wearing your father's suit." "President Lu, are you implying that I will accompany you to future events?" Xiao Tian's eyes brightened with intrigue. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxi's face flushed, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. Yet, as the president of a corporation, she quickly composed herself and replied, You are my personal bodyguard. Of course, you will accompany me. However, she overlooked a crucial detail. Would a corporate president personally buy clothes for their bodyguard? Especially garments from world-renowned brands. Lu Ruashi visited several shops, but found nothing satisfactory. Xiao Tian wished to suggest that since it was for him, his satisfaction should suffice. Ultimately, in the Givenchy boutique, Lu Ruashi finally spotted a stunning light blue suit. All right, go try it on, she urged, pushing the outfit toward him. Wait, you should pair it with a shirt. Lu Ruashi glanced around and selected a light black shirt as well. At that moment, Xiao Tian felt like a mere puppet, obediently walking toward the fitting room. Moments later, he emerged wearing the new attire. However, as soon as he stepped out, Lu Ruashi stood frozen, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she could scarcely recognize him. In the past, he either donned casual attire from street vendors costing mere tens of yuan or sported the uniform of a security guard within the organization, which completely obscured his physique. In reality, his figure was always remarkably standard. Not the intimidating, purely muscular type, nor the artificially sculpted lines often seen in gym enthusiasts. However, at this moment, the slightly tailored suit he wore seemed as if it had been custom-made for him, perfectly showcasing his exquisite physique. That instant, Lu Ruashi felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and touch him, yet she ultimately restrained herself. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most pivotal aspect was his current aura. It was utterly captivating. She sensed an intriguing blend of nobility, rebelliousness, charm, mystery, tranquility, and coldness emanating from him. Strangely, these diverse qualities seemed to merge almost flawlessly within a single individual. At this moment, he resembled a noble scion enveloped in a halo, or perhaps a spectral envoy emerging from the depths of hell. What an enchanting man! I believe handsome scarcely does justice to this individual. Should I be fortunate enough to go on a date with him, I would surely swoon. No, I feel as though I'm already on the brink of fainting. Not only was Lu Ruashi utterly mesmerized, but the female staff members in the store were likewise left in a daze. How does it look? Xiao Tian inquired, glancing at Lu Ruashi. Just so, she replied defiantly. All right, I'll take this set, she declared, handing over a bank card. Upon hearing this, the female staff members immediately expressed their discontent, feeling that her SOSO assessment was an insult and that she should yield to them. However, upon observing his appearance, physique, and demeanor, they could only suppress their thoughts. Moreover, the fact that he casually swiped a card for over 100,000 yuan without batting an eye indicated a level of poise far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Xiao Tian carried the bag as they stepped outside, and the pair continued to browse a few more shops, though Lu Ruashi did not purchase a single item. Shopping is truly exhausting, Xiao Tian remarked. No way, today was meant for me to buy clothes. In the end, I spent just over 1,000 while you splurged over 100,000. This is quite unbalanced. I still want to shop. Lu Ruashi expressed her dissatisfaction. All right, let us buy, Xiao Tian replied, bemused he hadn't anticipated that Lu Ruashi also possessed such an endearing, feminine side. Yet he thought to himself, why don't you just buy something? Naturally, he would never voice this thought aloud. As they strolled, they unwittingly arrived at the entrance of a lingerie boutique. Lu Ruashi halted, genuinely wanting to make a purchase, as undergarments do require periodic replacement. However, upon realizing that Xiao Tian was still beside her, she decided against it, thinking she could return alone later. Want to buy lingerie? Then let us go in. I can help you choose, Xiao Tian's voice chimed in at that moment. You understand lingerie? Lu Ruashi asked, somewhat astonished. Upon hearing her question, Xiao Tian beamed with pride. Of course. As the saying goes, to understand a woman, one must start with her lingerie. Such audacity, Lu Ruashi retorted, her cheeks flushing. Then almost impulsively, she added, all right, I'd like to see just how much you know. All right. At her words, Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. As if he no longer felt fatigue, his entire demeanor revitalized. Before Lu Ruashi even stepped inside, he had already dashed in. Witnessing his enthusiasm, Lu Ruashi felt a pang of regret, uncertain why she had blurted out such a challenge. However, now that the proverbial arrow was on the string, it had to be released, and she steeled herself to follow him inside. Lu Ruashi initially intended to grab a random item and leave, but as soon as she picked one up, it was snatched away by Xiao Tian. President Lu, your physique is already the envy of countless women. Anything else would be a waste, he said, surveying her with a critical eye. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruashi immediately picked up another piece of lingerie. Yet again, it was swiftly taken from her hands. President Lu, while this front-class design is convenient, its primary advantage is its focusing effect. Clearly, you do not require it, as Xiao Tian spoke so confidently about lingerie's pros and cons. Lu Ruashi felt her face heat with embarrassment. How could this man be so brazen in a women's lingerie store? If her previous impression of him at the men's clothing store was one of fascination, at this moment, all she wished was to escape. How could someone possess such audacity? As she prepared to grab yet another item to make her escape, Xiao Tian didn't intervene this time. These seamless ones are ideal. You should have a couple for yoga. They pair perfectly with fitted clothing. He commented that he continued. In fact, for someone like you, who spends long hours in the office, casual lingerie is most suitable, versatile, and comfortable. Moreover, the styles available now are incredibly diverse and fashionable. For instance, this purple piece exudes a subtle allure, and the fabric is extremely comfortable. Of course, these two lace options are also delightful. They can be mixed and matched occasionally. President Lu, with your figure, do not let it go to waste. Xiao Tian grinned mischievously. That moment, Lu Ruashi wished she could disappear into the ground. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Could you help me pick one too? A nearby woman asked. Yes, handsome. What do you think would suit me? Another chimed in. How about this one? They continued, completely captivated by Xiao Tian's suggestions. Lu Ruashi was taken aback to find that the women in the store were entirely enamored by his remarks. All right, one by one, he responded, clearly relishing the attention. Madam, you clearly have good fortune. Your figure suggests that you often attend significant events. The long line style I mentioned earlier would suit you perfectly. Miss, your physique is excellent. This full coverage design hides your strengths. That a three-quarter coverage style would showcase your advantages while embodying the subtle beauty of the East. And for you, little miss, this style may not suit you, since you are still growing. Opt for something more relaxed, ma'am. Judging by your aura, you must work in a government position. The backstrap design is perfect for you. If you occasionally wish to challenge yourself, consider choosing bolder colors or trying out front strap designs. A slight change could yield delightful surprises. Lu Ruashi observed as he spoke eloquently, marveling at how this man could possess such knowledge about women's lingerie. Even the store attendants looked at him with admiration. Thank you so much, young man. You've been a tremendous help. I'll buy according to your suggestions from now on. Could I have your contact information for a meal sometime? Just as Xiao Tian was about to agree, he suddenly felt a piercing glare from Lu Ruashi and quickly amended, It's nothing, just a small favor. Can we go now? Lu Ruashi asked coldly. Sure. Xiao Tian nodded vigorously. What about what you wanted to buy? He inquired. That I've already made my purchase, Lu Ruashi replied. Only then did Xiao Tian notice that she was holding an additional bag. Let me carry that for you, he offered, mindful of his role as a helper for the day. No need, it's just one bag. I can manage, Lu Ruashi said, a hint of panic flashing across her face. She certainly didn't dare let Xiao Tian carry it, for while he had been selecting items for the other female customers, she had discreetly purchased the two lace pieces he had mentioned. Upon returning home, Lu Ruashi immediately ascended the stairs, feeling somewhat fatigued from their outing and wishing to rest. However, her primary concern was to stow away her newly acquired lingerie as quickly as possible. When she saw Ingzi, she instantly sat upright, eagerly connecting the call. Ingzi, how did it go? Any discoveries? She inquired urgently. Ingzi had never seen Xiao Tian this animated before. There are indeed some findings, after comprehensive analysis. We can ascertain that this individual stands between 1.76 and 1.78 meters tall, weighing approximately 150 jin, with a margin of error not exceeding 3 jin. Most notably, this person is a limper. It may not be very evident, but I analyzed each of his steps in 100,000 frames using the latest image technology, and it is indisputable. Of course, this is partly due to the poor quality of the video. In real life, it might be a bit more noticeable. Got it, Xiao Tian responded, hanging up the phone, confident in Ingzi's conclusion. The height and weight were quite ordinary, lacking specificity, but the limp was undoubtedly a distinctive characteristic. He exhaled deeply, finally feeling he had made some progress. The key now was to figure out how to locate this individual. Even though the limp offered some direction, the reality was still akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At present, one can only proceed step by step. The weekend swiftly fades away, and once again, it is time to return to work. Frankly speaking, Xiao Tian has grown accustomed to this 9-to-5 lifestyle. Each day consists of sipping tea and perusing the news, which he finds quite comfortable. Simultaneously, such days afford him ample time to contemplate his next course of action. For him, the priority is not the speed of his steps, but their precision that a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, having recently joined the group, he was suddenly startled by the shrill sound of tires screeching against the pavement. Members of the security department dashed outside to discern the situation. As they emerged, they were met with an alarming sight. A Mercedes-Benz van had come to a halt at the entrance of the group. 7 or 8 individuals disembarked from a vehicle, though none were particularly large. Their muscles were exceptionally well defined, and the cold light emanating from their eyes sent shivers down one's spine. The leader, in particular, exuded a ferocious aura. Those entering and exiting the group instinctively kept their distance. Naturally, they paused momentarily, as curiosity is an inherent trait of human nature. They were eager to discover who these individuals were and what their intentions might be. The members of the security department, all veterans, recognized at a glance that these were formidable characters. "Excuse me, may I inquire what brings you to our Jialua group?" Wang Chong approached them with a courteous smile, despite sensing the ominous intent of the visitors. He maintained a composed demeanor. "We are here to find someone," the leader replied coldly. "Might I ask who it is you are seeking?" Wang Chong continued. "The security guard of your esteemed group, Xiao Tian." The leader spat out. Wang Chong's heart sank. He thought to himself, what trouble has Xiao Tian stirred up now? Do you have business with Xiao Tian? Wang Chong asked again, contemplating whether to claim that Xiao Tian was unavailable, as these individuals did not seem to recognize him. "What business? That brat has caused a tremendous calamity." The leader scoffed. "He struck my family's young master." "He struck your young master?" Wang Chong was taken aback, then quickly inquired, "And who might your young master be?" "The second young master of the Yang family, Yang Rong." Upon hearing this name, the onlookers were utterly stunned. Yang Rong, the second young master of the Yang family? For the people of Jiangsheng, there is but one Yang family, the very same that stand among the 3 great families. A security guard struck one of their own. How could that be possible? As the second young master, he must have had bodyguards, and formidable ones at that. How could a mere security guard have accomplished such a feat? Wang Chong and the others were not surprised by this aspect. They had long been aware of Xiao Tian's terrifying capabilities. At least he was certainly capable of such an act that in truth, whether or not it was feasible was not the focal point of everyone's attention. The real issue was, how dare he? After all, this was the second young master of the Yang family. Those with even a modicum of understanding about the Yang family knew that this young master was the most cherished and even spoiled son of the family head and his wife. Striking him was akin to stabbing a knife into the hearts of the couple. No wonder these individuals arrived with such ferocity. Gentlemen, could there be some misunderstanding in this matter? Wang Chong inquired nervously. Misunderstanding? Nonsense. One of the men nearby abruptly kicked out with tremendous force and speed. Wang Chong, who had decent reflexes, having once served as a company commander in the military, was caught completely off guard, finding himself knocked to the ground. "How dare you strike me?" With that, the members of the security department erupted in outrage. Although these intruders exuded an air of danger, they were men of valor, ready to fight back. "Allow me to handle this." That moment, a voice rang out. The security personnel turned to see Xiao Tian. Previously, he had been in his office, continuing to sip tea and read the news. Trusting that they would manage any usual matters, he had only emerged upon vaguely hearing his name called. As everyone looked toward Xiao Tian, a sense of apprehension washed over them, for these individuals had come with a clear intent directed at him. One of them hastily attempted to push Xiao Tian back inside. However, Xiao Tian gently brushed him aside and glanced at Wang Chong. "Who was responsible for this?" Xiao Tian asked, his tone calm yet imbued with an inexplicable authority. "And who are you?" the leader inquired, furrowing his brow. "That I did it. And what of it?" The man who had just attacked declared, as a bodyguard of the Yang family, he was accustomed to looking down on others, prideful in his demeanor. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a shadowy figure flashed by. The figure swiftly stomped down on his calf, applying immense pressure. Ah! The air was filled with a blood-curdling scream. The onlookers were left pale with shock, witnessing the man's leg contorted in an excruciatingly grotesque manner. This sight sent a jolt through the crowd. This security guard was far too formidable. After all, these were members of the Yang family. To strike with such lethal intent was tantamount to courting death. The remaining Yang family bodyguards were instantly enraged. They had always been the ones to subdue others and had never experienced being assaulted themselves. "Who are you exactly?" the leader demanded, his expression grave. Just moments ago, the assailant stood beside him, and he had failed to intervene in time. This seemingly ordinary young man exuded an aura of extraordinary danger. "Were you not looking for me?" Xiao Tian replied, hands casually nestled in his pockets. "You are Xiao Tian." The Yang family's bodyguards were taken aback, realizing that the one who had dispatched their skilled associate, Asan, and subsequently bullied the second young master was none other than this man. The leader's eyes narrowed. No wonder this person possessed such strength. Yet, so what? Asan's capabilities were still somewhat inferior to his own, and among those who had accompanied him, at least 2 or 3 matched Asan's prowess. He believed that his earlier failure to intervene was primarily due to carelessness, not anticipating that this individual would strike so suddenly. "Very well. Accompany me to the Yang family. Kneel before our second young master to apologize, and perhaps the family head might be magnanimous enough to spare your life," he declared coldly. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were left speechless. Did the security guard have a few screws loose? How dare he suggest that the Yang family was unworthy? What kind of standing does the Yang family hold in Jiangshan? With a single stomp, the entire city quakes. This young security guard was clearly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Of course, if he were not so oblivious, he would never have dared to strike the second young master of the Yang family. The leader's expression darkened as he processed this statement. In that case, do not blame us for being impolite." He subtly gestured, and several of his men stepped forward. In an instant, 2 of them moved with lightning speed, aiming to seize Xiao Tian's shoulders. However, no matter how swift their movements, they appeared as sluggish as snails in Xiao Tian's eyes. He effortlessly grasped their wrists, twisting them with a sharp motion, eliciting the sound of cracking bones. As their screams pierced the air, Xiao Tian clapped his hands together, sending both men hurtling backwards. The remaining assailants, witnessing this, charged forward, determined to subdue Xiao Tian before he could cause further chaos. With a flicker of movement, they lunged at him like unleashed beasts, their formidable presence causing the onlookers to retreat hastily to avoid being caught in the fray. Yet, Wang Chong and the others stood their ground, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Observing the approaching adversaries eager to tear him apart, Xiao Tian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. These individuals indeed possessed commendable skills, reaching B rank, with a few even attaining A rank. However, to Xiao Tian, they were woefully inadequate. With a swift motion, he plunged into the fray. Moments later, the air was filled with the sound of heavy thuds, and within a few breaths, all the assailants lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. They barely comprehended what had transpired, and yet it was all over. Some began to ponder whether the Yang family was not as formidable as they had believed. Were their bodyguards really this incompetent? A mere security guard from Jialua Group had effortlessly taken them down. Fortunately, the incapacitated assailants were oblivious to such thoughts. Had they known, they would have likely been driven to fury. Was it their incompetence? It was clear that this individual was simply beyond human capabilities. The leader's expression was as dark as storm clouds. Strong, too strong, incredibly strong, if he had previously felt a twinge of reluctance to submit. At this moment, he could not deny that this young man's strength far surpassed his own. The ease with which he had dispatched his subordinates was something he could never replicate. After a moment of silence, he finally shook his head and uttered, "Leave." The assailants on the ground immediately prepared to rise. "Did I permit you to leave?" At that moment, a voice echoed leisurely. Hearing this, the leader turned around, his voice chilling as he replied, "What do you mean by that? Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please?" Xiao Tian remarked indifferently. "Then what do you intend to do?" The leader was taken aback. How audacious was this young man to continue to defy them, showing such blatant disregard for the Yang family. Sever a limb and crawl away, as soon as the words left his mouth. A wave of shock swept through the crowd. This young man possesses a fierce audacity. Xiao Tian, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. I could see that moment. Wang Chong stepped forward, attempting to offer counsel. Unlike some, he understood that the Yang family was not to be underestimated, that he was acutely aware that the Yang family was esteemed as one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangxing, a designation not easily earned. However, Xiao Tian remained utterly unfazed, as if he had not heard a word. "Are you certain?" the leader asked coldly. "Absolutely." The 2 words, clear and unmistakable, conveyed a resolute stance. "You fool! Do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" The leader's eyes narrowed ominously. He certainly could not afford to sever his own limb, for that would render him nearly incapacitated. He was eager to witness just how much confidence this individual possessed. To be so brazen, with that, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind, charging at Xiao Tian like a hunting leopard. In mere moments, he stood before Xiao Tian, delivering a fierce punch. He dared not underestimate this moment. He unleashed every ounce of his strength, a full 200%. As he struck, the air seemed to roar in response, a menacing display of force. "Since you refuse, allow me to take matters into my own hands." Xiao Tian's voice, cold as ice, resonated once more. With a slight sidestep, he deftly evaded the blow, simultaneously grasping the leader's arm. The surge of true essence flowed from his palm into the opponent's arm. Wreaking havoc within, a series of bone-cracking sounds erupted, reminiscent of firecrackers exploding in a confined space. A heart-wrenching scream, far more pitiful than that of the previous man, soared into the heavens. The leader felt his arm shatter. Rendered utterly useless, there would be no salvation for him. The cry sent shivers of dread through all who heard it. What terrified him further was the realization that in merely one encounter, he had been completely incapacitated. Such power was simply terrifying. "Enough, you may leave now." Xiao Tian waved dismissively, as if shooing away flies. The guards of the Yang family dared not breathe a word, struggling to rise and assist one another as they departed. Xiao Tian's voice rang out again. The leader hesitated for a moment before continuing onward. Chapter 85. The malicious delight of a demon. What transpired? At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed. Turning to look, it was Lu Ruoxi. She had hurried down upon hearing reports from the front desk about a disturbance. "It's nothing, merely a minor issue," Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. "What exactly is happening? Do you truly believe a minor issue would warrant my attention?" Lu Ruoxi inquired coldly. The crowd, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but feel perplexed. Was this how a corporation's president conversed with a security guard? It seemed, perhaps, that their relationship was far from ordinary. Lu Ruoxi sensed the curious gazes of those around her, and quickly stated, "What are you all doing here? Is there no work to be done?" After the crowd dispersed, Lu Ruoxi continued her inquiries. "It's nothing significant. Really, I just had a slight disagreement with the second young master of the Yang family, which led to this trouble," Xiao Tian admitted, recognizing that many were already aware of the situation and that concealing it was futile. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxi's face paled in alarm. After all, it was the Yang family. Just when one wave had settled, another arose, and now he had antagonized the Yang family again. She was unaware that Jia had already attempted twice to resolve matters with Xiao Tian, but to no avail. Seeing her distress, Xiao Tian reassured her. "Rest assured, it is but a minor inconvenience, which I have already dealt with today. It has been resolved, but what about in the future?" Lu Ruoxi retorted. Exasperated, "What can be done? We shall meet force with force and water with earth." Xiao Tian shrugged. Lu Ruoxi, noting his continued nonchalance, felt an increasing headache. Could he not behave a little more sensibly? "All right, do not worry. I can handle this matter," Xiao Tian reiterated. "I understand," Lu Ruoxi replied. Wang Chong and others approached with concern, as provoking the Yang family was no trivial matter. Yet since Xiao Tian remained unconcerned, they could only hope he would not encounter any troubles. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian found himself contemplating another matter, the Holy Hall. Ever since that incident, it seemed to have fallen silent, with no further movements. This was decidedly unusual. The demise of a so-called black-clad envoy might not concern them. But considering their involvement in the energy conversion project, it was unlikely they would abandon it midway, that he had a strong sense that the Holy Hall would soon re-emerge. If so, Lu Ruoxi's safety would once again be of paramount importance. While he had previously managed to handle ordinary dark forces without issue, he had not anticipated that the true mastermind behind the scenes would be the Holy Hall. Fortunately, at that time, their primary objective was to steal information, which spared Lu Ruoxi from any real danger. However, should they return, her risk factor would rise dramatically. With this in mind, he promptly dialed a number, reaching out to the demon. "Yes, I need you to prepare a special team and have them come immediately." A special team? Upon hearing this, the demon was taken aback. It should be noted that the entire Shura Temple had only 3 special teams, each comprised of just 5 individuals, all possessing extraordinary abilities. They had trained and lived together for years, rendering their collective combat prowess formidable. Within the temple, only exceptionally unique missions would warrant the deployment of a special team. The demon suddenly recalled something and blurted out, "Master, are you calling for the special team because of the Holy Hall?" "Indeed. They failed in Huaxiao last time, and I suspect they will soon take action again." Trusting the demon implicitly, Xiao Tian did not withhold information. "Master, should we not mobilize additional forces if it is the Holy Hall?" The demon expressed concern regarding this legendary organization. "Perhaps I should go myself." "Absolutely not. You must remain at the temple to oversee matters." Xiao Tian promptly rejected the demon's suggestion. The demon was formidable and level-headed. His presence within the temple provided reassurance. It should be noted that the dark world was also unstable, rife with undercurrents. Moreover, one special team would suffice, Xiao Tian stated, explaining that he had requested this special team primarily for Lu Ruoxi's protection. Too many personnel would complicate matters. The demon inferred this conclusion. He had grown weary of the temple's confines and missed Xiao Tian. "What is it?" 3 words. "Just wait." The demon replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian felt a tremor in his heart. "Master, I am merely a messenger. As for the rest, you shall have to fend for yourself." The demon's boisterous laughter echoed, carrying a sense of schadenfreude. After hanging up, Xiao Tian let out a deep sigh. Within the temple, the only 2 individuals who did not regard him as the master were Shadow and Rose. Shadow treated him more like an older brother, and he indulged the young girl. As for Rose, he was well aware of her feelings. Never mind. He would explain everything to her in due time. At present, his little electric scooter had become quite renowned at the entrance of Lu Ruoxi's residential complex. After all, who else in the vicinity rode an electric scooter daily? Furthermore, this particular scooter was so dilapidated that even the guards looked down upon it. To them, it was perhaps a peculiar quirk of the wealthy. Xiao Tian, however, remained indifferent to the opinions of others, humming a tune as he arrived at the villa's entrance. Unbeknownst to him, that very night, a conspiracy against him had quietly begun to unfold. Chapter 86. The death of Yang Rong. The Tianshanke nightclub is a renowned establishment in Jiangcheng, and, as night falls, it becomes a haven for luxury vehicles. At this moment, within a lavish private room of the nightclub, Yang Rong sat, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, with a sensuous model, both alluring in appearance and physique, sprawled across his lap. The situation was utterly humiliating for him. As this thought crossed his mind, he tightened his grip, eliciting a yelp from the model. "What are you shouting for? Keep quiet." Instead of loosening his hold, Yang Rong only tightened it further, leaving the model with no choice but to stifle her cries. Was she truly so lacking in awareness? "Get out of here," he bellowed at 2 bodyguards stationed nearby. Following the previous incident, his parents had forcibly assigned him 2 new bodyguards, reportedly formidable in strength. However, he took a disliking to them. For instance, in this moment, had it been Asan, he would have obediently exited without disturbing his fun. Yet these 2 stood like wooden posts, utterly unyielding. "Young master, we must ensure your safety." One bodyguard asserted, "Get lost. Do you not understand my words?" Yang Rong roared, hurling an ashtray at them. Young master, the family head has ordered us to protect you without fail. The bodyguard sidestepped smoothly, narrowly avoiding the projectile. This only fueled Yang Rong's rage, and he longed for Ah San's compliance. If it had been Ah San, he would never have dodged. Since he wished to enjoy the spectacle, then by all means, relish it. Yang Rong, finding himself unable to deal with the two, seized one of the female models and pushed her onto the sofa. Ryup, he abruptly yanked, causing the model, already scantily clad, to reveal even more of her springtime beauty. Just as he was preparing to take further action, the door suddenly swung open. Yang Rong, caught off guard, felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of a masked man entering the room. "Who are you?" The two bodyguards immediately assumed a defensive stance, blocking his path. "Did you forget so soon that the Yang family just troubled me earlier today?" The masked man retorted with a cold smirk. "Xiao Tian, so it is you, you scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Yang Rong's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination. "Seize him. I will reward each of you 5 million. He shouted at the bodyguards. He had not expected that instead of seeking out this rascal, the rascal would come to him uninvited. The moment the bodyguards heard the promise of 5 million, their eyes ignited with fervor, and they immediately launched an attack. The masked man, observing their actions, sneered in disdain, and with a swift motion of his short blade, he effortlessly sliced open one guard's throat, blood gushing forth. It was a display of speed, precision, and ruthlessness. The remaining bodyguard, momentarily stunned, realized he was facing a formidable opponent. However, he believed that his punch would surely land a decisive blow. Just as his fist was about to connect with the masked man's clothing, a hand shot out in a peculiar manner. Grasping his wrist and wrenching it violently, the bodyguard screamed in agony. Yet his cries were completely drowned out by the pulsating music outside, leaving no one the wiser. Just as the scream escaped, the very blade that had just claimed a comrade's life plunged into his heart. Blood pouring forth as he slowly collapsed. At this moment, both Yang Rong and the model were utterly paralyzed with fear as the masked figure approached. Yang Rong hastily fell to his knees, pleading, "I was wrong. Please spare my life, I beg you. I am still young. I don't wish to die." The model's face turned a ghastly white. However, the masked man paid them no heed. He seized each of them by the neck and with a gentle yet firm twist, snapped both their necks. Having completed this grim task, he exited the private room, secured the door behind him, and swiftly vanished into the night. Meanwhile, the bodyguard, who had been mortally wounded in the heart, struggled to retrieve his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Soon, a large contingent stormed into the Tianshanke nightclub. The manager rushed to assess the situation, and upon learning that it was the Yang family's patriarch and matriarch involved, he was struck with terror. The gravity of the news that the second young master had perished in their private room felt like the sky was collapsing around him. He immediately led the couple toward the room where Yang Rong lay. Upon entering, he was met with the shocking sight of several bodies strewn across the floor, blood flowing freely. Upon seeing Yang Rong's lifeless form, Tao Xian rushed forward, weeping uncontrollably. The family doctor, who had accompanied them, quickly examined Yang Rong and shook his head. Yang Delong's expression darkened, his countenance as grim as a stormy sea. The doctor assessed the other bodies and urgently stated, "Patriarch, this one still breathes." Upon hearing this, Yang Delong knelt down and inquired, "Who did this?" The man wore a mask, but from his words, the second young master deduced that it was someone named Xiao Tian. The injured guard managed to utter, "Patriarch, save me. Save you. You failed to protect your master. You deserve to die." Yang Delong replied coldly. The guard's heart sank at these words, having thought that his loyalty would merit a desperate rescue. Although he understood his situation was dire, he never anticipated such a callous response from the patriarch. Moments later, he lay still, whether from physical exhaustion or the weight of despair unknown. "Patriarch Yang, we must call the police," the nightclub manager stammered, trembling at the thought of lives lost within his establishment, especially those belonging to the Yang family. "No, absolutely not," Yang Delong barked. "Indeed, we shall not involve the authorities. We will take it upon ourselves to avenge my son," Tao Xian added, rising with a fierce glint of vengeance in her narrowed eyes. Yet, the manager appeared conflicted. "May I ask your surname?" Yang DeLong inquired with a forced smile. I am surnamed Chiu, the manager replied, bewildered by the patriarch's intent. Manager Chiu, you are a promising young talent. I believe you have a bright future ahead, Yang DeLong said earnestly, patting his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Manager Chiu felt a surge of elation, quickly realizing Yang DeLong's true intentions. However, the current circumstances left him in a quandary. Rest assured, I will handle these bodies. Very well, the manager acquiesced, torn between the immense allure of the Yang family's power and his fear of defying Yang DeLong. Xiao Tian, I will see you pay for my son's life. As he gazed upon his son's lifeless form, Yang DeLong's heart ignited with a fervor for vengeance. Chapter 87. The so-called Brotherhood in Truth. Xiao Tian remained oblivious to the events unfolding at the Tianshan nightclub, completely unaware that he had been ensnared in a trap. Late that night, he pondered once more about the information regarding the limping man, questioning what methods might unearth this individual. After much contemplation, he realized he lacked effective strategies due to the scarcity of targeted leads. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he rose from his seat. Stepping out of the room, upon opening the door, he found 5 men quietly standing in the corridor, blending seamlessly with the night. Master! Upon spotting Xiao Tian, the 5 men immediately knelt, filled with excitement. To them. He was a deity. Xiao Tian nodded. Rise. Have arrangements been made for your accommodations? Rest assured, everything is in order, replied the captain of the special team. Indeed, we will guarantee President Liu's safety with our lives. For them, executing a mission directly bestowed by the master was the highest honor. With that, the 5 men vanished into the shadows. The arrival of the special team brought Xiao Tian a sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, at the Yang residence, the lights remained ablaze, with nearly all the direct descendants gathered in one place. All eyes were fixed on the body of Yang Rong in the hall, their minds reeling from shock. Who could possibly have the audacity to murder the son most cherished by the family patriarch and matriarch? This was akin to treading upon sacred ground. Patriarch, we have received news from the nightclub. The surveillance footage has been destroyed, and there is no evidence of the assailant entering. A servant reported, "No footage is no concern." Yang DeLong replied with a mocking smile, that I suspect that the scoundrel did not realize there was still one survivor present. Let us discuss how to proceed. Yang DeLong surveyed the crowd, speaking with an air of indifference. What is there to deliberate? Since someone has dared to harm a member of the Yang family, they must face the consequences. Indeed, let us kill him and bury him alongside the second young master. The assembly echoed fervently, if we do not eliminate this scoundrel, how can the Yang family maintain its standing in Jiangxing? At this moment, a young man in his 30s spoke up. He had an air of peculiarity about him. While he should have appeared ordinary, there was something unsettling about him, reminiscent of a plant growing slowly in the shadows. This was Yang DeLong's eldest son, Yang Kun.By right. He should have been the one favored by the family, possessing exceptional abilities. Yet Yang DeLong and his wife had always shown more affection toward the younger son, Yang Rong, who engaged in reckless antics, but knew how to charm them with sweet words. They instinctively felt a distance from their eldest son, believing him to be inscrutable. However, today was different, with their younger son deceased. They were left with only this one son. The instinctive bond of parental love surged forth. Your mother understands your intentions, but that scoundrel is ruthless. I cannot bear the thought of you in danger. Let others handle this matter, Tao Xian said, tears glistening in her eyes. Father, mother, I understand. I will be cautious. However, I cannot bear the burden of not avenging my brother myself. Yang Kun replied, sorrow etched on his features. His eyes glistening with unshed tears, he gazed at Yang Rong's lifeless body, silently vowing, brother, do not blame me. Blame your ability to win our parents' favor, for that is what unsettles me most. As for the one named Xiao Tian, I am sorry, but the weight of this burden falls upon you. Rest assured, after you are gone, I will ensure to burn more paper money for you, Kunner. We are aware of your intentions, and your brother in the afterlife will surely know as well. Tao Xian said, wiping her tears. The others also expressed their sentiments, reflecting on how the two brothers appeared to lack emotional connection, only to realize that, ultimately, there was indeed a bond between them. Little did they know, Yang Kun had rehearsed his expression management for this moment over 100 times. Yang Biao, this matter will be entrusted to you, he declared. Rest assured, the family head, I will handle it well. Yang Biao nodded. However, this individual possesses formidable strength and a ruthless heart. You must proceed with caution, seize the right opportunity, and ensure absolute certainty, Yang DeLong added with another reminder. The following day, at dawn, Xiao Tian rose as usual, had breakfast, and then rode his little electric scooter to work. Upon arriving at the group, he of course indulged in tea and newspapers. However, it wasn't long before his phone rang, displaying an unexpected caller. Bai Susu, he had a vivid impression of this sister of Bai Sujin, as she was the most captivating woman he had ever seen in a qipao, her long legs beneath the garment evoking endless fantasies. Yet, since their parting at the auction, they had not been in contact. So why was she reaching out now? He quickly answered the call, discovering that she wished to invite him to lunch that afternoon. Xiao Tian never turned down an invitation from a beauty and promptly accepted. After hanging up, curiosity piqued his interest. What prompted this girl to suddenly invite him to dine? Of course, he thought little of it, knowing he would eventually uncover her intentions, in a world where secrets seldom remain hidden. By noon, rumors began circulating regarding the murder of Yang Rong, the second son of the Yang family. At the very least, many individuals in the upper echelons were already aware of the news. Lu Ruoxi, as the president of Jialua Group, also caught wind of the developments, and her thoughts immediately returned to the events of the previous day, causing her complexion to pale in alarm. The first thought that sprang to her mind was, could this possibly be the doing of Xiao Tian? After all, the Yang family was not to be trifled with. Just then, the door to her office swung open, revealing a mischievous grin, none other than Xiao Tian himself. He had come, bored and aimlessly wandering. Come here quickly. I need to ask you something, Lu Ruoxi urged. What is it? Xiao Tian casually replied, noticing her serious demeanor, which piqued his curiosity. I want to know if you have any connection to the incident involving Yang Rong. Lu Ruoxi inquired pointedly. Yang Rong? What happened to him? Xiao Tian asked, feeling utterly perplexed. He is dead. Dead? Xiao Tian was taken aback by the news. Indeed, it is rumored that he was murdered last night, Lu Ruoxi confirmed with a nod. Although she shared the same roof with Xiao Tian, if he had ventured out at night, she and Aunt Shun would have been none the wiser. After a brief moment of shock, Xiao Tian began to understand why Lu Ruoxi was so tense. He smiled slightly and said, Are you suggesting that this incident has something to do with me? It's not just a suggestion. I must ascertain whether you are involved, Lu Ruoxi insisted anxiously. She did not want to think this way, but the coincidence was too striking. Just the day before, members of the Yang family had caused trouble at the group over Yang Rong, and that very night, he was killed. Xiao Tian acknowledged this, smiling. I wouldn't mind if that so-called second young master vanished from this world, but I assure you, I have no part in it whatsoever. Are you quite certain? Lu Ruoxi pressed, still harboring doubts. I genuinely am, Xiao Tian affirmed with a nod. That is a relief, Lu Ruoxi said, patting her chest as she sought to calm her tumultuous thoughts. Her greatest fear was that Xiao Tian was indeed responsible. That would spell disaster. As long as he was innocent, she could remain unconcerned about the so-called second young master's fate. Just make sure to behave yourself from now on and avoid causing trouble. Lu Ruoxi commanded, unwittingly adopting a somewhat authoritative tone. I am quite well behaved, Xiao Tian replied somewhat defensively. Generally, he would not create trouble unless provoked, of course. If he were provoked, that was an entirely different matter. Before long, he was ushered out by Lu Ruoxi, a routine he had grown accustomed to. Stepping out of her office, he couldn't help but ponder who had killed Yang Rong. However, after a moment, he dismissed the thought. It was none of his concern. That arrogant second son of the Yang family was bound to attract enemies, so it was hardly surprising. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived. Xiao Tian hailed a taxi to Tinjing Pavilion, as there was a considerable distance between Jialua Group and the restaurant, making his electric scooter impractical. Upon reaching Tinjing Pavilion, he found Bai Susu already waiting at the entrance. Today, she wore a qipao adorned with a blue and white porcelain pattern, exuding a gentle femininity that accentuated her height. Her long legs, visible beneath the split of the qipao, captured Xiao Tian's undivided attention. Bai Susu's legs were the embodiment of a phrase. Leg play, for years, Mr. Xiao, please come in, Bai Susu said, seemingly oblivious to his gaze. offering a soft smile before turning to lead the way inside, with Xiao Tian following closely behind. Observing by Susu's swaying waist, he felt as though he were admiring a magnificent piece of art. Her devilishly alluring figure, her exquisite waist-to-hip ratio, was the stuff of dreams for every man. Bai Susu sensed a burning gaze upon her back, akin to radar. Without needing to look, she could guess what the other was admiring. Trusting her intuition, she endeavored to feign ignorance. Turning her head, she indeed caught Xiao Tian's eyes fixated on a certain spot. Mr. Xiao, your table is in the 1001 private room ahead. Please go ahead while I tend to the kitchen, she instructed. All right, he nodded, unfazed despite being caught, his thick skin allowing him to remain unperturbed. Bai Susu hurried toward the kitchen, leaving Xiao Tian with a sense of regret. He was thoroughly engrossed in his admiration. At that moment, in a private room within Tinjing Pavilion, Qiao Yu was enthusiastically entertaining a middle-aged man clad in an exquisite suit, exuding the confident aura of a successful individual. This man was none other than Zhang Qianfan, the chairman of Ding Sheng Investment Group. Chairman Zhang, could you shed some light on how your group is considering our company's financing? Qiao Yu inquired nervously. Young Master Qiao, being a promising talent and a Ritterni elite, our analysis department has scrutinized your company thoroughly and found it to possess remarkable prospects. Zhang Qianfan replied, swirling his wine glass, that we have decided to inject 20 million into your company as an initial investment, acquiring a 10 stake. Thank you, Chairman Zhang. I shall not disappoint your support and trust, Qiao Yu exclaimed, overjoyed. Zhang Qianfan's reputation in Jiangqing's investment sector was akin to a banner of prestige. His investments served as a significant endorsement, greatly validating both Qiao Yu and his company, laying a solid foundation for future rounds of financing. Furthermore, Ding Sheng could offer not only capital, but also invaluable resources that money could not buy. With Ding Sheng's backing, his company's future appeared exceedingly bright. Just then, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure outside the window. The moment he recognized that silhouette, his pent-up frustration ignited. Memories of their encounter at the buy-in restaurant flooded back. He had initially thought Xiao Tian a mere bumpkin, scornfully dismissing him. Realizing he had been played for a fool, he could only imagine how Xiao Tian must have laughed at his expense. He felt a surge of indignation. With his temperament, he ought to teach that brat a lesson to vent his frustration, but he still harbored hopes regarding the enchanting Luo Qing. Would such an act tarnish her view of him? After much contemplation, he resolved to secure Luo Qing's affections first. However, what irked him greatly was that his multiple invitations had all been declined. Despite her courteous refusals, the rejections spoke volumes. He couldn't help but wonder if it was due to that man. The thought deepened his discontent. Even if that fellow was not a genuine bumpkin, what right did he have to compare with him, Qiao Yu? He was a Ritterni elite and had independently founded a company worth billions. What could that guy possibly offer? Originally, he had been trying to put this matter behind him while negotiating financing with Ding Sheng, but to his dismay, he encountered that brat once more. The suppressed emotions erupted. Mr. Qiao, is everything all right? Zhang Qianfan inquired, noticing his sudden change in demeanor. Nothing, Chairman Zhang. Just spotted an exceedingly annoying individual, Qiao Yu replied, although he should have remained with such an important guest as Zhang Qianfan. He could not contain the seething anger that had been building within him upon seeing that man out of course. Another reason was that their discussions were nearing completion, and there were no significant issues remaining. Would you like me to assist you? Zhang Qianfan offered nonchalantly, and no need for that. Merely a little rascal. How could he dare to provoke Zhang Dong? Qiao Yu pleaded for mercy and then exited the room. Chapter 89. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Tian entered the private room 1001, casually lighting a cigarette. I must say, this private room far surpasses the one where Lu Jinyuan treated him to a meal last time in terms of luxury. The unrivaled river view was nearly unobstructed, and the interior decoration was exquisitely crafted. It was likely the finest booth in Tinjiuxian. As he admired the distant river scenery, a sudden sound of footsteps broke his reverie. He turned to see someone and was momentarily taken aback. Grass carp? A warm smile instantly appeared on his face. It has indeed been a long time since we last met. It has been a long time. Grass carp gritted his teeth and replied, furthermore, I shall remind you once more, My name is Chow Yu, not Grasscarp. After all, it is merely a name, meant for others to call. Xiao Tian seemed unfazed by the fiery glare from him, chuckling instead. Upon hearing this, Chow Yu felt his anger boil over, yet he did not wish to linger on this name any further, for he had previously worked himself up over it. I ask you, was the incident last time intentional? Chow Yu fixed his gaze on Xiao Tian and demanded. Hearing this, Xiao Tian could not help but laugh, giving him a pointed look. Not too foolish after all. Although he had already suspected, hearing the admission from the other party ignited his rage further, for it implied that the other had completely regarded him as a fool to toy with. How could a distinguished elite returning from abroad, a company president, tolerate being played for a fool by someone so insignificant? Teach this brat a good lesson, he commanded to a burly man behind him. This man possessed an imposing physique, seemingly brimming with immense strength. He was a bodyguard that Chow Yu had hired at great expense, as he took his personal safety quite seriously, of course, on another level. It also projected an image of prestige. Suddenly, the man stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch. The force of the blow was tremendous, even creating a gust of wind. To be honest, he had not expected to bother with such a scrawny little fellow. However, a job is a job. After all, in the blink of an eye, the punch was upon the other party. Yet it suddenly halted, not by his own volition, but because a hand had enveloped his fist, forcing him to stop. How could this be? The man was taken aback, immediately exerting more force in an attempt to break free. However, no matter how much strength he summoned, even to the point of straining himself, he could not advance an inch that a wave of horror washed over him. How could this young man possess such strength? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming force surge through, and his fist shattered. An indescribable agony enveloped him, causing cold sweat to pour down his face. Bang! Xiao Tian casually picked up a nearby wooden chair and struck down with it. The solid wood chair splintered upon impact, and the man crumpled to the ground, unable to rise again. Chow Yu was left dumbfounded. His bodyguard was a skilled Muay Thai fighter, yet he had been so easily taken down. Who on earth was this guy? Grasscarp, are you satisfied with this outcome? Xiao Tian said with a half-smile. Slap. At that moment, a sudden slap struck his face, spinning him around like a top before he collapsed to the ground. Feeling a fiery sting on his cheek and stars dancing before his eyes, a sense of humiliation flooded over him. He could hardly believe that this little rascal dared to slap him. Chow Dong, what on earth is happening? Just then, a surprised voice rang out that it was Zhang Qianfan, who had been waiting inside for a few minutes, feeling a bit bored, and had come out to see what was happening. Upon stepping outside, he was startled by a loud crash from the nearby private room. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to see Chow Yu's bodyguard lying on the ground, wailing in agony, while Chow Yu himself was sprawled beside him, a distinct handprint visible on his face. Zhang Dong, please help me. Teach this fellow a lesson. Upon seeing Zhang Qianfan, Chow Yu felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Although Zhang Qianfan was alone, his status was undeniable. In Jiangcheng, while he could not compare to the three major families, he was still considered a significant figure. Anyone would weigh the gravity of his words. Zhang Qianfan was also curious about who had been so merciless. Raising his head, he was met with an incredibly familiar face. Mr. Xiao, what brings you here? Zhang Qianfan was momentarily taken aback, never expecting to encounter Xiao Tian here. Mr. Xiao? Chow Yu felt utterly bewildered. How could Zhang Qianfan know this person, and why did he seem to hold him in such high regard? What on earth was happening in this world? It was unimaginable that a mere phone call could summon someone like Dao Meng for a video chat. Just how powerful was the backing behind this? Even the most elite families in Huaxia could not achieve such a feat. What thrilled him even more was that he had already arranged to visit Mr. Dao Meng in Europe next month, that he understood that this was not merely his own standing, but rather the influence of Mr. Xiao. It's nothing, perhaps just a matter of me appearing a bit displeasing to the eyes. Xiao Tian shrugged. This seemingly dismissive statement plunged Xiao Yu into despair. Zhang Qianfan immediately declared, I hereby announce the withdrawal of the investment from Dingxing Group in your company. Furthermore, I will inform my peers to refrain from investing in your company. No, please don't. Zhang Dong, Xiao Yu was taken aback. This withdrawal would have a massive impact on his company, especially the part about informing his peers, which would lead him down a path of no return. It was crucial to note that Zhang Qianfan held significant weight not only in Jiangqing's investment circles, but was also highly regarded nationwide among the younger generation of investors. His warning was essentially cutting off all avenues for funding. Who would still consider investing in his company? However, despite Qiao Yu's pleas, Zhang Qianfan remained unmoved, casting a brief glance at Xiao Tian at that moment. Qiao Yu came to the realization that the rustic fellow he had always belittled was indeed the true puppeteer behind the scenes. He then clutched Xiao Tian's leg, tears streaming down his face, begging, "Mr. Xiao, I realize my mistakes. Please, grant me a path to survival." Chapter 90. Have you found the answer you seek? Granting you a path to survival is not out of the question. But regarding Miss Luo, rest assured, I will never disturb Miss Luo again. Qiao Yu immediately raised his hand in a vow that I shall give you this one chance. Xiao Tian nodded. Zhang Dong, I believe informing others is unnecessary. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Zhang Qianfan had no objections. Noticing that they appeared to be in a meeting, he sensibly stated, I shall not intrude any further. With that, he stepped back, and Qiao Yu hurriedly followed suit. The bodyguard, having regained a bit of composure, struggled to sit up. Just as the group exited, Bai Susu arrived, by this time. She had composed herself and appeared poised. However, upon stepping into the private room, she was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Xiao, are you demolishing my place? She stammered. She had not anticipated that in just a few minutes chaos would reign. Apologies, a minor incident occurred earlier, Xiao Tian said apologetically. Please let me know the cost, and I shall compensate. Very well. But for the compensation, you must accompany me for a few more drinks later. Bai Susu smiled sweetly. Certainly, Xiao Tian readily agreed. She pressed the service bell, and soon a waiter arrived, prompting her to call for cleaning staff. Once everything was tidied up, they both took their seats. Shortly, dishes began to arrive one after another. Bai Susu poured a glass of wine for each of them. Smiling, Mr. Xiao, allow me to toast you first. Very well. The two clinked their glasses gently before downing their drinks. Miss Bai, what prompted you to invite me to dinner today? After a few rounds of drinks, Xiao Tian inquired. Does one need a reason to treat Mr. Xiao to a meal? Bai Susu glanced at him. Her tone sultry at this moment. A rosy hue had crept on her cheeks, and with that glance, she exuded an alluring charm. In truth, Bai Susu bore a resemblance to Luo Qing. Both were the type of enchanting beauties that could captivate a man's heart. Yet there was a distinction, while both were seductive. Luo Qing's allure was external, whereas Bai Susu's was internal. Surely, Miss Bai is not suggesting that she has fallen for me. Xiao Tian chuckled playfully. Why not? Bai Susu leaned closer to Xiao Tian, her breath fragrant. I have a clear understanding of myself. I am not yet at that stage where everyone loves me and flowers bloom on my arrival. Xiao Tian took a gentle sip of red wine. Mr. Xiao, why must you belittle yourself? Bai Susu smiled slightly, her hand naturally climbing up Xiao Tian's chest, gently caressing. Miss Bai, do you realize you are playing with fire? Xiao Tian smiled meaningfully at is that so? As he spoke, he had already unbuttoned one of the collar buttons of his shirt, and a delicate hand slipped inside this moment. Although Bai Susu appeared calm on the surface, a storm of emotions surged within her. Was this still a human body? The hand that grazed over him felt like it was tracing deep ravines, crisscrossing all over. Were those long scars from a knife? Or were they bullet wounds? How had he survived so close to the heart? The more she touched, the more shaken she became. Shouldn't I reciprocate your advances? Xiao Tian smirked. At the same time, he reached out and wrapped an arm around Bai Susu's waist, lifting her gently so that she found herself sitting on his lap. His large hands began to draw circles on her slender waist. Bai Susu couldn't help but tremble, her face flushed with shyness. Mr. Xiao, please, don't let anyone see us. The waiter is still serving the dishes. That's fine. Xiao Tian whispered in her ear. Have you found the answer you were seeking? Upon hearing this, Bai Susu shivered again, looking at Xiao Tian with soft eyes. Mr. Xiao, what do you mean by that? The way he looked at her made one yearn to cherish him. Xiao Tian merely smiled, remaining silent, though his mischievous hand did not cease its exploration in a moment. Bai Susu felt as if countless ants were crawling over her skin. It was an extraordinary sensation. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. The waiter always knocked before entering the private room. At the sound, Bai Susu immediately tried to break free, but Xiao Tian's strong grip held her firmly in place. When the waiter entered with a tray of dishes, she was taken aback by the sight. Her boss was sitting on the lap of a strange man. She hastily set down the dishes and retreated, carefully closing the door behind her. "Are you satisfied now?" Bai Susu huffed, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "I wonder what the employees thought of me just now." She knew those young waiters loved to gossip and could hardly keep secrets. "What if word got out? You're saying only the officials can start fires while the commoners can't light lamps?" Xiao Tian feigned innocence. Yet, seeing his innocent demeanor, Bai Susu felt an urge to retaliate. It was as if he had taken advantage of her and was now playing coy. From that moment on, Bai Susu became considerably more subdued, no longer daring to provoke him. She understood that men were creatures driven by desire, and if she ignited his passion, things could spiral out of control. "Well, thank you for your hospitality, Miss Bai," Xiao Tian said as he stood up, feeling satiated. "Are you leaving already? How unfortunate." "I have to work this afternoon." Xiao Tian shrugged. Bai Susu couldn't help but laugh at his words. "Then let me see you off." She escorted him to the door, where he hailed a taxi and waved goodbye before departing. Bai Susu watched the taxi fade into the distance. Lost in thought, "Stop staring. If you keep looking, you'll turn into a stone waiting for your husband." Just then, a teasing voice chimed in as a stylishly dressed woman with striking features approached. Standing beside Bai Susu, she was hardly less stunning, an absolute goddess in her own right. "Miss Ming, what brings you here today?" Bai Susu asked with a knowing smile. "It's been a while since I've visited." "I've missed you," Miss Ming replied with a grin. "Now, spill the beans. Who was that young handsome man just now?" "Don't even think about denying it. I saw everything from the car. Just a friend," Bai Susu replied casually, "though he might just solve my dilemma." "You mean that guy?" Miss Ming was momentarily stunned. How could he possibly help? She knew the level of the problems Bai Susu faced. A man who looked so ordinary, even somewhat like a security guard, could not possibly assist her. "Things are not as simple as you think," Bai Susu replied mysteriously. Chapter 91. The most ingenious link. The taxi sped down the road, and Xiao Tian squinted slightly, giving the impression of dozing off. However, his mind was racing. Although today's lunch was not a grand banquet, it was undeniably purposeful. Bai Susu's enthusiastic advances were hardly due to any genuine affection for him. Despite his self-confidence, he was acutely aware that he was not so striking as to ensnare someone's heart after just one or two encounters. Clearly, Bai Susu was seeking answers from him, as evidenced by her lingering touch on his scars. Had she already deduced parts of his past? If so, it indicated that Bai Susu was no ordinary woman. Her status and influence were formidable, at the very least. The three prominent families of Jiang City would not be able to uncover the full truth. Judging by her reactions today, it was likely that she had only scratched the surface. And the real intent of this meal was more about probing. But what was her purpose? Simple curiosity. Suddenly, a spark of clarity illuminated his eyes. "Driver, please stop to see it's still quite a distance. And it's hard to catch a cab around here," the driver kindly replied. "It's all right. I just remembered I have something to attend to nearby." Xiao Tian smiled. "Do you want me to wait for you a bit?" "No need. You can go ahead." Xiao Tian waved his hand. "All right then." The driver ceased further conversation and sped away. After the driver left, Xiao Tian did not depart. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully at the corner a couple of 100 meters away. Soon, a business vehicle slowly approached, coming to a halt before him, and three individuals emerged. Point one was an ordinary middle-aged man, while the other two were martial artists, one at the novice level and the other at the intermediate level. Xiao Tian was somewhat surprised. Such a lineup was uncommon in Jiang City. "Speak. Why have you been following me?" Xiao Tian asked, a smile playing on his lips. "Of course. To take your life," the ordinary middle-aged man replied flatly. "We seem to have no grievances against each other." Xiao Tian furrowed his brow. Was it possible that the young heir of the Ji family was not satisfied and had sent someone again? "You killed our second young master, yet you dare say there are no grudges," the middle-aged man retorted coldly. "Yang Rong?" Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Why should I care if your second young master is dead? Still dare to deny it? The middle-aged man scoffed. You probably didn't expect this, did you? Although you were masked last night, and the surveillance video from the guest house was destroyed, one of our second young master's bodyguard survived. He has already informed our family head that our second young master recognized you at that moment. From the middle-aged man's words, Xiao Tian quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Someone had killed Yang Rong and framed him for the crime. The mention of the surviving bodyguard indicated that it was a mistake on the part of the assailants. Yet Xiao Tian suspected that this mistake was likely intentional. In fact, this oversight might be the most ingenious link in the entire incident. Allowing the bodyguard to reveal his name, if I were to say that I didn't kill your second young master, would you believe me? Xiao Tian asked with a smirk. Are you feeling scared now? The middle-aged man certainly did not believe him, sneering. I'm afraid it's too late. No sooner had he finished speaking than the two martial artists lunged forward, one throwing a powerful punch that shattered the surrounding air with a deafening roar. The other followed suit, fingers outstretched like eagle talons, aimed directly at Xiao Tian's throat. If caught, it would surely snap his neck. Xiao Tian's eyes turned frosty as he swiftly dodged the punch and spun to face the other attacker. As the eagle claw descended, stirring a formidable gust of wind, Xiao Tian extended his hand in a counterattack, aiming for the assailant's throat as well. The attacker, dismissing him with a scornful smile, realized too late that it was impossible to react in time. Suddenly, his laughter faltered. He felt a firm grip tightening around his neck. How could this be? A wave of panic surged within him. He believed everything was under his control, that he never anticipated that this young man would be so fast. From the moment he struck to the moment he seized his throat, barely a tenth of a breath had passed. Even high-level martial artists would struggle to achieve such speed. What terrified him even more was the look in Xiao Tian's eyes. He saw a complete indifference to life itself. The assassin must be slain. Xiao Tian spoke with a voice as cold as ice. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly snapped the man's neck. The head of the novice martial artist immediately drooped to one side. Devoid of any breath, he casually discarded the body like that of a wild dog. The other individual was left in a state of utter shock. Everything had transpired so swiftly that he could scarcely comprehend the fact that his companion had been reduced to a lifeless corpse. Seeking vengeance, he bellowed loudly and launched another punch. Yet in that moment, he dared not underestimate his opponent. As he struck, a vacuum tunnel formed before him, and within this void, his fist carried the might of thunder. Advancing relentlessly, "Come forth," Xiao Tian shouted, matching the attack with a punch of his own. Did he truly wish to engage in a contest of strength? The intermediate martial artist was momentarily taken aback, only to be swept by elation. This young man was indeed overestimating his capabilities. After all, his proficiency lay in the art of boxing, with a punch heavy enough to crush 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Even a lion could be felled with a single blow, let alone such a youth. Boom! In the next instant, their fists collided with a sound that echoed like thunder. Violent energy surged forth, wreaking havoc in all directions. Meanwhile, the expression on the intermediate martial artist's face shifted dramatically. He felt his arm shatter with each passing moment, blood gushing forth, even exposing bone, a sight both ghastly and chilling. This was not the end. After shattering the intermediate martial artist's arm, Xiao Tian's fist continued unabated, crashing into the man's chest. Bang! Instantly, the intermediate martial artist experienced an overwhelming force of recoil, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. The middle-aged man stood utterly dumbfounded. Instinctively, he turned to glance at the airborne intermediate martial artist. Witnessing his chest utterly caved in, it was evident without a doubt. He was beyond salvation. In that moment, his mind went blank, unable to process the reality. The individuals he had brought along were no ordinary experts. They were martial artists. It was known that martial artists were a rare and treasured breed throughout China, in comparison to other so-called experts. They existed on an entirely different plane. In the city of Jiang, it was likely that only 3 prominent families possessed such martial artists. Other families, no matter how affluent, could never attain such status. After all, martial artists also required a certain level of prestige. Even the 3 prominent families treated their martial artists with utmost respect. This time, the family head had been driven to the brink of fury. dispatching 2 martial artists with the intent of capturing this young man. Aiming to ensure the demise of the second young master, he believed that with these 2 martial artists in action, success was guaranteed. Little did he expect that, after merely a couple of exchanges, both martial artists would perish. It was a battle that bore no relation to rank. It resembled a game between an adult and an infant, with the young man as the adult and the 2 martial artists as the infants. Overcome with fear, he collapsed to the ground, trembling and pleading, "Hero, I beg you, spare my life." I thought he could not help but feel terror. Since the other party had already slain 2 martial artists, he would undoubtedly not hesitate to slay one more. Observing the man's demeanor, Xiao Tian felt no inclination to act against him and waved dismissively. "Indeed, I shall convey your message faithfully." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately complied, hastily retreating to his vehicle and accelerating away, terrified that the other might change his mind. This young man was, without a doubt, a harbinger of death. At that moment, Xiao Tian was filled with frustration. He had no qualms about eliminating the second young master of the Yang family, merely an insignificant insect. However, what he found intolerable was being manipulated by others. After considering the matter, he called Lei Yu, instructing him to bring 2 individuals. He refrained from summoning Xiao Guanwen or Su Mingyue as he had before for a specific reason. After all, the deceased were members of the Jiang City Yang family, and it would not bode well for them to become involved. Lei Yu arrived swiftly, within approximately 10 minutes. Upon seeing the 2 corpses on the ground, he initially paid little heed, but upon recognizing the face of one, he gasped in shock. "Mr. Xiao, are you you recognize them?" Xiao Tian casually inquired. The individual he pointed to was a servant of the Yang family, known to Lei Yu from a couple of encounters. As a prominent figure in Jiang City's underground forces, Lei Yu was certainly familiar with the term martial artist and recognized that this man was indeed a genuine martial artist. As for the other individual, he too was likely a martial artist. This revelation implied that Mr. Xiao was also a martial artist, perhaps one of considerable strength. The realization sent a chill down Lei Yu's spine. He had previously entertained thoughts of assisting Guishu Hai and his son against such a formidable figure. Truly, it had been a reckless endeavor. Fortuitously, he had come to his senses in time. Otherwise, the grass atop his grave would be quite tall by now, and in truth, he had only known that Mr. Xiao possessed remarkable skills and likely held a significant identity. But he had never anticipated that he was also a powerful martial artist. He marveled at the wisdom of his earlier decision. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to how Mr. Xiao had crossed paths with the Yang family. "By the way, Lei Yu, what do you know about the Yang family?" Xiao Tian suddenly inquired. The Yang family is one of the 3 prominent families in Jiang City, alongside the Ji and Meng families. Lei Yu responded. Jiang City is a major economic hub in the south, so these 3 families are regarded as superfamilies throughout the region. Their power and influence cannot be underestimated. Xiao Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, while he had not placed much importance on the 3 families, he had previously underestimated their significance. He had not anticipated the existence of martial artists within their ranks, although he had yet to encounter the Meng family and was uncertain of their situation. Based on the foundation and strength displayed by the Ji and Yang families, they could easily rank among the top 20 or 30 in the dark underworld, if not higher, in the dark underworld. China had long been regarded as a forbidden zone, rarely traversed by outsiders. In this ancient and mysterious land, one could never fathom what lay beneath the surface. It seemed that the legacy of martial arts was also thriving. Xiao Tian had not been particularly knowledgeable about this domain, having followed an elder to the mountains in his youth, subsequently serving in the northern frontier and later finding himself in the dark underworld. His understanding of the martial arts world in China was rather limited. However, through the lens of the 3 prominent families in Jiang City, he could glean some insights. "What I wish to inquire about is how much you know about the personnel within the Yang family," Xiao Tian stated, his inquiry rooted in purpose. Initially, he had thought that Yang Rong's arrogance had provoked others, leading to his demise. But if that were the case, there would be no need for such elaborate efforts to contact him. This individual was desperately concealing their identity, surely with ulterior motives. Moreover, anyone capable of orchestrating such events would undoubtedly be well informed about the happenings surrounding Yang Rong, at least aware of the conflict between Yang Rong and himself. From these two perspectives, he harbored a strong suspicion that this person likely hailed from within the Yang family that I know a bit. The current head of the Yang family is Yang Delong, and his wife is named Tao Xian. They have two sons, Yang Kuan and Yang Rong. Apart from this lineage, there are also 2 or 3 direct branches and 5 or 6 collateral branches. Lei Yu replied that in this regard, my knowledge is rather limited. If Mr. Xiao requires it, I can expedite the collection of relevant information in the coming days. Lei Yu added. Xiao Tian remained noncommittal, pondering briefly before asking, what do you know about the relationship between Yang Kuan and Yang Rong? How do they get along? He approached this inquiry from the straightforward perspective of who would benefit most from Yang Rong's demise. In that light, Yang Kuan would stand to gain the most, for with Yang Rong's death, Yang Delong and his wife would have only one son remaining. Not much, really. Lei Yu contemplated briefly. I've not heard of any significant interactions between the two brothers, and many know that Yang Delong and his wife are particularly fond of their younger son, seemingly indifferent toward their elder son. Yang Kun, I've heard a rumor, though I cannot vouch for its authenticity, that they even considered having their younger son, Yang Rong, inherit the family. Of course, that notion is moot now. I just learned today that Yang Rong was murdered last night in a private room at a nightclub. At this point, Lei Yu abruptly shuddered, casting an incredulous glance at the 2 corpses on the ground before looking back at Xiao Tian. Mr. Xiao, could it be? With Yang Rong having been slain just last night, and the Yang family dispatching 2 martial artists today, it was difficult not to draw connections. Upon observing Lei Yu's expression, Xiao Tian discerned his thoughts, and, feeling a surge of irritation, replied, I've been framed in this matter. At that moment, Xiao Tian's mind was beginning to form a hypothesis. It was highly likely that this was the handiwork of the eldest son of the Yang family, Yang Kuan, although he could not be certain. The motive was compelling enough. Is that so? Lei Yu, relying on his instincts, believed in Mr. Zhao's claims of being framed. Very well, please attend to these 2 corpses, Xiao Tian commanded. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu waved his hand, and 2 individuals promptly disembarked from the vehicle. Mr. Xiao, I escort you? Lei Yu inquired, and oh need, Xiao Tian replied with a dismissive gesture before departing. Meanwhile, at the Yang residence, Yang Biao stumbled into the hall of the rear courtyard. Yang Delong and his wife, along with Yang Kuan and several other direct descendants of the family, awaited him. Yang Biao, have you dealt with that boy? Tao Xian immediately questioned upon his entrance. She was eager to witness the corpse of the young man named Xiao Tian before her. Yang Biao, where are the 2 guardians? Yang Delong asked, glancing behind Yang Biao only to find it empty, which piqued his curiosity. Head of the family, madam, both guardians are dead. Yang Biao knelt, his face a mask of despair. What? Dead? Yang Delong gasped, his astonishment palpable. The 2 guardians were the pinnacle of their family's martial prowess, one of whom was even an intermediate-level martial artist. How could they possibly have perished? Indeed, that boy is a veritable demon. Before I could recover my senses, both guardians were slain, Yang Biao recounted, his voice trembling with fear. Tao Xian coldly inquired, her gaze piercing. The others turned their attention to Yang Biao as well, pondering how it was conceivable for him to survive while both guardians had perished. Head of the family, madam, he asked me to convey a message to you. What message? They pressed. The boy said that the death of the second young master has nothing to do with him. He advised you to keep your eyes peeled and not to be used as a scapegoat. He was aware that others would inevitably step forward. Sure enough, one of the family members immediately retorted, Nonsense. He is merely trying to wriggle out of responsibility. Indeed, he failed to clean up after himself and left traces behind. Now he seeks to absolve himself. Another chimed and it's too coincidental that after our family approached him during the day, the second young master was killed that very night. Who else could it be but him? Their reasoning was sound. Otherwise, how could the bodyguard have claimed that the second young master had recognized him? Surely the bodyguard would not lie. This was simply impossible. The Yang family's direct descendants voiced their dissent vigorously. They were oblivious to the fact that Yang Rong had actually identified the assailant as Xiao Tian, not based on appearance or stature, but due to a single phrase that instinctively evoked thoughts of Xiao Tian, which added another layer of intrigue to the entire affair. What you say is reasonable. Tao Xian's eyes glinted with determination. This child must die. Ah, Xian, rest assured, I will ensure that this child pays for wrong arrest demise. Yang DeLong sighed slightly. However, we must deliberate on this matter carefully. As the head of the Yang family, he could not afford to act impulsively like Tao Xian, who was consumed by her fury. He had to prioritize the family's welfare above all else. The fact that this young man could slay 2 guardians indicated that he was also a martial artist, likely of intermediate rank or higher, necessitating a cautious approach. Others gradually regained their composure at the mention of facing a martial artist, which posed a far greater challenge than dealing with an ordinary person that a single misstep could plunge the family into peril. Yang Biao considered voicing his belief that the young man was not lying. But amidst the fervor, he dared not utter a word. Yang Kun's eyes narrowed, his thoughts inscrutable. He paid little attention to the Yang family matters. If they could behave themselves, that would be ideal. If not, he would not hesitate to let them experience the wrath of a vengeful spirit. Compared to the Yang family, he was far more concerned about the situation in the northern border. Qingqing had been there for some time now, and he wondered how matters were unfolding. That it was likely that Chu Yinan was also having a tough time. West orange, north bitter. The environment may not suit him. He murmured, a significant smile curling at the corners of his lips. Nevertheless, some matters required time to ripen, and he was in no rush. That moment, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the security department, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In this regard, only one person within the entire Jialua group could achieve such an effect. Luo Qing, the enchanting public relations director, a feat even Lu Ruoxi and Tang Yun could not replicate. However, the security staff knew that Luo Qing, as the head of the PR department, was unlikely to be seeking them. She was most certainly looking for Xiao Tian. The security personnel often wondered how it was that this fellow, slightly more skilled than them and marginally more handsome, garnered such admiration from women. Xiao Tian was oblivious to their thoughts. Had he known, he would have retorted just slightly more, not to mention his skills. But merely his visage was far beyond what these rough men could compare to. Indeed, the next moment, Luo Qing's voice rang out. Xiao Tian, come here for a moment. With that, she turned and walked to a corner adjacent to the security department, and Xiao Tian quickly followed. Director Luo, what brings you here, busy as you are? If there's anything you need, just let me know, and I can come to you, Xiao Tian said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 94, a hot commodity. He just sent me a message saying he would no longer pursue me and even apologize for the trouble he caused earlier, Luo Qing informed. That young man is quite perceptive. Xiao Tian chuckled, though it was within his expectations. For Chao Yu, the choice between women and matters was undoubtedly clear. Director Luo, I senti this what you've been hoping for. Indeed, it is what I wished for. But how exactly did you manage it? Luo Qing asked curiously, recalling how she had exhausted every possible method to shake off that persistent individual who clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. To her surprise, after she had playfully shifted the matter onto Xiao Tian, it had been resolved in no time. Naturally, she immediately thought of Xiao Tian's involvement, and at this moment, he confirmed her suspicions. Yet, she was intrigued as to how he had accomplished it. How had he not only resolved this nuisance, but also compelled that clingy individual to apologize to her? How he did it is not for you to worry about. A wise man has his own strategies, Xiao Tian laughed heartily. Devious, upon noticing his evasive wit, Luo Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes, then, with a sway of her hips, she departed. Now that this trouble had finally been resolved, she felt considerably lighter, her steps seemingly more buoyant. Xiao Tian watched her retreating figure, bewildered. And not even a word of thanks? Oh well, I'm a grown man, not one to bicker with a young lady. Of course, he recognized that their familiarity rendered formalities unnecessary. Simultaneously, within a grand estate in the capital, a man in his 30s savored tea alone. This was the year's new to Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, its fragrance intoxicating and refreshing. Although many varieties of Dahong Pao existed worldwide, most were counterfeit, as authentic Dahong Pao came from only a few tea trees, yielding a meager annual production. However, the man was assured of the authenticity of what he was drinking, for he had acquired one of those tea trees years prior. Like the tea that moment, a servant hurried in. Young master, a message has just arrived from Jiangcheng. The servant reported, Jiangcheng, by Su Su. The man's brow furrowed slightly. "Clever young master, you grasp it quickly," the servant responded promptly. "Spare me the flattery." "What is the matter?" the man retorted, irritation evident in his tone. "News has come from Jiangcheng that Bai Susu shares a particularly close relationship with a young man." Even what? The man's cold gaze bore down on the servant. This scrutiny sent a chill down the servant's spine, compelling him to lower his head. It has been reported that Bai Susu was even seen sitting on the young man's lap. Bang! Before the servant could finish, the valuable teacup in the man's hand shattered against the floor, splintering into pieces. Wretched woman! Does she think she is something special? Is this her form of rebellion against the family? The man roared in fury. The servant, terrified, knelt before him, unable to utter a single word. "Do you know who that man is?" the man asked, his voice laced with cold menace. "Get to investigating." His visage twisted into a snarl. Yes. The servant scrambled to his feet and fled the room in haste. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Tian idled away his time until the end of the workday, as he arrived at the villa on his little electric scooter. He was surprised to find Lu Ruoxi already there. Curiosity piqued, he asked, knowing well that this workaholic often worked overtime, and why parents have arrived. Lu Ruoxi replied nonchalantly, "Oh, your parents are here?" Xiao Tian paused in surprise. Just then, a cheerful voice emerged, revealing itself to be none other than Lu Jinyuan, his face beaming with delight. The warmth of his demeanor sent a chill down Xiao Tian's spine, only for Lu Jinyuan's gaze to fall upon the electric scooter Xiao Tian was pushing, causing his expression to sour instantly. Lu Ruoxi, having just stepped out of her car, was left in utter disbelief. Who, indeed, was the biological child here? Moreover, was it not she who forbade him from driving? He had refused. After all, Mr. Xiao is here to ensure your safety. This is utterly unacceptable. At that moment, a well-groomed middle-aged woman stepped out, echoing her sentiments. Lu Ruoxi was at her wit's end. Her mother and Xiao Tian had never even met. So why was she siding with him without seeking clarification? Upon noticing the resemblance between the middle-aged woman and Lu Ruoxi, Xiao Tian immediately deduced her identity and smiled, saying, "Uncle and aunt. You have misunderstood. President Lu asked me to drive, but considering the rush hour, I declined her kind offer." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyuan's expression softened slightly. At this juncture, the middle-aged woman turned to Xiao Tian, revealing a warm smile akin to the gentle winter sun. "Xiao Tian, I finally get to meet you in person. Ruoxi's father often speaks highly of you, saying how wonderful you are. I simply had to come and see for myself." "Xiao Tian, allow me to introduce you. This is Ruoxi's mother. You could just call her Aunt Jiang," Lu Jinyuan interjected. "Aunt Jiang, you flatter me," Xiao Tian responded obediently. "Come, let's go inside and have a meal," Aunt Jiang said enthusiastically. "Xiao Tian, you're in for a treat today. Aunt Jiang hasn't cooked in many years, and she's prepared several signature dishes just for you," Lu Jinyuan added with a cheerful grin. Xiao Tian was taken aback by the unexpected attention. "I must savor Aunt Jiang's culinary skills." "Good, make sure to eat plenty," Aunt Jiang replied, her delight evident. Lu Ruoxi, trailing behind the three, felt somewhat superfluous, as if they were the true family unit. Why this time? The dishes had been laid out on the table, and everyone took their seats. As for Aunt Shun, she remained busy in the kitchen, still working on the last soup. Aunt Shun, being quite traditional, had repeatedly declined the invitations from Xiao Tian and Lu Ruoxi to join them at the table, insisting that it was inappropriate for servants to dine with their masters. Despite Xiao Tian and Lu Ruoxi's protest that there were only a few people in the house, and such distinctions were unnecessary, Aunt Shun continued to shake her head in refusal. After several attempts, they decided to let it be. Perhaps she would feel uncomfortable dining at the table. Lu Jinyuan and Aunt Jiang, having known her for decades, understood her disposition well and did not press the matter. "Xiao Tian, do try this braised pork with chestnuts," Aunt Jiang said as she served him a generous helping of the dish, and this steamed black fungus. She added, hardly seated for long, Aunt Jiang began to serve Xiao Tian a plethora of dishes with the communal chopsticks. Lu Ruoxi had previously thought her father was quite warm towards this fellow, but she was surprised to find her mother even more so. She couldn't help but scrutinize Xiao Tian, wondering what was so special about him that made her parents regard him with such high esteem. "Xiao Tian, where are you from?" Aunt Jiang inquired casually. Aunt Jiang, I hail from Jiangsheng. Though I left at a very young age, Xiao Tian replied, "Oh, was it because your parents moved away for work? That must be quite a journey." Aunt Jiang asked, astonished to learn that Xiao Tian was indeed from Jiangsheng. Not only she, but also Lu Jinyuan and Lu Ruoxi were taken aback, as they had never inquired before. Xiao Tian shook his head slightly, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips. Not quite that. My parents passed away when I was very young, and I left afterward. The truth surrounding his parents' demise was too incredible and shrouded in mystery, so he chose not to elaborate. Xiao Tian, I'm so sorry to hear that, Aunt Jiang said, her expression changing to one of concern. It's all right, Aunt Jiang. I've long since come to terms with it, Xiao Tian replied, a gentle smile gracing his face. Indeed, one must look forward. Your parents would be pleased to know you are doing well, Aunt Jiang encouraged. Quite right, the departed are gone, but those of us who remain must live positively, Lu Jinyuan chimed in. Lu Ruoxi felt a slight tremor in her heart. She had not anticipated this seemingly jovial person to have such a sorrowful past. Xiao Tian, if you're willing, you may consider me and your Uncle Lu as your family, Aunt Jiang said with a significant tone. However, I believe your parents in the afterlife would wish to see you married and leading a blissful life. Normally, such sentiments would be perfectly acceptable, but for some inexplicable reason, Lu Ruoxi instinctively felt something amiss. Yes, Aunt Jiang, you're absolutely right, Xiao Tian responded, unable to counter the concern of an elder. By the way, Xiao Tian, do you currently have a partner or someone you fancy? Aunt Jiang asked, her gaze fixed on him. Mom, why are you asking this? Lu Ruoxi interjected, somewhat exasperated. I'm simply inquiring about Xiao Tian. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother, Aunt Jiang replied matter-of-factly. Isn't that right, Xiao Tian? Yes, Xiao Tian had little choice, but to agree. So, do you have someone you're dating? Well, that not exactly, Xiao Tian stammered. He had accrued quite a bit of emotional debt in the past. But in terms of a genuine girlfriend, he had none. What do you think of my daughter, Ruoxi? Aunt Jiang asked quite naturally. I could see that moment. Lu Ruoxi nearly spat out her drink, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Mom, what are you talking about? She exclaimed, rolling her eyes. What do you mean? Look at you, you're not getting any younger, always preoccupied with work. That a family is a woman's true sanctuary. Do you understand? Aunt Jiang admonished. Let me tell you, don't think that being young means you can take it easy. If you don't seize the moment and get married now, in a few years, you'll be an old maid. Do you realize that? Just like leftover food. Do you get it? And most importantly, you'll be classified as a high-risk pregnancy, which is detrimental to both you and the child. Lu Ruoxi felt a wave of disbelief. She was only 25 or 6. Was it really so exaggerated? She wanted to ask, are you really my mother? How could one be so disparaging of their own daughter? Well, Aunt Jiang, it's not that serious. Lu Jinyuan interjected awkwardly. He had intended to play matchmaker for Xiao Tian and his daughter, but hadn't he expected his wife to be so direct, raising the stakes to this level? You be quiet. Lu Jinyuan's interjection only served to draw fire towards him. This is all your fault for letting her run the company. Now look at her, consumed by work. At this rate, when will we ever have grandchildren? Lu Jinyuan's retort left him deflated. Xiao Tian couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Jinyuan's discomfiture. Upon first glance, he had assumed Aunt Jiang to be a refined and gentle woman, only to discover she was a veritable lioness. What are you laughing at? Lu Ruoxi glared at him, her irritation boiling over. Even if I were to find someone, it wouldn't be him. Humph, Xiao Tian wouldn't even consider you. Aunt Jiang scoffed before Xiao Tian could respond. Look at you, always so cold and aloof. Your face practically screams, keep your distance. If I were Xiao Tian, I would seriously rethink my options. Xiao Tian couldn't help but applaud Aunt Jiang's words. They resonated deeply with him. Melting this iceberg would be a monumental task. Well, our daughter is quite exceptional, and she and Xiao Tian seem to match well, Lu Jinyuan said cautiously. This time, Aunt Jiang did not reprimand him, but instead resumed her conversation with Xiao Tian. Actually, Aunt Jiang, you mentioned something earlier that I disagree with. Xiao Tian interjected at what did I say that was incorrect? Aunt Jiang asked, her demeanor shifting to one of warmth towards him. Aunt Jiang, you stated that in a few years, Ruoxi will no longer be attractive. I must disagree. Even in a few years, Ruoxi will still be stunning. Xiao Tian looked at Aunt Jiang and continued, You see, just by observing you, it's evident. Your skin remains fair and elastic, without a trace of eye bags or wrinkles. If a stranger saw you and Ruashi walking down the street, they would surely mistake you for sisters. Just think about it. Ruashi is your daughter, inheriting your genes. How could she be anything but beautiful? Oh, stop it. I'm getting old. Aunt Zhang waved her hands dismissively, though her heart was already brimming with joy. The more she looked at this young man, the more pleasing he became. Flatterer, Lu Ruashi scoffed. What is your point, Lu Ruashi? Do you think I was wrong in what I said? Xiao Tian adopted a stern expression. Aunt Zhang shot him an annoyed glance. Lu Ruashi fell momentarily silent. After all, Xiao Tian was just praising her mother, and her objection might seem like a slight against her mother. Lu Jingyan, observing from the side, offered silent condolences for his daughter. Truth be told, he anticipated his wife to hold Xiao Tian in such high regard. He had initially worried that she might look down on him for lacking a prominent background. Because of certain matters he kept to himself, he had never shared them with anyone, including his wife. Now it seemed his concerns were unfounded. After finishing a meal, the most discontented was undoubtedly Lu Ruashi, who had eaten little yet harbored a belly full of grievances. Chapter 96. Feelings toward Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, come take a stroll around the community with me, Lu Jinyuan suddenly suggested. All right, Xiao Tian nodded, aware that Lu Jinyuan must have something important to discuss. Sure enough, after a few minutes of casual conversation, Lu Jinyuan abruptly inquired, have you gotten to the bottom of that matter? Who is it? Exactly? Lu Jinyuan cast a glance at him. Deeply concerned as this issue pertained to his daughter's safety, Xiao Tian fell into contemplation, weighing whether to disclose the truth. Xiao Tian, in public, I am the chairman of Jialoa Group. In private, I am Ruashi's father, so please do not keep anything from me, Lu Jinyuan stated earnestly. Very well, Xiao Tian replied. It is a mysterious and exceedingly powerful organization from the West. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyuan's expression darkened further, that if Xiao Tian described it as both mysterious and powerful, it must surely exceed his imagination. What is the current situation? What do they want? Is it related to the research Ruashi has been involved in over the past few years? Uncle Lu, you are correct. They are indeed after the energy conversion project of Jialoa Group, which harbors astonishing profits. What if we abandon this research? For Lu Jinyuan, no amount of profit was worth more than his daughter's safety. I'm afraid that abandoning it now would be futile. Xiao Tian shook his head. They already know that Jialoa Group possesses this technology. They will not rest until they acquire it. Moreover, many crucial aspects reside in Ruashi's mind, and they will not spare her either. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Jinyuan. Additionally, this project embodies a significant amount of Ruashi's effort and hope. You know her character, she would never give up. Indeed, Lu Jinyuan sighed deeply. Perhaps my wife was right. I should not have entrusted the group to her, causing such a significant mess. Rest assured, Uncle Lu, with me here, I will ensure her safety, Xiao Tian vowed seriously. I trust you. This matter can only be entrusted to you. Lu Jinyuan expressed his gratitude, feeling utterly lost without Xiao Tian's assistance. Meanwhile, in Lu Ruashi's room upstairs, Ruashi, how do you feel about Xiao Tian? Jiang Lan asked with a smile, sitting on the edge of the bed. What do you mean by feel? Lu Ruashi's face flushed slightly as she stammered. Don't play coy with me. Jiang Lan rolled her eyes. What could there possibly be? He is carefree, disheveled, lacks ambition at work, and overall he is quite annoying. At that moment, Lu Ruashi was still irked by the events at the dinner table. I think that Xiao Tian is quite a good kid. Is he really as insufferable as you say? Jiang Lan questioned incredulously. Does he not have a single redeeming quality? Well, actually, there might be a few. Lu Ruashi felt a twinge of guilt for painting Xiao Tian in such a negative light. He appears carefree, but there are times when he is quite trustworthy. Furthermore, though he usually looks disheveled, when he does dress up, he is rather charming. As she spoke, she couldn't help but recall the last time she helped Xiao Tian buy clothes. He truly was quite captivating at that moment. Regarding work, the security department indeed had little to do. Lu Ruashi, feeling a bit odd, looked down to see her mother regarding her with a knowing smile. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Ruashi felt her face flush, as if her thoughts had been laid bare. Let me tell you, I have seen many outstanding men, including some top-notch young masters. Yet none caught my eye, except for Xiao Tian, who I recognized at first glance. Jiang Lan said meaningfully. There's no possibility for us, Lu Ruoxi murmured. What do you mean, no possibility? Jiang Lan winked and smiled. Have you not noticed? When he mentions you, he often calls you Ruoxi, and it feels very natural. What does that imply? Lu Ruoxi pondered. Had she really not noticed this detail? It seemed true. Aside from teasing her by calling her director Lu, he usually addressed her by her name. This indicates that you have entered his heart, Jiang Lan smiled. If a woman has entered a man's heart, it signifies that the man cannot escape. However, your personality truly needs some improvement. You are too cold and rigid. What man would like that? If he doesn't like it, then so be it. Who asked him to like me? Lu Ruoxi pouted. Xiao Tian escorted them to the door, and Lu Zhenyuan and his wife, of course, had their own chauffeur. After getting into the car and waving goodbye, the two turned back inside. What were you discussing with my dad? Lu Ruoxi asked. Oh, nothing. Just some topics among men, Xiao Tian shrugged. What about you and Annie upstairs? What were you two chatting about for so long? What does it matter to you? Lu Ruoxi rolled her eyes and headed upstairs. Xiao Tian felt somewhat speechless. Why was it acceptable for her to ask him, but not the other way around? He could only sigh. It seemed that women possessed the right to be unreasonable. In any case, his mind was a bit chaotic. In truth, Xiao Tian was also unable to sleep. His conversation with Lu Zhenyuan and his wife reminded him once more of his adoptive parents. Soon, it would be the anniversary of their passing, and he felt he should pay his respects. In fact, he had not established a grave for his adoptive parents. He had been pursued the day after their death and had no time to do so as for who had erected it. He still did not know to this day. Later, when he had the means, he inquired about it. Wanting to ascertain how his adoptive parents' remains had been handled, he discovered that a mysterious figure had obtained their ashes after cremation and secretly buried them. It seemed that all from that time was shrouded in a thick veil. Nonetheless, he felt gratitude towards this mysterious figure. As they had allowed his adoptive parents to rest in peace, he acknowledged that claiming he had no opportunity was a mere excuse. The real reason was that he did not wish to confront that wound. The death of his adoptive parents had left the deepest scar in his heart over the years. Additionally, he was subconsciously avoiding certain matters. After all these years, it was time for him to face them. He gazed out at the night sky and murmured, that veil from back then must be thoroughly lifted, although the current leads were scarce. He believed that day would surely come. Chapter 97. The Mysterious Case. That night, many were unable to sleep, not just Xiao Tian and Lu 11 in the Yang family's old residence. Yang Kuan was also deep in thought in his study. This afternoon, although his family did not believe a word uttered by the one called Xiao Tian, it instilled in him a profound sense of crisis. To him, this was a ticking time bomb. Since it was a ticking time bomb, the sooner it was defused, the better. However, the fact that this person could effortlessly slay both a beginner and an intermediate martial artist made him exceptionally wary. Otherwise, he would not have spent the entire night pondering this matter. He looked up at the man before him, Ah-san. Do you have any good ideas regarding this? Ah-san, who was just about to rest, had been summoned unexpectedly and guessed the reason. Young master, I have contemplated this issue as well. It seems we can only resort to hostage threats, Ah-san suggested after some thought. That aligns with my thoughts. Yang Kun nodded. But who should be our target? Previously, when the family had sent someone to investigate that kid, I subtly inquired. It seems that he has an unusual relationship with Lu Ruoxi, the president of Jialua Group. Ah-san remarked, perhaps we could target Lu Ru11 in a way. Yang Kun immediately rejected the idea. You should know that Lu Ruoxi is a woman favored by Jizha. If we were to target her, it could likely provoke Jizha and the Ji family's displeasure, which would be detrimental to my future inheritance of the family. Is there anyone else we can consider? I'm not sure about that. Ah-san shook his head. Understood. After speaking, Ah-san took his leave. The next morning, at dawn, Xiao Tian and Lu Ruoxi almost simultaneously rose from their rooms, although Xiao Tian had hardly slept a wink. Preoccupied with certain thoughts, as a martial artist, it did not affect him. He was still in high spirits. In contrast, Lu Ruoxi was different, having only fallen asleep in the latter part of the night. Her face bore signs of fatigue, and dark circles adorned her eyes that, oh, you look like you didn't rest well last night, Xiao Tian inquired with concern. However, upon seeing him, Lu Ruoshi's earlier feelings of frustration resurfaced, and she retorted, "Why do you care whether I slept well or not?" After receiving such a sharp reply, Xiao Tian touched his nose and walked into the kitchen to assist Aunt Chun with breakfast. Muttering to himself, "Why the sudden outburst? Has her menopause arrived early, or are relatives visiting?" Aunt Chun, who was inside, could not help but laugh upon hearing these words. "Mr. Xiao, your tongue is quite something. It can either lead to triumph or downfall." In truth, Lu Ruoshi felt a twinge of regret as soon as she spoke. Her mother had just advised her the night before to soften her demeanor and not be so icy and rigid. Yet, for reasons unknown, whenever she encountered this fellow, she found herself unable to restrain her reactions. However, upon reflection, she thought, "Wait a moment. Why should I alter myself for this person? I, Lu Ruoshi, am who I am, and I shall remain so." In an instant, she regained her regal composure. After finishing her breakfast, Lu Ruoshi drove away, while Xiao Tian continued on his electric scooter. Amidst the bustling morning rush, he weaved through the crowd. Just as he parked at the foot of the corporate building, a police car appeared, and a figure emerged from it, instantly capturing the attention of many onlookers. To their surprise, a remarkably beautiful policewoman stepped out. Her figure was simply stunning. However, why was a police car here so early in the morning? Could something have happened at the corporation? People began to speculate. At that moment, Xiao Tian turned his head and was taken aback. "Captain Su, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Su Mingwei. "Naturally, I have a matter to discuss that you remember that favor you owe me, of course. Now is the time for you to repay it." Su Mingwei replied that I currently have a perplexing case on my hands with no leads. "What case?" Xiao Tian inquired, curiosity piqued. "I cannot divulge much at this moment. Let's go and take a look first." "It's rather strange," Su Mingwei responded. The previous case involving the murder of Guoshu Hai and his son had left her deeply impressed by Xiao Tian's capabilities. So in her current state of helplessness, she had no choice but to seek his assistance. Xiao Tian felt intrigued by her words. "All right." He opened the car door and took a seat, since he was merely passing time in the security department. No one would notice his absence. However, as they watched him board Su Mingyue's vehicle through the window, the security personnel sighed in unison. As men themselves, they lamented the stark disparity. Look at him. Not only is he closely connected with the three beauties of the corporation, but now even a police flower has come knocking. Truly, comparing people only leads to despair. At that moment, a white cloth was draped over an object on a shelf. Su Mingwei stepped forward and lifted the cloth, revealing a body beneath. The instant Xiao Tian laid eyes on the figure, he involuntarily shuddered, for the person indeed appeared as Su Mingwei had described. Eerily so. The body was emaciated, devoid of any color, as if all the blood had been drained from it. This should have been a youthful girl, yet now she resembled a frail, elderly figure that I cannot ascertain the details. She was found dead on a remote road. The coroner's preliminary assessment indicates she died between 11 and midnight last night, likely while returning from night shift, and it was only around 4 in the morning that sanitation workers discovered her and reported it. She was first rendered unconscious, and then her blood was drawn from her body. The coroner estimates that at least 70% of her blood was extracted, resulting in this ghastly state. Blood is the essence of life. 70% drained, and even a celestial being could not revive her. As she spoke, Su Mingwei clenched her fists tightly, her face contorted with indignation. "If I ever catch that scoundrel, I will ensure he experiences a fate worse than death." Logically, as a police officer, it was inappropriate for Su Mingwei to voice such sentiments. Yet her anger was overwhelming. This was already the second incident within a month. "I can't believe there's been a prior case." Xiao Tian inquired, slightly astonished. He had been contemplating whether the two families harbored deep-seated grudges, resulting in such cruelty. "Indeed, not only that, since the last incident, I investigated and found that over the past few years, there have been numerous similar occurrences nationwide, all involving young female victims." Su Mingwei explained, "As for whether there were any before that, I cannot say, as the internet was not prevalent back then." Her statement led Xiao Tian to dismiss the possibility of revenge killings. If it was not a vendetta, he began to sense a different direction. Perhaps it was related to some form of dark sorcery. Chapter 98. Finding the pattern, by the way. Do you have any records of those similar cases? Xiao Tian inquired. Yes, I have compiled them. They're in my office, Su Mingwei replied. Shall we go check them out? Yes, Xiao Tian nodded, and the two exited. As the captain, Su Mingwei indeed had her own office. Upon reaching her office, she retrieved a well-organized file from the bookshelf and handed it to Xiao Tian. He immediately began to peruse the contents. After a few minutes, Su Mingwei remarked, I have gone through these records dozens of times. Aside from the young female victims, there are no notable similarities. Some come from ordinary families, while others are from affluent ones. Some are beautiful, and others are rather plain. In short, there is no discernible pattern. Is that so? I beg to differ, Xiao Tian replied with a teasing smile. What? Have you found a clue? That's impossible. Su Mingwei's face suddenly displayed shock. Why? Do you not believe me? Xiao Tian smirked. Shall we make a wager? I accept. I truly do not believe it, Su Mingwei said defiantly. What shall we wager? Xiao Tian mused, stroking his chin with a smile that I have yet to decide on the stakes, and no matter what it is. I agree, Su Mingwei declared boldly. Xiao Tian was taken aback. This girl was quite audacious. She agreed to wager without even specifying the stakes. This was partly due to Su Mingwei's inherently competitive nature, but also because she genuinely did not believe he could find a clue from these records in such a short time. If it were from another source, she might have believed it. After all, she had studied this stack of materials for quite some time, often to the point of mental exhaustion, without uncovering any valuable leads. Yet he was merely flipping through them for a short while, and already claimed to have insights. Xiao Tian spread out the victim's information and said with a smile, Take a good look at their birth dates. Su Mingwei immediately focused her gaze on the documents, but after a while, she remained perplexed. There's nothing noteworthy. Are you familiar with the Book of Changes? Xiao Tian asked. No. Su Mingwei shook her head. Who would study such things in their spare time? Ah, the treasures left by our ancestors. Yet people today neglect them in favor of foreign concepts. Xiao Tian sighed. Do you understand the concept of yin and yang? I have heard of it, Su Mingwei replied. Yin and yang, and the taiji. Look closely again. Are you truly unable to discern anything? I really can't. Please just tell me. Su Mingwei urged impatiently. Notice that all their birth years are odd, their months are even, and their dates are also even. Xiao Tian pointed out. Oh, you're right, Su Mingwei exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. She had never noticed this before, that if you investigate the exact times of their births, they will undoubtedly also align with the even numbers. Xiao Tian added. Su Mingwei stammered. What does this signify? It indicates that these women are Yin women in ancient times. Yin years are designated as odd, while Yin months, Yin days, and Yin hours are deemed even. Women born during such times are referred to as Yin women. Why is that? Su Mingwei was utterly baffled. Despite her experience with numerous cases, she had never encountered such a concept. Yet the facts before her compelled her to believe. If it were just one or two cases, it could be dismissed as coincidence. But with so many identical instances, it was too uncanny to be mere chance. Xiao Tian fell silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Could this incident genuinely be tied to some form of dark sorcery? It didn't seem likely, as the blood of these women was evidently drawn through a pinprick. For a moment, he found himself uncertain. With no viable leads present, and given that this incident had occurred the previous night, it was already too late to investigate. Damn it. Just as I was beginning to uncover a clue, I find myself unable to pursue it. How infuriating. Su Mingwei felt a sense of helpless frustration. Not worry. There will be another opportunity, Xiao Tian said with a slight smile. How so? Su Mingwei's eyes brightened. Have you not noticed? Previous incidents occurred with the perpetrator lingering in one city for months, committing multiple crimes, Xiao Tian explained. Now, he has been in Jiangcheng for less than a month, and this is only the second incident. If my predictions hold true, this person will strike again. Be vigilant and respond promptly at the first sign of abnormality. Once you identify another similar case, contact me immediately, Xiao Tian instructed. That I am confident this individual will make another move. Understood, Su Mingwei nodded slightly, her expression easing a bit. At last, she had a sense of direction and knew how to proceed. Previously, she had felt like a headless chicken, utterly clueless about where to start. She couldn't help but glance at Xiao Tian's face, silently marveling. This guy truly possesses remarkable insight. Last time, he discerned the sniper's hiding spot with a mere glance. This time, he uncovered such elusive patterns after just a cursory review of the data. Unbeknownst to him, she was pondering these thoughts, while he curiously inquired, "By the way, where's your director? I haven't seen him around." Logically, such a serious case should warrant the presence of the director. "There's no need. You have plenty to occupy you right now, that I'll just grab a cab myself." Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. "Captain Su, don't forget our wager." Seeing that smile, Su Mingyue felt an inexplicable shiver run through her, a vague sense of unease washing over her, as if she had inadvertently stepped into a trap. However, the words had already escaped her lips, and it was too late for regrets. She pouted slightly and replied, "Rest assured, I keep my word." Upon returning to the security department, Xiao Tian continued to ponder the earlier events, feeling a profound discomfort within him that it wasn't merely the tragic deaths of those women that bothered him. It was the sense that there lurked a hidden conspiracy behind all. What could that person possibly want with the blood of these unfortunate women? Moreover, according to the timeline, this situation had persisted for several years, perhaps even longer, which only deepened his confusion. Chapter 99. The true masterstroke. As he contemplated, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted it was Qianxing's number, causing him to startle momentarily. Yet he did not answer immediately, instead furrowing his brow in thought. Why was he calling at this hour? After a few seconds of contemplation, he stepped into a secluded corner and answered, "How are things on your end?" "Rest assured, everything is progressing steadily. I have conveyed your instructions to the 5 great kings and the 18 great generals. They have commenced their actions as per your directives," came Tianxing's familiar voice from the other end. Years had passed, and he had grown fond of addressing Xiao Tian as master. Moreover, several nations have caught wind of these activities. According to our informants embedded within those countries, their military departments have been convening frequently, and key figures seem to be meeting more often than usual. It appears they can no longer contain themselves. Xiao Tian remarked, feeling a measure of relief. "That's good. Let us seize this opportunity to thoroughly cripple those nations, ensuring they remain incapacitated for a decade or even longer. Indeed, those nations have been living in fear since you dealt them a severe blow in previous years. Yet they have remained restless, biding their time. With Chu Yinan's recent transfer from the West, they undoubtedly received word immediately, likely believing that new leadership would bring about the elevation of fresh allies, thus threatening the old guard's power. This will inevitably lead to internal chaos. The regions overseen by the great generals are already stirring, reinforcing their belief in this power struggle, which has escalated to a fierce level. I believe it won't be long before they truly lose their composure. Previously, we had to traverse great distances, which posed numerous inconveniences. While we managed to eliminate many enemies, it was challenging to completely subdue them," Xiao Tian stated. "This time presents a rare opportunity. We shall entice them into action, compelling them to stake everything they possess, and then we will strike. That it will be much easier. In this battle, I intend for the nations of the north to tremble at the mere mention of the Qinglong army, ensuring they dare not harbor any thoughts of conflict with the northern border for the rest of their lives. Master, your strategy is truly masterful. Not only does it thwart the schemes of the shadowy figure behind this, forcing them into the open, but it also purges the north thoroughly, enhancing your unparalleled prestige in that region. Truly a multifaceted achievement." Tianxing expressed his admiration fervently. After years of neglecting northern affairs, the moment he intervened, it was a monumental maneuver. When the day inevitably arrives, he believed the entire realm of Huaxia, and indeed the world, would be profoundly shaken. Personal prestige matters little to me. However, the first 2 objectives are indeed what I aspire to accomplish." Xiao Tian replied with a calm smile. By the way, what was Chu Yinan's reaction? Is he furious? He is indeed quite incensed. Shortly after the operation commenced, he summoned the 5 great generals to reprimand them for acting without his orders regarding troop movements. At this, Tianxing couldn't help but chuckle. However, the 5 great kings merely asserted that they were following established protocols. Incidentally, something noteworthy occurred a couple of days ago. He added. Xiao Tian immediately interjected, realizing that this was likely the primary reason for Tianqing's call. The matters discussed earlier had been arranged prior to Tianqing's departure. He would only reach out in the absence of unforeseen events, as this mission into the north was meant to be clandestine. A couple of days ago, Chu Yinan summoned Yi Gang, one of the 5 great generals, asking for your contact information, stating he wished to speak with you personally. Tianqing continued, of course, Yi Gang claimed not to have it and mentioned that he hadn't been in touch with you for years, unaware of your current whereabouts. Today, Yi Gang contacted me, requesting to know if you would like to meet with him, that I suspect he has surmised that you are orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, making it difficult for him to secure his position. Tianqing added. Xiao Tian contemplated this. It was not surprising that Chu Yinan had deduced his involvement, as it was within the realm of expectation. However, he might not grasp that there were 2 deeper motives at play, which were of greater significance. The timing was not yet ripe. Once everything was in place, he would personally meet with him upon arriving in the northern border. Continue to execute the plan as arranged. Inform them that the performance must be genuine. Be it Chu Yinan or those nations, we must not allow them to detect any hints of our intentions. Rest assured, Tianqing affirmed earnestly. After ending the call, Xiao Tian lit a cigarette, feeling a measure of relief at the smooth progress of affairs in the northern border. Yet, thinking of Chu Yinan, who had led the western region for nearly 20 years, now facing obstacles in the northern border, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. However, for the greater good, it would be prudent to allow him to stew a bit longer in that volatile position. Days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xiao Tian's life remained uneventful. He spent his days drifting through work, occasionally visiting the offices of Lu Ruoxi, Tang Yun, or Luo Qing. After all, mingling with those grizzled old men in the security department was hardly conducive to one's mental well-being. However, this weekend, those rough-and-tumble men had an exhilarating experience. Together, they carpooled to attend Qiu Feifei's concert. And to their excitement, the national idol even took the time to meet them, signing autographs for each of them. They were particularly astonished that this superstar, a true goddess of the people, had casually inquired about Xiao Tian's circumstances. This sparked their curiosity, leading them to wonder about the nature of the connection between the two. Their instincts told them it was something out of the ordinary, coupled with the fact that the concert tickets had come from Xiao Tian. Their suspicions only intensified. Xiao Tian, however, paid no mind to the gossips swirling among the rough men. Meanwhile, in recent days, the holy hall remained eerily silent, which only served to heighten his unease. He was left wondering what their true intentions were. On the other hand, in Jiangxing, the scion of the Ji family had seemingly gone quiet since the last elder he sent was killed. Yet, whether he believed it or not, Xiao Tian remained unconcerned. After all, it was merely a matter of dealing with whatever came his way. Compared to other matters, the issues concerning the Ji and Yang families seemed trivial. One afternoon, Xiao Tian decided to forego lunch, opting instead to visit a nearby flower shop to purchase a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. These were the favorite flowers of his adoptive mother during her lifetime. She cherished their fresh, elegant, and immaculate beauty. Subsequently, he hailed a cab and made his way to his cemetery. Chapter 100. Their gravestones are erected by me. Upon reaching his destination, he looked up at the elevated cemetery, feeling an intense wave of anxiety wash over him. It was a sense of trepidation akin to returning home after a long absence. 12 years had passed, and he had finally arrived. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply while gazing at the cemetery. Within 5 minutes, the cigarette had burned down to the end. Tossing the butt aside and crushing it underfoot, he took a deep breath and began his ascent. Before long, he arrived at the cemetery. This was his first visit, and he had no idea which grave housed his adoptive parents' remains. So he began searching among the labyrinth of tombstones. The realization that this was his first visit in many years filled him with profound guilt. Finally, after a brief moment, he spotted the names of his adoptive parents on 2 adjacent gravestones. In an instant, he could no longer contain his emotions and collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. 12 years of sorrow, anger, confusion, and guilt all found their release in that moment. "Father, Mother, I'm so sorry for being late," Xiao Tian whispered softly, gently caressing the dust-covered gravestone as he murmured, recalling a scene from the surveillance footage. His heart felt as though it were being sliced by a blade, akin to witnessing his adoptive parents embark on the path to their demise. Powerless to intervene, a brilliant glimmer ignited in his eyes. Father, mother, rest assured, I shall spare none. The one who took your lives, along with those who orchestrated it from the shadows. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. Initially, Xiao Tian paid no attention, for amidst so many gravestones, it was not unusual for others to come to pay their respects. However, the footsteps drew closer, eventually reaching his row. Instinctively, Xiao Tian turned his head, spotting a middle-aged woman, exuding grace, clad in a sleek black suit. Donning sunglasses and holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, as she caught sight of him, her body trembled. Xiao Tian, simultaneously, she removed her sunglasses, revealing eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Hearing her words, Xiao Tian stood up involuntarily. Is it truly you? Xiao Tian, she murmured. It is I. And you are. Xiao Tian responded, puzzled as he did not recognize this middle-aged woman. Could she be an old friend of his adoptive parents? Yet, from his earliest memories, his parents had few acquaintances, merely 2 or 3, all of whom he had as a child. He had thought little of it, but with the passage of time, he sensed something amiss that it seemed as if his adoptive parents had deliberately avoided engaging with others. Heaven has eyes. At this juncture, tears streamed uncontrollably down the woman's cheeks as she gazed skyward, lamenting. Did you know my parents? Xiao Tian inquired once more. Indeed, I erected their gravestones, the middle-aged woman replied. Xiao Tian's body jolted at her words. She was the one who had erected his parents' gravestones? Could she be the person he had long sought but never found? Who are you? Xiao Tian's gaze bore into hers, demanding an answer, rather than inquire about my identity. I believe you are more eager to discover your own, she remarked, casting him a meaningful glance. Xiao Tian was taken aback. Did she possess knowledge of his origins and lineage? It seems you are already aware they are not your biological parents. The middle-aged woman observed, recognizing his expression. Yes, my father revealed to me before his death that they were not my biological parents, but he did not have the chance to elaborate further. Xiao Tian nodded in acknowledgement. I see, the woman replied. For many years, I believed you had also fallen victim to the poison. I never anticipated you would still be alive. Oh, how merciful the heavens are! You know my parents did not die by accident, but rather by murder? Xiao Tian immediately seized upon the crux of her statement. Had she been unaware, she would not have mentioned believing he had also been poisoned. Accident? There are not so many accidents in this world. The middle-aged woman scoffed disdainfully. Xiao Tian felt his breath quicken. Do you know who poisoned them? I do, she replied. Who is it? In an instant, Xiao Tian felt as if his heart had lodged in his throat. For 12 years, he had yearned to uncover this truth, wandering through a fog without direction, and now this suddenly appearing woman had offered him the greatest hope, though he still questioned her trustworthiness. The possibility ignited a flicker of belief within him. If the gravestones of his adoptive parents were indeed erected by her, he was willing to trust her as a woman of striking beauty, yet with a heart as venomous as a scorpion. The middle-aged woman stated coolly. Who is it? Xiao Tian pressed, his eyes almost ablaze with fury. All he sought was a name. However, the woman seemed to ignore his urgency, placing the flowers before the gravestone. Bowing deeply, then glanced at him. Let us first discuss the matter of your biological parents. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian forced himself to regain his composure. Indeed, he had been too hasty. This was understandable, as he had awaited this answer for 12 long years. Yet, one thing was nearly certain. She held the key to that answer. With that in mind, there was no need for further impatience. Moreover, the truth about his lineage had always lingered within his heart, a longing for revelation. Very well, please continue, Xiao Tian nodded. After 10 months of pregnancy, you were born without complications. Logically, this should have been the happiest moment for the couple. Yet, at that precise moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. Your father became infatuated with a vixen. More absurdly, he insisted on bringing this vixen into their home, utterly disregarding your mother's feelings, bearing in mind that she was still in her confinement. Your grandfather was furious, berating him for being bewitched, and adamantly opposed the notion. However, your father, completely entranced by the vixen, was resolute in his decision to welcome her into their lives. This incident drove your grandfather to his demise, consumed by rage. Yet, even after this tragedy, Your father showed no remorse, spending his days with that vixen. The vixen, too, bore no regret for your grandfather's death. On the contrary, she grew increasingly disdainful of your mother, viewing her as an encumbrance. The middle-aged woman continued. Your mother sensed the vixen's ulterior motives, perceiving a lurking danger, and having grown utterly disheartened by that man, she decided to flee with you. During her time with us, your mother treated the servants with great kindness. Thus, when she departed, many willingly accompanied her, including your adoptive parents, myself, and several guards. However, just as we exited the imperial capital, the pursuit began. The guards fought valiantly to hold them off, allowing us a chance to escape. We all understood that the guards could only hold out for so long. So your mother entrusted you to us three, repeatedly urging us to ensure your well-being should anything happen to her. While she took another route to draw the fire away, as she spoke, the middle-aged woman glanced at Xiao Tian. The pendant around your neck was given to you by your mother at that time, as a token. And your name was changed. You were not originally called Xiao Tian. We then deliberated and split into two directions. I continued onward while your adoptive parents headed south. When I reached a village, the pursuers indeed showed up, but fortunately, I managed to hide in a farmer's cellar, escaping for the time being. Afterward, I took several routes, eventually arriving in the Magic City, where I altered my appearance and blended into the crowd, finally achieving a sense of safety. Once I confirmed my safety, I immediately sought information about your mother and your adoptive parents that I dared not contact them directly, opting instead for cautious inquiries. Months later, I finally received news. Your biological mother had been murdered, but thankfully, your adoptive parents had safely brought you to Jiang City. That I made a pact with your adoptive parents to never contact them unless an extreme emergency arose. Hearing this, Xiao Tian felt as though he could scarcely breathe, a raging inferno of fury igniting within him. Beasts. They're all beasts. That vile pair. His hatred for that woman and his so-called biological father surged like wild grass, uncontrollably expanding. He loathed that woman even more, and despised his biological father, a man so selfish and cold-blooded that he cast aside his wife and children. Such a person did not deserve to be called his father. Observing Xiao Tian's reaction, the middle-aged woman sighed deeply. In the years that followed, I indeed had no contact with your adoptive parents until the night of their misfortune when your adoptive father called to inform me of their plight. Urging me to find a way to protect you, I immediately surmised that the vixen had located them. Under such circumstances, you were in grave danger, for in her eyes, you had always been an extraneous existence. Thus, I promptly dispatched someone to come here urgently. That night, I encountered a man in black. Was he sent by you? Xiao Tian suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired. Yes, he was a skilled fighter. After I arrived in the Magic City, I owed him a favor, and he chose to stay by my side to repay it. And what became of him? He died. The middle-aged woman expressed with a touch of sorrow, "It was I who caused his demise." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's countenance darkened. Though he had anticipated this outcome, hearing it spoken aloud filled him with profound sadness and guilt. That man had perished solely to save him. Not speak like that. This incident cannot be blamed on you. The middle-aged woman comfortingly patted his shoulder, her gaze returning to the two gravestones as she murmured, "In truth, they were not originally a married couple. I do not know whether they wed for the sake of better concealing you or if they developed feelings for one another over time. Perhaps it was a combination of both." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's sense of desolation and guilt intensified. His adoptive parents had sacrificed so much for him. There were many others, including this middle-aged woman before him, especially his biological mother, whom he would never have the chance to see again. Now lost to the world, tears once more streamed down his face. I wish to know, who are those vile beasts? A chilling glint flashed in Xiao Tian's blurred eyes. Such a pair of selfish and cold-hearted individuals are utterly unworthy of being called human. Especially that man, who abandoned his wife and child, leaving them in a dire predicament, is even lower than a beast. Xiao Tian, you need not concern yourself with this. Knowing will bring you no benefit, the middle-aged woman stated. I share this with you today because you ought to be aware and also to caution you to be exceedingly vigilant. Danger lurks all around you, and you must not be careless. Xiao Tian responded gravely. His words left the woman momentarily stunned, and she then shook her head with a bitter smile, saying, Xiao Tian, You have no idea how powerful your biological father's family is, nor do you comprehend the ruthlessness of that woman. I cannot thrust you into that inferno. Otherwise, neither your birth mother nor your adoptive parents will find peace in the afterlife. Xiao Tian had intended to reveal his true identity, yet having just met, he could not fully trust her, despite a lingering belief in her words. However, he was currently embroiled in significant plans that pertain to the nation's greater good, where even the slightest error could be catastrophic. Moreover, even if he proclaimed himself as the commander of the northern border's million-strong Azure Dragon army and the lord of the legendary Shura Temple in the Dark World, would she even believe him? At that moment, the middle-aged woman handed him a black card embossed with gold lettering. Upon inspection, it read, Chairwoman Zhou Yusu of Shunhua Limited, with contact information at the bottom. Xiao Tian mused, so her name is Zhou Yusu. Should I ever ascertain that you possess such capabilities, I shall divulge all that I know to you, Zhou Yusu remarked. Rest assured, it won't be long, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. Zhou Yusu regarded him with curiosity. On what basis did he harbor such confidence? Then, with a wry smile, she thought perhaps Xiao Tian had achieved some accomplishments during his years of absence. Yet he remained oblivious to the colossal entity he would have to confront. That was the pinnacle of existence within Huaxia. Let us hope, Zhou Yusu replied noncommittally. Xiao Tian recognized her skepticism, but chose not to elaborate further. After all, words were futile for now. When the time was right, she would be informed, perhaps even without him needing to initiate the conversation. Chapter 102. The warmth of family. By the way, I have a question I wish to ask, Xiao Tian suddenly said. I previously sought out the person who erected a monument for my adoptive parents, yet the information from the funeral home was fabricated. Additionally, I had someone visit on the anniversary of my parents' passing for several years. Yet I never encountered you. Why was that? The funeral home's records are quite straightforward. One merely needs to pay that I navigated through several layers and eventually procured their ashes via a staff member there. As for why I did not see you, it is because I have only visited 3 or 4 times in the past 12 years, and there were even 4 or 5 years when I did not come at all, with 1 or 2 instances not coinciding with the anniversary, Zhou Yusu explained. Sometimes, I'm simply too busy to find the time. Furthermore, I must ensure my safety to avoid being targeted by that woman. Xiao Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He too had arranged for someone to visit on his parents' anniversaries, but ceased after not yielding any results that he realized that she might also be deliberately evading something. His relentless search may not have been the right course of action. Well, I shall take my leave now. You should spend some time conversing with them, Zhou Yusu said. Xiao Tian nodded. Having not visited in 12 years, he indeed had much to share with his adoptive parents. He settled onto the steps beneath the gravestone, gazing at it while recounting the experiences of his years to his parents. Time gradually passed, and soon it was evening. The sunset bathed the entire cemetery in a beautiful glow. Dad, Mom, I shall pause our conversation here for today. I will return to visit you again soon. He stood, dusting off his trousers with a faint smile. It must be said that today's visit not only alleviated some of his long-standing psychological burdens, but more importantly, he had encountered the person who erected the monument for his parents, learning many things he had previously been unaware of. As the two settled down for a meal, Lu Ruashi suddenly inquired, Xiao Tian, is there something troubling you? It had been several days, and she sensed that Xiao Tian was not quite himself, particularly today, as if he bore many worries. Furthermore, that afternoon, when passing by the security department on the first floor, he had not been present. Upon inquiring, she learned he had not shown up at all. Nothing's wrong, Xiao Tian replied with a smile. What could possibly be the matter? Are you certain? Lu Ruashi scrutinized him, for although he feigned ease, the weight of his emotions was palpable. Rest assured, Xiao Tian reassured her with a smile that aimed to put her mind at ease. Well then, if you encounter any issues, I hope you will share them with me. At least one more person can help bear the burden, Lu Ruashi said earnestly. Indeed, Mr. Xiao. Bottling up your feelings is unwise. Expressing them can bring relief. Aunt Chun, who was tidying up, interjected, having also noticed Xiao Tian's change in demeanor over the past few days. He certainly no longer wore the perpetual smile he once did, and his words seemed to have diminished considerably. Thank you both. Xiao Tian felt a warmth swell within him. He would not divulge the truth that might only cause them undue worry, for it was a quagmire even he had yet to comprehend. Nevertheless, Lu Ruoxi and Aunt Chen's concern brought him comfort, reminding him of a sense of home he had not felt in many years, rekindling that feeling in this moment. His thoughts drifted back to his conversation with the middle-aged woman that afternoon. Logically, her account held no flaws, and many of the confounding matters from years past had found resolution. Emotionally, he felt an inexplicable kinship towards her and instinctively believed her words. According to her, his biological father, or rather, the family of that beast, was likely a formidable and even terrifying entity to the very least. It seemed far more powerful than the three prominent families of Jiangcheng, that Ayan Huaxia, while the three families of Jiangcheng were not insignificant. There were indeed many larger forces that he found himself at a loss for thoughts. Regardless of the nature or power of that family, he vowed that the despicable pair would pay 100-fold for their past transgressions. Xiao Tian silently swore. Yet he needed to regain his composure. Not only had Lu Ruoxi noticed his troubled state, but even Aunt Chen had discerned it. After indulging in a brief spell of overthinking, he took a shower and then retired for the night. The next morning, the sunlight streamed warmly through the window. "Good morning, Aunt Chen," Xiao Tian greeted, his smile restored to its usual brightness. "Good morning, Mr. Xiao," Aunt Chen replied with a grin. "Just take a seat for a moment. Breakfast will be ready shortly." Soon, Lu Ruoxi emerged, having dressed and adorned herself. Descending the stairs, one could not deny that Lu Ruoxi possessed a commanding presence. Descending the stairs, she resembled a queen stepping down from her throne. "Good morning, Director Lu," Xiao Tian greeted. "Morning," Lu Ruoxi replied with a casual nod. Inwardly reflecting, it seems this fellow has regained much of his previous vigor compared to the past few days. Though a bit arrogant, this version of him feels more familiar. Could it be that her words from yesterday had made an impact? She recalled her mother's words from a few days prior, wondering if her presence held any weight in his heart. A slight blush crept across her cheeks at the thought, but she quickly composed herself, and Xiao Tian remained oblivious as usual. After breakfast, the two departed for work. Upon Xiao Tian's arrival at the security department, Wang Chang approached him, stating, "Director Luo just came by and asked you to visit her office." "What is up?" Xiao Tian inquired, puzzled. "How would I know? Just go see for yourself." Wang Chang shrugged. Xiao Tian proceeded to Luo Qing's office, pushing the door open. "Director Luo, what do you need me for?" he asked with a smile. "What can I call you if there is nothing going on?" Luo Qing shot him a playful glare. "Of course not. It's an honor for me," Xiao Tian replied as he took a seat opposite her, a faint fragrance wafting in the air that he closed his eyes slightly, savoring the scent. The top notes were rich and floral, while the base notes carried a mature fruity essence. Grapefruit and bergamot create a striking contrast, delivering a spicy and sensual impact. As he reached this conclusion, he suddenly opened his eyes. "It's Chanel's chance. I sent it." Chapter 103. At last. "Some wit, how did you know?" Luo Qing was taken aback. She rarely wore perfume, and today she had only applied a hint. Yet he had discerned it almost immediately. Knowing a woman's fragrance is a prerequisite for a man, Xiao Tian chuckled. "Freak," Luo Qing scoffed. "What man can identify a fragrance just by a whiff, let alone articulate both the top and base notes so precisely? Now, tell me, why did you really come here?" Upon hearing this, a hint of shyness crossed Luo Qing's face as she softly said, "Well, how about you come to my place tonight?" Xiao Tian was momentarily stunned. As if struck by lightning, imagine the sensation when a woman, particularly one of striking beauty, invites you to her home for the evening, and when she does so with such an air of shyness. The implications become even more profound. Xiao Tian pondered, could it be that this enchanting woman has been wholly captivated by his charm? "What are you thinking? I merely wish to invite you over for dinner this evening," Luo Qing remarked, rolling her eyes at his slightly agitated demeanor. "Dinner?" Xiao Tian was taken aback. "What else with the excitement? Indeed, you helped me resolve the troublesome matter with Chao Yu. I ought to express my gratitude," Luo Qing said with a sly smile, observing the changing expressions on his face. In truth, she had intended to invite him for dinner that very day, but he had been rather arrogant then, which had irked her. Thus the invitation had been left unspoken. Xiao Tian sensed that this little minx was doing it on purpose. "Are you going or not?" Luo Qing tossed him a flirtatious glance. her voice low and enticing. Of course, if a beautiful woman wishes to extend an invitation, how could I possibly decline? Xiao Tian replied decisively. After all, what is the worst that could happen? A perilous journey through fire and ice. I'll brave it. Meanwhile, at the Ji family estate that Jija seldom visited, as he found it more comfortable to be outside on his own. However, yesterday his father had unexpectedly called for him to come by this morning. He wondered, could it be related to the matter concerning old man Tian? It was known that there were only a handful of martial practitioners in the entire Ji family, and the loss of even one would be monumental. With a heart heavy with trepidation, he entered the premises, barely acknowledging the greetings of the servants. Upon reaching the backyard, he found a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit sipping tea at the stone table. "Uve arrived," the man said casually upon noticing Jija. "Yes, father," Jija replied. Indeed, this middle-aged man was his father, the current head of the Ji family. Ji Pan, to be honest, although his father had never scolded him throughout his life. Not even uttering a harsh word, for some reason, Jija felt a lingering fear towards him, especially in moments of solitude such as this. "Please, sit down and sample my freshly brewed tea. This is this year's new harvest." Ji Pan poured a cup and placed it before Jija, who hurriedly accepted it, his expression filled with anxiety, and remarked, "I rarely drink tea, nor can I discern its quality, but this tea certainly has a fragrant aroma. You young people today truly fail to appreciate the finer things in life," Ji Pan said with a shake of his head and a smile. Tea is not merely about taste. It embodies the nuances of human relationships and the myriad experiences of life. Upon hearing this, Jija felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly replied, "Father, have I erred in some regard? Please enlighten me. I am already aware of the events at the charity auction. I apologize for bringing shame to the family." Jija immediately rose and bowed his head apologetically. However, before he could finish, Ji Pan waved his hand dismissively and said, "There is no need to fear embarrassment. In life, certain things are bound to happen, and they are not beyond comprehension." At this point, Ji Pan lifted his gaze to his son, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. The key lies in one's understanding of the situation and how one chooses to respond. "So, what is your response?" "I thought I sent someone to eliminate that young man," Jija murmured. "And the outcome? It failed, and we even lost old man Tian in the process." Ji Pan shot him a knowing glance. A hint of amusement in his tone that Jija felt cold sweat trickle down his spine. Indeed, his father was already aware. "I'm sorry, father. I failed to report this matter to you in a timely manner." Jija suddenly knelt, filled with remorse. "Jija, I have always placed great expectations upon you and refrained from interfering in your affairs, trusting that you could handle them well." But Ji Pan's gaze grew fervent. "Yet in this instance, you have greatly disappointed me. You think I am angry because of old man Tian? No. While his loss is significant, it pales in comparison to the legacy of our Ji family, and what truly frustrates me is your lack of foresight." Jija was taken aback. He had been primarily concerned about old man Tian's demise and his father's ensuing wrath, but now it seemed that his father's concern lay not with the old man's death. He looked at his father, awaiting further clarification. "Do you believe that the crux of this situation lies with that young man who appeared out of nowhere?" Ji Pan stood up, addressing him. This. Jija suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. "Father, do you mean Lu Ruashi? It appears you still possess some wit," Ji Pan said with a mix of satisfaction and a hint of mockery. "While it is certainly permissible to feel anger and wish to kill that young man, that in itself is inconsequential, even if one underestimates the opponent as strength or overlooks certain details, resulting in unforeseen complications. Such occurrences are quite normal. What truly disappoints me is that despite the passage of time, your mind was entirely clouded by rage, fixated solely on that young man, neglecting to engage in a rational analysis of the whole situation. That is simply unforgivable. Father, I understand." Jija was a clever individual, and upon his father's hint, he immediately grasped the meaning as his father had articulated. The focal point of that evening's events revolved around the woman Lu Ruashi. The young man was merely an inconsequential distraction. What he ought to do was secure Lu Ruashi for himself. As long as she was his, all the mockery and ridicule from that day would vanish. perhaps even transforming into admiration. In truth, with his intellect, he should have realized this long ago. Yet having never encountered such a setback, he had been blinded by rage, fixated solely on eliminating that young man. Chapter 104. Do you even know who I am? Lu Ruashi must be secured, not solely due to the events of that day, but also because of the Giero group. Ji Payon's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke. I have recently studied the Giero group, and this woman is no ordinary individual. While maintaining a certain growth rate in her existing business, she has simultaneously diversified into several other industries and research areas, some of which have achieved groundbreaking results. Ji Payon continued, if just one or two of these ventures take off, it would be enough to elevate the Giero group into a supergiant in the future, with Lu Yuan being their sole daughter. If she were to marry into our Ji family, just imagine. Upon hearing this, Ji's eyes lit up with excitement. To be honest, he had never considered such ramifications before. He had merely been captivated by her breathtaking beauty, to the point of near breathlessness. Furthermore, the Lu family was respectable enough, not tarnishing their Ji family's reputation, and there would be no objections at home, prompting him to pursue her. Yet he had not anticipated the repeated setbacks, which left him feeling unsatisfied. This is not the crux of the matter, Ji Payon said meaningfully. The most critical aspect is that if she were to become the mistress of the Ji family, the future of the Ji family would be secure, and it might even disrupt the long-standing balance of power among the three families. Ji's body jolted in disbelief as he gazed at his father, astounded that his father harbored such grand aspirations. I understand, Father, Ji said earnestly. In that moment, he truly comprehended. If he believed that young man to be an obstacle, eliminating him was an option that Ji Payon declared. In matters concerning Lu Ruashi and the Giero group, you may utilize all the resources of the family. Thank you, Father. Upon hearing this, Ji felt a surge of confidence wash over him. With nothing pressing at hand, he merely engaged in sipping tea and perusing the news. To be honest, life had initially been quite pleasant, but after a while, it began to feel somewhat tedious. At tea times, he found himself reminiscing about the turbulent sands of the battlefield or the blood-soaked chaos of the underworld. With this thought, he couldn't help but smile. Humans are easily bored with their current circumstances. For instance, he had once yearned for the tranquil life of an ordinary person. Yet now that he was living it, it felt insufficiently thrilling and invigorating. Xiao Gu, someone is looking for you at the entrance. Just then, a security guard entered and announced. Who is it? Xiao Tian casually inquired. I don't know. I've never seen them before. The guard shook his head. You'll know if you go take a look. Xiao Tian thought to himself, today is indeed busy. Having just finished with Lo Qing, now someone else is seeking him out. With that, he stepped outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the company, he glanced around and saw a man standing near the roadside, calmly observing the comings and goings at the entrance. Yet, inexplicably, the man exuded an air of inherent superiority. The moment the man's gaze fell upon him, Xiao Tian instinctively felt that this individual was searching for him, that he approached and stopped about 2 meters away from the man. Are you Xiao Tian? The stranger's voice was cold. Carrying an instinctive air of condescension, he scrutinized Xiao Tian, his expression one of disappointment. He had expected at least a prominent figure, only to find a mere security guard. A veritable ant at the lowest rung of society. Certainly, even a wealthy gentleman is nothing remarkable in his eyes. Oh what? Xiao Tian replied indifferently. His attitude irked the other party, who frowned slightly and inquired, what is your relationship with Bai Susu? It seems unnecessary to report my relationship with Bai Susu to you. Xiao Tian shrugged, taken aback to learn that this person sought him out because of Bai Susu. In truth, the other individual disdained Xiao Tian's demeanor, and similarly, Xiao Tian was unimpressed by his stance that a flicker of anger crossed the man's face upon hearing this. Typically, in the imperial capital, few dared to speak to him in such a manner. Arriving in Jiangcheng, a modest place, he was surprised that someone would dare to confront him. However, recalling his mission, he suppressed his irritation and declared, let me tell you something. I hail from the imperial capital. Well, where you come from is of no concern to me. If you have something to say, spit it out, Xiao Tian replied with growing impatience. The man was truly on the verge of fury. How could such a diminutive ant dare to challenge him and even assert that he was merely blowing hot air? This was utterly intolerable. He took a deep breath and solemnly warned. Someone asked me to convey a message to you. Some women are not to be trifled with. If you get involved, be wary of the trouble it may bring you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Are you suggesting that someone is warning me to keep my distance from Bai Susu? As long as you understand, the man replied, now smiling, sensing that this lad was still aware of the situation, which made things easier. However, just then, the man's voice rang out again that of course I understand, but what if I say I won't? Xiao Tian smirked playfully. What did you say? The man seemed to have misheard, displaying an expression of disbelief. This kid actually dared to question what would happen if he refused. The absurdity of the question nearly made him laugh. He wished to retort, what do you think will happen? Listen carefully for the last time. Stay away from Bai Susu, or you won't even know how you met your demise. He spoke with utmost seriousness and gravity. Smack. However, as soon as his words fell, a resounding slap echoed, sending him crashing to the ground. He immediately felt half of his face swell painfully. Yet, more shocking than the pain on his face was the realization that this kid had the audacity to strike him. Do you know who I am? He glared at Xiao Tian through gritted teeth. And do you know who I am? Xiao Tian replied with a bemused smile. All right. The man, filled with fury, forced a laugh. In Huaxia, very few dare to speak to my master in such a manner. I hope you always remain this obstinate. Enough with the drivel. If you don't leave, shall we find a quiet place to discuss this privately? Xiao Tian remarked with a glint in his eyes, laden with meaning. Fine, you win this round. The man struggled to rise, planning to depart. In his view, this fellow was merely a reckless youth who might indeed do something outrageous. Initially, he thought that upon revealing his identity, the lad would comply with whatever he said. As long as the boy wasn't completely foolish, he would surely know the proper course of action. Yet, to his astonishment, the boy was far too arrogant, not granting him the opportunity to disclose his identity. Even more surprising was that after his warning, the lad had resorted to violence. Now, he wasn't eager to reveal his identity, fearing that if this fellow fled upon hearing it, it would be utterly pointless. He was almost certain that would be the case. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance at the young man, silently thinking, kid, you have no idea what kind of existence you are up against. Chapter 105. Do you have thoughts about me? Xiao Tian watched as the man drove away in a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, narrowing his eyes slightly. After a moment, he pulled out his antiquated mobile phone and dialed a number. Mr. Xiao, what brings you to call me suddenly? You must be missing me. The moment the call connected, Bai Susu's teasing voice echoed, It's not that I miss you. It's that someone is looking for you. Xiao Tian replied with a hint of amusement. What do you mean? Is someone seeking me? Bai Susu's tone turned serious at once. That a guy from the imperial capital just threatened me to stay away from you. Are you all right? What about that man? Bai Susu questioned anxiously. What could possibly happen to me? That fellow was sent packing with just one slap. Xiao Tian chuckled. Bai Susu gasped in surprise. You slapped him? Is there a problem? He dared to threaten me. It was merely a minor reprimand, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. Miss Bai, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation regarding this matter? Bai Susu fell silent for a moment before stating, Mr. Xiao, I will give you an explanation when I have the time. All right, no rush on that, Xiao Tian continued. However, I believe your priority now should be to thoroughly investigate your Listening Rain Pavilion that I understand. I will attend to this matter immediately, Bai Susu responded solemnly. Both were perceptive individuals, and thus they understood each other perfectly. Well then, let us leave it at that, Mr. Xiao. I truly apologize for this matter, Bai Susu expressed with deep regret. It's nothing. If it means encountering some troubles due to a close contact with such a beautiful woman like Miss Susu, I wouldn't mind at all, Xiao Tian laughed heartily. But then his expression turned serious. However, I do not appreciate being used. Though separated by the phone, Bai Susu could still sense a chill. That I understand, Mr. Xiao, she replied earnestly. At 6 p.m, as the workday concluded, Xiao Tian mounted his beloved electric scooter and departed. Approximately 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Jiamei apartment. This was a mid-range apartment complex, predominantly inhabited by urban white-collar workers. Following the specific address provided by Luo Qing, he quickly located it and knocked on the door. Coming, A voice soon replied from within. The door swung open. You arrived quite promptly, Luo Qing remarked with a smile. Of course, when a beauty invites, how could I not be eager? Xiao Tian responded as he stepped inside. You certainly know how to flatter, Luo Qing said, heading toward the kitchen. As she passed the living room, she turned on the television. I'll be ready shortly. Feel free to watch some TV in the meantime. All right, you carry on, Xiao Tian said as he began to explore the apartment. It was not particularly large. Merely a two-bedroom, two-living-room layout. Yet Luo Qing had decorated it warmly and tastefully, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Observing Luo Qing busy in the kitchen, he felt a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. While outside, she exuded an enchanting allure. At this moment, she resembled a devoted homemaker. After a brief exploration, Xiao Tian settled onto the sofa, casually watching television. Moments later, all the dishes were prepared, consisting of 4 dishes and a soup. Each dish was exquisitely presented, brimming with color, aroma, and flavor. Luo Yaojin, you truly astonish me today. I didn't expect you possess such culinary skills, Xiao Tian remarked with a smile. You have yet to discover much more. Luo Qing chuckled, retrieving a fine bottle of wine and 2 glasses from the cabinet. Shall we indulge in some wine? Of course, otherwise it would be a disservice to the effort I put into making these dishes. Luo Qing replied with a grin. That makes sense, Xiao Tian nodded. However, as the ancient said, wine is a medium for romance. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you if I drink too much? Generally, when women heard such teasing remarks, they would blush with shyness. Yet, Luo Qing merely flashed him a playful glance and asked, And what would you want to do to me? In an instant, she reverted to her enchanting persona. Leaving Xiao Tian utterly flustered, let us eat quickly, he stammered. Luo Qing found his embarrassment quite entertaining, as it was a rare sight. The two of them continued to eat and chat, and before long, the first bottle of wine was emptied. Luo Qing opened another bottle. Gradually, both began to feel a slight intoxication. This moment, a rosy hue had surfaced on Luo Qing's face, resembling a ripe fruit, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Xiao Tian, do you think I am beautiful? Suddenly, Luo Qing rested her chin on her hand and asked. Yes, you are beautiful, Xiao Tian answered honestly. Then let me ask you, when I mentioned going to my home this evening, what were your thoughts? Luo Qing's gaze was fixed intently on him, and just as Xiao Tian was about to speak, she softly commanded, No lying. Xiao Tian mused, what kind of thoughts could a normal man have upon hearing such a question? It hardly needed to be said. However, while he was thick-skinned, he felt too embarrassed to voice his thoughts. Honestly, do you have any feelings for me? Luo Qing slowly leaned closer, her breath brushing against his ear like a fragrant orchid. Meanwhile, she delicately unbuttoned one of her buttons, revealing a hint of her fair skin. How could that be? Xiao Tian quickly denied, as he still cared about his reputation. Yet despite his words, his body was betraying him. With his breathing growing rapid, he thought to himself, today's women are truly fierce. Previously known as Bai Su, and now as Luo Qing, both are women of exquisite charm, captivating to the core. If this continues, I fear I shall not be able to withstand it. Both claim to treat me to a meal. But ultimately, they seek to consume me. He wishes to express, I am not some delectable morsel akin to Tang Seng's flesh. Is that truly the case? Luo Qing's eyes glimmer seductively as her delicate fingers surreptitiously unfasten a button. Her complexion becomes even fairer, almost dazzling. Laughter, light and melodic, spills from Luo Qing, that a fellow with a lustful heart, but lacking in courage. Luo Qing glances at the closed door and pouts. Being a strong woman is no easy feat. Chapter 106. The arrival of the Astley group. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital. Young master, look at my face, all thanks to this ruffian. Useless, the individual before him, a young man clad in luxurious attire, likely in his 30s, delivers a swift kick, sending him sprawling. His eyes blaze with fury. They say one should consider the master when chastising a dog, yet this fool has struck not only his subordinate, but his own visage. Young master, that fellow is too arrogant. The man scrambles back to the young man's feet. He dares to say, What is your master to me? His affairs are none of your concern. Did he truly utter such words? The young man's eyes narrow, glinting with cold fire. How could I possibly deceive you, young master? He spoke many other unpleasant things as well. He embellishes the tale, and the young man is on the verge of exploding. For how many years, since birth even, has he never endured such humiliation? Very well. He grinds his teeth. I initially intended to merely warn that scoundrel to be more self-aware, but since he is so audacious, he shall not fault me for being ungracious. The man kneeling there feels a surge of joy. It seems that scoundrel is in for a harsh lesson. He is eager to see how the fellow will maintain his arrogance. In the days that follow, Xiao Tian dares not visit Luo Qing, that he cannot help but worry that her enchanting provocations will compel him to take drastic actions against her. After all, he is a normal man, unable to resist such temptations. Thus, he finds himself spending more time with Lu Ruoxi and Tang Yun. Tang Yun is somewhat more accommodating, while Lu Ruoxi typically ushers him out within 10 minutes. Her awareness of his shamelessness leads her to be quite unceremonious in her ejection. Not long after he arrives, he is shown the door once more as he strides through the lobby on the first floor. He feels quite disgruntled. This little minx is growing increasingly dismissive of my charms. He grumbles inwardly. One day, I shall make her witness my prowess. Xiao Ge, what are you muttering about? Suddenly, a voice interrupts. It is the security guard Ho Tai, often affectionately referred to as Monkey. Nothing much, Xiao Tian waves his hand dismissively. Are you on patrol today? Indeed, Ho Tai nods. Just then, a commotion of footsteps approaches, revealing 7 or 8 men clad in black suits. They certainly resemble underworld figures, though these individuals sport blonde hair and blue eyes, clearly of European descent. However, the middle-aged man leading them does not fit that mold. Following him is a girl of around 12 or 13 and an elderly gentleman. Their attire decidedly casual. Their demeanor bears a striking resemblance to that of the mafia. Ho Tai, with a hint of envy, remarks, just their uniforms are far more impressive than our security attire. Enough of your mafia nonsense. You should refrain from watching so many ridiculous movies, Xiao Tian retorts. Oh, you know who they are? Xiao Ge. I actually do. Ho Tai beams with pride. Xiao Ge from the Public Relations Department is my girlfriend. I heard her mention that they are currently busy hosting representatives from the Astley group of Y Country, who are looking to expand their overseas business channels. This matter seems to stem from Director Luo's previous negotiations abroad, where preliminary intentions were established. Now, they are likely here for further discussions. Xiao Tian nods thoughtfully. Upon first seeing these golden-haired, blue-eyed individuals, he had wondered if they were connected to the Holy Church. However, upon hearing Monkey's explanation, he realizes he had overthought it. After all, the energy conversion project is still under research, far from actual implementation, let alone overseas market expansion. It appears he has been overly sensitive due to the so-called Holy Church's recent pressures. By the way, I heard from Xiaogua that the Astley Group is formidable. The true power behind it is the Jones family, that I've seen movies featuring them. The Jones family is an old aristocracy in Y Country, with an unimaginable depth of legacy. I've told you before, stop watching those nonsensical films. Xiao Tian scolds, giving Monkey a light tap on the back of the head. Yet this time, Monkey is not entirely mistaken. The Jones family is indeed among the top 3 old aristocracies in Y Country, with significant ties to the royal family. As these individuals traverse the lobby, the elderly man behind the middle-aged leader scans the area, seemingly observing the Jelloa group since entering. However, his gaze is murky, as if just awakening, casual in its scrutiny. Suddenly, he seems to spot something, and his frail form quakes, fiery recognition igniting within his dim eyes. How could he be here? At that moment, the sharp sound of high heels striking the ground pierces the air. Hurriedly approaching it is Lu Ruoxi and Luo Qing, with a host of executives, including the vice president of the group and Tang Yun. In tow, Luo Qing's presence at the forefront is due to her previous dealings with the visitors, and, as the head of public relations, she holds a significant position. Esteemed Mr. Green, welcome to our Jelloa group. Lu Ruoxi warmly greets, her English fluent and authentic. Thank you, Mr. Green responds, bowing to bestow a gentlemanly kiss upon her hand. This display irks Xiao Tian, as he has yet to experience such intimacy with Lu Ruoxi. While Mr. Green has already benefited, His discomfort is exacerbated by his prior rejection by Lu Ruashi, leaving him feeling somewhat unbalanced. Mr. Green, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Luo Qing adds with a friendly smile. During her last visit, she had tried several times to arrange a meeting with the president of the Astley Group, but had failed to secure an opportunity. Though the refusals were polite, she understood that the Astley Group likely looked down upon the Jelloa Group. This is hardly surprising. Although the Jelloa Group has grown rapidly in recent years, it remains relatively well-known only in Jiangcheng and Jiangnan, unable to compare to an established multinational corporation. Even now, while Mr. Green is courteous and gentlemanly, a subtle air of superiority and arrogance seeps through. Chapter 107. Ascension. I sincerely apologize. When Director Luo visited last time, I was simply overwhelmed with matters and unable to make time, Mr. Green remarks with an apologetic smile. Naturally, everyone understands this is merely a formality, a polite pretext. Please follow me, and I shall show you around our Jelloa Group. Lu Ruashi offers with a smile. Very well, Mr. Green nods, and they commence the tour of the main administrative building, with a cadre of executives accompanying them. Before departing, Luo Qing casts a piercing glance at Xiao Tian, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance, rendering him somewhat sheepish. Indeed, he has been avoiding her a bit too conspicuously. While the visit from the Astley Group is significant for the company, it bears little consequence for him as a mere security guard. However, this is solely his perspective. The other guards, under Wang Chan's leadership, are on high alert. If any mishap were to occur during this time, it would be no laughing matter. Captain Wang could very well lose his position. Even if the company refrains from dismissing him, he would feel too embarrassed to remain. The day unfolds with Lu Ruashi and the cadre of executives nearly entirely devoted to accompanying the Astley Group representatives. They first tour the administrative building, then enjoy a lavish lunch at Jiangcheng's finest restaurant, before concluding the day with a visit to several production lines. Overall, Mr. Green appears quite satisfied with the Jelloa Group, even exceeding his expectations. After all, the group has been on the move since their arrival, showing no signs of weariness. At this juncture, Lu Ruashi calls Luo Qing into her office. It seems they are indeed pleased with our Jelloa Group, she remarks, rubbing her slightly sore neck with a smile. Indeed, this indicates a promising potential for collaboration. Luo Qing agrees with a smile. However, we must not be overly optimistic that a venerable multinational group like Astley is exceptionally shrewd. They will undoubtedly leverage every possible condition during negotiations to squeeze our profits. Lu Ruashi cautions seriously. Mr. Lu, we need not be overly concerned, as we still have two alternative groups to consider. No, our optimal choice remains the Astley Group. The other two cannot possibly compare with Astley Group in terms of reputation, scale, or channels. Lu Ruashi shook her head and said, this is irreplaceable for our impending overseas ventures, especially regarding their role in establishing the Jelloa brand abroad, which the other two cannot match. Therefore, we must exert every effort to facilitate this collaboration. Lu Ruashi's beautiful eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. I fear their profit margins may be excessively compressed, Luo Qing said. A hint of worry intertoned. It is acceptable to concede a portion of the profits, as long as it remains within our tolerable limits. Very well, I shall proceed immediately. Luo Qing nodded and rose to leave. The Kelly Grand Hotel, the only 7-star establishment in Jiangcheng, boasted opulent decor that required no further elaboration. The Astley Group's entourage had taken residence here, even reserving an entire floor. There were designated personnel stationed at the entrances of the elevators and staircases. Exhausted, in one of the innermost luxurious suites, a young lady flung off her shoes and collapsed onto the grand bed. Grandpa Taylor, please fetch me a glass of water. I'm parched, she exclaimed, after a day of walking. My legs feel like they might break. I told you not to follow, but you simply wouldn't listen, the elderly man chuckled, shaking his head as he went to pour a glass of water. The young lady gulped it down in one go and remarked, humph. Even if my legs did break, I would still be happy. Being cooped up in a manor every day is utterly dull. Moreover, I cannot let this opportunity to visit such a wondrous country as Huaxia slip by. The elderly man sighed in resignation, realizing he had no choice but to indulge this little whirlwind of energy. Grandpa trusts you completely. There's no need to worry. The young lady smiled, adding, if Grandpa scolds you, I shall speak on your behalf. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in, she called. And a middle-aged man entered. Mr. Taylor, I apologize for the inconvenience today, he said, bowing slightly, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. If Lou Ruashi and the other senior executives of Jelloa Group were present, they would surely be astonished, for this middle-aged man was none other than Mr. Green, the president of Astley Group. Yet at this moment he was showing profound respect to the young lady and the elderly man who had been following him throughout the day. It's nothing. This was my suggestion. You needn't feel burdened. The elderly man waved his hand dismissively. Understood. This moment, the young lady suddenly entered the conversation, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed her desire to accompany them to Huaxia. This revelation startled the entire group, especially Green, who felt as though he might faint. If anything were to happen to this little ancestor during their trip to Huaxia, he would not have enough lives to repay the debt. Yet, this young lady seemed resolute, and within the Jones family, no one dared to offend her. Reluctantly, but inevitably, Butler Taylor had to accompany her. Otherwise, it was merely a business negotiation. Why would the esteemed butler of the Jones family personally attend? Butler Taylor, I have drafted a brief plan regarding tomorrow's negotiations. Green opened a folder in his hands and stated, I intend to offer them 60% of the profits, though the other party had previously stated they would not intervene. Since they were present, he felt it necessary to report. That is too high. Taylor replied nonchalantly, "It is indeed somewhat elevated." Green admitted with a sheepish smile that I have weighed numerous factors. 50% should be their limit. But since we are proposing, we ought to start high. Still too high. Taylor shook his head, his tone remaining calm. Butler Taylor, they will undoubtedly agree to a 50% profit share. Green insisted they are eager to enter the European and even American markets. 50% is well within their acceptable range. However, after he finished speaking, the other party showed no reaction, leaving Green perplexed. Oh, you mean 0.40%? Green ventured hesitantly to this moment. He was filled with doubt. Mr. Taylor was known as a formidable figure in Europe. What does it mean to be a formidable figure? A ruthless player in business. Of course, a truly benevolent person could not serve as the chief butler of the Jones family, especially not for decades. Earning the trust of the family patriarch. Why was the esteemed butler so gracious today? Still too high. Green was utterly bewildered. 40% is still considered high. I can assure you that if I propose this condition, they would agree without hesitation. Yet the butler still deemed it excessive. If it weren't for the fact that he had met with Butler Taylor several times regarding work matters, he would truly question the authenticity of the elderly man before him. Then how about 30%? Green uttered, feeling a pang of regret, as if he were giving away money. At that moment, a smile spread across Taylor's wrinkled face, and he raised a finger. 1%, 0.1%? Upon hearing this, Green felt as if a thunderclap had struck above his head, his mind buzzing. Butler Taylor, you cannot be joking? He stammered. Oh, I seem like I am jesting, Taylor replied with a knowing smile. If it weren't merely for appearances, I wouldn't even want that 1%. Hearing this, Green felt as though he might faint. Throughout his years in the business world, he had never encountered such a way of conducting business. Especially coming from the esteemed Butler Taylor, it was nothing short of astonishing. Not only he, but even the seemingly carefree young lady's eyes sparkled with confusion. Butler Taylor, may I ask why? Green could no longer contain his curiosity. Because of a man, Taylor sighed. I never expected that he would be here. A man? Green was even more bewildered. What kind of man could warrant such a sacrifice? They were relinquishing astronomical profits. Well then, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall personally handle the negotiations tomorrow. Taylor waved his hand decisively. Green was taken aback. This cannot be. Such a trivial business should not trouble you. It should be noted that as the chief butler of the Jones family, his authority and status were immense. Although this business seemed significant, in the grand scheme of the Jones family, it was trivial. This matter has transcended mere business. It has been decided, Taylor declared with finality. Understood. Given the gravity of the situation, Green had no choice but to comply. He then respectfully exited the room. As soon as he left, the young lady leapt off the bed. her face brimming with curiosity. "Butler Taylor, who exactly is that man you mentioned?" "He is a man of godlike stature," Taylor replied with a hint of reverence. Upon hearing this, the young lady's eagerness intensified. "Butler Taylor, you must tell me." Taylor pondered for a moment. "Miss, you should be somewhat familiar with the dark world, correct?" "Of course. Our family has business dealings with many within it," she replied naturally. Though she was merely 12 or 13 years old, a period characterized by innocence and romanticism, the exposure she had received throughout her life was beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. "You are likely familiar with the Temple of Shura, are you not?" At the mention of the Temple of Shura, the young lady immediately became animated. "I know. Grandpa has told me about it. It is nothing short of a miracle and a legend. Within just a few years, it completely shattered the centuries-old order of the Dark World, becoming its most formidable presence. However, I heard that a few months ago, the Lord of the Temple left. I don't know if that is true." At this point, the young lady looked at the elderly man with curiosity. "Butler Taylor, why are you suddenly bringing up the Temple of Shura?" "Because I saw him today at the Jalua group that we visited," Taylor replied with a gentle smile. "The Lord of the Shura Temple is here." In an instant, the young lady's face was filled with shock. Her cherry lips slightly parted. "How is that possible?" "I too was taken aback," the elderly man sighed. "Who could have predicted it?" "Miss, do you now understand why I am taking such actions?" The young lady pondered for a moment before nodding. "The presence of the Lord of the Shura Temple here indicates a profound connection with this group." "Indeed, you are astute," the elderly man praised. "But Butler Taylor, are you certain you are not mistaken?" The young lady still found it hard to believe that someone of the caliber of the Lord of the Temple of Shura would be residing within such a modest group in Huaxia. "No, the master once had a brief encounter with the other party at an international high-end gala, during which they exchanged a few words." Taylor shook his head and said, "Although I observe from a distance, the young lady should be aware of my remarkable ability to remember faces. I could not possibly be mistaken." Upon hearing this, the young girl nodded, fully convinced of her grandfather's assertion. It is worth mentioning that the master had also successfully negotiated some collaborations with the other party at that time, which have continued to this day. Taylor added with a smile, "Thus so, our family has some ties to the Azura Temple. You could say that." "May I seek him out?" the young girl inquired, unable to contain her excitement. Ever since she learned about the other party's achievements, she had held them in great admiration, dreaming of meeting them one day. However, she never anticipated that this godlike figure would be right before her in Huaxia. "Absolutely not," Taylor exclaimed, his face paling with alarm. "The other party's status is far too esteemed and extraordinary. One must not be presumptuous. I merely wish to see him and engage in a conversation."